Mental. Are you serious? It's gonna be mental.
It's gonna be massive out here this afternoon.
The 50th season of the World Tour has roared to life.
Throws everything at it and somehow he's gonna reel this in.
Miguel Pupo was a bell ringer no one heard coming, but the revered veteran of the Brazilian Storm shook the brass following an emotional win.
We're gonna have a Pupo #1 in the world, yellow jersey.
In the women's draw, Gabriela Bryant surged into the world title spotlight by powering through a field that included defending world champion Molly Picklum in the final. As bells still ring in the distance, the Dream Tour charges on to the natural wonder and raw power of Western Australia.
Have a look at the size of these waves.
4 times overhead, stop it.
Oh my God!
That was psycho!
Imagine what's next as the best take on the West at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Western Australia for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro Stop 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour, celebrating 50 years of competitive surfing on the top stage. Jack's home. Gabriel Medina happy to be back in the West, a past champion. Sawyer Lindblad arriving on dark. The entire tour filling up the Red Bull Athletes Zone. And young Aaron Brooks will prepare for Steph Gilmore. And Scruff has made it over. Sophie McCullough getting the call up late with Tyler Wright's injury. She'll be in a big heat with Bronte McCauley. Tia Zrowski's whole family's here, defending champ, South African Jordy Smith. Broken boards already. Just coming off the sunrise. And look at that backdrop behind us. West is best. Just that picture alone defines that saying that you hear every year when we come here to stop #2. Joe Turpel alongside Felicity Palmatier. Thanks for having us at this wonderful location, Flick.
Thanks, Joe. It feels good to be home. It really is one of those places, every time you land here, you can just take this big sigh and be like, breathing clean air, it's fresh, it's beautiful, and it always just brings those oh my goodness moments, and it feels like this week's going to be, delivering those again.
So much build-up. In a short period of time, Bells took the entire waiting period. We flew out here, and the warm-up yesterday was just pretty intense, knowing that today is already looking like the best day of the event window, according to the forecast.
Oh, yeah. Look, one thing about this forecast is there's absolutely no shortage of swell. It's just those winds that, potentially could be unfavourable. But this morning we've woken up. It's been a beautiful sunrise, and it is solid out there. It's 8 to 10 foot on the, and maybe even the occasional bigger one. And it's going to be a demanding day for the surfers, but we're going to be in for a treat because there's going to be a lot of action.
We're not wasting any time. I think we want to get a lot accomplished to say as we say good morning to Jesse Starling with Renato Hickel.
Yeah, morning Joe, morning Flick, Renato. When we rock up today, it's the easiest call ever. It's pumping out there.
We deserve that. We deserve an easy call after what we faced at Bells. But yeah, absolutely pumping conditions. 6 to 8 foot surf, 10 foot sets, light offshore, beautiful morning, and we're starting 7:05 as we schedule and plan. And with the women round 1, men round 1 and men round 2 overlapping hits at 40 minutes. So we have a huge task ahead, 28 hits today. We're still going to have to deal with onshore winds in the afternoon. So hopefully we can complete this schedule today. Will put us in a better condition to wrap this event up with the coming days. We have also a challenging forecast here. Short window tomorrow, Friday, tomorrow morning, very short window. Maybe do some more hits. Then a late window on Saturday, maybe more hits. And then the next best day is Sunday. Because after Sunday, we're going to have a whole week, Monday through Friday, of stormy surf, rain, onshore winds, and maybe the last 2 days of the window, good conditions again. So it's a big risk to wait for the last couple of days. So we'll try to make the most of it today and the next 3 days in the window.
And Renato, I'm going to get a little bit cheeky. With today and it being so good, what kind of surfing are you expecting?
We're going to see some amazing surfing today. You know, it's the peak of Margaret River offer all kinds of maneuvers, big carves, big wraps, big closeout reels.
Things coming, bro.
And airs, right?
We love it. Thanks so much, Renato. And guys, let's start the trend early. West is best. Let's go.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Jesse Starling. And Renato Hickel deserves an easy call, you know, at least for the first day. But as he broke it down, there's a lot more challenging days ahead of us. So a jump start on the morning. 7:05 start, which is right now. They'll be counted down to this first heat to kick off stop number 2 of the season in just a moment. It will be Sally Fitzgibbons taking on the young rookie on tour, Tia Zrowski. And it'll be an overlapping format day. We'll see a lot of heats out there getting done. Our goal is to get through men's round 2 as the sun's going down. But what a playground you got to grow up on, Flick. Looking at these waves and these ideal conditions, total contrast to style of surfing from what we saw at Winky Pop, and then your expectations on the brand of surfing we're going to see on a day like today, just to back Renato up a bit.
Yeah, I think, look, Winky Pop obviously fast down the line, super high performance, really critical in the pocket, very cupped out waves. We didn't really see, you know, the waves get sort of over that 3-foot range. Today, we're in the West, and it's a totally different story. It is solid out there, and there is so much power. I think there's obviously those similarities drawn between Western Australia having similar power to Hawaii. It's the same, right? It's got so much push, got a bit more period in the swell, which brings in more power, more energy. The swell is really unfiltered and uninterrupted as it comes into the southwest here, so that's why we do have so much power. This morning, Joe and I were both having a look over our shoulder, and it is 6 to 8 foot with, the occasional bigger set, maybe 10 foot coming through. This morning there's going to be some beautiful waves surfed. I think we're going to see that traditional sort of, big carves, those drawn out lines, and then obviously on the right, that really critical section where it ends on, it's called the bricks, and it's really scary, basically almost on dry reef. So we're going to see some big closeout turns, and potentially in the afternoon, if the wind puffs in, maybe some aerial maneuvers.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, a little maybe cross-shore, onshore switch is predicted for this afternoon from our friends at Surfline. Thanks so much for the official forecast, knowing that we needed to capitalize on every bit of daylight today. So sun is just barely popping up, and we're already underway. Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Tia Zrowski. What a clash here. A veteran of the tour taking on the youngest ever to qualify for the championship tour. It just feels like yesterday when Sally was Tia, all those years ago, going for top 5 finishes in her rookie season and battling with Coco Ho for Rookie of the Year, still redefining herself and a legend in these parts in the West with some big results behind her. We'll see if the experience will pay off at a wave like Mainbreak. Oftentimes the people that spend a lot of years out here know where to sit, and they're not afraid of controlling the heat.
Yeah, Mainbreak and the Southwest is an area that demands respect and it demands experience. I think there's so many different faces to this wave depending on obviously conditions. And you mentioned Sally's been coming here, since the CT days and since she was, obviously a rookie on tour, and that was quite some time ago now. But even previous to that, we've had Australian titles here, surfed at this wave. She's been coming here since she was really young, right? So this is not her first rodeo. And yeah, she's seen this wave with all its different faces. Whereas today is our first look at Tia, here at Mainbreak. I've seen a couple of free surf clips drop on social media of her, and she looks like she's been, adapting well. But this is a kind of wave too that you're going to be surfing bigger boards, right? I mean, at Bells, you might jump up a couple of inches here or there if it goes to the bowl, a bit more size. But Margaret River, you potentially could be whipping out a board, maybe as big as 6'3", 6'6" today, just with that sheer power. And that's why I love this wave so much, because it does demand so much from the surfers.
So still waiting for the opening wave to come through. Sally Fitzgibbons, a champion of this event back in 2017. That was the year after Tyler won. A year before, Joanne DeFay won. That was the continuation event that went to Uluwatu back then. But Sally's had so many excellent waves, 8 to 10 point range, 23 of them throughout her career competing in Western Australia. And a surfer that is very, very brave. We've seen that in big waves at Cloudbreak when she burst her eardrum and against doctor's orders, taped her head back together and ended up going back to back in that series. Then you go, what's at stake for Sally these days? You know, always a world title contender, 3-time world runner-up. And when you ask her that, it's like, I love the game. She's so happy with the challenge that she's not showing any signs of moving on anytime soon.
Well, you don't blame her, right? Because when you've grown up, it's like an institution, right? You've grown up in this, you know, surf industry. It's, you know, you live it, you breathe it. This is all you know, and you love it, right? I just feel like so hard when she's so successful, you know, even if, you know, the last few years we had that cut and the format change and, you know, she would fall off and then she came back on, but she's just too good. Like, you know, she won the Challenger Series multiple times. She came back on the tour, and I just feel like you fall in love with that competitive spirit. And, you know, you often hear surfers who, you know, that transition period when they fall, you know, they decide they're going to retire, and they say how hard that is to deal with that identity and not competing. And I just feel like it's so hard to say no to that competitive side of you. And I think, you know, we speak about it a lot, but Sally's the kind of, you know, when she was growing up and she was a girl and she could have done any sport professionally, right? She just, like, I think her competitive nature is like insatiable compared to most women on the tour and men. So I think for her, this is something that she will just keep going, I think, as long as she can.
Love it. Love that she's back on tour, coming through the Challenger Series this last season to be with her longtime friends and rivals like Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore, and Tyler Wright. And if you did miss that news, Tyler Wright did pull out of the event with injury. We just got that message yesterday. And Sophie McCulloch made the flyover late to get a part of this event. An absolute hard-charging surfer, and where she's going, if she's going to get called up anywhere, main break's going to be the one for her to show what she's made of. Thing is, she's drawn one of your good friends, local trials winner and wild card, Bronte McCulloch.
Yeah, that is going to be a great matchup because those two have competed against each other for a long time, similar sort of ages, and it's going to be a tough draw because Bronte, as we know over the years, obviously was on the CT full time, but then as a wild card has made the semi-finals, so that'll be a hard matchup as we see Sal just trying to have a look at that one. But yeah, it's a hard matchup. Bronte has had semi-final finishes here multiple times. She's taken down big names here. She's taken down Stephanie Gilmore before. You know, she's got the whole town behind her. You know, the headland roars when she walks down, you know, runs down for her heat. She's obviously got her dad in her corner who's won out here before, you know, runner-up in the world, Dave McCauley. There's so much momentum behind her. But Bronte's obviously, she announced her retirement from competitive surfing last year, so she's kind of taken a little bit of a backseat from being competitive, but obviously, you know, she's in the jersey here. She won the trials. So I'm interested to see where that where her level's at the moment.
Breaking down the big heats in women's round one, we're mentioning Bronte McCulloch. That Tyler Wright name's going to switch there in Heat 8. It's Sophie McCulloch. So Tyler injured. She had to withdraw from the event last minute. So Sophie takes that spot at Heat 8. Aaron Brooks, Stephanie Gilmore. We've seen this at moments. We saw it especially back last year on the Gold Coast. That was an exciting one for young Aaron, Rookie of the Year, taking on an 8-time world champ. Alyssa Spencer coming off a heater over at Bell's. She'll have Carissa Moore, and as we know, Carissa Moore's all over this event as a past champion on her comeback to the championship tour. Really excited to see an all goofy foot battle. Anat Lelior and Sawyer Lindblad. As we know, Anat's a rookie, but Sawyer's made the final out here. Yeah, that would be an epic showdown. I think, you know, they're both super powerful surfers. As we see, the first wave of the morning. Opening ride of the event, Sally Fitzgibbons from the south coast of New South Wales throws down a nice wrapping turn to kick things off. Sweeps it on the open face for turn number 2 and got there nice and early for that cutty. And now the young rookie representing France will light up a crazy lip line that kind of leaped on her, reaching for the top of that lip and ended up going down hard. So Sal will kick off with a completion score. Tia going for broke on a much bigger section. Yeah, that was two contrasting sort of takes on this morning. I think Sal,
you know, obviously getting the completion, it's going to feel good. She knew too, I think my takeaway was she got to that last turn super early. So let's break it down here. So kind of a smaller wave for this morning, but nice rail work, right? She's feeling out. You can tell she's on a bigger board too. I like that. Really drawing out these turns. But this last section, she gets up there pretty early because, you know, we saw the wave behind her, Tia. Let's have a look at this. The intention is here, right? You're thinking she goes up into the lip, she gets this carve, but then this next section, her intention is I am going for broke. I'm not going to back down. And pretty scary section to hit because I mentioned it earlier, where you're doing this last turn, it's called the bricks, right? So it's this shallow platform of reef, and it's basically two bits of ocean converging with each other, and it's a really hard section to navigate. There's a lot of power behind both of those. I'd say like it's so similar to Sunset when you go and hit a lip there, or but it's really difficult. We've seen some iconic moments, you know, of people and, you know, with that finishing turn or finishing air, you know, moments come to mind like, you know, Griff Colapinto last year, the 10-point ride with the full rotation, as they say, beautiful sunrise this morning here in the west.
Yeah, really comfortable temperature as well. We, you know, flew from Melbourne, it was freezing. Landed here and it was like 30 degrees Celsius, like 90 Fahrenheit. And this morning, just nice and cool. It's supposed to heat up throughout the day. The swell should peak in the morning, but hang in there through the afternoon. And like Renato said, maybe have some clean conditions and opportunity for more action in the morning. But today's looking like the best day on our forecast. Tia Zrowski getting picked up on the Red Bull ski. Great water patrol. All of these water patrol members are a lot of Flick's close friends, led by Perry Hatchett. They'll have 3 skis operating at all times. Always safety first, so they'll break the rules and get someone out of there if they need it. But they'll avoid the impact zone. And it's so far out there, even if you're preparing for your heat, you'll get a lift out there if you're 10 minutes early before your start. You get dropped off. Think about positioning, which is probably one of the toughest things to do, especially if you haven't been here before, but also when you have a swell that hasn't quite peaked yet, Flick. You know, we saw, you know, some quiet moments to start off this heat, but it makes sense because you're almost anticipating sets that you saw in the morning free surf, and when they don't come, you go, do I move off my mark and take a smaller wave, knowing that I might get cleaned up?
This is just one of those classic cat and mouse games out here. It always is, and it doesn't matter how far out you sit, there will always be a bigger set that's going to clean you up. There's this iconic, it's called the bubble. We'll probably see some shots of it, but I've noticed this morning the women are sitting just inside of that. So you can kind of see that turbulent water there, and it's kind of, it's like, I can see it's just outside to the right of where Sally currently is. So that's called the bubble, and that's basically your takeoff zone, right? It's a good way to sort of have an indication on where you want to sit, because this morning when the sun's so bright and you're looking in towards, you can't use your beach lineups because the sun is so blinding that you can't triangulate those lineups. So it's really good to use the bubble. It's a pretty good indication, but yeah, look, it's a classic game of cat and mouse out there, and it'll be tricky to know where to sit.
Solid breakdown there. See that bubble? Sometimes you hear that reference as a boil in different parts of the world, but you got to know your marks and know where you're sitting, especially in this morning light. And one of our friends are already out there looking at the waves. Kaipo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, out here, little conditions report. It's the west, right? It's 4-foot, occasional 10-footers. Flick mentioned the boil. The boil's come into effect right now, so you know, it's kind of an indicator, and then, you know, when the waves actually break at the boil, that's when we hit about the 10-foot mark. That's about 15 feet on the face. We got some waves coming in here right now. Another thing to touch on is the coefficient we dealt with at Bells. Those large tide swings. We're not going to have that out here out west, so so that's going to keep things pretty manageable to get competition the whole day. All we're watching really is some of these sets right here, and the wind. So yeah, it's a beautiful morning out here.
Awesome, Kaipo, thanks so much. I think he broke it down, the story of the cat and mouse game you're explaining of, yeah, it's 4 to 10 foot, and that's the scenario they're dealing with, going, okay, am I gonna have big sets in my heat? Am I gonna be surprised by them? And when you think about it, you know, their CT heats that they just had at Winky Pop are anywhere from 30 to 35 minutes. You know, for this overlapping format, they have 40 minutes, and you're still scored on your top 2. What are we seeing there, Flick?
Oh, just this sort of big lump of water. So what happens, this is the big channel in between main break and the box, right? And you're just seeing sort of a big wall of water. Sometimes what happens, this wave, right, Margaret River can handle anywhere from 2 foot to 20 foot. Sometimes when it gets super big, I mean, last year we had a day, it was the day when we went to the box, and then the competition actually got called off, and I was thinking, hang on a second, why are we calling this thing off? But look, they made the right choice. I think it was Jesse and Renato, and look, the swell absolutely rocketed it, and that afternoon we were seeing waves close out between main break and the box, and you kind of just saw that set swing a little bit wide. It kind of just broke in the center there. But yeah, sometimes there's a lot of sand that filters out through the Margaret River and yeah, through the river mouth, and that thing gets really loaded with sand and actually ends up closing out between the box and main break. So yeah, it doesn't matter where you sit out here, it'll always catch you.
Always keeps us on our toes, keeps the energy just intense in the water too, as they're anticipating this swell still yet to peak yet. Wondering how big the sets will be in this first heat of the morning. Sally Fitzgibbons, 4.5 start. Tia went down and got a 2.0. And now the Australian takes her second scoring ride of the morning. 2017 champion in the West throws down just setup work to open up this wall. Now driving kind of mid-face bottom turn, attacking the closeout section, and doesn't hang on to the drift. One of the most challenging end sections on tour. Flick was mentioning how you lose water. It's very dangerous, but it's also high scoring if you are effective in crushing it. Here comes Tia picking a bigger wall. Little fade to start. The rookie representing France, and Tahiti has a crazy end section loading up and makes a smart decision to get out of there.
I think that was the perfect example of just two converging bits of water, because on to the left of the screen, there's kind of like this little phantom wave that breaks, and it breaks towards the right. So you get these two big walls of water approaching each other, and you can just see the energy in that last shot. But yeah, it's a difficult wave to surf and navigate. I mean, look, for me too, when I look at this wave, obviously wave selection is super critical, but for me at main break, the most important thing is your positioning on the takeoff, right? The score starts before you even stand up, because if you position too wide, you're going to be forced out to do kind of like a more horizontal turn. You need to be positioned almost a little bit deeper so you can come around that section and sort of connect with a steeper section. I think it's so critical. It'll be critical the whole event, you know, as we run here, but I feel like the score starts really with where you position on the takeoff, because it can just force you out to the shoulder, and you kind of are doing that more horizontal surfing.
Great breakdown. So many different wave profiles, and some that just shove you to the end section. And for Tia, it was like there's nowhere to put that sharp eye surfboard. It was already opening wide. She had to bail out of there, but she did get a little wrap to start, so a little better than her start of a 2.0. 2.5 now. That just breaks the requirement down. A 3.51 for the leadoff Sal. This format change for 2026 on the championship tour is allowing us to have a giant day today. Typically, in the past, we have the non-elimination format with 3 surfers in a heat, and you can't overlap that. Also, when you think about the best day of the waiting period on opening day, many times we'd run that non-elimination format, Flick, and no one's lost yet. We kind of have to start from scratch the next day. So this is a great example of the new format working brilliantly as we look at a takeoff from Sally up and out. Priority to Tia Zrowski. Fitzgibbons spent a lot of time here in the West. 23 excellent range scores, and at the moment leading over the rookie phenom of Tia Zrowski with a 6-point combined total. Coming up in a few minutes, we will see Brisa Hennessy paddle out to take on Yolanda Hopkins. We'll be right back. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University, ambition loves company. Good morning, everybody. It's almost 7:30 in the morning, local time here in WA, and we still have the first heat enjoying the lineup with just Sally and Tia as we're about to overlap heat number 2. Fitz Gibbons throwing away the finish, but got a bit of work done on that Glen Pang to ditch that 1.5 low score. Not too many waves ridden, but Tia got her best during the break.
Yeah, so let's see. Tia just cutting back here, setting up for this inside section, see if she gets another moment. And she does. So nice little jam in the pocket there, and decides to eject and just run the gauntlet over that little bit of reef and get the Red Bull jet ski back out.
So you see the time ticking away there. 1 minute remaining until we see heat number 2 start. It'll be Brisa Hennessy and Yolanda Hopkins. When they paddle out, they've got to be patient when it comes to Sally and Tia wanting waves. So Sally and Tia will have the priority over heat number 2. And then the back half of the heat for Brisa and Yolanda, they'll have priority over heat number 3. We'll explain it as it continues. Pretty easy to follow. Get to see a lot of heats throughout a big day of competition. Our goal is to get through men's round 2 before dark this evening. But a great way to kick it off on opening day of the waiting period for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Defending champ Gabrielle O'Brien was at the press conference. She's looking to go 3 in a row. If she can do that, it would be a first for WA history.
Yeah, it'd be absolutely incredible. But, you know, you just think about the form she was in at Bells. I mean, for me, I think she's really done some work on, you know, a couple of other components of her surfing. We always talk about that crazy big powerful hack that she had, you know, last year. But yeah, she's done work on other components of her surfing, and I wouldn't say, you know, she's be in everyone's fantasy team, I'd say, if not their power surfer.
So Brisa Hennessy and Yolanda Hopkins just started their clock. Brisa coming back to the tour. Last year, after the cut, she was in that position of 11 through 14 on the rankings, which meant you had the rest of the year off. However, you qualified for 2026 CT. So we know the tour expanded to now top 24, and Brisa had a lot of time to have some fun, do different things, and then really start preparing. I saw Brisa over on the North Shore of Oahu, absolutely shredding, taking apart Sunset Beach. She was just so comfortable with that long time off, and I think there's something rad about having a little downtime. The judges haven't seen you for a while, and all of a sudden she's going to come back and everyone will be like, oh yeah, look at that frontside power hack, and she's going to really enter that power conversation again.
Totally. I think here we go. Maybe Tia having a look.
Paddling into this one, this will be Tia Zrowski. Fades the takeoff. Nice clean wrapping turn. Comes off with some speed and draws it back into the power source. Looking to get out of there. Nice kick out right ahead of that big brick shelf. But accomplishing 2 open face sweeps in the pocket. Her 3.17 came during the break. Needs a 4.04 to get the lead off Sally. And now watching Brisa Hennessy in the non-priority heat. The Costa Rican throws down the cutty. Another little fade. Stalling a bit, seeing if she could get there early enough for a finish, and ends up going down on the convergence. You start thinking about strategy now, Flick. When you are in the non-priority side, what kind of opportunities do you have if you're heat 2 right now?
I just feel like the waves, obviously, that Sally and Tia are not going, that there's plenty of opportunity to sort of get a jump start on you know, for Brisa, right, let's just say. There's plenty of opportunity for her to get a jump start on Yolanda before they move into the priority heat, as we see Yolanda
Hopkins, part of the rookie class, deep bottom turn, throws down a nice solid cutback on the open wall. Just chipping away on the shoulder, and section's looking kind of wild. Can she find a place to hit it? But she goes down swinging. That little whitewater corner was bending at her. She had a chance at riding away, but ends up pushing her down. Did accomplish a couple of nice sweeps. I'd say advantage Yolanda just compared to Breeze's start.
Yeah, I think what I liked about Yolanda's was that she was able to hold the rail really strongly throughout her turns. I think this morning we are seeing quite a bit of lump and bump, so still, because it's not completely groomed offshore conditions, you can actually see it. It's clear really, even in this, you know, wave here of Tia's. She got a couple of nice, you know, clean hacks, but man, that end section this morning is really hard. But even Breeze's, like, look how much like sort of wobble there is on the face of these waves. Like, yes, it's offshore, but we haven't had that offshore really kick in strongly, so it's not completely groomed. You can kind of see here, it's just like sort of playing havoc a bit as you're trying to hold that rail through the turns, and then obviously, you know, a lot of women falling victim to that sort of end section on the bricks. But Yolanda's wave, it was really nicely done. See how she really holds the rail through that first turn and able to get a second turn here. But yeah, this inside section, man, it is so tricky. It might only look like, you know, 2 to 3 foot, that foamy section, but there's just so much power. It's so, I can't stress that enough, that it's such a hard section to sort of ride out of it and get that completion, especially with so much power in the water and energy.
Yo-yo, as she's often called, Yolanda Hopkins has some fun energy. She's really cool on land, makes you crack up, doesn't take herself too seriously, but she is all in when it comes to her career. Watching Sal now, 3-time world runner-up, throws down her first cutback in the pocket, well placed for Fitz Gibbons. Drawing all the way on that twist and wrap off the top and gets there early. Holds back on that turn to make sure she rides away. Smart decision for Sal. Tia already S-ing her way towards that same point. Zrowski just tagging the oncoming whitewater. And look at that step. Read that beautifully to avoid the brick shelf and then got into deeper water to get the completion. Her wave before was a 4.33, got the lead. So now Sally chasing a 3.0. We'll send it to Kaipo.
Hey, thanks, Joe. Just a little update. You guys touched on it on the booth. These opening morning heats, the glare is a big factor right now. Surfers are taking off, looking directly into the sun. And so these first 2-3 heats, that's going to be something that they're going to have to pay attention to. Whoa! And yeah, you don't want to be looking at Glary Busey and then catching Doug Rail after that. You know what I'm saying?
Glary Busey, I love that. I haven't heard that one yet.
That's good.
I hear Doug Rail a lot because I do that daily. But geez, yeah, that's a big point. Thanks, Kaipo. Every time you come here to Margaret River, that early morning heat is always looking back going, where is everything? Where are my lineups? And sometimes on the face, where's my lip? And it's already a challenging lip to read. But when you're blinded by the light, you just got to go off feel and trust your instincts in these early morning matchups.
Oh, totally. I think another, you know, we don't have a honking offshore this morning, but there's definitely wind there. Another thing to note is you're paddling in blind, right? There's spray flying up the face of the wave. You kind of just have to take a couple of extra strokes just to really make sure that you know, are getting down the face of the wave. It's super challenging for sure. You know, that's why you'd be reverting to those sort of in-water lineups as opposed to the ones, you know, on the headland this morning, because, yeah, it's almost impossible to see them.
So that big exchange we had from Sally to Tia was very important, both turning in their best scores of the heat so far. For Tia Zrowski, 4.93. For Fitz Gibbons, a 6.5.
For me, Sally's wave, it was all about positioning from the takeoff. She was deep enough where she could come around the section and actually really connect and put the board, you know, in that cupped out section. That for me is the real point of difference in this heat so far. I feel like it's very easy. Like, look how deep she is, right? And she comes from behind this section and really squares up beautifully. The face of this wave, she's picked a great wave too. Really clean, right? And she can really hold the board on rail and just power through the turns. There's no wobble there and she gets the completion. It's just so easy to be forced out wide on the right. I feel like, you know, you got to back yourself if you really do want to sit deep. As we watch Tia Zrowski, her best scoring wave of the heat so far. I mean, this was a difficult section to read. And to your point, Joe, you know, she does so well to ride out of that. There was a lot to navigate. But yeah, good couple of waves there. And also, you know, the first wave, a bit of a guinea pig heat. You know, women are just sort of figuring it out, you know, what's going to fetch scores. And seen a couple of good waves ridden now.
Sally Fitz-Gibbons has been doing this for a long time. One of the greats, not just from Australia, but globally. Has had 12 championship tour wins, has represented Australia in the Olympic Games. Her passion is infectious for pro surfing, and she's locked into a wide open wall at main break. Board chattering off the bottom. Fits in that fading wrap. It's an interesting one there, Flick. We see it a lot. You know, some of these waves start with this big wall. You load up, and when you get there, you could kind of run out of gas just by the slope of the pocket.
When the waves come into the bay here or main break, not every wave breaks in the same position. It kind of looks, the bubble's a good indicator of where to sit, but there's going to be rights. At the peak of the wave shifts, and depending on where you take off on the reef is going to sort of dictate what that wave looks like when you're going into that first section. That one that Sally took off on, it swung wide, so it hit the channel really early. Yes, it had a bit more, you know, sides to it, but yeah, that one just went wide and went into the sort of that hole in the reef.
11 minutes on the clock here. Sally leading over Tia. Yolanda leading over Brisa in the non-priority heat. 4:17 to a 3.0 there. Big thanks to our friends at Surfline, guys like Kevin Wallace giving us these great reports for Flick Palmateer's home break. Calling this one early, that opening day might be the best day of the forecast.
Oh, totally. I mean, you look at this graph here, you saw those big purple blobs. Obviously, that's all that swell, and then here you're looking at the wind, and this morning we've been blessed with some beautiful offshore conditions. But yeah, back to this. I mean, look at these big purple blobs. These are the things that we're monitoring. One thing for this swell forecast for the next 10 days, we are going to have no shortage of size. Wind is really going to be the factor as we look to today. Obviously this morning you got 10 to 15 foot faces, and then it's peaking this morning, trending down in the afternoon. We've got beautiful offshore conditions, and then probably around that, you know, always around that midday sort of, midday time, we're going to see that southerly trend sort of come in. But the next 4 days, it's going to be tricky. Tomorrow, Friday, you know, potential. You heard Renato say it. Potential, you know, to run a couple of heats in the morning. Then in the afternoon, we're kind of seeing a bit of a storm roll through, and it's going to roll through until Saturday. But then Saturday afternoon, that wind's going to back off, and you know, into Sunday, we're going to see maybe some more potential. So it is going to be one of those things where we're just going to have to wake up and see, you know, what that storm is providing as we look to Sally.
Fitz-Gibbons looking to control this lineup over the rookie on tour. Drives through the lip there, and look at the step. Drops down and keeps control of that finishing move. Had a 6.5 earlier and took the lead over Tia Zrowski back. Now the rookie has priority. 9 minutes still to go to challenge the Aussie vet. Sally almost 20 years older than Tia Zrowski, as Tia was the youngest ever to qualify for the championship tour. One more look at Sally's wave.
Yes, I think Sal's doing a good job at finding these nice, smooth, clean-faced waves. And the real important thing for me is she gets up here early to this turn. The moment you're trying to hit the lip or connect with that on that last section, it becomes incredibly difficult. If you're able to do it, you're going to fetch a big score. But I just like the idea of let's just get it back up here, put a bit more pressure on Tia, and really make sure that I ride out of this turn and then complete it.
Beautiful waves this morning, so clean. We haven't even seen this swell peak yet. That'll happen this morning. Holding steady this afternoon with just a little change to a cross, maybe onshore flow as it goes more southerly, but still moderate. And Sally looking to really gain some momentum here. She threw down a reverse at Winky Pop, but still in the loss to Molly Picklum had to walk away early, but you could tell she was so ready for opening day. These first few stops of the GWM Aussie Treble have Sally's name written all over them, with great events over the last 2 decades. So familiar with bells, a past champ here as well. And we'll see if it's the experience game that pays off over Tia. What we've really seen so far is at the start of this heat, Flick, Tia was just looking at bigger sections, kind of like the youth would do. Yeah. And try to throw big, you know, Hail Mary type turns and dealing with some heavy wipeouts to start the heat. Then she kind of settled in and started building some numbers.
Yeah, and I think it just speaks to the experience of Sal, really. I think it's pretty evident that she knows just how, you know, hectic the end section is, and she wants to get there early. She's found those completions. Obviously, Tia, super explosive, exciting. You know, she's come onto the scene, and, you know, this young phenom, and you can see it in her surfing. She's excited to sort of, you know, have those big Hail Mary moments. But, yeah, she's obviously, you know, connected on the last couple of waves. She's starting to figure it out. She got priority now in the priority heat, obviously, was over Sal, and she's chasing a, you know, 6.7. So it'd be the highest wave of the heat. I think that's what you got to remember. If she gets another opportunity and it comes through, you kind of just got to be like, is this the best wave of the heat? So 6.5 on the clock. Let's see if she gets one.
Well, let's see how Sally and Tia got their numbers. Fitzgibbons' last score of 5.17 has a 6.5 as her best. Zrowski needs a 6.74. And she's going to go for it right here. Nice controlled late takeoff. Getting into the open wall, beautiful cutback. Second maneuver goes a bit higher with the wrapping turn. Out in front, is able to get a third maneuver and a fourth finish. Tia's best so far. Sally answering. Quick one there, she gets moving down the line. She's got the lip right in front of her to attack, but she can't hang on. Sal identified the opportunity to switch gears from the cutbacks to go up more vertically, but gets clipped riding away. And Zrowski providing a little bit of connection on that one. 4 maneuvers completed, chasing a 6.74.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to breaking this down. So small wave, but beautiful, you know, cup to it here. I mean, a nice rail work. You know, she's able to tee off a few times, and look, the board is really holding here. This has looked really good. You know, hasn't been too much bauble. She rides out of the last turn. It's completed. You can tell by the way she stood up that she was pretty stoked with that after that completion. And then Sal behind her. Let's see what she got done. So little wrap to start, and then yeah, cuts that turn a bit short because she wants to get to the last section. She rides out of that. You're thinking potentially might improve on her situation. She's gone up into the lip here, and it's pretty dynamic. But look, let's just have a look. You can see here there's a little step, little bubble or a boil underneath her board, and just kind of creating that cavitation underneath her fins where it's just so difficult, man. I mean, I can't stress it enough. If you've surfed this wave and you've gone for a turn on the end section, you know what I'm talking about, but it is so incredibly challenging.
Flick, for you, what's your standard shortboard, and what would you be riding today at main break? Well, we'll think about that for a second. Paddling in, we've got Yolanda Hopkins. Clean rails off the bottom, big sweep once again for the rookie on tour from Portugal. Carves it out front, starting to rush this end section. She'll get the tag off the top and finds a way to ride away and survive over that brick section. She'll have to maybe glance at her fins, and maybe no connection, so she's feeling good. Straight to the Red Bull ski. Well done.
Yeah, that was great. That was really well done, especially in the non-priority heat. It's going to feel good for her to get a couple of scores on the board, to feel out the lineup, and you know, put a little bit more pressure on Brisa. You know, if you can at least find a backup wave in this non-priority heat, you know, half the job's done. So I think this is going to feel really good, and yeah, looking forward to breaking this down. So here we go. We got a Brisa paddling for that one, and then Yolanda obviously gets the priority, so she takes this next wave. Beautiful clean face here. I really like her board. Looks like it's really holding through these sections, which is just what you want. I think the moment you see that bauble, that kind of forces you almost into about a, you know, a 2-stage turn. It kind of puts this idea in the judge's brain that it wasn't, you know, as good as what it could have been. So I'm really liking, you know, just how much she's able to hold the board on rail, looking really strong and powerful through her turns too. You know, Yolanda's actually been here to the West once before. She came here back, it would have been almost 8 years ago, that we had a qualifying series event, and it was in Yallingup at Injured Up car park. And so she's put some time here in the Southwest. She understands the power. She's actually never surfed main break before, but she understands the power of the Southwest. And so I think that, you know, and just even coming here and being familiar with the zone, I think it, you know, it can provide and create that sort of confidence, you know. So this isn't her first time here to, you know, that Southwest region.
It's interesting with pro surfing. You know, they're so busy qualifying.
Yeah.
And then they get on the CT. And it's pretty wild for a lot of rookies where, like, I haven't been to half the events on tour. It's interesting in the idea of sport where most people who train for events, they've been there before, you know, or snowboarding, skating. They've already attempted everything they've needed to. They just got to put it on show when they're live and in competition. And sometimes surfers, they're so busy. They don't have time to like practice at CT venues, and they're trying to learn it in real time in their first trip to WA. Whistles from the bluff. 2 minutes on the clock for the priority heat. Sally 6.5. Tia's last her best, a 6.0 for that 4 turn wave. Zrowski's corner, her family making the trip to WA, and her little siblings that were right next to her during the beautiful welcome to country we had last night. Down to 90 seconds. No one on those first few waves. Priority is with Sal, and she has the heat lead. Interesting for Tia, she never lost before the quarters on the CS. Lost early at Bells to Alyssa Spencer's backhand, and she might be dealing with Sally's experience in this one as we watch the GWM recap.
Yeah, this is cool. I think really Sally's experience is really lending herself to, you know, what's played out in this heat so far. I think, you know, positioning on the takeoff has been really good. It's allowed her to get really nice and sort of in that steep cupped out section. She's had great wave selection too. You know, banged to 6.5, backed it up with a 5.17. But, you know, Tia Zrowski, she's figuring it out on the fly in this heat, you know. And, you know, her last wave, you know, she's got a 4.93. Her last wave is 6.0, so she's getting up close to, she's broken down the requirement, essentially now only chasing a 5.6 with 30 seconds on the clock. There kind of was a little opportunity that rolled through just before. I saw her sort of have a look at it. They were a little bit too far out for it, so, you know, the ocean right now might not provide another moment. But, yeah, to your point, Joe, you know, she obviously, it's a steep learning curve when you come to the CT, right? And I know everyone talks about, you know, she's going to come on, and there was even maybe like, you know, world title, and the same similar sort of situation for Erin Brooks, right? But it is so, it's just a nice reminder of how hard it is, and it is that next level up.
We run out of time in this one, and the two shake hands. Well done to Tia Zrowski, even though she's knocked out of this one. Really pushed Sal towards the end, turning in a 6 compared to Sally's 6.5. Fitz Gibbons, a champion here in 2017, will move on into the next round of competition. Always tough to be that first heat of the morning at main break when you haven't really had time to warm up yet on dark. But Sally flexes that veteran knowledge to get the first heat win of the event. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Back for more in the West after this.
There's not a better destination than WA. You've got incredible natural attractions. The coastline here is unbelievable, but our favourite for all of us is just tapping into the experience of learning about the wineries, eating incredible food, and just getting stuck into some of the world's best produce. Today we've been lucky enough to check out Glenardy Road. They grow all their food here. Everything is processed here and brought to the table.
The food, the wine, the experience of the farm, all being right here. You're immersed in it. The crew here know exactly what they're doing. They make this beautiful product that is enjoyed the world over. And on the flip side, the same people making your wine are the same people getting barrel bombs.
It's not every time you have a meal that you know where it comes from. There's something that feels good when you know that everything has been grown right where you're standing.
Oh, it's so dreamlike, isn't it? Being here, getting the waves of your life, and having the best meal of your life as well. And just incredible locals too, like yourself, Flick, that you get to see every year. Every surfer loves coming to WA, especially the ones on tour. Big thanks to all the locals that give us the lineup, but also host us at these fine restaurants and vineyards. Glenardy Road, wow, that was a blast. We went there together. I ended up going 2 days later. It was so good. Great family, owned and operated location. Hope to see you guys there soon. Let's get caught up with this one. This is a wave that Brisa got during the break.
Oh, okay, one big belt for Brisa. Can she get around this section? Oh my goodness, that converging bit of whitewash just absolutely eating her alive there. But yeah, good attempt for the first, for that one big maneuver. It's pretty solid on a really decent section.
Brisa lost early at Bells, and so she flew here very early. She's been here for a while now. When she showed up at main break, it was like 8 to 10 foot, sun was out, light offshore, and she was looking around the crowd in the water, and she's like, I'm the only one from the tour that's here. She was absolutely thrilled to get just several sessions in at main break, and more than ready for competition today.
Oh yeah, you think about, we'll get back to that. Looks like Yo-Yo's having a look.
Yolanda Hopkins, let's go with the rails, comes into this one around the corner. Has that low stance where she can just stay right above her surfboard on those carves. Wants to dig in a little bit more here on the second turn. Throws in the wrap. Can she get here in time? Goes for another one off the top. Takes the step into the flats with like an inch of water between herself and the bricks. I love her aggressive approach, and she's been finding just enough space to survive that radical end section.
Oh man, that end section, it brings us so much entertainment, right? You kind of like, do it, but don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. It's just one of those, like, you know, stomach kind of goes up into your throat moments, or your heart drops down into your stomach. It is absolutely like mortifying sometimes watching these surfers go for that last maneuver. This wave forces her out into the face, you know, for that first turn, but the inside section lines up nicely, and she's able to bank off a couple of extra turns and really able to go up into the lip for the last moment. But yeah, you can just see it gurgling and sort of regurgitating on itself here on this inside section as we look to this replay, super slow-mo. And yeah, it's so hard to go up into the lip. Anytime a surfer hits the lip here at main break, it's so much harder. It's like hitting the lip at sunset. It's really difficult. And yeah, she navigates this inside section so well. So I'm looking forward to seeing where that score goes and how many points are on offer for Yolanda.
Asked Yolanda before the season started, is she going to use wax this year? She just cracked up. She likes that full deck pad across the board, and it really works well for her. It's kind of been her signature little twist on the tour. Numbers in for Yo-Yo, 5.83, then a 6.17. When you look at a surfer doing this, actually open with a 4, so it's 4 to 5 to 6. That's just that rhythm that people love. Certain surfers just thrive off catching a lot of waves, and then you go 40 minutes overlapping format. She's really leaning into that, where she can really surf her way into a solid rhythm that she has right now.
Yeah, and it really at main break, I think it's a confidence thing too. I'd be interested to know if anyone, I mean, Yolanda out of anyone probably did have a free surf. She's very keen in the mornings, sometimes likes to go for a 5K run in the dark and then your morning free surf. But like, you're interested to know how much time. Obviously Brisa got here really early, but, oh, wow, okay. That one just slipping underneath Yolanda and breaking in a pretty different position on the reef, super far in, but you can see, look at the way that wave was reeling down the line. It had a nice wall turn as we look to see all the women sort of getting caught by that one.
So all the surfers getting caught by that set. Kaipo, did you see that? He's dealing with that same set right there?
Yeah, Joe, I just dealt with that set. We made it out, but it's just it's actually what's happening right now with the different angles that are coming through here. You know, you got those southwest ones, good for the right, and then you got those real west ones that go into the channel. Then you every once in a while you get some of those bombs coming through and catching the competitors, which they just got caught Yeah. I just wanted to mention a thing about Yolanda Hopkins too, just because I'm here early in the morning. I'm really committed to my job. 5:15 in the parking lot. And Yolanda was right there, suited up. You know, she donned patrols. She actually makes a goal of being the first person in the water every morning for the warm-up sessions, and she's been pretty consistent doing that.
Yeah, it really shows a lot. You know, we've seen Sally do that, you know, for years. I remember Sally at a wave pool event. She started paddling around because the machine wasn't on yet. She was just on dark, so it'll probably be a competition between Yo-Yo and Sal this year. And it paid off for Sally. She won the first heat. Yolanda leading over Brisa at the moment. And it's nice just to feel the energy of the event before your heat starts, before you're actually being scored. You've already felt your equipment, know everything's working. There was a moment Yolanda thought she might be, you know, the only surfer representing Portugal on the women's side. Then she got back up with Kika Veselko. That's a first for surfing history for the women's side of qualifying for the championship tour. We mentioned the energy of the CS, this European force. Bigger and better than we've ever seen in the past.
Yeah, it's really epic to see. And I think, you know, we're seeing some new names, some new narratives play out, some new storylines. So, you know, we've always had a charge from Portugal on the Challenger Series or qualifying series. You know, I think, you know, one of the women, you know, drawing back, Teresa Bonvalot. You know, she's been at it for a long time. She's been right, you know, there on the cusp of qualifying, not qualifying. And, you know, I think back to the year Sophie McCulloch needed to do the unthinkable, the last event on the Challenger Series and win at Haleiwa. And essentially by her doing that, she actually knocked Teresa out of that last qualifying position. So, yeah, there's been moments where it's almost happened, but to see this big charge, you know, from the Europeans on the Challenger Series and then onto the World Tour is epic because, you know, you think about the representation for all the younger women now surfing in Europe and what that means to them to have that inspiration now.
Kika Veselko backing up Hopkins this year for Portugal. She draws a top turn, gets stuck, and then wipes out on her opener. That's the non-priority heat that just started. See how quickly things go in our draw here today? Non-elimination format gone, straight into one-on-one heats, allowing us to overlap on the best day of the waiting period. We're scoring. Veselko will start off incomplete, but that'll get the priority going within her heat as she takes on Bella Kenworthy.
Yeah, this is cool. Bella's obviously been here last year before, so she's had a little bit of experience about what, you know, what the West's all about. But I'm interested to see where this heat goes. You know, I was playing the bracket and, you know, earlier yesterday, and I was like, oh, I just couldn't pick this one because, you know, Kika, I know that she can put the board on rail. I know that, you know, she's really strong. Obviously spent a lot of time, you know, around Irasira, and I think she's strong on the rail. Bella, though, you got to, you know, go to, she's been here before. She's had the reps. You know, she's worked, you know, closely with people like Chris Moore's dad and put that time in. He's obviously been here a lot. So there's a lot of, yeah, I didn't know where to go for this one, and I actually can't remember who I ended up choosing, but yeah, I was struggling, and especially when you take into consideration the forecast before when you play fantasy and or the bracket challenge, because that can dictate too, you know, who you're going to pick. So yeah, that was an interesting one for me.
Oh, the bracket's so fun. Good luck to everybody. Hope you joined the league that we have, Battle of the Booth, and see how you do against our brackets. It's cool to see how the whole event plays out. Then you can set up your fantasy team. A lot of people chose Bella Kenworthy into this year specifically, knowing that she was injured a lot last year with that knee brace on. And, you know, they kind of tried to keep it quiet, going, no, nothing's wrong. And you'd see this huge brace on the knee. You're like, oh, it's just for confidence. And a lot of times athletes just don't want to even show that they have any sort of injury at all. I remember one time Courtney, I saw her back all taped up, and she was like, nothing to see here. You know, just they like to just show that they've got it all. They're not going to show any sort of weaknesses of any stage. And I was impressed with Bella, how she still competed with that big knee brace on and with a giant off season, longest one I think we've ever had. She was able to really heal up, to really prepare for her second strike on the World Tour.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how she's going to go this year. You know, obviously injury-free. It looks to be Yo-Yo having a sniff.
Yolanda Hopkins has been on a roll. She's gone from a 4 to a 5 to a 6. Can we see a 7 here? Throws the carve, connects with the pocket, and rides away. just every wave she's taken, she finds a way to complete it. And like Kaipu was breaking down, we've got a few different angles of these waves, and not everyone reacts the same. She's had to deal with the shallow brick shelf a few times. That one was a nice, safe finish to get into some clean water.
Yeah, so this one broke a bit deeper on the reef. You can see her positioning. She was deeper on the takeoff. So it didn't run out into the channel out into the channel and essentially finish on the bricks. She was able to get to it first. The bricks is a bit more to the left on the screen, right? So I kind of spoke to it before, but every time a set rolls through this lineup, it doesn't always break in the same place. And today we've got a southwest swell. I heard Kaipo touch on it, but anytime you're going to see waves come through that have got more west in it, a little bit more south in it, and that dictates where they break on the reef as we look to Kika giving way.
Bella with priority will fade this one, representing California. She'll throw a little setup turn. Now Bella looks back to the pocket, staying pretty full on the face. A little bit more energy on that section. Well-timed turn for Bella, and a little chip on the inside section to ride away. Bella's opening ride in the non-priority heat. Her father, Jason Kenworthy's had some cover shots over the years in the major mags, has made a lot of great movies, and one called Leave a Message. It was a Nike surf team that he was in charge of. Went on some boat trips with a lot of the world's best, like Carissa Moore, Lakey Peterson, and the crew, and put together an amazing surf film. So Bella would just be a little kid, and all of a sudden it's Carissa Moore at her front door, and a close family friend. As we look at Bella's last wave here.
Yeah, so this is Bella's opening wave. You know, nice little wrap there, and just bringing it through to the inside. You can see this wall's pretty tapered, so it kind of forces her to go to a couple of cutbacks. She does get that one nice moment there where she's really able to put a board on rail, which I liked. But this one, you know, not offering that big, crazy converging bit of whitewash, but yeah, nice way to open up the account.
Scores coming through for Yolanda Hopkins. She didn't get the 7, but she did keep the theme of improving on every wave she's taken off on. This will be Kika Veselko in the heat with Bella Kenworthy. Nice arc for the surfer from Carcavelos. Throws another carve. Kika now identifying the lip to hit and ejects. There's that wild convergence. The thing was, she did get completion before she had to kick out. Well done for Veselko. Let's now catch up with Sally Fitzgibbons with Jesse Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Sal, first heat of the morning, you come down, it's absolutely pumping. Before we get into the heat, conditions-wise, it's big from the beach, but it's got to be even bigger when you're out there.
Well, especially when you paddle out in the dark and you're like, what's out here? Something like hunting you down, there's some energy out there. And I'm just, I have to kind of take that moment for something pretty special. Like, for me, there was a lot of pain, a lot of hurt trapped in this place the last 5 years. And even though my mind is like fresh and ready to go, it's so hard for your body to let go of that like intense like hurt and heartbreak. So just to come back here to get on the plane and paddle out, it's just, it's pretty huge, these things. Like internally, it's such a wrestle. And you don't want to leave a place feeling like it's just hurt and pain. And that's what I came in to celebrate, just the beauty of the place and trying to just glide in on a big set and just like put a smile on my face. And actually, like, it brings back so many memories, like ones with especially good mates like Courtney Conalog. Court, how's it going? She always made me laugh on days like this when, you know, the horizon goes dark and you got nowhere to go, and she'd always make light of it and, be with me getting washed onto the inside. So shout out to all the memories and just my team for getting me back here.
We get to rewrite the story though this year. There's a lot more lightness around the place. Let's talk about the first 5 years though. You almost podiumed. You got third place so many times here. Come on, Sal. What's it going to take to get you on that first or second?
Oh, for me, it's like at this stage of my career, it's actually getting away from the win. I'm not trying to challenge, the peak of my powers or winning. It's just like to come back and keep working on my surfing. And this generation surfing against the likes of Tia, it's such an honour. Like, these are future world champions, and like I'm here to learn and evolve my surfing. And the longer I can stay on tour, I can see like how good a surfer I can be.
We love it, Sal. We love you. Let's see it again in the next heat. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jesse. Great to hear from Sal always. Some of the best post-heat interview chats we ever get are from Sal, always from the heart. Always shows her dedication for the sport we all love. Quick little direction change. Off the top for Bella. Over the roof, weightless there, and smart way just to get off your surfboard. That wouldn't have been fun to try to ride out of. So Bella incomplete there, got a 3 before. 3.83 for Kika's start, so that one's still close. That's the non-priority heat. And still 2:10 to go. The heat with Brisa and Yolanda Hopkins. It's been all about Yolanda just getting better and better and better on every wave, and Brisa chasing an 8.14 now. Just to note, there's no reseeding anymore. That's why the brackets are fun to follow. You can really see matchups ahead of time. Sally getting that win. She's got a rematch now with Molly Picklum. She had the heat at Winky Pop. Now it'll be main break. Now down to 90 seconds on the clock. Love the shout for Courtney Conlog that Sally threw out there, Flick.
Yeah, I did too. Courtney, and she spoke to it, Courtney is not afraid, man. She actually stayed with me here when it was a qualifying series event. It was 2010, the year Chelsea Hedges won, and she got knocked relatively early, right? And then she came back the next couple of years and got the win. But the year she got knocked, we had a massive day, right? It was probably double the size of this, and there's a couple of outer reefs around the corner here, and I went out with her this day and I was blown away by just how hard she charges, and Sally referenced it, right? She is not afraid, and then she's got this infectious laugh, so anytime you're about to cop a big set on the head, you know, potentially like that, she's just laughing away and making light of the situation, so shout out to Court.
50 seconds to go. Last wave for Yolanda Hopkins, controlling the heat with priority and this big lead, big section, still attacking it. Can she right away? Hopkins, flawless today, making every turn she's gone for, improving on every wave she's had, and I think that theme will remain the same, finishing with her best to eliminate Brisa Hennessy.
One thing you can count on Yo-Yo for is she will always have a dig. Like, it doesn't matter how big the section is, doesn't matter how big or gnarly the barrel is. She's so keen to sort of put her body on the line, and we saw it just then.
Brisa on her last wave. This is in time. 7 seconds to go. Throwing down a top turn wrap. End section will be a float to finish. And Brisa will take this one in. It started off with Yolanda just winning the opening exchange by a point. We saw in the halfway mark a decent wave came through. Brisa lost priority trying to get it, and Yolanda just kept on pushing. Back to Brisa's last.
Yeah, Brisa here, she's chasing an 8, right? It's excellent. It's not going to be that number, but you know, you got to think to the strategy here, and Yolanda, you know, she could have won the heat on just even her first couple of waves in the non-priority heat. As we look to her last wave here, it's a nice big carve, but then you've got to give it to her for the commitment of this last section, just belting it when she had no business going there, no business doing it. But yeah, she's going to put her body on the line, and yeah, it's no surprises to me that she's going to just really give it to main break Margaret River here.
Wow, what a big part of the rookie class we're seeing come in from a stellar performance. Yolanda Hopkins bringing the good energy here at main break and attacking every wall. I am so interested if she will improve on that last wave from a 4 to a 5 to a 6 to a better 6. And it's at least going to be in the 6-point range. Great job, Yo-Yo.
Hit it again.
I was like, it's funny.
We can hear you up here.
I was glad you hit the section on the end. It was a little bit slow in that, on that last one. You could have maybe just shadowed the bottoms a bit, but it's pretty good. Yeah, I liked it. Perfect. Step to the plan. Good. Nice one. It's what you could do with the waves you had. So nice one.
Yolanda getting high fives.
There's another mic on the way.
Starting walking up the stairs. Last for Brisa Hennessy, a 5. Last for Yolanda Hopkins, still yet to lock in officially to see if she had that perfect building type heat from 4s to better 6s and just improving on every point at a shifty lineup at main break. Really impressive. Yolanda will be moving on to round 2 to take on world number 1, Gabrielle O'Brien, who's also a 2-time defending champ in the West. Expecting a fire hose off the tail of Gabby Bryant, obviously, but then the spiciness of this rookie, Yolanda Hopkins, who completed a perfect strike mission in that heat, improved on every single wave she caught. 6.3, then a 6.37. Hey, she did it for us, Flick.
It's what we call building a house.
That's right. Well done to Yolanda Hopkins. We'll hear from her in just a few minutes. We'll take a quick break. More action to come. Right after this, we'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. We are underway, day one of the event window. The waves are firing. Overlapping format unfolding. You're going to see a lot of action out there today in an event that always delivers big moments, that critical end section, and plenty of swell. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett. And Rich, this is going to be a lot of fun because we're seeing these newcomers to the championship tour thrown into the fire here on day one of the event.
Showing no respect at all. And we love it because that's what we want to see. We want to see the newcomers to the tour taking it to the more established veterans and really figuring out this lineup. West is best, we know that. The swell's turned up and we're setting up for such an amazing day of competition.
We sure are. Entering the lineup now, a couple more of those new names. They did get some reps here last season. Vahine Fierro and Nadia Aristabe. This should be a good clash. Two surfers that'll be out there. Most likely surfing on the backhand, but there has been some lefts out there. We heard Felicity Parmentier talking about the direction of the swell and how there will be some walls out there on the lefts at different stages throughout the day, but the focus, just like the last few years, has been these rights. And this is Francisca Vaselko from Portugal in her rookie year, drawing some nice lines off the bottom.
Oh, just really handling the wobble and that oncoming section. Just gets a little unstuck on that final manoeuvre there. And this is Bella Kentworthy just driving off the bottom, up high, nice turn off the top there, really committed. Brings this one all the way through. And you can see all this wobble and movement in the ocean. There is plenty going on out here. The rawness of this place. This is what you need to figure out. And just a really tricky lineup, Ron.
Yeah, there's sort of signs that Bella Kemworthy and Francisca Vaselko, that they're going to tap into the rhythm of Margaret's. They've already experienced it in different winds. Today it's quite clean and they're just trying to work things out. But Bella Kemworthy with a beautiful opening turn there. She committed to that ride, even though it kind of flattened out on the inside. She knew she was potentially on her way to a good score. She did turn in the 5, and that's got her sitting in front here at the moment.
Yeah, best wave of the exchange so far, and that just shows you these big committed turns on the outside are going to pay dividends. The judges love it, that committed approach, and lots of control on that first turn for Bella.
Most definitely. It was a welcome sight, the sun popping up. And this morning, and just shedding light on a really clean lineup, quite big, wind affected yesterday afternoon. We were watching the end of the warm-ups. The surfing was really impressive, but super challenging. A lot more organised out there this morning, and I think we're going to see big scores drop as some of the more experienced competitors start to enter the field. But plenty of time for these surfers. Priority is with the competitors in Heat 3 at the moment. Bella Kenworthy, Francisca Vaselko, they've got priority over the lineup, over the other two surfers out there. But within their own matchup, Vahine and Nadia will play the chess match, the priority game as well. We'll try and keep you well and truly informed. Vahine, she had some real moments on a short-lived run on last year's CT. She kind of fell in the back half of that qualification zone, so didn't battle through the back end of the season, but she's got an amazing backhand, has obviously had some huge results over there in Tahiti as well. But a really talented surfer.
Super comfortable in these type of open ocean conditions as well. No stranger to big waves. And I think that counts for something, Ronnie, in these situations. Just having that confidence, that comfort factor when the ocean is starting to step it up with a lot of energy. Vahine just feeling very, very comfortable. So overlapping heats here, and a great opportunity for the non-priority heat to really scrap around and find a score. Here goes kick up.
Again, just the way Kika is drawing off the bottom at the moment allows her to set up these big top turns. That's one of her better efforts so far in this heat. If she gets the finish, she's on her way to a keeper score here. And she does complete just before that bubbling inside section there over the reef. She makes her way through to the Water Patrol team. Now that's going to be a solid score, quite possibly the number of the heat so far.
Yeah, really committed. Good two turns. Combination there on that wave and completed. That's the most important thing. Getting that completion on that end section, which is just so tricky. We'll break it down over the next couple of days, but in particular today, we've got a lot of south in this swell, which is just creating this very, very direct angle when these waves come together. This real triangular effect to the wave as it comes through the inside. Live action with Bella now.
Yeah, more of a medium-sized right here for Bella Kenworthy, looking for a response, and she finds one. Turning hard on that final section, and after getting sideswiped by the vice that is the final opportunity to score big here at main break, she gets out in front of it, gets that turn done a little earlier. Still waiting on the numbers of Francisca Vaselko's last ride. But the feeling is it's going to change the situation, as we see now in Heat 4. Vahine getting things started. Strong backhand approach she possesses and does well to hang on for the finish there.
Yeah, great finish to that ride. Geez, that wave, that stood way out on the peak, stood up. And there was potentially a couple more points and a few more manoeuvres on that wave before Vahine even took off. But still, she got some good work done in that final finishing manoeuvre. So there's a replay here of Francisca as she just drives off the bottom here. Beautiful committed bottom turn, and that sets her up for that clean top turn. Comes through this little bumpy section, throws it up high under the closeout, rides out clean. This was Bella. So you can see her, she just does this little check turn here, stays with the power source, then winds it up. 2, 3, 4 stage bottom turn, but then just commits to that layback hack. Beautiful single turn. And then Vahine, one of the bigger waves of the morning so far, just on the backhand. So this wave just slopes out a little. She brings it all the way through to the inside. Now she commits to the bottom turn, top turn combo. And gets there. So a nice way to just open up her campaign in this heat. Making sure she gets to that finish. She'll build confidence now on the next wave.
All right, let's hear from the winner of that last heat. It was a huge victory for Yolanda Hopkins, getting the win over Brisa Hennessy. She's with Jessie.
Yo, I'm so honoured to be here. Your first heat win on the championship tour. Talk me through the emotions right now, because this is a big moment for you, 10 years in the making.
Yeah, man, it was tricky. It's been a long journey, but I find that journey just led me to this point, and I don't think there's anybody more stoked than me to make it to the tour and to the dream tour. It's been my dream since I started surfing. So being here and actually winning a heat is insane. I was really upset about Bells because like I love the wave and it really suited my surfing, but that heat with Sally was really tricky and I couldn't find any like good waves. She found like the only really good one right at the beginning of the heat, so it was really nice to come back and have some proper solid waves to show what I'm made of. And I love that little ledge. Like that's I think that's my spot, and I'm really super stoked that I went for this heat. I knew it was going to be tricky. Breezy is a very good competitor, but yeah, I just try to give my best.
You love that ledge a little bit too much. We're going to do a Bond University athlete health check. You have sliced your foot to buggeries. It is so cut open. We're actually going to get a shot of it, but talk me through what happened.
I just went for it and I kind of stacked it one of the sessions. It was yesterday, and yeah, it's just I tried to stand up after. It's just the wave took me, and yeah, I just ripped my foot. But in the water it's fine. I didn't care. When you're in the heat, you got the adrenaline going. Nothing hurts. Now I'm like starting to cool down. I can feel it, but I'll just patch it up and keep it ready for the next one.
And we'll let you do a little shout out back home in Portugal.
Obrigada a toda a gente que estava em casa. Finalmente estamos aqui no tour. A Kika está dentro d'água, eu espero que ela também dê-se bem nestas condições. O mar é forte, lembra-me bastante de Portugal, então estamos aqui em força e vamos tentar representar o melhor que podemos e para a frente. Beijinhos, tchau.
Thanks, Yo-Yo. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, she's been a great addition to the tour, just brings a lot of energy and a lot of, obviously, good vibes. The Olympian, now a championship tour competitor and breaking through for her first victory here.
Yeah, big win too over Brisa Hennessy. She's been a force out here over the last couple of years and on the tour for many years. You know, she's one of the stronger competitors in these bigger conditions as well. Obviously spending so much time in Fiji, very comfortable. So yeah, big win for Yolanda.
Yeah, Brisa, a sunset winner too, and you know, we often make those comparisons between main break and sunset ridge. What is that comparison?
Mate, it's just the open ocean raw energy that comes through in Western Australia here, and the size of the lineup. It's just so big, and each swell that you surf here is a little different in where the waves actually break. There's a couple of boils out there, and you see them come to life, and they indicate the takeoff zone or the area where you need to be. But you know, it's not a simple takeoff, say like Pipeline, where there is like a certain spot. There's maybe a 2 or a 3 meter radius where you can kind of stick to. Out here, it sort of moves from ledge to ledge as the swell gets bigger and bigger. And it's just a big open playing field. The way the ocean moves with a lot of energy and force, and you need to be able to match that force when you surf it.
Yeah, it just seems like sunset, so uninterrupted, it's not slowing down, and when those big swell lines come, it just seems like there's more water in them than other locations.
Yeah, steamroll. They can really just come in with so much. They're ground swells. They travel from a long distance away, and the further they come, the more power and energy in that swell. And this place just holds it beautifully. And the other comparison too, Ron, so far out. You are way out to sea.
And let's see now what Bella Kenworthy can do here, because she's found herself pushed back in the second spot. We had a 6.17 from Francisca Veselko earlier on. Bella's taken this one through to the inside. Big finish here. Going to be hard to ride out of that one. She gets knocked off. As on the outside, we see Nadia Aristabe drawing off the bottom into the pocket here. Got a nice flow going, but again, you need to get to that final section nice and early. Otherwise, you've got to deal with those two waves converging and slapping together. So no big number on the board yet for Nadia. That'll be her best ride. Keep her on pace with Vahine, who dropped the 4.67 in heat number 4. In heat 3, Francisca Veselko now with a big opportunity. Dropped the 6.17 not too long ago. Bella Kenworthy's got some work to do. And we'll see the replay of Bella's ride now.
So Bella, beautiful looking peak here, medium-sized wave. Gets a tidy wrap off the top to start off. Another two-stage cut back. Back to the whitewash, comes up to this closeout section and just hits the clamp. Goes down. Nadia Aristabe, beautiful turn off the bottom, off the top. Nice and stable here, Ron, on the backhand. Gets up nice and high, The tight snap, and just here through the inside, just so much power as that wave comes at you from a different direction.
I know they're in different heats, but Bella Kenworthy and Nadia Aristabe through that first half of the 2025 Championship Tour last year, you know, they weren't 100%. Nadia had a lower back injury that she carried into the opening stages of the year and was the call-up, a late call-up as a replacement surfer last season. She's back to her best. Bella Kenworthy struggled with a knee injury right through the opening half of last year, but did collect enough results to re-qualify via the Championship Tour. And just chatting with her, she's back to 100% as well. So, you know, expecting the performance levels to lift for these two competitors in 2026. But this is fun, just diving straight into it, Rich. I mean, we didn't even really get the opportunity to wrap out too much about who we think are the favourites on the women's side this morning. It was just straight into competition. But we know we've established who the form surfers are, the top seeds from last season, some that made a big leap up the ratings and up that seeding list. They're already waiting to see who they're going to match up against in round 2. And we're, of course, talking about the Bells champion, Gabriella Bryan, who's looking to go 3 in a row here at Margaret's. She's also had a runner-up finish at this venue. She is going to be so hard to stop at the moment with the momentum she's carrying from Bells.
Talks to the power of Gabriella Bryan that she possesses. And again, I talk about matching the power of this wave. This open-face right-hander just suits her style so perfectly. And she has got this place on lock. Last 2 events, she's won them both. Of course, there's others in the mix too. Isabella Nichols has had incredible results here a couple of years ago, got the win. Carissa Moore, top of my list as well.
Carissa Moore is coming up in heat 6 of this opening round. Of course, coming back from a break, she has obviously dropped down that seed list order, and yeah, she's going to have a tough heat. Alyssa Spencer's been on a magic run since she came to Australia and competed in that final Challenger Series event. But the matchups are starting to take shape, and you can go have a look at the bracket on worldsurfleague.com, but Gabriella Bryan will be surfing against Yolanda Hopkins in the first heat of that second round. Those matchups are going to be taking shape as we roll through the back half of this first round. And this heat has just come to an end, Rich, and Francisca Veselko, she did really well. I mean, she was in danger there. She was counting a high range 3 as her best number for a long time, but turned in the best score of the heat, a 6-point ride to survive another opening round. She's proving to be a very confident rookie.
Yeah, that was actually super close when you look at the heat tallies, only 0.5 of a point in it. So Bella was right there. And yeah, Francisca just unlucky not to get a strong backup, but she did look good. She's got a lot to take from this heat.
Well, Bella Kenworthy will look to rebound on the Gold Coast. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Francisca Veselko through to the second round. Welcome back to the show. We are zoning in on the second stop on the WSL Championship Tour, and it brings us to the southwest, the deep south, Rich, where you get all that gnarly energy from the Roaring 40s, just powering into main break Margaret River.
Yeah, mate, these swell systems sort of, they track under South Africa, hit the Roaring 40s, and then just basically focus in on the break here at Margaret River, southwest of Western Australia. And main break, it's set up to receive a huge swell window. And swells can come from different directions, but mainly it's out of the southwest. South-southwest, and we love everything coming out of the east in terms of the wind to give it that nice offshore, which we're seeing this morning. But you can see here, there's this big, long trench that runs parallel to the coast here, and it's gradual slopes, comes out of deep water, but it's not a sudden trench as it hits. So these swells build momentum and they get enough energy that they can travel right to the coast with a lot of power here. And you can see here as the swell lines come in, they just direct straight onto the Margaret River main break. Plenty of spots around the area too. The south side of Margaret's, we've obviously got the box around the bay. And mate, this whole coastline is just littered with quality surf. You've got to do a bit of trekking to get down there. Lots of, you know, you basically need a four-wheel drive to access most of the breaks along here. But you are rewarded when you get there.
A couple more goofy footers joining the lineup now. We're seeing a replay of Nadia Aristabe, this one during the break. She's surfing against Vaine Fierro in that fourth heat of this opening round. And Nadia plants a nice finishing turn there, and just look at how committed she is to getting back out in front of that white water, understanding that points can be left on the in the lineup, really, if you don't execute that finishing turn. I think that's what cost Bella Kenworthy that last heat. She had a couple of big attempts at huge finishes, just couldn't stay on her feet. So Nadia really paying close attention to the finish there. Just nabbing herself the lead here in heat 4. Not a super dominant lead, but at this point she'd take it. Out there now in heat number 5, we've got Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, California, up against Anat Lelior, who really impressed us in her first championship tour event down at Bells. Dropped an excellent score in her very first heat, and she's got plenty of power. So this will be a good test for Sawyer, who's looking to rebound after a pretty poor result down there at Bells.
Yeah, always difficult when you don't get a result in the first event. This is Anat Lelior.
And a 1.5 on her first wave, and has a nice rhythm here at the moment, and just smashes that final section. Almost went down on the hillside rail riding out of that turn, but hung on for the finish.
Just love how aggressive she attacks the waves. You know, that's what really surprised me in the opening event at Bells, was just her willingness to commit to these, you know, these intense high-pressure turns. She really just attacks the lip, which is great to see. The points will be rewarded.
Really,
big set coming through here.
A monster set rolling in on the outside here. And Vahine's going to swoop. Had an impressive performance in the contest last year. Wants to go again. And there's a solid blast, and does well to hang on for the finish. Pumps the fist, knowing that that is exactly what the judges are looking for. And Sawyer Lindblad on the outside. She's going to try and stay on pace here with Anata, and she's got a really challenging section to try and ride out of here. And I'm sure you could call that complete, but she did stay with it for a long time.
Yeah, she sure did. You could just see how much bump was on the face of that wave. She was basically just trying to hold her line, keep the fins engaged as she was just surfing through rivets on the wave face. She needs to be a little bit careful here just on the inside reef. She's off to the side there, so she'll make her way to the Red Bull jet ski. And the typical pathway, the skis take these surfers all the way around through the inside of the break and then drop them off on the left. But it's, you know, for as powerful and as gnarly as it is, and you can really get washed around, it's quite a safe paddle out, even on the right-hander. You can sort of make your way around similar to Sunset with a big channel, paddle all the way out without getting your hair wet. But once you're in that impact zone, geez, it has a punch to it.
Well, it's an event with plenty of history, and as a result, just like Bells, it's got an exceptional honour roll. There's been some magic performances on the women's side over the years. Here's that committed,
geez, did that well.
Just a attacking approach of Lelior from that last ride. Still waiting on the scores to drop for that.
So Vahine drops in. Big peak, gets a swoop off the top. Patiently waits for this oncoming section, gets there early. Now she needs to hit the gas to try and get out in front of the whitewash. She does and celebrates.
Celebrating a 6-point ride. The Tahitian, she is now in front of Nadia Aristabe, who is chasing a 6.84 to get herself ahead. In heat number 5, we've got some scores in. Nat Lelior, she dropped the 5.33 for that tricky end section that she clobbered on her last ride. And we've got a score on the way for Sawyer Lindblad as well. Sawyer, a bit of a change up for her in her coaching work with Jake Patterson last year, working with Glenn Hall, micro this year. I think a lot of the competitors, Rich, just dipping into a different point of view, finding a new perspective, just looking to freshen things up, heading into what is going to be a really challenging year. When you look at the cast on both the men's and women's side, we've got so many worthy competitors all fighting through almost the full schedule toward a world title campaign and toward requalification. Oh, here we go. Big set standing up here. And Anat is happy to take it. Lelior here in heat number 5. Draws off the bottom, not a lot of wall there to bank off. So she's going to head back out. Checks out Apple Watch and sees that she's in control of this heat at the moment. But it is pretty early days for the competitors in heat 5. Things are getting a little tighter for those in heat number 4. And Vahine with a massive advantage, the 2 highest scoring rides of this clash so far. Saw all our competitors down there at the Welcome to Country yesterday at the mouth of Margaret River here on Wadundy Budja. What an awesome ceremony it was too.
Yeah,
just beautiful.
One of the best, and we've been to a few of them here. You can't help but feel the energy of the land and of the people, and just so welcoming, and we appreciate them welcoming us to their land and allowing us to play and perform at one of the best stages in the world. And we love it here, and just our time, and really. So we look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo here of Vahine Fierro, and she is just attacking the lip here. Beautiful technique as she keeps that toe side rail engaged, top high. The top part of the wave here, drops down, re-engages, and now she just hits the gas. Eyes closed, literally blind at the moment. Until she gets to this moment here, she knows she's out front and celebrates.
That was the attention to detail on riding out of that move. Unbelievable stuff. Kaipo's out there lapping up the sunshine.
Yeah, I am. Kaya, Ron. That means
yes.
Hello in Wadandi, since we're in the Buja and we're enjoying it out here. Still a couple cleanup sets for the surfers. And just a reminder, I kind of want to remind everyone, this is the women's round right now. After we're going to go into the men's round, you still can move around your fantasy team for the men. You got until that round starts. So take a look at your surfers, digest it, analyze it, put it together, and lock them in. Men's round coming after this opening women's round. And congratulations to Rise, who's #1 in the league, in all the leagues.
Wow.
Got Vahine right here.
He's on fire, that's for sure. Kipes. As we go to Vahine now, and we see her just starting to build. She had a 6 on her last ride, trying to get better than a 4.67 to tighten the screws on Nadia Aristabe here, who's still hanging on to a couple of mid-range threes, not out of it just yet. But is Vahine going to improve on a heat score total here, Rich?
She sure will.
Sawyer Lindblad finds a nice clean wall on the outside, driving up into the section. And she is going to get out in front of this one and turn in her best number.
Yeah, that was a good exchange from Vahine and Sawyer Lindblad in separate heats, but geez, Vahine, she's going to go way out in front now. That was one of the tidiest 2-turn combinations we've seen so far this morning. Just committed rail turn. And she got to her finish. Let's have a look at the replay here. So Vahine, late takeoff. Clean bottom turn, gets up high, extends it with a little more speed off the top. again, gets settled. Beautiful carving turn on the second and avoids that the oncoming section to complete that beautiful ride here. Sawyer Lindblad as well. She looks like she's stepped things up on this one. Great transition from that first to second turn. Gets there early enough to ride out, so she'll be feeling good about that one. This will be her first decent number.
Yeah, likely a lot of shift ups in equipment too in this morning, just with, you know, not a whole lot of, well, a big drop in the swell, we should say, but a lot more wind out there yesterday. You can imagine that people have dropped an inch or two maybe in their equipment, and it looks like Sawyer and Vahine are starting to really find their place out there at the moment. Speaking of finding their place in the lineup, what about Francisca Paselko getting the jump on Bella Kenworthy in that last one with Jessie Starling?
Kika's freaking out about the sets that are rolling through right now. She just copped a couple of those right on the head. What does it feel like? Take us through it.
Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday was a pretty good warm-up for this. And I'm not going to lie, yesterday I was a bit nervous, having surfed like bigger waves and powerful waves in a while, and you know, I've never been here before, so you know, going into a new place and being like bigger size, and I've noticed there's a lot of water moving out there, I was a little bit like excited and nervous at the same time. So yeah, but then out there isn't as bad as it looks. Of course, if you get caught on the inside, you'll just have to take a deep breath and go under there and just relax. But yeah, I got a couple of those on the head in the last minutes of the heat, and that was a dangerous situation to be on because I had first priority, and then I got caught on the inside, and Bella could have caught a wave if something came behind. But yeah, everything worked out, and I'm stoked to make it through.
And Kika, we were just talking, you know, this wave, it's tricky. It is, and it makes our rookies somewhat feel like rookies because there's so many guys with experience here. You're coming up against Caroline Marks, but you're kind of using that rookie energy to your advantage here at Marks.
Yeah, it's amazing to be on tour, you know, and to get to surf against all these amazing surfers. I'm not sure if I've ever even competed with Caroline before. All I know is that I've been watching her for years. And yeah, when I was a Grom, she was winning all these lowers events, and she qualified, so early. Got excited. So early on tour, and it's just amazing to be here. I'm just enjoying every second, you know, and getting to know new places. West Isle's absolutely beautiful, and if there's a couple of lay days in the next days, I'm for sure gonna go explore. And there's beautiful scenes. Just, you know, yesterday going to the grocery store, just saw like all these kangaroos. It's just wildlife. It's amazing. It's super raw. There's no pollution, like, you know, not many cars and stuff going on. It's just mostly green and water, and it's just amazing. I'm taking that good energy, and I love being surrounded by nature, so this place is for sure a special one.
And now, Kika, I know you would have a very nervous mum and brother back at home, so feel free to say anything back in Portuguese.
Obrigada a todos os portugueses e à minha família que estão a apoiar. Sei que aí em Portugal agora já é bastante tarde, madrugada, mas estou muito feliz. As condições estavam muito bonitas, mas o mar estava muito difícil, com muita força, muita água, mas o que interessa é passar, e estamos na próxima ronda. Bora com tudo.
Thanks, Kika. Well done. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, well done, Kika. And man, she's so confident, Rich. She's just come on and she just looks dialed in. You know, Jessie sort of brought it up. It's a difficult venue to come and just figure this lineup out, especially when there's a whole lot of swell. You know, usually competitors, I think, enjoy getting the opportunity on some smaller days just to get a feel for the reef, but you know, they've just been getting a feel for the power of the place, wearing a lot of big sets on the head. And you've got to give props to the Groms that were out there for Rising Tides yesterday. There was 8-year-olds in the lineup. There was, you know, quadruple waves overhead, and our competitors are still feeling that power out there at the moment. Look at this one about to unload. This was during the interview, and this one catches a nut. Looks like Vahine there on the inside as well. Cutting back to live action now. Nadia Aristave is running out of time. 3.5 minutes to go. Chasing a 7.34. Needs to chip away at the requirement right now.
She sure does. Time running out, and I really do appreciate just how well and how smoothly she comes off that bottom turn. She's surfing well. I just feel like perhaps wave choice is letting her down a little bit, positioning in the lineup. But let's see what happened out the back here. As we look at the Western Australia replay here, gets nice and high on that first hook. Again, comes off the bottom, nice and stable, driving with heaps of speed. So a second turn and a third through the inside. So that will be her best ride, no doubt. Needing that 7.34. Not sure if it'll get to that level, but that's definitely good signs for her. She's only got a couple of minutes to go though.
Vahine now looking to really put the squeeze on. She pushes, knowing that she needs a decent number to improve on her heat score total. That's not going to do it, but she's still holding on to a pretty impressive lead here at the moment as a nut just throws that board vertically, gets slapped back down, feels the power of main brake.
Wow, she really squares up off the bottom, doesn't she, in that? She just really drives hard, gets a really tight angle off her bottom turn, and that just slingshots her right up into the lip. Little mistimed on that last one. But she is, you know, she's really giving it everything off these off the bottom turns.
That commitment will eventually serve you well at the championship tour level. And you know, it doesn't get any easier from this point. You want to keep rolling through these heats. You're going to have to beat multiple event winners, multiple world champs even. So I don't mind a rookie coming in and throwing it up into the lip as hard as they possibly can.
Yeah, no, we love that approach. That's what you're going to have to do to succeed on this tour.
Minute and a half to go for Nadia Eristabe. Still has a number on the way.
There have been plenty of sets coming through this morning, Ron. No real big lulls in the energy. And that's giving us the ability of running these overlapping heats. Opportunity here.
And there's lots of opportunity. We love going to overlapping heats. You see so much surfing. And we're seeing Sawyer Lindblad now, who's got herself back in this heat, a 5.17 on her last ride. Clean combination there, plenty of spray, and just charges out in front of that white water. It's like surfing your way down rapids. So Sawyer now, she's looking to extend her lead over Anat, who failed to really convert on her last ride. Look how shallow it is here on the inside. Then you've got these big stacks of white water coming your way. These competitors deal with a lot at main brake. The good news is when you get a day off, you can decompress with a bucket of red wine.
Love how late that drop was, but Sawyer Lindblad gets straight on the hillside rail, gets into the bottom turn, and a couple of very ferocious top turns. Gets to that finishing, the safety of the finish.
I wonder if Sawyer might, you know, the board is doing what it needs to when she finds a clean wall, but at times on an opening ride, even on that one, it's looked really kind of alive, almost a little too twitchy. She might opt for a bit more foam, but we've just seen the completion of heat number 4, Vahine. She did the work in the back half of the heat bridge, got herself a 6 and a 5.17. And Nadia Eristabe, you know, to her credit, fought her way back with a 5.93, but was left wanting in the final stages. We'll take a quick break here. We'll introduce another big heat right after this Bonsoy Brew break.
Margaret River has so much to offer. I mean, first of all, the amount of wave that it has. Then we checked out this really cool surf museum. Aravina welcomed us so amazingly.
It's actually my first time coming to a winery, so finally experiencing some other parts of WA. You know, we come to the winery, eat good food, drink good wine. You go mountain bike riding, you can go see the whales. It's great to be back in West Oz, and I advise everyone to come here and come check it out.
We are walking on a dream over here in WA. We love our time in the West. We heard Francisca Paselko just talking about the beauty of this place, and someone who's experienced it almost more than anyone else in the draw is Carissa Moore. She's had a win here, and she is up against a tough opponent in Alyssa Spencer. It's a new and improved Alyssa Spencer this year. She'd had a run on the championship tour before, but this year just looks like way more just dialed in, Rich. She looks more confident. She's coming off the back of a best championship tour result down there at Bells Beach. And Carissa's actually, despite the fact she's shown amazing form, is looking for a rebounding result here.
Yeah, things didn't go entirely to plan down at Bells Beach, but that was not through any lack of form. Carissa looked amazing down there. She just got outsurfed, unfortunately, in her heat against Isabella Nichols. Here we go. Okay, so it looks like that was Anat Lelior who has priority at this point. So Alyssa Spencer having to give way as Anat just weaves down the line here, gets to that finishing turn, loses her fins. She was driving off the bottom. And this was Alyssa, big wave out the back.
And the reason I said is because Alyssa wants to get away from obviously the apex of the peak where all that energy is, and she was sort of driving towards a nut, and that's a dangerous game to play. And we did see the interference with Sammy Pupo and Jack Robinson down there at Winky. And you just hate for there to be a tangle up in the early stages of a heat for Alyssa Spencer. This is a huge clash on paper. It's already challenging enough. You don't want an interference, so she did well to drive away from a nut and just make sure there was, you know, no doubt that she didn't interfere.
I did like her commitment to the positioning and where she took off on that wave. I have noticed in the last few heats, the women just maybe being a little left of the peak, and Alyssa was right on it there. And we know that traditionally, if you can take off almost on the other side of that right-hand peak and come around, you'll get in that first turn nice and early and potentially open up to an extra turn on the wave.
Definitely. A bit of a drop in the swell overnight, Kipes, but still plenty of energy out there.
Lots of energy right now. So much happened just then. You guys were digesting it. I mean, Anat in the priority heat had full right to kind of take off on Alyssa, but that put Alyssa in a really bad position right there. And she got pretty much smoked. And then Carissa Moore paddled for 2 waves. The offshore winds didn't allow Carissa to get those 2 waves. Behind that, surprise, another big set, and just took out Carissa as well. So the cat and mouse game continues, and you know, and the priority play also to be aware of.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, that's big. I think everyone's taken some hits out there today, Rich. It is one of those locations where you're paying attention where those boils are, but there will be bigger sets that stand up on the outside, and Carissa paddled for a couple, didn't get into them. It's a bit of a cat and mouse game with those big sets that you're playing, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, the good ones are those sort of medium to medium large ones that break just on that inside, and then the bigger ones, you've just got to be prepared to cop them on the head. You can see Carissa there just turning around and just going, oh my gosh, I'm just going to have to deal with a 15-foot wall of whitewash.
Yeah, that's a full blackout. And yeah, Carissa wore that one on the head, but she's, like I said, had plenty of reps out at this venue, and taking those big bombs on the melon is just all part of the game here at Main Break. So she'll be fine. Carissa often leans into the local expertise of Andrew Sheridan, great surfer. Most of his highlight performances came across the bay at the box. That was when the event was really in that qualifying series period. Rich, you were over here competing at that time. Shiro was sort of chasing the slabs, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, just dominating, but wealth of knowledge here in the West. Just intimate information delivered to the likes of Carissa Moore and others that he partners with here.
So again, we've got the overlapping dual heat format unfolding, and we've got Alyssa Spencer And Carissa Moore out there in Heat 6 now. Heat 5 has ultimate priority. That's why we saw Anat Leilior take a ride from Alyssa Spencer just moments ago. And Anat is chasing a score. She needs a 6.35 because Sawyer Lindblad has built beautifully in this heat. She really did look like she was sort of just finding her feet out there on her first ride, but has built on her next two, 5.17, 6.5. And yeah, really putting some pressure on the rookie.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I love her speed, the backhand approach here on the right-handers, nice and fast in attack mode.
I was on the Gold Coast in the lead up to the championship tour, getting underway. Glenn Hall was up there working with Sawyer, getting dialed in. Really, you know, asking for feedback and information, and you know, Micro's so impressed that she could just go out there and almost just evolve her performance after a quick conversation.
Wow.
She's a bit of got that sponge sort of mentality. She can take on a lot of info and pivots quickly. Yeah, yeah, real strong all-rounder. Good forehand. I think her backhand's her ultimate weapon.
For sure it is.
She's
Absolutely.
done really well in some of the thicker conditions that we've had in Tahiti and also up high.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, obviously part of that strong Southern California movement around the San Clemente area, so tapping into all the energy of the Colapintos and such a hotbed of talent. But when you get a surfer who's almost malleable in that way and can take on information and is willing to adapt and adjust, that's when those beautiful partnerships flourish.
Yeah, I think her brother's starting to. I've always rated Taj's surfing.
Taj is mental, man.
And
So
he just had a win on the QS. And the entire fam would be tuned in and watching this unfold. So a big shout out to the Lindblads tuning in, and a big welcome to everyone joining us on the broadcast. Day one of the event window. And just as it always does, Margaret River delivers the swell. You know, and for a long period of time, Rich, it was kind of considered a bit more of a big wave kind of venue. And then John Florence went out there and just sort of changed the way that I think competitors look at this. Shorter board,
absolutely,
and high performance surfing like we've never seen at this venue, and maybe never seen in waves that size at any stop on the CT. And since then,
absolutely,
everyone's been reaching for that benchmark, and we've been treated to some magic performances here. And we just saw a solid one from Vahine. We've got to jump over Nadia Aristabe. Let's hear from her now with Jessie Starling.
Vahine, we were just talking, it's so beautiful as we look from the stairs here, but once you're out there, it is actually really tricky, especially on your backhand out there, but surfing so gracefully and strong as always. Run me through that heat, because it was a really good battle between you and Nadia.
Yes, Nadia is a really, really strong competitor. I know she can put like 2 turns and get 8s, and I was like, okay, I need to like try my best and like surf my best. It's so mesmerizing from the outside, and then once you get in, it's like outside, inside, in the middle, sets on the head, like it's so much movement. And but I got a really good rhythm from the start, and I like avoided the big sets by being on the jet ski, on like catching the waves before the sets, and then being on the ski, watching the sets roll through. I was like recovering on the ski, so yeah, I felt like I had a good rhythm and a couple falls, but it was fun. Yeah.
Vahine, we know you love the big surf as well. Obviously the forecast this week, it's looking big. Is that something that you're looking forward to, you know, challenging yourself as the swell rises?
To be honest, like I like big surf when it's perfect, not when you get like sets on the head and you have to like manage so much ocean, and it's really hard. It's a big playground. I love the Ahupo because it's like 1 or 2 peaks. You can escape the sets really easily, but when it's like this, it's very challenging for me. But I love it because it can only make me better like on waves that I'm like super comfortable on. So yeah, it's challenging. It's like choosing the right boards, like being, you know, feeling strong and feeling good mentally, but it's a good challenge.
You look amazing, Vahine. We can't wait to see you do it again. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Thought Jessie summed it up beautifully. Graceful performance once again from Vahine, as we see Sawyer Lindblad drawing so hard off the bottom, catching a bit of a rail, but looking to clean it up on the inside here, trying to improve on a 5.17, gets low and commits, willing to dry dock the equipment just to get the score she needs. She is after a big result. After a bit of a hiccup down there at Bells, you'd have to call it, as Anat Lelior draws off the bottom. Nice carve to get started. She's after a pretty decent score. Might be chasing more than a 6.35 when Sawyer's last wave drops in. But she does pretty well to get to that final move, but so hard if you are meeting the oncoming section and you're not far enough away from the energy that you've ridden to get to that point. When it comes together, it's just so hard to outrun.
Yeah, and it looks like Anat is, she may have just been winded here. It looks like she's just grasping at a net, so she may have hit her head. She may have come unstuck here. We'll keep eyes on this. The skis will be right on her to make sure she's okay.
Yeah, they'll definitely be looking after her as we go out the back now. We see Carissa on her first ride. It's incredible. Five-time world champion making her championship tour return. And her return to a location where she's enjoyed great success. It's a positive one so far. And she's going to win this opening exchange with Alyssa Spencer, who's up on her second ride, and the wave doesn't provide a finish. You can see it was going dry there on the inside, so she opts to paddle back out through that right-hand channel that Rich, you identified as a pretty safe path back to the peak.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see the skis just sitting down there on the left-hand side of the right-hander, so a clear pathway out.
Well, we had it looked like an unfortunate situation there. It felt like a nut may have come into contact with the reef, certainly grabbing at the back of her head, but it looks as though she may have instructed the jet ski driver to take her back out. So she is showing extreme resilience here.
Yeah, just shaking it off, and sometimes it can, you know, it is definitely a shock when you come in contact with the reef. Let's have a look at Sawyer Lindblad's wave here, mate. She is right on the edge of every single turn here, off the bottom, off the top. The board chattering a little under her feet, but she's staying in control. And the secret here, Ronnie, at this final moment, the surfers almost have to do a left-hand turn to outrun the whitewash coming at them. And attack mode here for Anat. She comes high off the top. Again, deep bottom turn, big swooping backhand turn. And here she goes off the top again and just gets a little caught up with this oncoming section. It just gets rolled.
You don't drop there and get spat out the back of that wave. That white water grabs you and it rolls across a very shallow rock shelf. And that quickly went to her head, but she was up quick. And I know that our water patrol team would have checked in, gone through obviously some concussion protocols there. As we see Carissa finishing off her opening ride. Still got the look, when you see the surfers trying to commit to those bottom turns, still got the look of maybe a lineup that was jumbled by onshore winds yesterday. Rich kind of has that clean. The sheets have been pulled tight, but there's still some residual bump on the face.
Yeah, absolutely. There were 2 to 3 foot rivets coming across the wave at the completion of yesterday. It was so strong, that wind.
Really tight, and heat number 5 with 4.5 minutes to go, not a whole lot in it. Anat has chipped away at the requirement. Sawyer Lindblad still hanging on to the lead. And the surfer from Israel, after a 6.44 to get herself up into the #1 position, she's fine. She's heading back to the takeoff zone. What's working against her is going to be priority in these final 4 minutes. Carissa's still waiting for her first score to drop. Let's check in with Vaughan Blakey down on the stairs.
Thanks, Ronnie. Here with Andrew Sheridan, who's working with Vahine and Carissa Moore in this event. Mate, first of all, surf's cooking. How stoked they are, and how do you identify good waves out there with these rogue sets coming through every 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, no, I'm stoked for the crew. They've got some good waves, and yeah, there's a few big sets out there, and it's a big playing field. So yeah, a little bit tricky to try and identify the good ones, but yeah, there's definitely some good waves out there, mate, for sure.
We were speaking about Vahine's heat first of all. What did you like about that performance?
I just like the way she positions herself. Like she identified where the good waves were breaking and put herself in that area, and yeah, she ended up getting a couple of pretty good waves.
That's awesome, mate. And Carissa obviously needs no introduction to this break. She's won multiple times here. What's the sort of advice and the conversation sound like between you guys?
Yeah, so I've been with Carissa since 2013, so yeah, she's won it 3 times. So yeah, we're just going over stuff that we've talked about in the past, and yeah, a lot of training in the last few days, and she's actually looking really good too.
And just about sort of refamiliarising herself with this break?
Yeah, mate, exactly. Yeah, just refamiliarising, and just, yeah, like, obviously she's in a different space now with a little baby and having a few years off. So yeah, just get her back on the train and ready to roll.
Yeah, well, she got back on the train, copping that rogue set on the head, and just finally, mate, I know you've got one eye on the liner, but you must have another eye on the other side there.
Yeah, actually, just the right-hand side, there's a couple of barrels going down, mate. Yeah, for sure.
You're a fiend for that stuff. Good on you, mate. Congrats.
No worries. Thank you, Vonnie.
Thank you, Vaughn. Carissa's first score just dropping in, 6.17.
She did that fairly easy too, mate. Like, she's got so much more to give. 3-time winner out here, multiple world champion, and just the strength of that finishing turn. The rail cutting deep. Carissa just possessing so much power. And today, mate, it's really about you and your relationship with this wave and figuring it out. I don't think you really need to think about your opponent too much. Carissa on this opening ride, big swooping turn, getting back to the power source. Another big open face carve. Now she comes through to the inside and she does a technique up the top there really well, almost a 2-stage snap just to get the timing on point.
Yeah, in a lineup, Rich, that is well beyond, you know, dry land. Those final turns that move the water stand out to the panel.
Definitely equipment important, and agree with you that most of the surfers, they'd be going for certainly a step-up board, at least 2 or 3 inches on what they would normally ride in a 3 to 4 foot beach break. And I don't think it's a bad call. These bigger boards, they just cut a deeper line, a little bit more stable on these big open faces.
Well, less than a minute remaining here for Anat Lelior, and she is after a 6.44. Sawyer Lindblad chasing her around the lineup. Sawyer's got the priority. And she's not going to give her much space here. Look to control the last 35 seconds here, Rich.
Yeah, she'll just stick to her with priority. Sawyer Lindblad, she's surfed a very smart heat. She's built all the way through. Great performance from her. 20 seconds to go. It looks like she'll close this one out.
So much to look forward to as we move through this opening round for the women. Some big heats hitting the lineup. What about this next one? Erin Brooks up against Stephanie Gilmore. That is going to be huge. You don't want to miss it. Sawyer Lindblad gets the jump on Anat Lelior here and is moving on through to the second round. Still got 20 minutes to enjoy watching Carissa Moore and Alyssa Spencer fight it out. There is going to be a whole lot of world titles out there in the lineup. Don't go anywhere. We're going to bring in Joe Tappel, Jesse Starling after this.
The GWM Aussie treble, the best in Australia.
The double favourite.
Western Australia, Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia.
300 is there.
Hi everybody, still watching opening day of competition. It will be a huge day, and it already has been. Overlapping format here for round one for the women, and there's a lot of shredders in the booth with me at the moment. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, Jesse Starling. Jesse, welcome to the booth. You've been running around the yard today, talking to some heat winners. What's the energy like down there on the bluff right now?
There's a lot of energy. You know, it's that day one angst. Everyone's just got high hopes. It's pumping marks as well. So we're just watching these huge sets roll through. Not only are you getting good waves, but you're also getting sets on the head out there. It's a guaranteed for every one of our athletes. But yeah, I would say the word would probably be angst. I know it's high energy, honestly. The vibrations are high.
100%. And then to have a day where it's, you know, eliminations right out of the get-go this year, all season long in the one-on-one heats, and Flick's local break is providing. And we set the stage for heat number 7. Erin Brooks, Rookie of the Year last year, will get her second shot at Steph Gilmore. Stephanie Gilmore, the greatest of all time. 33 CT wins, 8 world titles, and returning to the tour this year. As we lock in now, Alyssa Spencer in the priority heat with Carissa Moore. Amazing backhand attack we saw get real hot at Winky Pump. Now applying it on her backhand at main break, and gets to that finishing section nice and early to carve all the way to safety. It is absolutely pumping. Surfline telling us it's peaking this morning. We're seeing some bombs out there at the moment, and it always makes Flick feel good. When your local break provides for everyone who traveled around the world, you know, how happy are you to see conditions like this?
Oh, I'm so happy. I mean, West is best, and we're going to hear that phrase a lot throughout the week. But yeah, I mean, Renato touched on it this morning, Jesse, when you were doing the call with him. It's just, we had such a challenging forecast at, you know, in Victoria down at Bells, and it's nice to be here on the opening day with some serious juice and some good waves going down.
Running after this section is Steph Gilmore. Timeless in her approach as far as style and finesse is concerned. As she gets to this wall, nice little speed jam. Timing was brilliant for Steph Gilmore. And she will line up the Red Bull ski to get back to business in the heat with Erin Brooks. Erin was born during the rookie season for Steph Gilmore, when Steph took her first world title back in 2007. Still the only rookie to do so. Erin, you know, had a lot of people calling that maybe she would do the same thing last year. Get caught up with the replay of Carissa Moore in the priority heat. Flick.
Oh, it's just classic, right? Just really trademark Carissa here on the rights at main break. I think we've been, you know, so accustomed to seeing it here over the years. Obviously, she's taken a couple of years, you know, a year off, brought a beautiful daughter into the world, and now she's back. But yeah, she, you know what, I think there's a real maturity to her surfing. She just holds the rails so well. And then behind her, you know, Alyssa on this, you know, pretty solid wave for today, but really difficult to surf on your backhand. This wave had such a taper to it, so it really has forced her out onto the sort of shoulder, and she's been drawn to do these sort of more cutback style maneuvers. And I think it's just kind of a good contrast of what, you know, kind of different waves that are on offer out here this morning.
Also on this one, Steph Gilmore, Jesse.
Yeah, I feel like there's a real point of difference with our goats out here. Obviously Carissa and Steph in opposing heats, but you notice that they don't go to the very bottom of the wave, and that's giving them a lot more speed to get up to those end sections early. I know that wasn't one of those really traditional jams that we see from Steph Gilmore, but that end section, it's scary. It's really daunting as well. There's a slab of reef staring at you and waiting for you to come towards it. But if you get there early enough, you're going to hit it with water, and you're going to get a better score on the board with a completed ride.
What a great moment for pro surfing. 2 goats in the water, different heats. It's a lot of world titles. 5-time world champ Carissa Moore tracking down the line. Just hugging the pocket with those wrapping turns. Had to wear a pretty big wave on the head earlier in this matchup against Alyssa Spencer, so there's been a lot in it. Carissa 6.17 and a 5.5. Steph Gilmore opens with a 5.67 start. As the energy continues to pulse out there, always big thanks to Surfline, the official forecaster of the World Surf League Championship Tour. giving us the breakdown through all the tough calls at Bells, and the same situation here over at Main Break. As we say a big good morning to our good friend, lead forecaster at Surfline, Kevin Wallace. Thanks for joining us, Kevin.
Yeah, great to be here. Good to see waves, of course, too, after what was a bit of a grind over in Bells.
100%. You gave us a good read loud and clear that today is so far looking like the best day of our entire waiting period. Break down how you called it and what you're seeing today.
Yeah, you know, this swell was just a product of a strong, fast-moving storm over the last couple of days that kicked out a bunch of swells. Actually kind of like a reinforcing pulse. You know, it was pretty good size yesterday morning, a little bit more jumbled. Today is definitely more groomed, organized, like true offshore conditions that have kicked in. So we've got great start today, should be peaking through the morning, settling a little bit this afternoon. You know, just take full advantage of it. I'm glad to see it's overlapping heats because, like as you've mentioned, I think a couple times so far this morning, like there's no shortage of swell during this window. It's really about finding the conditions, you know, and today is obviously, if it's not going to be, you know, if it's not the best day in the event window, certainly going to be one of the best days. I can guarantee that. As we move out, you know, over the next few days, Renato mentioned this morning too, like, maybe there's a window tomorrow morning before the onshores kick in. And then as we move through the weekend, we've got more swell coming up. Saturday afternoon, I think, holds some potential. I wouldn't say it's going to be good surf, but I think it'll be manageable. And with the onshore winds coming down and some new energy from a more distant storm, a little bit longer period filling in, I think the surf quality is going to improve through the day on Saturday after probably an ugly start. And then going into Sunday, we've got size, better wind, lighter wind, still probably a little bit jumbled, but I think, you know, those are likely days we're going to go. Those are the days we're going to go because all of next week ranges from big to, you know, potentially XXL, a lot of onshore wind pretty much all week. So that kind of looks like a write-off at this point, and then maybe we get an opportunity at the very end. So just great to see waves today. Good to see we're taking full advantage of it too with overlapping winds.
I had a question for you. You just sort of alluded to it. We've obviously got, there's a carrot dangling right at the end of the waiting period. You know, it's pretty far out, but what is...
I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? If you've got an option in front of you that looks clean enough, we might be kind of going back to what we did at Bells and start picking maybe windows following what we're seeing today, Kevin. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure. And I'm teasing a little bit, Flick, but it's one of those ones where we've seen it look good for a day or a model run and then come back around and look onshore. And so anytime I see that, my confidence is naturally going to be pretty low around that happening. And the good news is we have some time to try and figure that out. Like we've got today, and then we've got some days in the next couple that we really want to consider strongly on running. And then hopefully that time gives us just a little more clarity one way or the other, meaning like, okay, it does. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a day or maybe 2 days of favorable winds. We'll probably have some swell. Or it just goes the other way and it's like, hey, it's going to be onshore. Like, let's get as much as we can get done over the next 3 to 4 days or so.
Love it. Love it. Thanks so much for joining us, Kevin. Thanks for all the help, as always, and we'll be calling you all week.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Always great to chat with Kevin Wallace. Great call that he gave us today, showing that we would be maxing out the daylight. Good looking day in the waiting period, clean conditions, maybe going a little bit onshore this afternoon, but still with plenty of size. As we were saying goodbye to Kevin there, Alyssa Spencer took off on a fun wave, chasing an 817 to try to challenge the lead of Carissa Morflick.
Yeah, so this wave here, let's see what's on offer. So big sort of opening turn, but you can see it's really tricky on the back end. What you want to be able to do is really square up, but this wave, you know, sort of again, it does force her out onto that open face. And she brings it through the inside here, finds a little finishing moment, you know, but in the context of today and, you know, every wave that's been ridden and this very heat, you know, itself, it's got to be the highest score. You know, it's got to be excellent. So she's going to be chasing another number.
Alyssa Spencer 8:17 is the requirement, but heading the right direction in the priority heat with Carissa Moore. As we go to the GWM recap of the priority heat, 5-time world champ, 3-time champ in the West. Still setting the pace with Alyssa here, Jesse.
Yeah, she's actually my power surfer as well on the fantasy. I've
Well
picked her to
done.
win. So I love seeing Carissa Moore just do what she does best here. Honestly, the way she surfs this wave, the connection she has with these walls here at Margs, it honestly is second to none. It doesn't even look like we've lost her for a couple of years. She's picking up right where she left off, just these gorgeous arcing swoops, really holding that rail all the way through. And I alluded to it before, she just has such a good read on these rights here, and I think she's only just warming up.
As we now look at the takeoff from Steph Gilmore, looking for a 34th CT win. She would just be breaking her own record if she achieves that at stop 2 of the season. Tracking through the open face on that cutback. Her longtime rival in the priority heat kicks out behind her. So the last win for Steph, that goes back to 2022 season. That win in El Salvador, Lakey Peterson in the final. That gave her that 5th seed in the final 5. And that ended up being that wild, dramatic day at Lower Trestles where she just blitzed the entire field, including Carissa, in back-to-back title matches. To break the record she was carrying with Lane Beachley with 7 world titles, then she made it 8 that day. And then she took a little bit of a break from the tour. You know, we didn't see her through 2024. We saw her once last year. She accepted the wild card, and that's when we saw the matchup with Erin Brooks and Steph Gilmore. And well, Erin got their first one. She had a 9.43 in that match, Flick.
Yeah, that was a really cool moment. But, you know, both women were surfing pretty good, and it was really pumping Burley. So, yeah, I mean, this is a rematch, obviously, and Steph's going to want to get one up on the Grom, you know. That wouldn't have felt good for Steph when the Grom gets the win, you know, in a traditional right-hand point break where she does so well.
Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Sawyer Lindblad is with Vaughn.
Sawyer, congratulations. Surf's cooking this morning. Great to get out there and get amongst it. And a slightly bigger board looked fantastic for you in that heat.
Yeah, it was really fun out there. Pretty challenging too. There were a lot of big sets in that heat. I chose to ride a bigger board today just because it looked like there was a lot going on out there, and I just felt more confident, like hitting those end sections on a longer board.
That end section, I know, it's so fun to watch, but also so scary when you're coming at it. Next round, you're going to be coming up against Betty Lou. You guys are 3 apiece in the matchup so far, but you've got her twice here at Margaret River.
Yeah, I think I've surfed against her every year here, so it's going to be fun to surf against her again.
It will be. Will you be riding the same equipment, do you think?
Depends on the waves. I don't think they're running the girls round 2 today, so if it's tomorrow, I'll probably go on to a shorter board.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Looking forward to that next matchup.
Thank you.
Good man, Vaughn. Well done. Sawyer Lindblad exited from Bells early because, well, she had a huge matchup with Carissa Moore. And an all goofy foot battle went her way. So Natle Lior, part of the rookie class, out in round 1. Nadia Starbe in the rookie class. She lost to Vahine Fierro in the heat before that. So a couple rooks successful this morning. Yolanda has Gabby Bryan in round 2, heat 1. Kika Veselko moves on to take on Caroline Marks in heat 3. Easy to follow the draw these days in the bracket format. Now with 4:30 on the clock, Jessie Starling, it's like, how fun is this just seeing Gilmore and Moore just on the same screen? You think about it as well with Steph has 33 wins on the all-time win list. Second is Carissa at 28 with 5 world titles. To have that kind of legacy returning to the tour, it just feels right. Pro surfing's in a great place, and I'm sure you remember the first time you witnessed both of those champions surf for the first time when you were a young Grammy coming up in North Narrabeen.
Oh, absolutely. I remember, you know, specifically Laura Enova always played as a bit of a role model and mentor for my sister True and I, and we got to meet Steph through Laura, and I remember the first time meeting her being like, all my wildest dreams have just ever come true, you know, and then go over to Bells. That was the first time I ever met Carissa Moore just last week, and I can't lie, I was absolutely fangirling, but I think the entire surf world is just to have our goats back on tour.
And one of them in motion, Carissa Moore, working with local hero Andrew Sheridan. Throwing down a couple of nice tracks on the open face, pushing harder, leaning in on that back foot. Solid finishing move for Riss. More waves on the way. Priority is with Alyssa Spencer. Hung up in a lip for a moment. Big drop. She's got a nice line off the bottom, now pushing towards the lip. Gets a little check off the tongue. Holding all that momentum and hacks it nice and early. What a great read from Alyssa Spencer. With all that speed and momentum, you're going, okay, how patient can she be? And she was patient and then precise when she picked her finish, Flick.
Yeah, that was a serious drop too. It was a bigger size wave, and she did really well to hang on there. You can kind of hear everyone go, whoa! But yeah, let's have a look what Carissa got done first. So Carissa here, just real good positioning on the takeoff. Like, yeah, okay, the wave didn't give her that cupped out, you know, probably section she was looking for first, but the rest of the wave, it set her up for beautifully. I can't stress it enough. I just feel like where you take off dictates where you do that first turn. And you can see here, she's super deep, right? So she has to come around the section. She tries her best to place it there, but the wave just kind of backed off, right? But it really sets her up for a great inside track, and she has a good read on it. But this section here, Jessie, that was a big wave and a big drop.
It was a massive wave, and Liz, I feel like she timed her turns better. It felt like her front foot actually just shifted back towards her heel side rail, so she did so well to get to that section, readjust, and then hit it early enough that she's making that takeoff. But that drop was serious. If you're not making that, you're getting a good solid hold down at Margie's, but Liz did so well to just readjust. Obviously, we saw at Bells, her timing was impeccable, and now it feels like she's finding a rhythm just slightly with that wind and bump, kind of knocking her off her balance ever so slightly on that first section there. But to come through and get to that second section early, you'll hear us talk about it all week long. It's so important to get to that end section just a half beat before, because if not, it's going to eat you up. That's just the facts.
Fun to see that approach on the backhand flick, and you're a goof. Very proud one, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, at main break, putting in so many reps over the years, the amount of speed she had on the takeoff, that wild, but controlling the speed, even though she was pushing down the line horizontally. Judges love a late takeoff with commitment, and then able to tag that end section early. The challenge of backhand, but also it provides some good sections you could push hard against.
Yeah, totally. It's two different types of waves you're sort of looking for out here. I think when you go backhand versus forehand, there's advantages and disadvantages to both, I think. But yeah, the second turn I really loved from Alyssa. You know, she was able to get there really early and square up nicely. The first one, it was hard because it was a bigger wave. It breaks into this like wider section where it just goes into a hole, and you could kind of see it, right? She went for the bottom turn, loaded up to go, you know, somewhat vertical, but the wave just kind of fell out from underneath her. With all that lump and bump, it just like kind of didn't give her the section she was really looking for. And I think today, any day at Margaret's, doesn't matter how big it is, it's always those smaller to medium-sized waves that you're looking at are going to offer the best scoring potential.
Andrew Sheridan looking on right next to Carissa's husband, Luke, as they are counting this one out. Previous wave for Alyssa Spencer, not enough, 5.77. And Cheryl will celebrate reuniting with one of his best friends in Carissa Moore, hanging out with Luke. It's an extended family for Carissa when she comes here to the West, and she's successful in getting past Alyssa Spencer, who put down together an incredible performance at the season opener, getting into the semifinals. And just like that, she'll be off and running back to the Gold Coast to prepare for stop 3. Carissa moves on into the next round. We'll take a quick break. Right back after this Bonsoy Brew break. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Opening day of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and look at this heat. Sophie McCulloch, late call up to make it here to Western Australia, but she got here in time to take on Bronte McCauley. Sophie got in because of Tyler Wright's injury. She had to withdraw at the last second. Soph got the call up and she's ready to charge. But she's got Bronte McCauley, who has made a statement at this event. Full-time on tour, but also as a wild card, as everyone shows her, everyone backs her as a favorite to win this thing for WA. Sitting next to Flick, you've seen Bronte grow up. What an amazing human being. Incredible world-class surfer that beat all of her students in the trials. She's a coach these days, and well, she got to walk the walk for him and show him how it's done.
Oh yeah, and I'm not surprised, right? Bronte is so well versed out here. Her backhand's incredible. And she's put on great performances. You touched on it, Joe. You know, she got 2 semi-final appearances here. She's taken down Stephanie Gilmore here in heats. She's had big finishes. She's got the whole community behind her. You know, every time she runs down that boardwalk, you know, everyone is erupting. It's such a cool moment to see her in a jersey again. You know, she announced her retirement last year, and so she's not competing, you know, on the Challenger Series or the CT anymore. But it's awesome to see her back here in the jersey. And really, Jessie, you know, for a podcast, The Good Book, she was like, "Can you just send me a video of, you know, who your sneaky picks are, who your picks are for this event?" And I was like, "Look, you cannot go past Bronte McCauley. You know, she's a wild card, but she's made it to the semis twice. She's surfed this in absolutely any condition possible. The woman with the most experience out here." So, yeah, I picked her in my fantasy, and I think that she's going to do some damage.
Jessie, what's the name of your league on fantasy?
The Good Pick.
The Good Pick. Okay, you guys can find it there. Anyone can join?
Yeah, it's public league. Anyone can join. I think we have 500 members at the moment.
How
and
good.
We have like a crazy prize pool at the end of the year too. So, yeah, little promo.
Pretty exciting. I know you're excited to see Soph's name pop up on the list last minute as we look at a possibility to ride some waves here. We will get to watch Erin Brooks. Just had a 183 before this, second scoring ride, as she'll just slip out on the top turn. Priority to Steph. Steph, you can see her keepers there, 467, 567. I noticed that little asterisk next to the 183. Well, it's gone now. That just means we're waiting for scores. Now it's all factored in. But thinking about how Soph would handle this, Jessie, such a late call up. What I realized when I came to Oz, it's not that quick to fly to the West, and it's not a short drive either. You know, we're talking over 4 hours of flight time, about 3 hours of drive time. How's she handling that?
Yeah, I actually think it's a little bit further from the Gold Coast as well. So Scruff, originally from the Sunshine Coast, Scruff's her nickname, but now lives on the Goldie. And so it's about a 5.5 hour flight from the Gold Coast. And then to go to Perth and then do the drive, especially when you got the call up that morning, she needed to make sure she had boards dialed. She was lucky that she went to Hawaii, obviously for the Pipe Challenger Series, so she had some big boards in her lineup, and the board lab, they always punch out boards for Soph whenever she needs it. But I saw her this morning and I was like, "How you going?" And she was like, I'm handling it. And I was like, I love this, you know. Just yesterday she woke up, she didn't know she was going to be in this event, and then had to book a last minute flight to be ready. So the only other option was not to come, and Soph's just not that type of person. She is such a competitor, and she was one heat away from qualifying. It was actually maybe the heartbreak of Vaughn Deadley's life, seeing her not make that heat, but she was so close, and honestly, she deserves to be here. So we know she'll get back eventually.
Love the breakdown, Jessie. And we have another big fantasy league for Kaipo. Kaipo, what's the name of your league?
Kaipo's #1 Super Mega League, and I want to congratulate Rise, who's #1 on Kaipo's #1 Super Mega League. Congratulations, Rise, and also Rise, he's #1 in the world. So I wanted to acknowledge him. Remember, men coming up, you still got time to shove around your fantasy team. And the Bracket Challenge, Val the Booth on the Bracket Challenge. So much going on right now, but yeah, so you got 2 options, and you said it before, Joe, is like maybe do the Bracket Challenge first, look at the friendly fire, look at your brackets, then set your fantasies. tier A, B, and C. And yeah, play along.
Hey, Kaipo, I saw like 18 different league names that had the Kaipo name in it. Just so people know out there, what's your official team name?
I'm everywhere, Joe.
Or did you make 5 teams?
That could just be, you know, Kaipo and his squad of Kaipos in the world.
There's a lot out there.
Thank you all the Kaipos out there, by the way, bro. I am a big fan of all of you guys. Thanks for the Kaipo squad.
Love it. Good job, man. I'm going to find you on there. I think he's doing well, though. In the Battle of the Booth, I saw one of the Kaipo team names, number 3 in that list. So great job, my man. 12:30 on the clock in the priority heat. Steph Gilmore setting the pace here. She's done really well here in the past. You know, she's not on the honor roll of past champions, which kind of stands out because it is Steph, right? But she's made a final, a ton of semifinals in her now 11th start of her career in Margaret River. But for a champion mindset like herself, it's weird how just a runner-up doesn't feel good. One time she finished in Maui, went all the way to 2nd in the world, and she just was like, I'm not satisfied. I mean, when you've won as much as she has, there's only one result she's going to be happy with moving on.
Oh, it's funny, right? Like, Steph, the way she surfs is so beautiful and graceful to watch, and, you know, it's so pleasing to the eye. But inside of her is this absolute competitive beast, right? And she would not be satisfied with that. You know, Laura Enever and I were joking the other day about how, you know, Laura Enever was like, hey, mate, can you stop flogging me? You know, or they're trying to, you know, keep themselves busy, you know, while Steph's kind of, you know, been chasing all these amazing waves around the world, you know, on those search trips with Rip Curl. And, you know, in her downtime, she'd be back on the Goldie and, you know, she'd just be like playing ping pong with Laura, and Laura's like, hey, can you just calm down? Like, I just need you to like, can we just not have fun? So she's just trying to smoke you in absolutely any way possible, you know. And so she really is competitive, and she would know, she obviously knows, you know, her best results here. And, you know, I think when I think back to those performances, though, where those best results have come, it's been when it's been super groomed, super beautiful, and she's really been able to put her best surfing in display. As we see a left.
Finally, Erin Brooks, of course, finds a left, and a decent carve as well. Speeding down the line. Where did she go? There she is. Nice little hack off the top, and she will continue to wrap away. What a great decision she made there. Jessie, I loved it.
Wow, all spice on that wave there from Erin. And it's not very often, you know, we see surfers go left. Traditionally, back in the day, the left was actually kind of the priority. Everyone wanted to go left, and now we've seen it go towards the right into the reef. But Erin, she's going vintage on us. She's taken on a left, and she surfed it with so much speed, so much style, and got a vertical section. There's not very many vertical sections on the lefts out here. So this was actually, I feel like, a great momentum shift here for Erin. She needed a moment in this, draws out that opening carve. Just a little bit shy on that second one, but watch this third turn. Big open blast. And she looks so comfortable on her front side as well. If this isn't a tease for Raglan, I don't know what is, but I think obviously we don't usually see the left score, but this could be a change of that storyline.
Every now and then, you know, today, I think I spoke to it earlier, that we got southwest, or it's a southwest swell, right? And what happens when there is a bit of west out there, if you get those, you can every now and then find a diamond in the rough, and there will be a left on offer with a bit more wall. The more south in the swell, the worse the left gets. And today we got southwest, so there is every now and then a left on offer, and it's cool. I mean, is it going to be the 8.5? You know, no, but it is going to break this, you know, requirement down.
It's going to be really interesting as well where the judges are going to set this scale. We haven't really looked left in a couple of years here, so to put her in that position where she's going to get a number, get herself back into the heat, it probably is going to tickle a lot of the goofy footers' fancies to maybe look left a couple of times throughout the day.
Love it, love it. Erin Brooks getting a 6.5 for going left. Well done. Steph still leads, as now we have Carissa Moore standing by with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joe. Carissa, welcome back to the West. We know you love it here. Your name's obviously on that honour roll multiple times, but the power, it takes a little bit of getting used to, and it reminded you about who's boss out there.
Oh my gosh, yes. The first 5 minutes of the heat, I got a set on the head, and it humbles you. It helps you, remind you like, okay, you're not really in control at all. So just be open and adaptable to whatever comes your way.
Yeah, true. I mean, once you did, you know, reconnect with the power, though, it was just so beautiful to watch. You know, your rail surfing, it just suits this wave.
Well, thank you so much. I really didn't feel like I clicked with the wave, but I'm happy I found a couple sections. I feel like I just it felt good to kind of like dust off the cobwebs again and reacquaint myself, but I think that I can line up a little bit better and push my turns in the pocket a little bit more. But it just feels so good to be back working with Andrew Sheridan again. Feels like a little bit like home.
Yeah, and I mean, it must feel like home because every single time you did a turn, this entire hill was going crazy cheering for you. It must be such a nice feeling to revisit these places and have so much support.
Oh, it's the absolute best. And yeah, just like I said at Fells, it really feels like a bonus. And to get to share it with everyone here and everyone around the world, my family and friends, like I feel just so grateful everyone supported me through all the different chapters of my life.
And Isabella Nichols will be coming up next. She knocked you out at Bells. That's going to be a great rematch.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. Isabella has been in form the last couple years, just watching as a fan. I love her surfing, and I think she plays a really good game, and she's going to be one of those to beat out here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, congratulations. We really look forward to that heat.
Thank you. Hi, guys.
Thank you, Vano. Thank you, Riss. Great job getting through that heat. A rematch with Isabella Nichols. Isabella's won this event in the past. Chris has won it 3 times as we look at a fun right-hander for Steph Gilmore. Throws down her signature wrap. Another one pushing back into the pocket. Little wall trying to set up for, kind of change gears off the wedge, but put her in good timing for the final maneuver. Thing explodes and she disappears, and this is the tough part of staying shallow with your body and your equipment. Been on the DHDs for her whole career. They're still looking magic. Playing around with riding just a slightly bigger boards recently and enjoying the feel of that. Gilmore had some keepers to start, trying to improve on a 4.67 on this wave flick.
Yeah, so it starts off really nice, just really tidy, really clean snap. And she brings it through to the inside here. It's just such a good read because it is not, it's really difficult, right? The little setup here to this, like, you know, pretty much belt and great timing of the end section. As we look out the back and see a big drop from Bronte. Oh my goodness, she went down hard.
Oh my goodness, and then here's Erin Brooks, Jesse.
Erin, wow, gorgeous technique, just touching that rail. It gives her so much speed to whip off the top on that first turn. Gets it again on that second, and then that's a really chunky end section. Free falls out of it and can't hold on there. It's so hard when you get there late. But Erin, she looked like she may have potentially held on. You know who I'm feeling for at this point in time? Snake. This is a nightmare heat for Snake. 2 of his athletes in the same heat, and unfortunately, one of them's going home.
Chattering off the bottom, throwing down the carve. Sophie McCulloch getting the late call up to the withdrawal of Tyler Wright due to injury, and she'll punch out that section. So not a whole time for rest, and she'll get punched in the face by the final section. She's absolutely got the reputation of a hard charger. She's out there in wild conditions, attacking closeouts, but that one attacked her first.
Man, one thing you know about Soph is she's not going to back down, is she? I mean, she has done some serious charging here over the years, you know, being one of those first women to go and really tackle the box too, where she actually sustained a pretty gnarly injury. So yeah, I just know that if there's a big section that presents itself, she's not going to back down. This wave was difficult, man. It had a lot of lump and bump. You could see her just trying to navigate her way through it. And you think about it, right? So she made her way here yesterday. Jesse, you might know this. Like, did she even have a chance for a free surf yesterday afternoon? Or is this her first look at it this morning? Because if that's the case, she's going to be feeling her way through this heat, you know. And I mean, you haven't rocked up to an easy main break. This is like pretty challenging. You heard Carissa talk to it. You know, it'll keep you honest. It will humble you. You are not in control. It's difficult.
Well, even then, WA local, just superstar straight over the falls to start for Bronte McCauley. So a wild one to kick off our non-priority matchup. Bronte McCauley, full-time on the tour for several years. We got to hang out with herself and her father, Dave McCauley, 2-time third place in the world when he was competing full-time on tour. Everyone called him the machine. He just didn't make any mistakes. People just feared his matchups, and just a one of the kindest humans you'll ever meet, surfboard builder. They live just down the coast in Gracetown. And I'm just loving that Bronte still gets a shot to represent her whole family at this event where she's made several semifinals and come very close to maybe winning this thing. And when you look at the tour differently, when you're kind of not around this whole traveling tour and not competing for world title points, so you can really kind of look at this whole thing with fresh eyes.
She just gets to surf at home break with 3 other girls out. You know, that is such a, I feel like, privilege for Bronte, you know, just to be able to enjoy, lap this up, see the world's best, take on her home break. And she was always one of those surfers, even, you know, as a young girl being a fan, that you wanted to see her win this event. And she came so close a couple of times. You talk about her dad was a champion here back in '89. And it just feels like it was always a matter of not if, but when. And maybe it's going to come as a wildcard opportunity. Bronte and this wave have such a really beautiful connection, and obviously went over the falls on that first bump. But when she finds it and rolls into one of those waves, she really is the kind of the goofy footer to watch, and that a lot of the goofs base themselves off out here.
Chipping into this one, and another left for Erin Brooks. Rookie of the year, throws down a beautiful down carve. She's gonna have to fade since it's full in the face. It's gonna force her to continue to wrap, but she's bringing a lot of spicy energy, especially that first turn, and I don't mind that she enjoyed that, because I did too. Just finding these lefts. We felt that would be an option today in this overlapping format, and especially for a young goof. 18 years of age, she sees a left, she can't help herself. Already with a 6.5 heading that direction. Got a 4.93 going right. We'll see if she's going to turn this into a keeper.
Oh man, she's speaking my language. I like it. Here we go, more action, Steph.
Here we go, Stephanie Gilmore. Chattering off the bottom, but controls it beautifully off the top. Leaning into a nice open face turn. The 8-time world champ is now setting up a beautiful cut back in the pocket, floats the final section. One of the best ever to ride the surfboard. Is trying to break out of the 5s at the moment and try to even things up against Erin Brooks after Erin got her last year in a quarterfinal heat on the Gold Coast when Steph accepted a wild card. Let's start with the left from Erin Brooks, Jesse.
One thing I want to point out is Flick was pumping her fists when Erin took off on this wave. Goofs loves to go left, but how about that first carve? That was textbook, just drawing that out, holding it all the way down. Didn't get one of those steep sections afterwards, which you could see she was chasing, but she looked fired up. She is so ready. But the thing is, every time Erin asks a question, Steph is answering back. Just graceful carves here. I love when Steph stomps on that back foot, draws it all the way back to the foam here. She just even can time it so well, the body positioning, the where she's placing her turns here. She's just keeping herself ever so slightly ahead of the pack here. I'm really intrigued to see where this is going to go for Erin Brooks, though, because that first carve was easily one of the best turns of this heat.
Just the amount of speed she has through her turns. It just separates herself from the rest of the field. How fast she can go through the lip or through the down carve on the open face. Erin will keep both of her lefts in this seat as her top 2 scoring rides. A 6.5 was her best. Her last wave was 6.0. Waiting for one more score for Stephanie Gilmore, and she needs a 6.63. That right we just saw. Is it enough, or will Erin be undefeated against the GOAT?
It's got to be the best wave of the heat. You know, you look at the scores, you know, comparable to Erin's 6.5, but it's so hard because you're comparing. It's just like Erin went left on that wave. It's hard to sort of compare those two. But Steph, for me, it was beautiful surfing. It was great rail work. There was not much downtime between those turns. I really liked Steph's wave. I'm thinking, you know, it's probably going to go there. It was really well done.
She's the ultimate at flow, right?
Yeah.
The only disruption of flow was that first bottom turn. She just recovered so well. She pushed so hard, had the bobble, but then did really well in the recovery.
Oh, it was great. It was such a clean wave too. Great wave selection. That moment there, she really laid that board on rail. Another little jab here in the pocket.
Wow.
And she finishes strong, you know. I feel, Yeah, what are your thoughts, Jessie?
I really like it. I think that based on those 2 turns, especially that second and third, it's right in that ballpark where you see it going above a 6, but is it going to go as far as a 6.63? I honestly think it should go there. I love just the combination, how smooth it was, the fact that she got the finish. Erin's left had this element of aggression to it that maybe Steph's waves didn't have. You could see she was angry. She didn't want to lose in this round again. So the fact that Erin is pushing so hard, it definitely has this exclamation mark to it. But I just think as an overall performance, Steph, it easily can go there. I'd be happy either way because both of these ladies have put up a great fight.
Yeah, it is going to be, it's a tough score. Obviously, the judges really taking their time with it. They'll be, you know, analysing these replays and really trying to get this moment right because it is a difficult one to split because Erin got her 2 scores going left and Steph got her a couple scores going right. So, yeah, it's a difficult one and I know that they're taking their time.
It'll have to be better than Erin Brooks' 6.5 if it's going to turn the heat, and Steph Gilmore walking up the stairs. Not enough. The 8-time world champ upset by Erin Brooks, and now in back-to-back events on her comeback, she's eliminated in her first strike. Erin Brooks moves 2-0 over Steph Gilmore. The 6.5 still the best. She needed more than that, so that was Erin's first left, where she blitzed that first section with a lot of speed.
For me, that was best wave of the heat. She got a 6.5 for the left, which she kind of served pretty well, but I reckon you ripped that last ride.
Yeah. Felt good. Definitely feel like my best wave.
But I gave you 6.33, I don't get it. You haven't got a finish.
Yeah. Cutties.
Not really, they weren't cutties.
The first one I went high for sure.
I know you did, and then you did it like a Larry up on the 3rd turn.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Steph and her coach, Jake the Snake Patterson, a bit baffled with that result. Both feeling like, well, Jake feeling like it was definitely the best score. The heat falls just under. The 6.5 stayed on top, and Erin Brooks will move on. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
The experience at Glenaudy Road has been incredible. It's all farm to table, from the wine to all the food you eat. You know what you're eating is sustainably sourced, and obviously a lot of love goes into it from the people working here, so it was really neat to see that side of it. We love coming back to Western Australia every year. If you're the outdoors person who just wants a nice, adventurous lifestyle, it ticks all the boxes.
Always walking on a dream when we're here in Western Australia. And look at this dreamlike day. This is our reality on opening day of the waiting period here for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. It's just stop 2 of the season, celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. First world champ Peter Townend back in '76. Talked about all the legends that came around that era, from Margot Oberg to Lynn Boyer, and look what we have today. We've got world number 1, Gabby Bryan, coming into the West, going for her 3rd victory in a row at this venue. And also Miguel Pupo with the yellow jersey for the men for the first time in his career. 14 seasons on the championship tour. Miguel is leading things into stop number 2. Action continues here in Heat 8 of the opening round. Sophie McCulloch and Bronte McCauley will have some space because the men's round is coming up next. If you haven't set up your brackets for the men or your fantasy team, you're running out of time. You got to get that done. Oscar Berry is taking on WA Charger, longtime CT professional Jacob Wilcox. That is a fan favorite right there here in WA. Scruff on one with a lot of white water on the face. Hard to set a rail with that kind of foam there, and she'll just lay down. Sophie McCulloch leading this heat at the moment over Bronte McCauley. We haven't seen much from Bronte, just over the falls and then one wave after that. So still a lot of heat to watch here, Flick.
Yeah, a lot of heat to watch for sure. You got to be thinking at the moment, you know, 12 minutes 40. Okay, yes, there's jet ski assist, but it still takes a while to get back out the back. So things will become pretty interesting here on this next exchange. I reckon Bronte's going to be pretty keen to pull the trigger pretty soon. You know, she went down so hard on that first wave. They're the kind of waves that you get that free chiropractic adjustment. Like you wake up tomorrow morning and she'll be like, holy, my neck is pretty stiff. Like this way.
Familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's like literally me today. I can't even turn my left neck to the right. The West has a habit of doing that for you. But yeah, look, you cop in a lot of water into the head, the nose, the brain, everywhere, and they're the ones where you walk out of the water and then, 2 hours later on land, you bend down, you drop something and you bend down to pick it up, and all of a sudden all this water, starts pouring out of your nose, otherwise known as tap nose. But yeah, look, they are pretty rattling, but it's coming down to crunch time in this heat, and the trigger will have to be pulled.
It's always fun when you're surfing before school and then you just unload water onto your desk and your teacher's like, not again. Not again. 11:40 on the clock in this one. Paddling and taking off behind the peak is local legend Bronte McCauley. Little setup, first turn. Draws off the bottom for a moment, resets again, and then finds her place to tag it off the top to ride away. So being patient out there, waiting for her right target to show up, and she had to wait till that end section to really lean into it, chasing a 5.16 for a lead change. One of the best barrel riders in the world. She started collecting some amazing video parts somewhere in WA, but also an incredible backhand. Jesse, what'd you see on this one?
This is the epitome of a local wildcard, just of where she read this wave. Watch her never really drop all the way to the flat part of the bottom. She stays so high, gets to that end section really nice and early, drives through a good-looking carve as well. She mentioned, in the press conference yesterday, she actually did her back recently, so she's kind of only just getting back into surfing as well. But it doesn't really look like it, and even though she was stuck behind on that first opening section there, just the way she carried her speed through the end, I feel like that's what you can really see is, okay, local wildcards, they mean business, especially at a wave like Mark's.
And it's so nice for her giving back because she's always coaching. She's thinking heat strategy. She's working with the rising stars and there's quite a few of them on this region. And so when your mind is sharp, even though she hasn't been on tour and surfing in as many events as she used to, it's almost like she can go right into gear because she is just putting it into practice with all the surfers that she's coaching.
Yeah, I think that as well. And then I also think that just so much familiarity there, that was Perry Hatchett on that ski driving, walking down the stairs, you're seeing so many familiar faces. You jump on the Red Bull ski and you've got Perry Hatchett there, who is heading up Water Patrol Australia, just, Ant-Man's in the water. You've got Jeb Madison. These are all people that are in her local community. It just feels like just going for another surf at home. But the other thing is because she isn't on tour full-time or competing full-time, she also does have a fresh look at it, which is also pretty cool. So we take a look here at the drone angle. Beautiful angle. You can see that Margaret River mouth not connected through to the ocean at the moment. But yeah, stunning scenes here in Western Australia.
Absolutely gorgeous. We know Kaipo's loving the view right now.
Hey, Joe.
Hi, bud.
So nice that you're talking about the WPA, the Water Patrol Australia. Perry Hatchett, former ASP head judge out here. Skinny's on my ski over here, my pilot. But I also wanted to talk to you. I'm going to wait to see if someone's going to surf in first before I get into even more dialect over here. All right. So we're talking about me almost getting caught inside right now. We're talking about this Yeah, this stuff right here. And and the reverb that we're getting from Southside, which is causing that chatter. I think that's what I wanted to start this conversation with. But here comes Sophie. Let's see how she deals with it.
Thank you, Kaipo. Chattering off the bottom, sets up a top turn, running out of wave height. Another one with a ton of foam on the face. This one she's able to track a bit better. Gets a little projection jam before it completely takes her down. So a nice little read there from Soph, trying to better a 3.5. You see her just popping up there. So Bronte's wave previous, a 5.17, did get her the lead change. And last for Sophie McCulloch, it will be a quick decision from the panel. 2.6, not enough, but only needing a 3.52. 3 operating jet skis there for the surfers. You've got one for Kaipo and Sam Smith, and then Soph will hang on. They wait till they get out of the impact zone for the pickup. Then they'll allow them to kind of sit on the back of the seat, but at the moment, she needs another surfboard. There's her board drifting there from Sharp Ice Surfboards. So the Water Patrol can't take her in to grab another one or chase down the one she wants. Let's watch the replay flick.
Yeah, it was a nice opening turn. She had to cut it short because of all this foam, but yeah, brings it through the inside. Really tricky section to navigate. To me, it actually looked like the leash may have gotten caught on a rock, because if you look here, right, I mean, I'm speculating, obviously, but I'm just looking at what I'm looking at. And you see her pop up, but the board holds, like, kind of holds true here in this one spot. See how it's sort of, it's called tombstoning when the board does that? It kind of looks like to me, see, it's just stuck. And really, as a little anchor, it looks like to me she got down to her ankle and pulled off the one. Look, it'd be interesting to hear from, you know, from the horse's mouth, from her. But it looks like she did obviously release the leash.
I think you read that well, Flick. Yeah, you saw her there just going, nope, you can take my board, I'll swim out. And then with the Water Patrol there, she'll have her option of going to the beach if she needs to.
She's actually running out of boards. She creased her board in the free surf this morning, didn't notice, and we're on the stairs like, oh no, you creased your board. She goes, did I? I flipped it over. And I was like, yeah, unfortunately.
Always pushing it. I'm sure she creases boards daily. Soph now managing the clock, 6 minutes remaining before we get into the opening round for the men. Jacob Wilcox, Oscar Berry to kick things off. Remember, those are 4 heats where you're trying to avoid a 33rd. We've got Jack Thomas back. He won the trials alongside Bronte to get another shot at the main event. Man from Yallingup's got Mateus Hurdy. And now the Rookie of the Year last year made it up the stairs. Aaron Brooks is with Vaughn.
Aaron, congratulations. That was a really scary heat, not just because the surf's quite solid, but also you were surfing against one of your all-time heroes, and you two had a fair battle out there.
Yeah, that's definitely not how I wanted that heat to go. It's been like pumping all morning, and Jake and I were watching the rides and seeing how good they were, but I got behind so much, so I just went on the left because no one was really looking, and luckily I got through.
Tell us a little bit about sort of the battle with Steph in that heat, because this morning it's really just been more about making sure you're in the right spot, getting the best wave, but you two were jostling a fair bit out in that one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she was definitely putting the pressure on me. I was super nervous after she got those first 2 scores. It is really good out there, but it's kind of hard to put a wave together. Margaret's is a really hard wave for me to surf as well, so that made me really nervous, and she knows what she's doing, so yeah, good on Steph.
Pretty cool to see you going left to get your scores. That's the old school approach to go that way. But next heat you got Lakey Peterson. That's a rematch from Bells as well.
Yeah, Lakey's been surfing so good. She definitely kicked my butt at Bells. I mean, it was kind of close, but she was winning the whole time. I'm really excited to go against her again, and we become good friends in the off season. She came and stayed at my house, so I'm really excited to compete against her.
Unreal. We're looking forward to it as well. Congratulations. Great to see you into that next round here at Margaret River.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Aaron Brooks. That was a fun one. Both being coached by Jake the Snake Patterson. One that is just 18, and one's a goat that's been on tour since 2007, the year Aaron was born. And they've had 2 battles now in different venues. And Aaron's taken both of those victories so far early on, but it was a really, really close decision. Judges took their time before delivering the final score for Gilmore. Snake, who coaches both of them, thought Steph was going to get the jump at the end, but when it's that close, it's just a good heat. They're going to have many more of those throughout the season. Jake there with the jacket on his head, champion at this event, but one of the greats. Had a stellar career on the championship tour, winning events like Sunset Beach when it was a CT. Also Jeffreys Bay, and probably the most dramatic Pipe Masters win, one of them in history. Clock's winding down. Bruce Irons, the local favorite's already getting chaired up the beach to a party that's already starting, but there's still time on the clock. Snake gets the last wave on the buzzer, gets the win and the Pipe Masters, and now a super coach for a very long time. Watching this, McCulloch, 2:45 on the clock, needs just a 3.52. Cracks it there with some speed, lays the rail over. Had to chase down a backup board after she had to rip her leash off. And she's looking comfy on this one. Surfing every bit of it all the way down to the inside and just chasing a 3.52. This is going to be a big couple of minutes to see who'll be moving on into the second round, Flick.
Oh, wow. It's kind of crazy, right? Like this heat, you know, they haven't really found those waves that's really, you know, allowed them to tee off or really open up. Bronte's had that one moment, you know, she's currently carrying the highest wave score, that 517, but majority of those points came from that last turn where she was really able to square up. Let's see what Sophie got done on this last one. You know, potentially could almost be her last roll of the dice here. We did see her paddling back out, but nice turn there. She cuts it short, brings it back around here. It's just crazy that, you know, she's creased one board. You know, the other one, you know, she kind of probably had to release the leash. So it'd be interesting to know if she'd even, you know, really how much time she spent on this board. Is this her, obviously not her first choice as well, so of board to ride here at main break today. So yeah, a lot of things to be, you know, for Soph to deal with and also to adapt with.
Pretty smart at this point as well not to get the ski all the way back around, because it would have chewed up more time by the time she comes in over that reef, gets on the back of the jet ski and then takes it all the way back around. She's going to paddle out and hopefully try and get one of those kind of chip in wider ones, those little bowls where you can just do 2 turns really quickly. A 3.5's nothing, so it can be one of those waves that come under. I love the first turn on that last wave from Soph, so I feel like even based on that single maneuver, it could go there.
Very close battle, just gets a lead change. Sophie McCulloch running for the backup board, managing the time on the clock, gets a 3.7. Bronte with priority, needs a 2.86 now to extend this run on her home break. Multiple time semifinal finishes for Bronte McCulloch, coming out of the trials, successful and having some great years full-time on the championship tour. This would just be much too early to see her exit for all the locals that came out to watch her compete this morning. Her father on the bluff coaching her and giving her support. Mick McAuliffe always in her corner as well. As we are now into the countdown. Tough one there for Bronte's crew, counting out the clock as she will exit out in round 1, and it will be Sophie McCulloch. Late phone call to get here to the West once Tyler left the event with injury, and she's successful in making it into round 2. Well done. That was a wild heat, chasing backup equipment, and with that win she'll move on to take on Luana Silva in the second round.
That was a really difficult heat, right? Like, it was challenging for both surfers. I mean, Soph went, you know, she's gone through a couple of boards in that heat. Bronte took the big wave on the head at the start, so it was just one of those heats where, yeah, it probably didn't feel like the most convincing best win, but you'll take it if you're Soph.
Good on you, Flick. Good on you, Jesse. That was fun. We're going to transition into the men's opening round. Oscar Berry taking on Jacob Wilcox. We'll bring in Ron Dog Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. Risk, rivalry, icons. Legends shape the culture.
Look at this wave.
The fearless rewrote the rules. Progression isn't given, it's earned. In split seconds, incredible, on the biggest stage, under impossible pressure, a new world champion, harnessing nature, 50 years deep. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Imagine what's next. We're looking forward to seeing what's coming our way today. The opening day competition here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And we know that there's a lot of energy out there in this lineup. We just saw a big rebound for some competitors that failed to get the job done down there at Bells. And now we're moving into the opening round of the men's event. Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett. Rich, this is a big one. Oscar Berry, Jacob Wilcox gets the call up for this one. Huge heat for Oscar, who bowed out in his first heat down there at Bells.
Yeah, Oscar will be looking to just settle himself, just get these nerves in check, and hopefully get past Jacob Wilcox here, who is the town favourite for sure. The local, and Jacob's had a number of runs at this event as a wildcard and also as a member of the World Championship Tour, and he is just trying to fight his way back to career best form and fight his way back onto the tour. But he'll be a very, very hard draw out here for Oscar.
Yeah, heartbreaking injury for him last season. Just check in on his socials, go have a look at his account, and he's telling the story of his comeback from injury. Got so close to getting back on this CT. Actually won the first event of the Challenger Series. Went to Fiji, injured himself, and you know, really he had to skip a couple of events. He just didn't get back to his best till much later in the Challenger Series schedule. To his credit, he kind of rallied, got a result at Pipe, and had a fighting chance at Newcastle, but didn't get it done. Here he goes, opening ride, surfing his home break here. And Jacob Wilcox already on his way to a pretty reasonable score. If he can finish this one off, he'll be looking good. There's a nice hit in the pocket, and again climbs the roof and does well to stay with this one. A little caught up in that white water, but he will stay with it to find the Water Patrol team on the inside here. Up against Oscar Berry, who had an amazing run on the Challenger Series last year. And they'll enjoy 20 minutes in this lineup with no one else there. So the benefit of being in that first heat, ultimately you're getting that 40 minutes of priority.
Let's have a look at the replay of Jacob Wilcox's first wave here. On the backhand, the goofy-footed surfer drives hard off the top, connects with the lip. And a beautiful swooping turn to set things up for the inside. You can see here just stalling on the tail. And that is a beautiful re-entry on the inside and connects with the lip again for the final turn. And almost a little fakey here, just into prone. Just letting the judges know that he did make the wave. But a settler as we get this heat underway. Great contrast, Ronnie, in styles. The backhand attack, a little bit more light-footed. Jacob Wilcox and Oscar Berry, he's going to cut those rails really deep. Big, powerful surfer.
What's the key to success here, Rich, performance-wise? What are the judges looking for at this particular venue on a day like this?
Big turns, committed rail, and you just think back to the performances that we've seen from John Florence, Jack Robinson, Felipe Toledo, and on the backhand, Medina, Geordie Smith, all heavy-footed surfers for the most part at this location. They do go to the air. That progressive element does come into play on that final section. But really, most of the work is done with a real power base and that commitment to the rail, positioning of those turns and the commitment to that outside section. Oscar's got all that. I did mention at Bells, I spent a lot of time on the beach in Hawaii over a couple of weeks just watching these guys, and Oscar, man, laid down some of the biggest turns that I saw at Rocky Wright's.
5-point ride for Jacob Wilcox, the local boy. He's going to have a lot of support. In fact, everyone turning up nice and early to see Bronte McCauley in the last heat of the opening round for the women. They'll be sticking around for these first 2 heats because they have Jacob Wilcox in this one. And then Jack Thomas taking on Matthias Hurdy in the second heat of this opening round. A couple of days of good swell in the lead up to this opening day of the contest, Rich. And the surfers really need that these days because Noah, non-elimination round to kick these events off. You really you have to bring your best in that opening heat. You've got to find a connection with this location off the bat, and sometimes, if you're in these earlier heats, you maybe didn't get the opportunity to get out there before the contest got underway. So, yeah, no second chances.
No, definitely not. And this being the opening round for the men's, only 4 heats in this opening round for the bottom-rated surfers, and randomly seeded in this round. So it's a real clutch round, this one, and the dreaded 33rd looming if you don't get out of your heat. Picture perfect conditions here at main break at the moment, and it looks like Jacob Wilcox is going to stay busy.
Yeah, sitting a little deeper. Maybe his knowledge of this break coming into play as he drives off the bottom, up into the pocket. The crowd making some noise as he sets up a second assault on the lip here. Wilcox already a 5 on the board, a really strong turn there. That's going to be an even stronger number, and he's going to take control in the earlier stages. And Oscar Berry on the outside takes a fall, so things working out beautifully for Wilcox at the moment.
Oh, he's so comfortable out here, knows this break better than anyone in the entire draw. And just on the backhand, Jacob just has this beautiful approach, very composed and patient off the bottom, and then attacks the lip with a nice vertical hit time after time.
Well, he's probably had more wildcards than just about any other surfer ever, Rich, before graduating to the CT. So he is a very dangerous wildcard prospect, and he's proving it on this ride. The last turn in particular, really strong.
Yeah, very committed. Up high, gets a beautiful turning angle. That tight radius turn up high. Let's really break it down with the slow-mo here. Just sitting on that hillside rail. Look at where the eyes are positioned. Exactly at the part of the lip where he wants to start and execute this turn. Now he drives through that back foot. Gets a little moment of release here. Reconnects. And then just watch him sit on this bottom turn. Holds it. Nice balance with the upper body, brings that back arm round to help the pendulum movement through the turn. Bit of a double shimmy off that second one, but great extension again, compresses. Just very connected with the power of this wave. And again, this final turn gets a little bit more vertical, but watch the tightness of the path here. Really pivots tightly up high. So this is going to be a big score. This may go excellent, Ronnie.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Rich. Big combination. Let's see what went wrong for Oscar on the outside.
Aubert's outside, just goes for the under the lip snap, and just gets a lip to the head. So scores in almost excellent, a 7.83, but a commanding lead at this moment in the heat. 2 good waves to kick things off, so pressure instantly building for Oscar. He's going to have to fight his way out of this one now.
Yeah, really tough draw here, Kaipo, for Oscar Berry, who's trying to turn things around after a first-round loss down there at Bells Beach.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Oscar, just given the fact that Jacob's looking so confident. He's got it dialed in. He's getting scores, like you guys just saw, under priority, looking just dialed in. So, big challenge for Oscar Berry, and beautiful surfing by Jacob Wilcox.
Jacob Wilcox, Kipes, he's got a lot of people just talking about his potential as a CT athlete, because he is one of those guys who's dropped amazing edits over the years as well.
Yeah, no, he's CT caliber all day long, especially like you said, Ronnie, in those heavier waves. It's been unfortunate with the injuries that you talked about with Jacob Wilcox, and just kind of having on and off years, but I feel like the talent for this Western Australian surfer's right there, and he is a CT level surfer.
Kibes, conditions look buttery out there at the moment. The wind just laying down a little bit.
Yeah, conditions are great. Still, we're getting a little bit of this reverb that Jacob was able to handle really well. A little bit of a reverb coming off the south side, just the reef area right here. So there is a little bit of a bump coming into the surfers on the right, but Jacob's been able to handle that excellently.
He's doing a great job, 7.83, 5 on his opening ride. Oscar Berry in a spot of bother here at the moment, but saving themselves in the last heat of the women's opening round was the late call-up, Sophie McCulloch. She's down there with Vaughan.
Thanks, Ronnie. Soph, congratulations. That was tough going. What was the deal out there? I mean, it looks like it's cooking, but how hard is it to find the right wave?
I think it is cooking. I just made it look as hard as it could possibly get. So, yeah, it's not always pretty, but I'll take it.
Mate, last time I saw you, we were pulling on the rashies for the Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight 20 session. A week later, you're getting the call up, you're pulling on the rashie, paddling out, pumping Margaret's. How hard was that transition to get back into heat mode?
Yeah, it was pretty difficult. Got the call up yesterday, so I'm running on 2 hours sleep and creased my favourite board this morning, and for some reason I still thought I could ride it in my heat, but felt like I was riding a 20 out there, so thank goodness. Leggy got stuck on the reef, so I yanked it, and the next board, 511, felt so much better. So yeah, like I said, it wasn't pretty, but I'm happy I managed to somehow squabble my way through.
Mate, you know what? It's crazy, like no sleep, getting the call up so late, having a heat like that. The good news is they rarely have back-to-back heats like that. So, you know, with a bit of rest and a bit more prep, you'll be able to approach this next one with a lot more confidence.
Yeah, it's funny, like being the wild card and being last minute, you'd assume like you don't feel any pressure, there's nothing to lose, but I want to perform like just as much as all the other girls in the draw. Like I pride myself on being able to surf, so hopefully next heat I can put on a better show than that.
Well, you did extremely well. That was a dangerous heat against the wild card, Bronte McCauley. Best of luck, rest up, we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you. Just a shout out to my mum. She got quick on the flights yesterday and came over with me and did all the driving, so thanks Mum, love you.
On your mum.
Thank you, Vaughan. So we've just seen some waves ridden there on the outside. Oscar Berry getting his first decent ride. Still plenty of time for these two competitors. The opening heat of the men's event here. And do not forget to check out the world's best surfers. Click the QR code below. Thanks to Surfboard Empire. Got a really cool program going at the moment, making models of some of our championship tour competitors. So you can basically get their boards, replicas of their equipment under your feet. So make sure you go have a look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. All stick it up, looking the part as well. I was checking out some of the boards yesterday and literally exactly what they're riding. So we see Oscar Berry jumping off the ski. Let's have a look at the replay of his last ride. So has priority, nice and deep on the peak. Patiently waits, come off the bottom, beautiful carving turn.
Yeah.
Extends it high off the lip. Big wrapping cut back, staying close to the foam. Through to the inside, and an aggressive hack. About 3/4 of the way up the face, so beautiful angle here. And I love that top turn, Ronnie. Just extends it down. Just holds that rail line just for a fraction longer. Through to the inside, wants to get to the finish, get on the scoreboard, and he's done that. Two-turn combination. Watch this rail line. Holds it all the way through, right on the edge. Tucks that back leg in. Now shifts his weight onto that toe side rail. Drives up high, almost just bobbles a little bit off the bottom turn. Cuts back, just staying really close to that foam. That is the power source of the wave, and he just comes up to that final section. Just gets a little bit of tail release as he really jams that tail in the face of the wave.
That rail work is really where the big changes that have come for Oscar Berry in recent times, working with Luke Short, LSD on those boards. Now, as a Grom, Oscar, an unbelievable skater.
Incredible.
He was sort of really right into his aerial surfing. But he's, you know, really bulked up, put on a lot of muscle, and really started to refine that roll work. It was a great opening move. Still a little shy of the best number of this heat, that 7.83 from Jacob Wilcox, but some real positives there. And finally, I think the world getting a glimpse of a bit of the potential that Oscar Berry possesses.
Yeah, and as a rookie, you know, you want to come in and you want to put a good performance.
Here we go. Wilcox draws that bottom turn out to get the timing. Pinpoint on the first turn. Nice hit on the outside here. Looking to get rid of a 5. He's on his way. Again, just carving hard off the bottom, but he hits a wobble there and goes down.
Geez, that first turn was good. Just back to that point, you know, as a rookie, you want to show some, you want to show your talent, put a good performance in for all the surfers and all spectators. Stone and Wood slow-mo. This first turn is butter. Jacob again, just so composed, driving through the fins, keeping that rail line engaged. Now he starts to shift his weight, transition it, nice and high, tail release, pinpoint accuracy, as you said. And then again, eye line straight to the rest of the wave and what it's doing, always assessing down the line what's happening. These surfers need to react just in the moment.
Well, here's a look at this opening round for the band and their road into round 2 and who they will match up with. The winner of this one's going to take on Yago Dora. So,
yeah, heat number 2.
That's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, so much to look forward to. Get through your heat, you come up against the likes of Griffin Colapinto, so Jack Thomas and Mateus Hurdy will go at it, and Callum Robson and Liam O'Brien. That's a big matchup, that one. Really important heat for both those two guys. They'll go up against Geordie Smith, last year's winner, and then Luke Thompson and Ramsey will come up against Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. So Jacob Wilcox, even though he stumbled off the bottom on a move down the line, he did get some credit for that opening hit. 5.17 increases the lead by just a small margin there. Oscar Berry after a 6.34 with 23 minutes to go here. Oscar with priority, set wave steaming in on the outside.
Comes back to that commitment to that first turn. The judges love it, and the angle just so vertical on the backhand. That's what the goofy footers, they have to tap into that.
Yeah, Jacob's just got that unbelievable upper body rotation off the bottom. It really allows him to size up those sections, and he squares up beautifully. So we've got a great heat on our hands here. We're going to take a quick break. 22.5 minutes to go. Oscar Berry chasing a number.
This has to be one of the most beautiful, picturesque places on the planet.
Everywhere you look, it's like a photo type moment.
You have the sunrise and the painted cliffs and the long sandy beaches.
Biodiversity here is incredible. There's amazing caves that are 20 minutes away that you can go and explore.
If you like some wine, if you like food, if you like surfing, this is the place to be.
Kaya, welcome back to the show. We have Set Wave standing up on the outside, and Oscar Berry, the rookie, taps into a bomb from the apex of the peak. He finds some open face. Let's go with that big rail carve. And now comes swooping onto the inside, looking for a huge finish on this one. Needs to set it up perfectly and gets the timing right. Out in front of this one. Oscar Berry chasing a 6.34 there. Well, the finish was impressive. Was there enough in the first turn to turn this heat around?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. You know, he did everything right, coming from behind the section, but did he wait on that bottom turn just a split second too long? You know, John has created the blueprint for surfing this place, and he just does it so well, where he drives from behind the peak and then comes up nice and high and extends that carve. But it was a great carve nonetheless. Big swooping roundhouse cut back, just tickling the foam there, staying in front of it, comes through to the inside. This was the turn of the wave for me, that layback carve. So a tidy 3-turn combination there. He might go close to the 6-3 in my mind.
Waiting on the numbers to drop. Touched on Jacob Wilcox, Rich, and you know, we've just enjoyed his edits over the years, and I think just the surfing that we've seen in those edits has just got everyone saying, you know, this guy can just maintain his place on the CT at some of those quality destinations. He could really turn in some monster results. So really hoping he can get back there at some point as we welcome Matthias Hurdy and Jack Thomas to the conversation now, entering the lineup in the second heat of this round. They'll be without priority for the first 20 minutes. But yeah, this is a big heat for Matthias. He'd like his chances against Jack, who won through in the trials. The local boy is definitely going to have a bit more knowledge of this lineup, but performance-wise, Matthias has certainly got the edge.
Yeah, definitely. Matthias surprised us just with how well he adjusted from the championship to from the Challenger Series, excuse me, onto the championship tour. It was a very mature opening round. Heat for him down at Bells, and I think he's going to be a force out here. He's proven that he is not just great and accomplished in the air, he's got the rail game as well.
Yeah, that huge emotional moment, of course, qualifying over there at Surfest for the championship tour. Matthias, on the other side of that, Jacob Wilcox had just the devastation of not making it onto the CT. And in his latest edit, he's dropped Fail to Fiji, it's called. You can kind of get a real look at what these competitors go through on the Challenger Series in their quest to become championship tour surfers. It's an emotional one. So I definitely would advise everyone to go check that out. But yeah, Jacob has had some incredible recent releases. Cape to Cape was a big one for him last year, exploring this coast that has helped him just, you know, create such a strong approach. But he really tapped into the beauty of the area. Took a long trip over 130 kilometres walking from Cape to Cape and finding some great waves along the way. So go and check that out. Fail to Fiji. Sorry, Cape to Cape and Fail to Fiji is obviously the adversity you faced on the challenges last season. On the outside at the moment, this is Jack Thomas, who took out the trials, looking to get the jump on the Brazilian. Throws his board up in the lip there, does well to stay on his feet, climbs into the pocket again and stops the finish. That feels good. Hometown crowd eating it up.
Yeah, that's a good settler wave, isn't it, for Jack? And he will have the hometown support. Even though these surfers are way out there, you could still hear when the crowd screams, the sound really travels, especially in this offshore wind, so he'll be able to hear the support. Just on the backhand, sort of messes with the lip there, but comes down and keeps control. And then another lip glide floater to finish off. As we look at the slow-mo, throws it up there. He's on a Timmy Patterson. And really just messing with the lip there. He was so close to getting bucked off his board. And this one a little cleaner. Got up there early. Watch him sort of jump off the lip here into safety. Connects with that clean water again.
Yeah, his third run at the Championship Tour event here at Margaret River. Earned a place in the event back in 2022. lost out in this round to Jadson Andre. 23, he was back, and he lost out to Jacob Wilcox in the event that year. But he's starting to collect some results on the regional qualifying series. Had a quarterfinal finish to Alistair Reginato at the Gold Coast Open last season. Starting to climb those difficult regional ranks. See how he fares here. He's going to put a number on the board in the 5-point range against Mateus, who has the opportunity to really steal his thunder with a strong opening turn there. Draws off the bottom. Well, almost loses it on the second turn, but regathers. Gets his balance back and sizes up a finish here. Bashes into the foam. But that first turn was strong.
Yeah, it kind of sets the tone as well, I think, as a competitor. If you really just dig in and commit to that opening turn on the opening ride, and when it all comes together, it really does lay the platform for your confidence to really rise at the start of the heat. That was a great opening turn from Mateus. Looking good.
Yeah, waiting on the number to roll through now. Meanwhile, in heat 1, round 1, Jacob Wilcox out in front. Oscar Berry still after that 6.34, his last wave. Inconsequential, a 5.73 as Wilcox takes off again and goes to those smooth bottom turns to get his hit spot on, and very critical in the pocket a few times here. And this is looking like it's going to improve his heat score total and apply a lot of pressure to Oscar Berry here, who's surfing in his second event as a rookie and just trying to break out of this opening round, which is going to prove very difficult after this number drops.
Yeah, the mud starts to get thicker as well as you sink into it, and by that I mean, you know, a loss in the first event. If you back that up with a loss in the second event, things start to weigh into your psyche. You start questioning what you're doing, the decisions you're making, the surfing you're putting forward. But let's have a look here. Jacob Wilcox, a big opening swoop on the backhand, nice and smooth off the bottom, really aggressive. Great fan of spray off the board on the second and third, and then gets a little bonus hit on the inside, but looking really relaxed at this point. Let's have a look at Mateus's opening ride. Big committed turn, layback hack to start off. And then you can see just going over a couple of rivets in the wave. He does well to keep the board engaged in the wave face as this one tapers down. And right here, mate, I just would have loved him to have just ridden out of that a little bit more, because I don't think the judges are actually going to pay that off as a make. Let's have a look at the slow-mo. You can see here leaning back and really almost just putting a post in the ground that you pivot around. He gets swamped by the whitewash and steadies himself, and right there hits that rivet on the bottom turn. I think that just set him off kilter a little bit for that top turn, and now he just does some rail work down the line and gets to this closing hit. But the wave coming at 2 angles and then just gets ankle tapped.
Yeah, so just a 4. And Jack Thomas wins the opening exchange there by just over a point. But positive signs for Mateus with that first deep rail carve. We'll see if he can piece together a couple of combinations, but Jacob Wilcox is about to increase his lead. Numbers starting to roll through for his last ride, looking pretty decent. And Oscar Berry's going to feel the heat in a moment. Was chasing a 6.34. And maybe a couple of points about to be added to that requirement.
Yeah, I think we're going to be right up in the excellent range now. So it's dropped in. Here we go. 7.10. So a great score line at the moment for Jacob Wilcox with about 11.5 minutes to go. So Oscar Berry, he's getting pushed up against the ropes here. He needs to bounce off him and come back with a big hit. An 8.26 would be one of the better waves that we've seen of the day so far.
They're out there, Rich. There's some real quality waves out there. You've got to get that big first turn in. What we're noticing today is, you know, the oncoming section from Southside, it's not huge. It's not coming in with a hell of a lot of steam. So the big high impact finish on a lot of these rides has kind of been taken away. But if Oscar can find one, you know, he's every chance at getting that turn. But the last couple of efforts that he's had, he's kind of gotten up into that final section a little early. And the judges, you know, I think to go into the excellent range, you've really got to take that last section on. I don't think getting there early is going to turn this heat for him.
No, I think something inside him needs to go. I need to get aggressive. I need to commit and I need to attack, because he feels like he's building and he's running out of time. He really needs to get on the offense here, find that wave, and just, he's got nothing to lose. So he needs to really go into attack mode, maybe even tap into that air game that we know he has.
10 minutes to go. We're going to check in with our mate out there in the lineup, Kaipo.
Yeah, Ron, just breaking everything down, 9 minutes, 55 seconds on the Apple Watch. And I got Jacob Wilcox's stats over here. 14.93 total. He's in second priority. Pretty important, the Apple Watch, because we're pretty far off from the judges' tower. We got a surfer up right now. I'll get back to that. But all of the information coming through here on the water for the surfers from that Apple Watch.
Yeah, Kaipo bringing up a great point. You know, even though the surfers are so far off Surfers Point here, and hearing the onside announcer at times can be really difficult when you want to know the update before you take a set wave and understand what your position is. With the Apple Watch, they're in tune. They know what's going on with priority. We've just seen Jack Thomas there stomp another big float. And Matthias Hurdy finds one of those bigger oncoming sections and lays into a nice finishing floating re-entry.
It's important, isn't it, to get that, pick that wave that stands up on the inside, doesn't have too much angle that you're going to get absolutely detonated and swamped. Just need to really identify those waves that gives you the opportunity to really go to town on that final turn.
Things tightening up in heat 2. And in heat number 1, Jacob Wilcox really starting to pull away from Oscar Berry here, but on the outside, Oscar got a big looking wall to lay into for this first track. And he's been drawing that really high line, almost setting the fins over the back of the coping, Rich. But on that occasion, couldn't sink the rail.
Yeah, he just went a fraction too high. Looks like he got stuck on his heel. And the board just heading over the back without him.
I think the rookies, the newcomers to the championship tour down there at Bells Beach, as we see the slow-mo here.
Yeah, on the Stone and Wood slow-mo, you can see just a little too high, and he lost that engagement with his heel side rail.
I think that the rookies, Rich, you know, couldn't beat themselves up too much with some of the conditions that we had in the opening round down there at Bells on the bowl. It was quite challenging. You know, always difficult to go down there as a rookie with not a lot of experience and try and get the jump on some more experienced heads. But, you know, with this round, you're generally going into the round with people in a similar position. But, you know, there was a lot of slow heats down there at Bells in the early stages of the contest. So everyone kind of kept pretty high spirits. But today, a groomed lineup, opportunities to do and I think put on show your best surfing. And that was a bit of a shocker for Oscar, that last one.
Yeah, absolutely. Opportunity lost. You know, our sport is so unique in that the ocean is fickle. It's every single wave is different. The rhythm of it, the sets, everything that happens in that space of your heat. You know, you have to adapt and figure out a way to get the best waves and to win. It's not like any other sport where the court's the same, the course is the same, the field is the same, the track's the same. You know, this is a sport where you need to figure out the ocean and get in tune with it. And we go, fat boy right of the heat, and it goes to the man, Jacob Wilcox, the local lad, on his home break. And look at this, just beautiful backhand surfing here from the fiery goofy footer with a point to prove, and making some pretty big statements on these waves.
Yeah, tough one for Oscar Berry though too, isn't it? Because you look at the rest of the field, limited experience in most of the other heats, and Oscar finds himself up against Jacob Wilcox, who has the edge when it comes to CT experience. He's also, you know, got a point to prove after missing that championship tour spot as a full-time competitor, but he's also at home at a venue that he knows so well, and his read is really sort of speaking to his experience at the moment. Just the way he's banking off the bottom and giving himself plenty of time to size up those big first hits, whereas Oscar seems to be kind of rushing to that first section and has got it wrong a couple of times. But here's an opportunity for him to potentially lay down something big on the end of this ride. It is standing up, this one. Oscar's got to rip into it. And he does, hammers the section. Becomes part of the lip though and goes down, and Jacob really can nail this one shut with a big finish here on the inside, trying to improve on a 7.1. He doesn't even bother, off for priority on the outside. Hurdy, he's trying to get rid of a 4 here. He's holding on to a narrow lead, not a lot in it. It's another strong finish. Had a 5.63 on his last ride. And he's just finding a couple of waves that are holding their height over that treacherous last section here and doing some great committed turns.
Yeah, he is. He's building for sure. Started with the 4, then got the 5.63. And again, another committed wave there.
Something these competitors, we're going to get some replays up for you in a second, but something that these competitors that are going to be potentially, you know, holding on to a couple of poor results to kick off the year is that, you know, you got to be mistake free after this. And you get the 3 throwaways at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where pressure builds. You can see Oscar just knew he had to go absolutely ham on this turn, and mate, he got so close to making this. The trough of that wave just dropping out for under him, and he just got obliterated.
Well, he got back on top of his board after almost getting inverted on the attempt there. As we see now what Matthias got done on his ride, he's trying to improve on a 4. Looks like he will.
Yeah, I like how quick he transitioned from that opening carb, just seeing that oncoming section, and managed to get up there nice and high, control the rebound. It's another mid-range score, 4.5, but he has put a little bit more distance between him and Jack Thomas.
The local boys breaking it down, the 2 West Aussie surfers. Jacob Wilcox in a very commanding position now after Oscar failed to execute on that last section. And potentially Jacob giving Jack just his read on what's unfolding out there at the moment. He dropped a couple of very healthy numbers and has already accomplished a solid heat score here, 14.93. Looks like we've got some more waves coming our way. You got to love it. The West just so often delivers, you know, waves that really challenge the competitors. Consistently serves up big swell. And today we're lucky that swell coincides with really clean conditions.
Yeah, back to that point we're making, you know, as a competitor, all you want is opportunity. You just want as close to an even, fair playing field as you can get. And as you said, it's been so consistent, and everyone's had ample opportunity, and you just have to convert on those heats and make sure that you do your best surfing when you have that opportunity. So.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's always a fair playing field, isn't it? But really, the frequency of set waves is what these competitors want. They don't mind if it's kind of average surf, as long as they can get some reps in and chase down scores when they need them. And today we've seen a whole lot of sets, and really, it's kind of on the competitors, isn't it, Rich? I mean, it always is, but reflecting on heat performances where you've lost it, if you've had the waves, you kind of start to go, okay, well, this is what I need to clean up.
Yeah, you can't blame it on anything but yourself at that point.
Here goes Jack again.
Oh,
wow.
That's better.
He's giving us some floats, but that is a huge backhand hit. And he hammers the section again. This is on its way to being the number of the heat. And what a finish. Wow. I mean, we have seen Jack Thomas a few times now here at Main Break, but nothing like that. That's got excellent score written all over it, as Matthias now, he surely is hearing the crowd just erupt with Jack finishing strong on the inside, and it's a clean sequence of turns. Matthias is celebrating, but he has no idea what Jack Thomas, the 26-year-old, just dropped on his last ride. It was a sequence of monster moves.
Oh my goodness, hammer time from the local kid, Jack Thomas. Well, that was a CT-like performance on that wave. And let's have a look at the replay here. So beautiful spot on the takeoff. Draws hard off the bottom, pounds that first section. this second turn here, he just extended the line a little bit and then comes through, attacks the final section. It feels excellent. Matthias outside, deep bottom turn, beautiful carve. Just a little flat on the exit to the carve. Goes for that layback hack again, but you can see that the pathway of the turn is a little shorter than what Jack was producing, and the fan of spray that Jack was sending off the back of the wave, significant compared to what Matthias was doing.
A very well-surfed wave for Matthias Hurdy, but it felt like an excellent ride for Jack Thomas. As you said, Rich, rail to rail, deep bottom turns. It was a gem of a wave, and he found that in that non-priority heat. So that's a real lost opportunity potentially for Oscar Berry or Jacob Wilcox to get themselves that ride. But the numbers starting to roll through for Jack. It's an 8.33, but meanwhile, Heat 1 has come to an end with Jacob Wilcox getting the W.
Yeah, he'll be stoked on that. It's just reaffirming that he should be on this championship tour.
And he had some mental demons, didn't he? Psychological demons after failing to crack the championship tour in that final Challenger Series event. So Jacob Wilcox reminds us all where he belongs. We're going to take a quick break. Callum Robson and Liam O'Brien will join the lineup next. Kaya, the WSL acknowledges the Wadundee people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region and thank them for welcoming us to Budja yesterday. It was a beautiful ceremony. We pay our respects to the Wadundee community, their elders past and present. And the WSL is committed to ongoing learning about the local history here, the culture, the language of the Wadundee Budja, the saltwater people's country. And they've asked that we all walk together softly on country and respect the ocean waterways here and everywhere we visit. And we wish to extend this acknowledgement and respect to First Nations people joining us on the broadcast and in person here on day one of the event, the second stop on the WSL Championship Tour. And what about this clash? Joining the lineup now, Callum Robson taking on Liam O'Brien, two guys with great rail surfing. They've given us great performances here in the past. And Liam O'Brien just scraping onto the Championship Tour in that final Challenger Series event. Has already got a score on the board here, Rich.
Yeah, he's already got that 5-1-7. And this is a great matchup between two of the Aussies with a lot of grit. Let's have a look here. This is a replay of Matthias Hurdy. So just go into that layback hack. He's really starting to lean into that turn. Pardon the pun, because he's leaning into it big time on that opening turn. Gets to the final hit. He's got some impressive numbers on the board. This is Cal Robson opening things up. Big swooping carve. Stays nice and low, solid on his feet, Cal. Really difficult wave to ride as he comes to that oncoming section. and that's a make. And behind him, Liam O'Brien. So the fiery natural foot up from Burley Heads. Beautiful face work here, showing some variety, and that wave just lays down. So not a bad opener there, 5-1-7, still waiting on a score for Callum Robson. Both these guys were down at that opening ceremony yesterday. That was a really special event. We had Zach Webb, and, Uncle Wayne, Simon Zuvich down there, just really passing on their knowledge and education about the land and their traditions.
Yeah, right.
We thank them for having us.
Wallich, and he was awesome. Cultural custodian in these parts, such a good storyteller, and really just communicates the story of this region, the song lines of the Wadundy people so well. And yeah, it was just a magical afternoon, and they welcomed everyone here, and we're feeling it. It's great to be here. Who's not being very welcoming out there at the moment, but Jack Thomas in that heat against Mateus Hurdy, very
hospitable
unwelcome.
Almost.
Yeah, just the way he surfed that last wave. I mean, that's what you want to see from your wildcards. You want to see them pushing hard. He won the trials. He's not shut the door on Mateus Hurdy. Mateus had a 7.33 just moments ago and only needs a 6.34. But, you know, I think just based on probably what he knows of Jack Thomas, you know, he probably would have fancied his chances in getting the edge over this trialist winner. But Jack has really shown just what a great read he has on the final section of this wave. When the wave is pitching and standing up, and he's had some of the more hollow end sections to deal with, he's climbed the roof at the perfect time and got some pretty solid floaters stamped.
Yeah, he certainly has. Geez, it's a good angle from above. You can see these waves coming across from Southside Margies. That gives you a good indication of the angle when these two waves converge on that closing moment there. Beautiful shot of the lineup and their big set coming through. But this is a new look Jack Thomas. Back to your point, Ron, we've seen him as a wild card in this event before, but the performance in particular on that last wave, that was something special. He's ramped up his performance.
He has, as we now see from the water. Mateus Hurdy getting through that first turn. He's been slick. His rails have looked clean in these first two events, and he's looking for a bit more on the final section here. That was a massive hunk of whitewater to take on, and ultimately he comes undone. But Mateus pushing.
Yeah, it's
needs a 6.34. I mean, he is right in this heat. Yes, he's a point behind on those higher scoring rides, but he's not far off the lead. Maybe he just needs to wait for one that's got a bit more on the outside.
Yeah, and I was about to say it's time to go to the air. As we look at the slow-mo replay presented by Stone and Wood, and beautiful rail work here from Mateus Hurdy, one of the more expressive surfers in terms of body language and upper body movement. Geez, he had no hope against that one. When I mean that with all due respect, because that was a total avalanche of water coming his way. And I don't think anyone would have survived that final section.
Yeah, it's always difficult, isn't it, when the water coming at you is moving faster than you are.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's hard water too. It's not soft. It feels like you know, basically an avalanche of rocks coming at you.
Yeah, like trying to catch a train when it's moving. Very difficult to stay on your feet. Mateus just needs to get back to that takeoff zone. He's still got plenty of time, just under 12 minutes. Looking a little frustrated out there at the moment.
Like
sort of needs to get in the battle for priority.
Yeah, I feel like if he can get one of those waves, as you mentioned, get that opening turn with a bit more angle on it, and then come onto that inside and tap into that air game, I think he can unlock that excellent score.
We saw absolute emotion from Jacob Wilcox when he dropped his latest edit, failed to Fiji. But I think we're going to see a different feel from him in a moment. We'll cross down to Vaughan in just a second. We are seeing Jack up again, really starting to put the pressure on. Climbs up into the first section. Not quite the fireworks of his last ride, and he'll finish this one off anyway. And it's another solid combination on the inside, only trying to improve in a 5.33. Jumps up on the foam there. And now we'll swing it down to Vaughan and hear from Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, g'day, Ronnie. How are you, mate?
Yeah, g'day Chippo, how are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm stoked to be home, stoked to be back in the thick of it. Yeah, frothing, mate.
Frothing, man. How hard is it to keep your composure and remember you got a heat on when it's just cooking at your loke like that?
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. A lot of glancing across the bay at my actual loke, but it's good out there. It's pretty fun, mate. It's always good to get the Rashi back on. I haven't had too many enjoyable experiences in this thing later recently, so it's good to have 39 back in the mix over here. And mate, it's fucking, what more can you ask for? This is kind of God's country.
Yeah, mate, and everyone appreciates having you back in the Rashi here, particularly at Margie's. Just tell us, like, can you hear the crowd out there? Because every time you get to your feet before you've even done anything, it's just mayhem up here on the hill.
Yeah, sometimes I catch myself just hearing it at the very end of the wave, which is a really special feeling. So cool. We've got such a strong sense of community here in Margs, and the town's getting bigger, but we're still holding on to that sense of community. Yeah, it's cool. I'm so proud to be from here and so lucky to be able to have this event here and be able to compete in it so many times. And yeah, hopefully I can just have a few more heats. It always sucks coming up against one of the boys in the first heat, especially as a wild card. I got nothing to lose, but I was just saying to Oscar there, I was like, mate, it's a long journey. Like, I've been in your position before. Like, you've got it. Like, I'm 28 now. I think Oscar's like 23. It's like, dude, you can just keep doing this for as long as you actually want to do it. And I've got full faith in him for the rest of the year. He shreds, so I look forward to watching him smack it.
Sharing of wisdom, man, that's so nice. And we heard Ronnie and Rich talking before about failed to Fiji, latest edit, and it just seems like, you're able to process, disappointment in a much more mature way than you did in your younger years, like you just said that Oscar went through. But, how are you feeling about where you're at right now, particularly getting this feeling of winning in a CT? That must fire you up for another crack at the Chang.
Yeah, I actually haven't really thought too deeply into it the last couple of weeks. That's up to a couple of days ago. I hadn't even done a turn since Newey. I've just been trying to get barreled and trying to do the things that I love, and the reason that I actually surf is to surf good waves and go on trips with my mates. But yeah, it was hard after Newey. I had a bit of a struggle of a year last year with the injury, and then I just really struggled to come back from it competitively, and that kind of showed in my results. So yeah, it was special to come back here and make a heat. Like, when I was looking at the CT schedule, the two events I really wanted to do was here and Fiji. So hopefully make a few heats here and get a look in for Fiji.
Unreal, mate. And just then I'll let you know that you've got Yago in your next heat, and you were like, whoa, sick. Such a great response.
Yeah, mate, he's my favourite surfer in the event. I look up to his style of surfing and how he carries himself. He seems like a cool dude, so I look forward to having a battle with him out here. It'll be fun.
Unreal, mate. Well, congrats, and I look forward to that battle ourselves.
Legend, mate. Thank you.
Jacob Wilcox, good to see him with a smile on his face and looking right at home in that championship tour jersey. And what a heat that's going to be, up against the 2025 world champion in the second round, as we see Liam O'Brien here in heat 3 of round 1 up against Callum Robson. Won the opening exchange with a 5.17 to Callum's 4.5, but you get the feeling both these Aussie powerhouses have some bigger scores in them. And Liam finishing off a nice clean ride there.
Yeah, it was a good looking ride there for Liam O'Brien. There's that big forehand swoop that he puts different variations on depending on the canvas. It jumps on the ski there. Let's have a look at the replay. Beautiful looking wave here at main break. Comes hard off the bottom, jams it really tight, accelerates out of that turn. Another beautiful swoop, comes all the way through, gets a little bit more vertical on that final turn. And as the wave tapers down, he just connects.
He's got that amazing mid-turn acceleration, doesn't he? Liam O'Brien, as we also see a replay here of Jack.
Yeah, so the opening moments, a little touch and go, but right here, Ron, he steps it up again and just gets that backhand flare going. Critical turn to finish things off. You can hear the crowd going absolutely bananas, backing their local surfers. And, well, one thing about the surfers here in West Oz, they are no nonsense. It's not easy to access breaks here, and they dedicate. And I think the crowd really appreciating just their surfers coming from this region. Before them, Jake Patterson, Taj Burrow, Mitch Thorson, even going back even further, Dave McCauley, obviously Bronte McCauley as well. fully get behind their crew here.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, there obviously is class surfers that come from sort of more isolated, obscure places, but here in the Southwest, it's, you know, it's hard work committing to a life as a professional, travelling professional surfer here. So it's a real treat for the local crowd to have a few surfers in the mix. And Jack Thomas, who won the trials, is right in it at the moment. That last wave, he kind of farmed his first couple of turns, and at that point I was thinking maybe just kick out of this one, but he knew what was coming down the line, and he knew there was a couple of high impact sections coming his way. Surfed the last half of his wave into a 7 and has really turned the heat up on Matthias Herdy now, who needs an excellent score in 8.01. I actually don't think we've seen Matthias on a good wave yet. That's what he's got in his favour. So if he can find a quality ride with a bit more steep wall against Jack, he could turn this heat, but there's just under 5 minutes to go. Let's dive into the GWM heat recap and see some of these Jack Thomas highlights. Excellence on the backhand.
Oh, just amazing surfing on the backhand here. You can see so comfortable. His wave choice has been absolutely on point. He's finding these waves that stand up in front of him and letting him on the backhand just attack the lip. And a much bigger and stronger Jack Thomas here. This turn on the inside, it was brilliant. Just sending whitewash to the heavens. And as you said, Ron, he's just coming up late to that final turn, but managed to get up onto the roof of the lip and find his way down into safe water.
I think probably some comparisons were made there to the 7.33 of Herdy, and they're sort of like, well, he had that one big hit. I mean, the start of the ride didn't do much for me personally, but it was, you know, a high impact, steep, cupped out section that he laid into on the inside to really push that number up and add to his heat score there. 15.33, impressive stuff.
Yeah, he's in control of this one with 3.5 minutes to go. Matthias Herdy, he'll be feeling the pressure right now, stressing out a little bit. He does have priority though, so an excellent ride is what's needed. He's going to have to pick a jam. I do want to see him go to the air. I think he can, I think given the right wave, I think Matthias is up for the challenge.
He may not need to, if he can get those big rail turns done.
Well, he's showing us different variations of it already.
Like I said before, we just haven't seen him on waves as with the same quality that Jack Thomas has found with his local knowledge, obviously. 3 minutes to go. You know who's watching this heat with Matthias Herdy and Jack Thomas is Griffin Colapinto, because he'll take on the winner. So it's a reminder not to take the trialist lightly. He's just picked this lineup apart, even under priority. That's where he turned in his 8.33. He had no priority in the lineup and found that gem. As we see now, Matthias mixing things up. He's going to give that priority up with 2.5 minutes to go. That might be the heat for him.
It's going to be really difficult to come back from this now with only a couple of minutes to go. Jack, perhaps not as much experience with priority, but he's going to have to put the lock on Matthias and just try and keep him off any decent scoring ride now.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head there, because a CT competitor at that point would be looking in at Matthias and seeing just if he rode that wave through to the inside and kind of making a move toward him with just under 2 minutes to go, and Jack was kind of still looking out to sea at that point. So he's got to be careful here. He's got himself in a really solid position to overcome one of the best surfers in the world, a guy with so many weapons, like you said. Matthias doesn't even really need a whole lot of wave to get himself the excellent score that he needs here, because we saw Griffin Colapinto turn in a perfect ride last year with a huge full rotation.
You know, Matthias's make rate is better than most on this tour. You can see here Jack Thomas in the white, just tailing him now.
Yeah, moving
Good
in.
sets approaching too.
Oh, he's going to size this one up. Matthias having a look. Jack lets him go. Let's see what he could do with it. Matthias draws off the bottom, needs something big here, and throws everything at it, stays on his feet. That's the start that he needed, but only got one more section, and it does lay a little flat on him. A minute to go. And that will probably be it for Matthias Herdy, as Callum He finds a bit of room to move here. He's got some work to do. Liam O'Brien holding the lead in heat 3. Works his way through to the inside, tries to get that layback jam in early and doesn't execute. O'Brien on the inside, trying to improve on a 5.17. Bit of foam on the face to deal with, but so far so good. Gets the finish there.
Yeah, quality surfing from the two Australians, Callum Robson and Liam O'Brien. I think Liam will get the edge of that exchange, Ronnie. That was some beautiful surfing, steering the board in all sorts of different ways on that wave. Creative lines. Talk about lines, mate, it is stacked.
Yeah, it's been non-stop since we got the competition underway early today. And wow, we've just seen a monster upset in heat 2. The winner of the trials, Jack Thomas, going excellent. An 8.33, backed it up with a 7. And left Matthias Hurdy chasing an excellent score, which he didn't find in the dying stages. And Matthias now, he'll head to the Gold Coast and try and reboot his championship tour campaign, his rookie campaign. Congratulations there to Jack. Another big heat hitting the lineup in the second, and a dynamic duo hitting the booth. Joe and Felicity stepping in for the call.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative aimed at inspiring the surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of our sport.
I think surfers should definitely play a big part in things like this. We're in the nature constantly, in the ocean.
Nature, it's all around us. We need them more than they need us, so we got to do our part to protect it.
The younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this, and I think that's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Thanks for watching opening day of competition at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. What a great time to be watching pro surfing. Waves are pumping, and we've got one of the greats joining us in the booth for the call. Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, 3-time Margaret River Pro champ, fresh off a heat win, and all smiles. Good to see you, Riss.
Oh, good to see you both. Thanks for having me.
How much fun is today?
It was fun. It was hard work.
Break down the fun. Yeah.
The fun is post-heat.
Yeah. Right.
Eating good food, hanging with my kid, hanging out with you guys.
Oh, all time. I mean, does the contest food compare to anywhere else in the world? What did you have for lunch?
Oh, it's exceptional. Miki's Kitchen is cooking today, and we had lobster rolls and poke bowls and this incredible like apple tart cookie thing.
Oh my gosh, sign us up. Special delivery?
Oh,
Click, this is normal life for you.
It is. We're treated so well in the West. I mean, it's always the best produce, the best food, and yeah, year after year, it's amazing, and the athletes get to sample it, and if we're lucky enough, so do we.
Yeah, it's great to see Andrew Sheridan. They interviewed him during your heat. It was so cool, and it just reminded us of how long that relationship's been with the entire family. Welcome back to your second home.
Oh my gosh, it feels so good to be back and to be working with Andrew Sheridan again and to see Michelle. They really have we've grown so close. They feel like family at this point. I mean, they flew out to my wedding, our wedding, and now they're kind of like grandparents to our daughter. So it's just, no, I love him so much, and he just makes me feel at home and super supported here.
I love it. Thanks for joining us for the call. Matt, men's round 1 has been exciting so far, especially if you're a local WA Goofyfoot wild card. Jack Thomas just eliminated Mateus Hurdy. Wilcox got the win over Oscar Berry, and things are flying by. Priority heat is Liam O'Brien, Callum Robson, 2 Aussies that came back to the tour from the Challenger Series last year. And now we're starting a new heat. One of the youngest guys on tour, Luke Thompson, just 21, growing up in Durban, then moved to Cape Town, enjoying his rookie year so far as he takes on Ramzi Boukiem from Morocco. Rematch from what they had at Bells, where Luke got the jump on Ramzi, and some waves to catch up on during the break. Callum Robson getting this one flick.
Yeah, so, you know, a couple of nice cracks there. He really he had someone, I mean, Joe and I were talking about this, just someone who doesn't back down from those big meaty sections. You know he's going to go for it. He's already had a couple of Hail Mary moments. But yeah, he's still chasing the 6.73 at this stage. But yeah, it was splitting hairs for me between, you know, this priority heat at the moment between Callum and Liam, because yeah, I just didn't know what way to go in the bracket.
Yeah, it's a tough one to decide winners at this stage. Really any heat, you know, everyone's so good, so prepared, and you look at Lobby breaking down the difference between the two. Stylistically, Liam growing up on point breaks is easy to watch, and then Callum has had those breakthrough moments where he won the CS at Pipeline, he's finaled at Bells, he's got that real punctuation mark when he hits the lip, so a good Aussie battle that's still underway. But your take on the conditions, Carissa, you know, from what you dealt with this morning to kind of what you're seeing now, does it appear easier to kind of get your lineup styled and pick the right waves at this part of the day?
I mean, the best guys in the world make it look really easy. But Margaret River is easy to mind surf from the beach, but once you get out there, it's a huge playing field, and I think, you know, it looks perfect, but it's really tricky to find the one that stands up nicely on the reef and allows for those turns that the judges really like.
Yeah, big open walls. What did you ride this morning in your heat? How big?
I rode a 6.2. I like a little bit more of length under my feet, especially out here for paddling power and stuff.
Yeah, looked great.
Thank
Quiver's
you.
solid. I was kind of curious too, after having the time off, I saw you riding some fun surfboards, you know, and you're returning to the ocean. But what was it like kind of thinking Quiver again to set up your season with Matt and the crew?
It was crazy. It felt so weird. Like, I spent so much time on different boards because obviously, you know, when you're pregnant, you gain weight, and then postpartum having to lose that weight, it takes some time. So I actually had Matt made me some mid lengths and some different things to try so that I could still get out there. But when I was getting ready, maybe we'll pause on that for a second.
Yeah, I love this story. Continuing with Riss, watching the bottom turn of Luke Thompson throwing a nice fan of spray off the rails. Another beautiful time carve on the open face. The rookie from South Africa is trying to find maybe one final hit, tags it there on the oncoming section. And now wrap it away is Liam O'Brien from Burley Heads, and finds a lip to hit. Well-timed finishing move from Lobby. You never know what that end section is going to look like. And just that nice, easy tempo. Liam never looks like he's forcing anything. The lip was there. Cracked it shut, Flick. That was beautiful.
Yeah, he got there nice and early, right? It's so hard. It's just two big bits of converging whitewash, and sometimes you think you have everything dialed and it still surprises you, and other times it surprises you because you do make the section, and it's just, yeah, so let's have a look here. It's really beautiful surfing here. I think the conditions have improved since this morning. You know, we were talking about it before, Carissa, but for me, this is like, it's champagne hour. It's like hardly any wind. It looks a bit more groomed. We were talking about the tide too, you know, being a bit higher this morning, making it a little bit more wobbly and a bit more difficult to read. I feel like right now, though, it looks primo.
Oh my goodness, it's beautiful to watch. Like, this is what you dream of when you come here, are these kinds of conditions.
And these arcs from Luke Thompson. Riss, it's always fun to see new faces on tour. It looks like his timing's well, but how do you approach that haunting end section at main break when you know you're running out of water?
Like Felicity mentioned, you're just trying to get in there early and trying to put an exclamation point on the wave before it all comes together. and before that slabby reef comes at you as well.
Watching this one again on this angle flick.
Yeah, it was nice, right? It was up, and anytime you go up into the lip here too, just super challenging. He rides out in front of this. I mean, he's obviously maintained enough speed to get out in front of that whitewash. Sometimes it'll eat you alive, but going up into the lip here is no easy feat. You know, just as much as you drive up there, it hits you with so much power and reverb on the way back. So yeah, Liam just really navigated and timed that last section so well.
Liam O'Brien finishing in 10th, the last spot on the Challenger Series. It was pretty tense moments at Newcastle, and he got the news that he could get another shot with the championship tour. It was this event last year where he fell off tour and had to get back to the CS. Pretty resilient human being, you know. Remember when he was about to start his rookie debut, hurt himself before pipe, didn't get to compete for a Rookie of the Year title. Didn't even get a wild card because he didn't need one. He went on the CS and got himself back on the CT. Now he's done that a couple of times. 7.33 and a 6.5 for Lobby. Callum now second, needing an 8.23 with priority, and standing by for numbers with Luke and Ramsey. The fun part about this celebration this year, Chris, has been 50 years of the World Tour and looking at all your best friends back on tour together. And I was thinking about some of your favorites at Margaret River. You know, we had, you know, a Courtney Conlog conversation earlier, and how heavy this wave can be and some of those hard charging moments. What sticks out to you in those early days of some of your best friends pushing you got yourselves out here at Mainbreak?
Oh, I just remember some really good battles between myself and Tyler and Steph and Sally. I remember the year Lakey won and just seeing her kind of like, you know, I think up until that point, maybe we discounted her in these types of conditions, but just seeing her kind of find her groove in the bigger stuff was really cool. I know that really inspired me. So yeah, there's been some great performances, and just to really set the foundation to where the women are performing out here today.
And then just the overall Hawaii connection with yourself, with multiple wins out here. And then Gabby Bryan now, John Florence, and even the QS days with Dusty and Olamana. It was like there's Hawaii's all over this list of past champions at this event, and it seemed like you felt that connection right away.
I definitely do whenever I come here. The wave reminds me so much of the power that we get on the North Shore of Oahu, and I don't know, I think just the pace and the people and the community here and the love, it reminds you of the Aloha spirit at home.
I love that. I always know that you find different ways to find your purpose and drive being on tour. And when I saw the post that you're coming back, I kind of just was like psyching. But I didn't really know the thought process that went into making that decision of going, let's really do this. Was that an overnight decision? Was it a very long process to commit to 2026?
Oh no, that was a decision that took a lot of thought and a lot of like, okay, wait, what are the pros? What are the cons? I mean, I spent 2 years out of this arena, and I love my life outside of this. It was really scary to step away originally. I was like, oh my gosh, who am I without the jersey and traveling around the world and living out of a suitcase most of the year? But getting to be at home, I fell in love with, like, you know, the spontaneity of getting to go on coffee dates with my sister and waking up late and the slow mornings, and it was great. It was really good for me, and I think it was really refreshing. But then I also was like, you know, I'd love to see if I could do this as a mom, and doing it with my daughter and showing her the way it just filled me with a lot of purpose. And when those things come up, you can't like ignore them. You know, you got to chase them. Even if this was super scary. I was doubting my decision all the way up until I finally committed and sent the email to Renato, like, I'm accepting the wild card.
I love that. As we continue the chat with Riss, we're watching a setup for the backhand of Ramsey Bukiam, the Moroccan, getting the wild card back on tour when John made his announcement to keep sailing. There's the snap, and it gets lost in a mountain of whitewater in the heat with Ramsey. This is Luke Thompson. You can see Ramsey right there, just duck diving. Thompson finishing off the lip line and making sure that the judges will give him credit. He hangs in there, avoids that brick shelf. Now let's catch up with another wild card victory for WA. Jack Thomas with Jesse Starling.
Guys, Jack has had quite the last couple of months. He fractured his ribs, then he moved to London, now he's stunt doubling on a movie, and he's just won a heat on the championship tour. How are you going?
Kind of speechless, really, but yeah, no, feeling pretty good. It's pumping out there, so it's hard not to really have fun, and take the win is freaking amazing, really.
It's such a cool part of the world to grow up in, and on the broadcast, you know, I was listening in and Ronnie was saying they've never seen a Jack Thomas like this. Maybe living in London is the key to winning heats here.
Yeah, it was kind of nice to kind of just have, I know, a bit of off time and go over there and go snowboarding, kind of just hang in the city for a bit and a little refresh. And so, yeah, it's nice to come back here and win the trials and now the main event and now get a heat win. So it's a win-win-win, really.
Coming up next, it's Griffin Colapinto. Obviously, he's been on an incredible run, and that big 10-point ride he got here last year, honestly, it replays in my head all the time. This is a pretty interesting competitor that you're going to come up against.
Yeah, that's definitely a hard one for out here. He's like the guy to beat, really. So, yeah, I'm pretty keen to take that head on and, yeah, try and get him.
We love it, Jack. Let's do this again, hopefully. Thanks, guys.
Thank
Great morning for WA and the wild cards on the men's side. Jacob Wilcox, Jack Thomas enjoying their local break. Jack coming out of the trials, a big win there to just show up once again in the main event. His third start as a wild card at this venue, as we now have 5 minutes on the clock in the priority heat. 25 for Luke and Ramsey. And we're kind of going for a record-breaking day. If we could get all the way to 28 heats run, it would be a historic day for pro surfing. Ran 27 heats in a day in 2014 at Pipeline. So we'll see how we go, if we can max out the daylight. From your perspective, Riss, on a day like today with the overlapping format, what are your options? Sort of the first half without priority, and then the second half with a playing field like this one?
Ooh, I like it because I like more time to move around the lineup and stuff. I like I like not having pressure. It feels like that first 20 minutes, it's like all eyes are on the other heat, so you can kind of like scrounge around and make something out of nothing. And if you end up making something happen in those first 20 minutes, score, you know, because then you have those 20 minutes to really take your time and build off of what you found. So I think it's really fun. I think it's also in a place like Margaret River, it's really nice to have a few extra people in the lineup to kind of base yourself off of.
And then also the intensity that you're feeling, like we all are for the first time, of just one-on-one heats, and this non-elimination thing's long gone. Luke just kind of bouncing out of that one. How different is that type of intensity? However, it's less crowded than those non-elimination heats.
Oh, it's brutal. Oh, it's so brutal. I mean, and also just being in the first round, there's a lot at stake, and especially I want to cruise. I want to hang out as long as possible. And to run the comp on the first day, like a huge amount of the field is going home, and they're going to have to sit and wait until snapper starts. And so I think for all of us competing today, that's a huge weight that, like, when you make it, you're like, phew, like, I'm still here. I still get to enjoy the good food. I still get to, like, enjoy this amazing place. But no, it definitely, the pressure has gone up a little bit for sure.
Do you have a favorite restaurant locally that you've, missed the last couple of years, or do you like to mix it up?
Well, I definitely want to book myself into Miki's Kitchen, but I think it's called Fishbone.
Oh, yeah.
The sushi place.
Yeah.
Way to go.
But Vas Felix is great. There's so many amazing wineries.
Over 150 wine producers, over 100 cellar doors in this region, with now 2:30 on the clock in the priority heat. Liam O'Brien, 7:33 as the high mark. Caltex needs an 8:23. Callum from New South Wales. Liam O'Brien, born in Brisbane, up there in the great state of Queensland. A point break specialist, part of the Burleigh Heads Board Riders Club. And one of the smoothest styles. Flick, we were talking about it in the break. Just some big moments he's had out here in Margaret River, and one with the GOAT a couple years back.
Yeah, I mean, Liam was kind of trying to fight to keep his place on tour when we were at that old format, and trying to survive the cut, and he ended up winning the heat and knocking Kelly out, and it was this, like, he was like a yes moment, but also you've just knocked out Kelly Slater, so it was like, can I really celebrate that much? Like, but I mean, this event has always been the subject to these big crazy moments, especially because we get so much swell, and it's pretty death-defying sometimes.
Important ride for Callum, needs an 8:23 to stay in the event. Wow, risking it all off the lip in a very hollow section and then covered in whitewater. There wasn't really a way out of that, but he knew he needed to go big to get the excellent score. Great effort for Callum. As we break this one down in the Stone and Wood slow-mo, Carissa Moore, what was he thinking here?
I mean, like you said, he kind of had to just go for it. This is his last opportunity. He had a quick turn in the beginning of the wave, and this is where I think he would have got the majority of the score. If he landed that, I mean, it would have been a big score.
Oh, I'm maxing the scale out for that thing, right? I mean, that was commitment all the way for Callum, but getting exploded like that. Remember Al Cleland's wave last year?
Oh, yeah.
It was even hard to watch, just jumping off a building, basically, into flat water. Let's go to the Fat Boy ride of the heat. Liam O'Brien on his 733 flick.
Yeah, this wave was cool. It had so much variety, the layback, the cutty, and then this moment here where he goes up into the lip. So I absolutely loved it, you know, the variation of maneuvers and just how critical that last section was.
Getting down to the wire here for Liam O'Brien. He was knocked out with a 33rd at Bells, just like Callum. So this is an important heat just to try to get moving. On the men's draw, there's these 4 heats that if you lose, you get 33rd and basically no points towards world title or qualification. So for Lobby, he's happy to be moving on into the second round with a nice tidy performance. That style was clear. He punched out the finishing move, and he'll be moving on. Cole Hauschman has Sammy Pupo. He'll be rotating in, and we're going to keep Carissa Moore around for one more block before she just gets to enjoy this wonderful day. I think we have like 4 threads going, ordering boards, life getting back into the water. So much to talk about with Carissa Moore, and she's going to hang in there with us after the break. Cole Hauschman, Sammy Pupo will get started with round 2 right after this. Time to check out the GWM catch-up, showing you all the great highlights from competition day 1. Sally Fitz Gibbons, the Australian vet, 3-time world runner-up and a past champ in the West, really set the mark with that first heat win over the rookie phenom, Tia Zrowski.
Yeah, for me, this was all experience, right? I mean, this morning it was big. It was still a little bit rogue, but locked in a 6.5, backed it up with a 5.17, and she got the job done.
Well, we have Carissa hanging out with us during this catch-up. 12.5 total, Riss. Have you seen your waves yet?
No.
Do you want to take us through it?
No.
Okay, I'll do it for you. You're looking great. I love your composure. You did take a big wave on the head, and then you got right into rhythm. Big win over Alyssa Spencer because she was on fire at Winky Pop, and then things got down to the wire with Erin Brooks and Steph Gilmore.
I mean, Erin, she got the job done traditionally, going left, and yeah, she banked a couple of scores. And then Steph, you know, she bailed out. It was a pretty tight heat there in the end, and, you know, judges really waiting to make that decision there at the end to see where Steph's last wave went, but she didn't quite cut it. So Erin getting the job done over Stephanie Gilmore.
That was huge. That was huge. I mean, for Riss, for Tyler, for Sally, for Steph, like, you all were in those positions of Erin Brooks, of Tia Zrowski, and like pushing your heroes, you know. And for Erin, you could tell she brings this extra energy, you know, when she has Steph now 2 times in the last 2 years. She's had her in a very close decision. It's interesting for you when you're inspired by everyone that came before you, and then you have a chance to see what's coming as well and get fired up to compete.
No, totally. I'm so inspired by what this generation is doing and also what our generation is still doing. I have so much respect for like Steph and Sally and Tyler and Lakey, and like it takes a lot to come back year after year with this intensity, and an intensity to match these young women coming up with, you know, this is their main focus. You know, I think in your 30s, you become multi-dimensional and you have other passions, and let's just switch over. Oh, I think Cole is in and out, but no, it's just different. It's the two different times of life happening, and I just want to applaud even just Steph's performance today. I've always loved her surfing. It's so fluid and stylish, and for her to perform under pressure and almost get the score, so sick to watch.
It's cool too at this stage of your career as we introduce Cole Hauschman, Sammy Pupo. This is also showing that we're into round 2 action, just 4 heats in the first round. And now this is the second round. Cole Hauschman upset early at Bells as a past champ. So looking up, picking up some points. And on the other side of that, a very emotional experience for the entire Pupo family. Sammy getting an equal 5th, and also his big brother wearing bright yellow, world #1 for the very first time of his career. You've shared the touring life with the whole Pupo family forever. You know, you've shared major sponsors. I think it brought everyone to tears, you know, seeing Miguel accomplish that big trophy and also world #1 for the first time. Before we get there, we'll see a big whip on the back end of Ramsey, Flick.
Yeah, that first turn looked pretty deadly, and he backs it up. And will he get one more turn here? Looks like it might offer him something here on the inside. So, I mean, oh my goodness, that section every single time I watch it, I have the same reaction. But look, there's going to be a lot of points come from these couple of maneuvers here. I mean, to blow the fins out on a seriously decent section and connect with the lip, it's no easy feat here at main break. So a lot of points from that first turn, and then he backs it up. I mean, he's had some crazy moments here over the years when it's been big, when it's been chunky, and he's just not afraid to really put it on the line. So even just from those couple of turns, he's going to fetch a really nice score.
Gosh, his timing on his backhand is one of the best in the world. Love when he loads up and he can show the world what he's capable of with those big backhand blows, and kind of floating back to backhand surfing for Miguel Pupo to get world #1. How did you react to that, Riz?
It was it's so cool to see good people do good things and like achieve greatness, because I don't know, you just can't not be happy for them. Miggy is one of those people who's just like a solid human, has always been so kind. And I think just on the topic of like where you are in life and being a multi-dimensional human, he's a dad to 4 girls, and he's out here like showing us all how it's done. I think it's so rad, and it was really cool to see both of the Pupo brothers do really well at Bells.
Yeah, what a happy feeling we had after Bells, and then with Gabby Bryant taking her first bell and world #1 into an event where she's won the last 2. Things are moving quickly in the world title race, Flick.
Yeah, it's so cool. I actually wanted to ask you, Chris, I know you and Gabby stayed together during Bells, and you know, you've obviously, prior to, you know, taking that time off to have your daughter, you and Gabby were traveling a lot together, and you're so close. What's it been like coming back? I mean, we might have to wait for this question potentially here, but yeah, what's it been like coming back? Let's just wait to see if anyone pulls the trigger. No one. But yeah, and staying with Gabby at Bells, watching her get the win, and you know, what's the dynamic now that you're both competing against each other? I'm interested.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the dynamics have changed a little bit. You know, Gabby is not a rookie anymore. Yeah. She is the force to be reckoned with on tour, and I am one of her biggest fans. Like, it was so cool to wake up in the middle of the night over in this last year and just cheer her on. Like, I don't think I missed a heat, and it was just so cool to be in her corner. We'll pause for a second as Ramsey takes off.
Ramsey stomps a tough takeoff, little air job, making it look easy, then hooks it right in the pocket off the lip line out in front for the carve. Bulkiam chasing a 4.17 here. And now slams the end section and finesses his way out of it. That is so hard to do, running out of water when the ocean's just trying to shove you on the brick shelf. Ramsey got a 7 before, which now set him up for the 4.17 to take the lead off Luke Thompson. But his backhand looks sharp, injured last year from an awkward just step back in the inside at Bells Beach. So long-awaited comeback to a performance like this, Flick.
Yeah, look, the 7, beautiful surfing. This is a tricky wave to back it up with, right? A lot of foam on the face, but he does so well. And he really knows, you know, it's coming down to crunch time in this heat. They've only got like just over 11 minutes on the clock, so he's just trying to see, okay, if I just swing now, at least if I swing now, I give myself one more opportunity, right? If I kind of, you know, as we get back to some action, it looks like Cole
Hausman in the non-priority heat with Sammy Pupo. Man from San Clemente is one of the most powerful guys on tour, really due to timing and tempo. Has the biggest boards with the most volume. Same team as Carissa with Lost Surfboards. And has had a lot of success. 2 years on tour, 2 CT wins, 2 finals with his best friend Griffin Colapinto. He's won both. As we watch this approach here, Carissa, what'd you see on this wave?
Well, it was interesting because during his takeoff, it almost looked like he was checking out the left. But he really surfed it beautifully. 3 solid turns. I think that's a great, you know, it'll be better than his 0.6 and 0.4. That's for sure.
Totally. So Cole getting a lift back. Looks like a little onshore flow kind of changing just lightly at the moment. As we do have Liam O'Brien standing by with Jesse Starling.
Lobby, it's always hard when you come up against one of your good friends in Callum Robson, but you know what it means to be here and you also know what it means to fall off, so fighting to keep your space for another year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, obviously it's tough to come up against your mates, but that happens. And yeah, we both kind of also like competing against each other. We're pretty competitive, so it sucks that one of you just has to lose, but it's good fun sparring with each other. And yeah, it was a fun heat. We got a few good sets, so that was good, and got a little sleepy at the end, but yeah, stoked to progress.
Next opponent, Geordie Smith, and it's actually coming around very quickly, about maybe 20 minutes time till you're back out there. He obviously is a defending champion here, but we want to see Lob and some big rail arcs against Geordie Smith.
Yeah, stoked to go have a crack at Geordie. Yeah, as you said, he's just won the last event out here and he's absolutely amazing at surfing the place. So it'll be a good test, good challenge, but no, I'm keen for it.
It's a quick turnaround, so we'll let you get ready and probably get on the back of the ski very shortly. Thanks, Lobby. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Jesse and Liam O'Brien. You love that competitive energy. The Aussie crew coming off the CS together, they're absolutely brilliant. Callum winning at Pipe on the CS. For Liam, it was really just a lot of consistent results, some quarterfinals in there, round before the quarters, and just got back on tour. And he'll be prepared for Geordie Smith. So you see the Water Patrol in action, meaning we've got some waves to talk about, Flick.
Oh, yeah. Judging by what we heard from the screams from the crowd, that first turn was pretty special. Ramsey looks like he's really locked into some good flow out here, but oh my goodness, when we were watching this turn in that post-heat interview, I mean, look how shallow that reef's getting. You know, this is that brick section that we were talking about. Carissa and I were just looking at each other like, oh no, it's just so shallow.
Oh my goodness. You know, one of the, I think a few years ago, Nikki Van Dyke had a really bad one on that shelf.
Oh yeah, I mean, even Sammy Pupo, you know, against Cole had that moment a couple of years ago where he landed the turn and then ended up running onto that dry, shallow reef, and I was like, oh my goodness. He ended up being fine, but it just produces these crazy, scary, iconic moments that just go down in history.
I had a joke with Nikki back then where, remember at Cloud Break, she had her board like come back and hit her and she had to take a helicopter out, and then she had one at Bell's, her board slingshot back at her. She hit the reef in Fiji. That one, I kept going after those falls. I'm like, don't worry, that, you know, that's behind you. And then she'd have another one, but poor thing, what a charger. Doing great, still ripping. But that brick shelf is not kind to anyone who hits it, but it's such a valuable part to finish off a wave strong. So you're always going to attack it.
You are, and I think the judges like it too. They know that if you survive the rock shelf, you get a little extra.
Sadistic in a way, isn't it? Go for it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How many waves in the world just go dry and you're still trying to hit that section? It's really impressive what you guys do, especially with big events on the line. With now 6:50 to go, Ramsey got the score for the lead change. Luke Thompson needs a 7-1-0. Luke has had a few heats with Geordie already in his short time in the CT jersey. Lost to him at Bells, lost to him in a wild card moment at J Bay last year. Luke set his goal and just surfing. Didn't mention world titles. He said he wants to surf till he's 70. He's got 50 years ahead of him to get the best waves of his life, which I was curious for you, Riss, how that transitioned from not just having the jersey on every couple of weeks, where surfing probably had a different feeling of just riding the waves, simply as that.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. That was one of my biggest aha moments during this whole big transition of life and having a child, was I still just wanted to get in the water and still wanted to ride a wave. And even if it was just going straight, it felt so good. So yeah, I don't know. There's something about surfing. It just keeps you coming back. And I know for a fact I'll be doing it till I'm old and gray.
And did your daughter get waves at Bells?
Yes.
Oh, we've got an important ride here. Beautiful line on that bottom turn arc into a big cutty for Luke Thompson. Important ride here, needs a 7:01. Tracking, gets there early, smart move for the 21-year-old. Really strong, powerful surfer coming back into the open faces, Ramsey. These two battling for a spot in the next round. Bukiem clicks that finishing move. He is psyching right now. What a great battle we have. Two different approaches going blow for blow. That's what you want to see on tour, Flick.
I like it when Ramsey gets fired up like this, because I just, memory coming to my mind, it was Chopes a couple of years back, and he was just so feeling it, and he had that moment with Kelly in the heat, and they were talking to each other out the back, and he was firing himself up and Kelly was firing him up, and look at that turn. I mean, there's reason why he's feeling so jazzed right now. I think he's really clicked into sort of, you know, that flow zone out here, you know, and it's not an easy day to surf, you know, Carissa, you were touching on it before. It's tricky. It looks so perfect from the beach, but yeah, it's definitely not easy. And as we see this replay here right now from Luke, I mean, it was a beautiful wrapping carve and nice little snap here to transition to this last maneuver. He does the right thing, man. I mean, you hit that whitewash. I mean, good luck surviving that if you actually do lip line it. So he had the right idea, but yeah, chasing a 7, or, you know, just over a 7. So we'll see what happens there.
Big exchange there in the water. As you can see, Ramsey with that asterisk next to his number means he's waiting on a score. He's looking at better a 6.27, so then Luke would need more than that 7.10. Ramsey lost early at Bells, so he's trying to push through and get some points. Doesn't want to think about the Goldie just yet. As we now look at a windup and a big arc from Samuel Pupo. Already with a 6.83 in the heat with Cole Hauschman. Samuka has the lip to attack there. Wow, that was impressive. Amazing control of that big finishing move, Carissa. That was massive.
Massive. I feel like we haven't seen someone go into a bottom turn, top turn combo with that much speed until that. So that was amazing. That's so beautiful to watch. He harnessed the power of the wave so beautifully, and oh my goodness.
Take us through it, Riz.
Well, here we go. Sammy. Straight up into the lip and just kept it so tight and came out with it so much speed too. And I think what's been tricky out here today is that a lot of those first sections haven't been that steep. And Sammy did so good to finish it off strong as well.
Can you identify these waves early in the set, or you kind of got to hope with your experience that you're locking in a wall like that?
I mean, I've been coming here for 14 years and I still have trouble figuring out which ones are good and which ones aren't. So you kind of have an idea of where to sit in the lineup and what a good wave looks like, but you just kind of have to toss it and keep throwing stuff at and hoping something works out.
Sammy Pupo thriving right in front of our face here at main break. Impressive lines there with a lot of speed in between turns. He already has a 6.83, so judges know they've got to go bigger than that. Scores in. It's an excellent number for Samuka, an 8.17, extending his lead over Cole Hauschman. Cole now needs almost a perfect 10. 9.83 requirement, Flick.
Oh yeah, it's massive, right? And what a perfect way to start a heat. You know, Sammy, it really is textbook. You've got a great backup, and then you've dropped an excellent score. I mean, talk about applying pressure. And yeah, I mean, you're in the non-priority heat, right? Like, it's pretty impressive.
I see the score drop in on our screen. The highest scores from the judges, 8 5s. One of those gets thrown out. One of the 8s gets thrown out. One of his best scores he's had on the CT. Coming off an emotional event at Bell, seeing his older brother take the yellow jersey, starting off with an equal 5th, working with his coach, Matty Myers, this year on the CT. He's gone through everything at Margaret River. Emotional one where he knocked his brother off tour when it was an all Pupo heat. He ended up getting knocked off later in the event, so they did the CS together. But going from those moments where you feel like you're starting your career from scratch and then to what he's had to build through, Sammy just keeps redefining himself. And I feel like this year is exactly the way he'd hope it would start, Riss.
Oh, there really isn't a better way to start. I mean, obviously he would have probably liked to switch spots with his brother, but a 5th and a 1st for the Pupo clan is really cool, and I feel like that gives him a lot of confidence coming here. And then to start off this heat with a combination of 2 great scores is like dream state.
Oh, absolute dream. It feels like we're walking on a dream every time we're here in WAs. We've got 20 seconds left. Luke Thompson really pushed on some big cars, but it's been the backhand that's been electric for Ramsey. Holding down the lead with a 7 and a 6.83, and we will close this one out. The 2 will move on into the next one. For Luke Thompson, it's going to be heading to the Gold Coast. For Bukiem, it's into round 2. Getting a lot done in this overlapping format. We can't thank you enough, Carissa, for joining us. We know you could have been having so much fun with the fam right now, but we're proud of your performance today, and we're wishing you best of luck, best of waves as you move on.
Thank you, and I wish you the best of luck for commentating the rest of the day.
Thank you. If those words just flow, we'll see. Yeah, Riss, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thanks for watching the event. Overlapping format continues. Kanoa Igarashi is taking on Eli Hanneman. Right after this, we'll be right back. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise. It's getting close to lunchtime, about 11:52 a.m. local time here. We've accomplished so much. We've already done the women's opening round, the opening round for the men. Round 2's underway. We have a goal of maxing out the clock and daylight to finish as many heats as we possibly can. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier for the call. As we look at Sammy Pupo, Cole Hauschman take the priority side of things, and Kanoa Igarashi and Eli Hanneman are just getting started. For Sammy, he's just leading the charge with that excellent range score. And Cole is looking just to stay calm and throw down some big backhand hammers, maybe a rare left like Aaron Brooks did earlier today. But the last thing he wants is a real slow start to his season, especially with a GWM Tank 300 on the line.
Oh yeah, that thing is pretty cool. So that's the prize if you win the Aussie treble. And yeah, he's going to want to get a good result here. But I mean, you've got to take your hat off to Sammy Pupo, because those 2 scores were done in the non-priority heat, right? And we had just had Carissa in the booth, and she was, you know, you asked her the question, what can you do, you know, in the non-priority bit? And she was like, look, if you can get at least 1 score, kind of relieves a little bit of the pressure going into the priority heat. But what Sammy's been able to do is he's gotten both. It's pretty great scores for today. You know, you look back at all the heat totals and probably would have advanced through most heats just with, you know, the 2 scores in the non-priority heat. So yeah, hats off to him. And the thing is, you know, we've just struck, what is it, 11.50. That sea breeze has just trended. Like, you know, we've like southwest really. It's just ever so slightly puffing in. You can kind of see, it's hard to tell from this shot, but we got a Red Bull windsock if I look over my shoulder. And yeah, the texture on the face, you can just see it there, just as the wave's looming up. So just seeing that onshore flow come in, and it will potentially change a little bit. It's going to give you a couple of little chip shots. You're going to be able to enter the wave potentially a little bit earlier. And then I'm interested to see what the wind does and how strongly it does kick in. And potentially we're going to maybe see some guys go to the air this afternoon.
How about that? I like it. Here's Cole Hausman. 6'3", 225 with pounds as he just gets stuck there, showing the frustration of hoping that he'd get a better wall. And probably inspired by the backhand hooks from Ramsey, who was in the priority heat while he was in the water. So Sammy Pupo controlling this one now with priority over Hausman. And the last score will be a 2.0 to go with his 5.17. Hausman was just on fire when he qualified. We talked about the European force on the women's side of the CS last year. Well, he felt similar energy with the crew from San Clemente that were just throwing up huge results from Jet Schilling. Then Cole went back-to-back with wins that season he qualified. Inspired by Crosby, Colapinto, and Griff. It was just such a pack. Eli Hanneman was actually adopted into that San Clemente crew, even though he's from Lahaina Maui, close with all those guys. Found some big results as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, Cole, I mean, his, you know, ascend to the championship tour was incredible, you know, from winning his first qualifying series event to, you know, winning his first Challenger series, and then to qualify for the CT and in his rookie year win a championship tour event, and none other than the, you know, Bells Beach, and to ring the bell was pretty spectacular. And, you know, that run, you know, to see someone challenge that again, I don't know how soon that's going to happen, because that was nothing short of incredible. But yeah, I mean, look, he had kind of had an earlier exit at Bells, so he's probably going to, you know, not want the same to happen, but he's only got 14 minutes on the clock, and, you know, Sammy Pupo is making it hard for him.
Yeah, what a start for Pupo. Absolutely blazing into his 8.17. And now he can just cover the lineup, make sure that he doesn't let go of any really good opportunity for Hausman. So sometimes that defense is just going to be applied very early when you have a great start like Sammy just had. So many great reactions coming from the Pupo household, and even here in WA last night, Ain't That Swell had a nice live show, brought up the Pupo brothers on stage in front of a very excited WA surf crowd, and just they let them hear it. So much passion and support for the Pupo brothers. A lot of great Aussie fans were just congratulating Miguel for what he's done and turned in. They even brought Alejo Muniz on stage to celebrate his send-off on his last season on tour. But as Miguel said, when he put the yellow jersey on in a warm-up session, he's like, back to work. And I remember talking to Miguel after he won at Fernando de Noronha, a QS a long time ago that he won. I was like, oh, what'd you do last night? How was it? What was the celebration like? He's like, hey, if I'm relaxing, someone else is working hard. He was so focused on going, nope, I am not done yet. And that was the transition of applying pressure to himself to not get excited too early and try to meet all of his goals.
Well, it's kind of a good mentality to have, right? I mean, obviously you still do want to relish in those moments, but I think that we saw there were some cool sound bites that came out of, you know, all those post-hit interviews, this moment on stage, you know, with you, Joe, and just what he was talking about. And, you know, I think you asked him the question, like, could you believe this at this moment in your career, you'd be standing here ringing the bell? And his answer was like, no, I'd be laughing if you told me that this was what was going to happen at the start of this season. And, you know, it's cool. Even Carissa touched on it, you know, when you are in that later stage of your career, you're just multi-dimensional. It's a great word. You've got so many different things going on. And so much different perspective and the way you approach the tour. And I think, yeah, it was just so special to hear, you know, what his influences are now and where he looks to inspiration. And yeah, it was cool. I think we had some great moments there.
Wonderful moments to kick off the season. A great moment for Ramsey, talking to Dog on the steps.
61 turn. I was like, I'm gonna smash it. Instinct, fuck it. That was pure instinct. Beautiful. But after I thought about what you said, when I missed my first finish, that's why on the last 6, you see I went early.
Yeah, nice.
Was it?
It's great.
But it doesn't feel like
Nah, but you know, like...
It feels like you're dodging.
You are a bit.
You are.
But like, it's pretty gnarly. It's like bare rocks and just like 10 foot of foam coming your way.
It is.
You've got to play it smart, you know? You got to see what's in front of you and work it out.
Especially my waves, it was always a big foam.
Always a big foam.
It was not like a little...
But your first turns were unbelievable.
Even on my 7, the first was crisp, huh?
Crisp, man. They were loving it. It was bread and butter for you, but it was like, I told you, just get that click and they'll dig it.
Yeah.
Like, it was crazy good.
You could see I come from behind.
Yeah. Man, and you gave him the start too.
I know, but you see how I fought him?
Yeah.
I fought him so long.
Yeah, but then you gave up and gave him
Yeah, but
one.
bro, I don't want to spend 40 minutes doing this. I want to surf, bro.
But it was lucky because there was
I
then
know.
the first lull of all the morning.
You saw it?
I know.
I was like...
But I told you about the first exchange. It's so important. And like...
How good is that? We could listen to them talk all day. Great feedback from Dog. Great strategy that he gave to Ramsey to get there early on that end section. It worked out. A couple of whippy type wraps from Eli Hanneman. And gets there for the little off the top finishing move, and Elijah will step off as softly as he can as he's in the heat with Kanoa, and sets just keep pouring through. There's that light southerly shift in the onshore flow that was always predicted from Surfline this afternoon. But Eli loves a ramp. He loves a light little onshore wind. I don't know if he likes dry rocks, though, on the air section. We'll find out. Cole Houshman up and out.
Yeah, look, that end section is just so tricky. But I mean, going back to that little debrief with Dog and Ramsey, I could literally listen to that all day. It's so funny, man. They're so emotive, both of those characters. and even just to hear them butt heads and be like, hey, I don't want to be doing that all day, but you got to do it. It's the most important thing. It's just so cool to get those insights and just to see the different coaching styles too.
And it was a good reaction from a surfer like Ramsey, who's like, I want to hit the lip hard. I want to hit the section, but that end section forces you to go early. So he's like, it feels like I'm dodging the critical part of the wave, but you have to keep your board intact as we look at Eli.
Yeah, this was some nice smooth surfing, getting a lot of acceleration out of the whip and carve through those turns. And then, I mean, look, you could see it here. Eli just got to that section early, wanted to ride out. And depending on where that wave is when you take off, depends on where it's going to finish. You know, I think I spoke to it earlier today, but not all waves break in the same spot here at Main Break. It's shifty. You know, the right sometimes, you know, it moves deep on the reef, and therefore you finish up just in front of the bricks. If it breaks in the middle of the peak, you tend to end up on the bricks. And sometimes if it shifts wide, you actually go past the bricks and you end in a hole, and you can get this nice finishing turn. So there's so many elements that go into that last maneuver, and whether or not you're going to be able to get there early or absolutely attack it.
Let's check in with the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by Vea. Lost taking a quick start on top, of course, you know. Flick, your team's undefeated. Lost Surfboards out in front, doing a great job. Gabby Bryan getting the winning points. Yago Dora, runner-up points at Bells. But right now we've got JS in the water with Sammy Pupo Kanoa-Garashi. 2 for Lost as well, with Cole Houshman and Eli Hanneman in opposite heats. So those are the top 2 so far, and they've got some contenders in the water right now.
Oh, totally. I mean, even JS, you think to Ramsey's last heat win too. So JS is such a cool story. You know, he's picked up Jack in the off season, and you know, now that Cowley's qualified for the tour, you know, he's got Cowley Vast, and they actually have Friendly Fire coming up in heat 8. So that's going to be a really interesting one to watch go down. I'm genuinely pretty excited for that one. So yeah, JS for me has been really interesting because, you know, acquired a few new surfers, and yeah, with a couple qualifying on the Challenger Series too. So quite the stable these days.
Yeah, really exciting. Good job so far. Now let's hear from the man himself. Winner of the last heat, Ramsey, is with Jesse Starling.
Ramsey, we're just talking, that win, it was a long time coming, from injury to having a lot of time out of the water to, unfortunately, an early round knockout at Bells, and now to a rematch that you've just won. Must feel good to finally get a heat win back under your belt.
Yeah, it does. To be honest, it does. It's been more than a year pretty much, and a long time coming, like you said. I felt good at Bells, to be honest. Just I wasn't on the right waves, and but my surfing was there. I kept the routine. I'm working with Doug this year. It's been really good. He's been a really good friend of mine for a long time, and he knows me. He knows me since I'm 15. So yeah, good group with Leo, Connor, really good friends of mine, and yeah, kept the routine. I knew what I can do on especially on my backhand if I get the right wave. And it's challenging out there, to be honest, but I'm happy. Yeah, I'm really happy.
Let's talk about the next round. You're coming up against Italo. Obviously, he's a really fast zippy surfer. You have this incredible, powerful traditional approach. How do you see you guys kind of matching up against each other?
Well, hopefully he can do airs right now. It's still 10 foot, but you never know with him. No, I just stick to my thing, you know. I know that if I get the right wave and I do big backhand turn, I can beat anyone. So stick to this and do my thing. Enjoy the ride, and yeah. That's it.
We love it, Ramsey. Any words back home?
Ouais, merci à tout le monde. شكرا للدراري في المغرب. راك انتم ناعسين probablement دابا مي ديما مغرب وان شاء الله الخير لا بروشين.
Thanks, Ramsey. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Well done, Ramsey, taking out that victory over Luke Thompson. Luke was fired up too, throwing down some really fast open face hooks, but it was Ramsey's beyond vertical backhand that made the difference, and identifying how to read the end section with great advice from his coach, Richard Dog Marsh. Great addition to the Dog Pound this year. As we check out a replay from Sammy Pupo, his fourth wave ridden, coming through with a 7.33 here.
Wow, he's really put no foot wrong at the moment, just absolutely connecting the dots here, really cracking that last section and applying even more pressure to Cole. And then we have a look here to Eli. Just beautiful timing. This is super fast wave, this one. And yeah, we saw this one in that during that post-heat interview with Ramsey. Really nice, tidy work there from Eli.
So fast, he's so inspired on his comeback to the championship tour. Almost won the CS season. Kyle Livas ended up taking it over Eli, but a very successful year. Was comfortable and qualifying nice and early for the championship tour. Look at that number as I see the score drop in at a 7.33 to go with Sammy Pupo's 8.17. Getting the excellent score in the first half. And now his big brother's got to be really proud of this performance. Miguel's with Jesse.
He's very relaxed, not nervous at all, because Sammy is obviously killing it right now. This must feel so good to, you know, watch your little brother dominate in these early rounds.
Yeah, I feel like this wave suits him really well, and yeah, we had some scary years over here that he fell off tour, and just nice to see him so confident and surfing well. Got his coach right here and doing the work, putting the hours, and yeah, 15 point something total. It's really nice.
Do you guys ever have a little brotherly rivalry? You know, whoever scores the highest and that has to do the dishes later in the night?
Not really, you know, it's 9 years apart, so we don't have a rivalry going on, but it's just nice for us that having him kick off the round with a win, and now I gotta back it up.
Yellow jersey for the first time in your career. I know everyone's been asking you this lately, but it just looks like there's no weight on your shoulders. You look so comfortable and you look so ready to take on that yellow jersey.
Yeah, it's a new, a different challenge for me for sure, but I feel relaxed. You know, I've been putting the hours and the training, and I've been testing my boards. I feel confident, and I have my coach Adriano that has been in this same position as me before. So lately it's been a lot of talks, you know, not much surfing, just a lot of talks between me and him about this moment, and just soaking it all in and turning into energy so I can surf better, and let's do it.
It's one thing to get hyped up off your little brother as well. We love it, Miggy. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you to world number one, Miguel Pupo, for the first time in his career wearing the bright yellow jersey. And like he mentioned, his coach, Adriano de Souza, who won, you know, Bells before Miggy. He won Margaret River over John Florence, by the way, in the final when it was absolutely pumping. And I think when you've got Adriano in your ear, where Adriano, even his world title speech, he was like, I was never the guy favored to win. And he bowed down to the heroes of the tour at the time, but he figured out a way to beat all of them at some point of his career. So with that advice of owning this role, of this underdog type role of world #1, I think he's probably got the best coach he could ask for in this scenario.
Oh, totally. I mean, so much experience and so much resilience, and, you know, every single situation that he's been in, you know, he's able to, you know, provide that support. And I mean, what a better sounding board for someone who's, you know, had all these, you know, events, these CT event wins, you know, the Bell, one of the most iconic ones. I mean, now moving on to here to Margaret River, I mean, it's just going to give you so much, you know, confidence. And I think once you tee off and you start the year with a big win at Bells like that, and it's been so long between drinks, the confidence as a team coming here to Margaret River, it's going to be through the roof, right?
Absolutely. Final minute for Sammy Pupo to enjoy this big total, putting Cole Hausman away by combo. So Cole will have to reset at stop number 3 on the Gold Coast. We'll see what his plans are. He has time to get there early and start preparing his comeback to results. Last year, he felt it a bit. The cut was moved to 7 events, and he actually said it took him a while to like feel the fire and the spark of needing a result. And then he turned a huge result in El Salvador. So we'll definitely see Hausman fire up, but Sammy Pupo in complete control. Cole will take a left and put all that frustration into a big hammer to finish that off. It will be Sammy Pupo moving on into the next round. And still hopes for an all Pupo matchup, maybe somewhere along this bracket. That's Sammy's coach, Matty Myers from Santa Cruz, California. Stoked on another great heat win and really a great start together on the CT for the first time. That is the best heat so far of the day. Sammy Pupo turning in 15.5 points in his start to eliminate Cole Hausman. Round 2 continues in this overlapping format. Eli and Kanoa will take priority, and Jordy Smith and Liam O'Brien will get started. We'll be right back. The GWM Aussie Treble, the best in Australia. The double Cobra. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. Take 300 is good.
The GWM Aussie Treble is back on, one stop down, and a couple of new names at the top of the GWM Treble, Aussie Treble leaderboard. And of course, Miguel Pupo, Gabriella Bryan, can they be reeled in? We've got last year's treble winner, Jordy Smith, out there in the lineup at the moment, and what should be a fantastic clash. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. And Rich, this day is already bringing us plenty of highlights. Some big turns laid down on huge steep sections that are just pounding that inside reef section.
Yeah, it's been a fun day already. Margaret River has definitely produced some beautiful waves this morning, and this is another cracking matchup with Jordy Smith. Liam O'Brien, Jordy, winning the Tank 300 last year in the Aussie treble. And Liam O'Brien, well, he was in the water about an hour ago, so he's coming off some momentum and a winning feeling as we see Kanoa.
Really quick turnaround, and also it looks like a bit of texture on the surface of the water here. Kanoa Igarashi is up against Eli Hanneman and chasing Eli down, who's put a couple of reasonable scores on the board in the first half of their heat. Kanoa, a patient approach, and now we'll have really just a 17-minute heat to surf here.
Yeah, so surprising that Kanoa hasn't been able to put a number on the board just yet. And as you said, he's sort of up against it in terms of the clock, but certainly making use of this wave here. Kanoa, beautiful hack to start things off. And a little texture on the wave face there, just navigating through this. You can see the board bouncing around, but he controls it and gets the final important turn done. So this is going to bring him right back into this heat. He'll match one of Eli's scores here for sure.
Yeah, slick performance from Kanoa down there at the opening stop of the Championship Tour this year. He looks really on point. He's obviously got some great equipment under his feet, working with Jake Patterson again. And he seems primed to, I think, get himself right back up there toward the top end of the ranks and potentially challenge for a title with just his mistake-free approach. He's got some work to do in this heat, though. That score's going to certainly help him. That wave standing up on the outside. Let's see who's in position for this one, and it looks like it will be Eli Hanneman. Strong effort on the first section, out onto the open face. Bit of white water to deal with, but he copes with the suds and sticks with it, looking for the huge finish on the inside now. Starting to load up, drifts that tail, the wave steps out, and Eli does so well to get back out in front, worthy of a little pump of the fist.
The track through that last manoeuvre was brilliant. Just navigating, and it was almost like he had an imaginary map just showing him the path through that turbulent water behind him. Does it really, really well. Eli Hanneman, the Hawaiian, no stranger to these sort of conditions here. Wave stands up as we go through the replay. Nice and composed, poised off the bottom. Nice wrapping turn to start things off. Bit of a sleepy cutback, but then the wave face cleans up again. Eli gets to work. Just one of the fastest surfers that we have on the tour. Incredible rail game.
Wow.
And yeah, very difficult section to navigate. Geordie Smith on his opening ride. Geordie going for the big rail carve. And just gets stuck, sitting on his board there, awkward.
Give him a paddle.
Yeah,
in the goat boat position. But Geordie, missed opportunity there, but you can see why Geordie's such a threat here. Just the way he covers distance on these big open faces, it just looks so impressive. It's hard to match that power and just the size of the rail lines he's able to execute. Sure, he got it wrong on that occasion, but you just know if he connects with a nice steep section, you're going to see something special.
Oh, absolutely. He's quite bullish, even at this size. He does match the power of the wave and looks really, really comfortable on every turn. Just gets that rail sinking really deep into the wave face.
His boards are thick. He's always surfed boards with a lot of volume, and I think, he's pretty comfortable with that lumber and sinking those thicker rails. But he's going to have to make up for a mistake there up against Liam O'Brien, who's got priority now. That third heat, of this second round. Igarashi dropped a 6.73 on his last ride. Hanneman with another score on the way. This heat is intensifying, and already we're starting to see these surfers who've made a return to the Championship Tour just really dig the claws in and just look to pull themselves out of the bottom rungs of the Championship Tour seed list and get themselves in a better position to strike for the top end.
Yeah, well, that's what you have to do. You have to dig yourself out of that hole, being down the bottom of the ratings, and work on your seeding points, and that will get you a better rating and a better seeding going into the next events, and you can get out of that back end. You can start going up against sort of the middle range surfers sitting on the seeding list rather than going up against the top seeded surfers. get stuck in that zone. So important to make all these heats.
No doubt. Some competitors have gone out in this opening round and just shown it's a little bit more speed, a little bit more willingness to attack these rides. I thought Sammy Pupo was brilliant in that last heat. He looked strong, just so electric. I think there's obviously been the competitive fire is there for the Pupo brothers, but after the huge results they both collected down there at the first stop, I think they've reignited, you know, their confidence.
Yeah, the brothers are beaming with confidence at the moment, and it's building. They're spurring each other on. They're getting caught in each other's slipstream. Just with incredible surfing, getting through heats.
So 4 former winners on the men's side. Geordie Smith's one of them. Medina, Toledo, and Robinson are the others. Geordie would really be keen to turn things around. He fell out of the mix down there at Bells way earlier than we expected. He's got to make these right-handers really count towards his title campaign. As we see now, Kanoa up 6.73 on his last wave. Doesn't need a whole lot out of this one. Just a 4.94, silky smooth through that second move, and a bit more aggressive on the final hit. Great sequence of turns. His girlfriend and his coach, Jake Patterson, they put their hands together. They know that's going to see him into the lead here over Eli Hanneman.
He's good, isn't he? He just does not ever lay down, this guy. He is up for the challenge. He will fight to the very, very end. And the fight back started at the 17 mark, and now he's building. 6.73. We're going to back that up with another decent score. We may see a lead change here. Let's have a look at the replay here. So Kanoa, great looking wave, stands up in front of him. Beautiful slice off the lip. Deep bottom turn. Another good angle turn there. Nice and tight with the angle. And jams it for the final turn. So 3-turn combination with some variety on each one. Geez, he did well to hold that line. That lip line had about 3 different ridges through it. And Kanoa just ironing it out beautifully. You can see that that front arm just grabbing onto the wave face as he pivots around that, almost like a pole, he just stuck in the wave face. And again, jams really hard on that 3rd turn. Committed every single moment of the wave. This is going to be a great score.
Big score.
Yeah,
it is, Jake. It is a big score. This is going to be huge. I just thought he did so well. Those first 2 sections, Rich, they weren't easy to read. You picked it up. It was kind of ribbed out, and he did set that board over the top of some of those chunks. As we see Liam O'Brien now use priority for this wave. Needs to make it count against Geordie Smith. Releasing a lot of water off the rail on his last 2 hits. Hangs on for the finish, wins the opening exchange. We know how often that leads to success at the end of the heat. Oh, as Liam just carefully floats his way over the top of the reef there, almost stalling his body and flipping the equipment over so he rode the top of the whitewater. Pretty technical little trip through the inside rock shelf there.
Yeah, great technique, just managing to keep the board intact. Little check turn fade to start off for Liam. I just love the acceleration that this guy gets through his turn. See how he squirts out of it, puts a lot of pressure on that tail pad. And that really clean, snapping, fast action, becoming somewhat of a trademark for Liam O'Brien. This is Geordie outside.
Well, Geordie smooth as he climbs over that whitewater. This is a lumpy, bumpy ride, though. And he hasn't yet done that big dynamic hit. Slides the tail. He's going to hang on for the finish. It'll be a number to build on, but probably not one that's going to help him get through this heat. He'll need a lot more. Liam O'Brien's about to drop something in the 6-point range, you'd think. Kanoa Igarashi, Rich, he's dropped the number of the day, an 8.5.
Oh.
And when we see that ride again, you'll see how well he did in just ripping his board through sections that he could potentially have bogged down on.
Yeah, I think for a moment there...
We'll get a replay of that in the GWM recap.
I think for a moment Geordie was toying with the idea of paddling straight back out, that whitewash. I think he's opted to come in, jump on the ski. These little moments through the heat, just calculating the best pathway back out into the lineup. He is on the ski.
Well, let's feel the energy, the hype from Sammy Pupo. It's deserving. He absolutely tore that last heat apart, Vaughan.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo is fully charged. He's got lightning flying off his rails at the moment. And, mate, that must feel excellent. There's something going on with you Pupo brothers at the moment.
I know, right? I guess it was the podcast we did yesterday. It got me fired up. Yeah, I mean, such a good heat to start off the event. I feel like everything I put to plan, you know, it worked, it happened. So my plan was to get one score before getting the priority heat, and managed to get 2 big scores before the priority heat started. So couldn't ask for a better start, really.
Richie Lovett's up there. He's the biggest board nerd in history. He was saying that, you know, your board just looks absolutely on point. This is the monster, a little step up?
No, now I got the Forget-Me-Not 3.
Ah, sorry about that.
Yeah, so I can hold the rail a little longer. Yeah, so this is a 6-1. It's actually, all my boards are from last year. My quiver from last year for this event, so I kept them on ice until now, and they're finally back in the water, and they feel very fresh and sparky.
Ooh, they look sparky, mate. As I said, lightning flying off your rails. Hey, mate, a great start to the year. You know, this is the Sammy Pupo that we've been really dying to see, off to a flying start and building with every single heat.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just happy to get a good start of the year at Bells. I feel like last few years I had a bad start. Like last 3 years I had a bad start, and it kind of got me in a bad role of results and not surfing my best. And I feel like as I got closer to the cut, my surfing was getting better. I was getting better results, but not enough time for me to pick up the pace and make the cut. So it was very important for me to get a good start, and that happened. So I feel like it was already a bit of relief for me, just you know, getting a 5th there and having a good heat with Gabe. So yeah, I mean, first seed of the Bells, I said I was coming for the top seeds, and that's what I'm doing.
You are, mate. And speaking of top seeds, your bro's going to be coming up soon. You were mentioning last night, you know, whoever gets knocked out has to do the dishes. Is that going to happen tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I hope none of us wash the dishes. We both make it. Yeah.
Bruno will be watching the dishes.
Bruno. If we both make it, Bruno's doing the dishes for sure. Yeah, just really stoked for him for his momentum, you know, with the wins, his 2nd win, and really got me fired up to really put on my best surfing, my best performances, and hopefully I can give him that fire too, and we can keep pushing each other.
It's happening, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Pupo Ohana, they're on fire at the moment. And out in the lineup, we've got Liam O'Brien holding a bit of an edge over Geordie Smith in Heat 3 of this 2nd round. The time winding down for our competitors in Heat 2, 3.5 minutes to go. Kanoa Igarashi, he didn't get a scoring ride until the back half of his heat. Eli Hanneman, he had all the momentum in those first 20 minutes, Rich, but he has been well and truly reeled in.
Yeah, what a turnaround. It was Eli Hanneman in total control of that heat up until that 17 mark, and then Kanoa just found those 2 gems, that 8.5, the high number of the day, just beautiful surfing under pressure. It just goes to show you, you know, it's a rhythm thing. You look at the GWM recap, Eli Hanneman, he was the surfer that took control of this heat. Beautiful surfing. This is that fast twitching action off the top that we're used to seeing from Eli. One of the fastest surfers on the planet, incredible air game as well. And this was the comeback. Kanoa Igarashi just blasting the lip on that first turn. And just navigating these bumpy sections through the inside, and hammers that final oncoming wave.
And then this one, the 8.5, which Kanoa really did read beautifully. Drove that board high through the lip a couple of times on the outside section, and then finished it off beautifully.
Oh, just sizzling through every turn. Just almost like a chef, knife precision, cutting through the wave beautifully, and the path that he took through those turns was just magnificent.
8.5. That is the benchmark for the day. And he's up again now, looking to get rid of that 6.73 to make life even harder for Eli Hanneman, who's chasing a 9.06 already. Kanoa building some speed, some momentum for the inside section. Drives that board up over that final closeout. And just gets out of there before the rock, but likely coming into contact with the reef. That is unavoidable for our competitors here at main break.
Yeah, quick check of the equipment there. Check the fins and the fin boxes. Kanoa, well, Eli Hanneman still out there with priority. Just over a minute to go, needing a 9.06, so we're going to have to see something brilliant from him.
Absolutely, as we see Geordie now in heat number 3, look to get back in this clash. Drives up into the lip there and just loses contact with the wave and his equipment. So things not really going Geordie's way. He's going to be looking to surf the back half of his heat as Kanoa Igarashi has. So Kanoa on the inside here and really can't control what happens. Eli Hanneman, will he get an opportunity to launch something spectacular in the final stages to turn this heat?
Yeah, I feel like Eli's just going to dip into his bag of tricks, that reliable air game that he has on lockdown. He just needs that opportunity, just eagerly waiting for a little swell.
Searching it out, isn't he? But it doesn't look like there's too much coming his way. Checks his clock, looks out to sea. The Apple Watch, a big benefit to the competitors here.
Yeah, he'll be wondering what happened. He would have felt in total control of this heat. He had, not often do you have Kanoa on the ropes at that point in the heat. He just came fighting back in a big way.
Impressive start from Igarashi, an excellent score. The highest single ride of the day so far, and he gets the heat win, and he is marching on through to the 3rd round. We're going to take a break here, and when we return, we'll see Farron Mamiya and Joel Vaughan. Time for the Bonsai Brew break.
The 2014 Margaret River Pro marked the return of the men's event to the championship tour. A thrilling finals day in Western Australia saw Michelle Perez dispatch Nat Young in the quarters and Kelly Slater in the semis to face Josh Kerr in the final. Both Perez and Kerr took to the water in the final, searching for their first career CT wins. After a slow start to the heat, Perez eventually lit up 2 consecutive waves with his patented forehand power. Kerr answered back, delivering a full-fledged attack on the main break rights. But Perez continued to build momentum, adding an 8.33 to his scoreline. The Tahitian powerhouse was crowned winner of the 2014 Margaret River Pro, the first championship tour win of his career.
As we celebrate 50 years of the World Tour, it's fun to have a look back and dive into the vault. Michelle Perez celebrated victory in these parts. Michelle, a win for Michelle meant a good night out for everyone else. Always led the charge.
Certainly.
The celebration charge. But here we go, heat 4 of round 2, hitting the lineup now. Barron Mamiya up against Joel Vaughan. Two of the young guns on the CT. It should be a great heat. As heat number 3 now moves into that priority position. Geordie Smith up against Liam O'Brien, and Liam O'Brien has won the big exchanges so far. So in a strong position, Geordie after an 8.5.
Yeah, it's a big number, and Geordie in unfamiliar territory here at the moment. Let's see what the big South African does here on the replay. Big opening swoop, a little catch again. These waves super bumpy and textured, hard to hold that rail line. Geordie doing well at this point, just to muscle his way through. Now he's getting some work done through the inside. Does he get the finish? Yes, he does, of course. Best wave for Geordie. And outside, Liam O'Brien with his reply. Big bottom turn, top turn blast. Huge section, comes around again, attacks the lip. So that wave really stood up twice. And this is Joel Vaughan in his opening ride. Smaller wave. Some horizontal rail work comes through to the inside. Pivots a couple of times off the top and loses it on the third. We had Joel Vaughan in the booth down at Bellsron. Did say he was working on his rail game in the off-season. Definitely will come into play here at Margaret's. Especially against someone like Barron Mamiya, who's had some success out here.
It's not lost on Joel that these are the more challenging events that he's going to face. Main break, Margaret River, you know, a venue that really requires some of those big, powerful rail turns. So he's identified that as a weakness. He's been working hard on it. But there is certain venues where Joel's probably going to go in as one of the real favourites in the contest. He proved that at Trestles last year, had some magic performances. His aerial surfing's on another level. Won the Stab High event, you know, against a cast of just the most unbelievable aerial surfers. So, you know, he really is one of the best in that realm, but already identifying that he has weaknesses that he's got to work on in his surfing if he's going to maintain his position on this CT and get himself right up to the top of the leaderboard. Here goes Barron Mamiya, who did perform really well down there at Bells Beach, stop number 1. Been doing a lot of work with Luke Egan in the lead up to the Championship Tour season getting underway. And some of that work on show here. Nice rail turns, crisp finish on the end section. On the outside, Liam O'Brien up against Geordie in heat number 3, gets a couple of turns done on the outside. He's trying to improve on a 6.67.
Yeah, Liam's looking on, isn't he? And I just can't get past, you know, the fact that he had that heat earlier today. He was already in tune with the conditions out there. The wind was just starting to come up when he was competing, so it was almost, you know, sort of second nature for Liam to get back out there again and just continue on with that feeling. This is Barron Mamiya on the ski. Good opening ride for Barron. Mentioned working with Louis Egan, also works incredibly closely with Britt Merrick on the equipment, the Channel Islands boards. Looking good under his feet at this event. Let's have a look at the replay. Check turn, quick fade for Liam. Beautiful snap under the lip. Deep bottom turn, nice open face carve. And this was Barron on his opening ride. A more horizontal bottom turn, but a nice arc up the top of the wave. Another swooping cut back, just staying with the source. Through the inside, connects with a beautiful slice off the top and gets the foam rebound to finish off. So lots of variety on that wave, different manoeuvres each and every time.
Yeah, Barron Mamiya, just amazing when you think about where he's had Championship Tour success. 3 wins, and all coming on the North Shore. A couple of wins at Pipe, also a victory at Sunset. So he does have those big rail turns that can work here. But I think across the entire Championship Tour calendar, he's still been kind of figuring out his equipment and working on his rail surfing himself. So, two surfers who I think have been really looking to tap into similar things, fighting it out for a place in that third round. Time's kind of running out for Geordie Smith to get a good number on the board here, Rich.
Yeah, he needs to strike. He does have priority in this heat up against Liam O'Brien. He is patiently waiting for a particular style of wave. We saw Liam just get that 4.93, which it was a good leave from Geordie at that point.
To be honest, like the conditions for the next round is going to be
bigger or smaller?
Like more spicy. I told you, shouldn't have been on.
You didn't tell me. I was in the water, brother.
No, I was yelling out, "Get off the rock!"
I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you. Get off the rock.
Yeah,
15 more. I felt it stiff, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For me, if it's light on, the other heat's going to be onshore, and it's going to be spicy for the other one, I think.
Yeah, this board felt a little bit stiff, actually.
Only because it went crumbly a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
But to saying that, if you fell on the first wave, the heat was done.
If I fell on my first wave?
Yeah. You needed to be, if you didn't bank that wave, you only got one other chance.
No, I know.
So,
yeah, it was tight. It was super slow heat.
Yeah, no, they took the waves.
Yeah, Jake just breaking things down with Kanoa there, who busted his fin actually coming in on his last ride where he got washed across that rock shelf. But I think what Jake was saying is in these dual heat format, the overlapping heats, try and bank something in the opening stages of the heat, because he only had 2 opportunities. Luckily, Kanoa is strong enough to convert on both those and didn't lose his cool. Surfed extremely well in the dying stages there, but yeah, he made it hard for himself.
Yeah, definitely, and he's going to have to shift his attention to different equipment now too. He's going to have to go to his backup board, because that one I think is toast for the minute.
I think he said, that's all right, I've got 15 more.
Well, these guys, they get so many boards, upwards of anywhere between 50 and maybe 80, 90 boards a year off their shapers.
You need that quiver for this Australian leg. There's a high chance you're going to break a few over here in WA, or at least damage a couple. As we take a trip here on the Western Australia Flight Cam, it's been bringing us beautiful images on a sensational opening day competition. A lot of sets pumping through. This has been kind of one of the real big lulls so far. Well, we've got a little bit of time. We're going to check in with Kuiper.
Hey, you may know me for my love of surfing, my love of fashion, but I guess you know what you didn't know? I'm also a foodie, and this is the place for a foodie to be. Right on the side of the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Mickey's Open Kitchen is making deluxe cuisine here. Lobster hand rolls, Mickey. We got the creamy.
Hapuka is a poke, like a poke style, is a hapuka from Augusta as well. So
all locally sourced. This is 5-star dining over here. Come on over here. Let me show you what we got. This is Mickey's menu, and these are all of the items, again, all locally sourced here in Margaret River. Come on over. Sweet, savory, farm to table. Again, this is a beautiful assortment, all grown locally in Margaret River. Margaret River, just a beautiful place with beautiful surf, but the food, out of this world. Delicious. Oishi, ono, whatever you want to say. Yum.
Rip in, Kipes. Yeah, we were down there before.
I
Unbelievable.
Can't move. I'm so full.
Good.
We gorged in the break.
Well, this is the place to be now. Full tummy. Heaps of surfing coming your way this afternoon as we look to knock over a whole lot of action. And at this point in time, with just over 7.5 minutes to go, Geordie Smith desperate to chip away at this requirement or turn in an 8.5 to get himself out of trouble. Barron Mamiya and Joel Vaughan, they've still got a lot of time. Barron Mamiya, 5.33 on his opening ride, has the edge over Joel at the moment. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Kanoa Igarashi, looking very strong, Vaughno.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, Geordie's looking for an 8.5. One guy who's already got that score, the highest score of the event so far, is Kanoa Igarashi. Congratulations, mate. You're saying it's super rippable out there.
Man, it's so rippable. It's kind of weird to call it a 6-8 foot wave rippable, but it was really like, it had a really nice coping on it today, and I mean, the wind's still hanging in there, but I feel like Margaret's at this size is like almost like a big XL version of lowers, and in that sort of sense, you just need a bigger board to suit the walls, but it's such a ripple wave to surf, and man, I had a really fun time out there. In the first 20 minutes, I felt super lost, and I kind of wasn't really clicking in. I felt a little bit kind of, I don't know, sort of like I couldn't find my place in the lineup. And then, you know, when kind of, it's also hard when you don't have priority. And as soon as the priority switched over to our heat, I kind of was like, okay, cool. Like now I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm looking for. So, yeah, I was really happy to be able to kind of adjust during the heat.
Man, that's some cool insights there. Big lowers. I've never heard that before, but yeah, it kind of makes sense. And I love that also, you know, the trigger for you was when the priority heat kicked in, and my goodness, mate, you really made a statement once you got those better opportunities and you had your full choice of the lineup.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's funny, like you see everyone competing and everyone in jerseys, and you expect everyone to be firing on all cylinders every time they paddle out in the heat, but sometimes you're just not feeling it, and I don't know. I just wasn't really feeling it in the first half of the heat, and I kind of couldn't get myself to click in, and I was just sort of, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. I was sort of like blank in my head, and I just didn't really know what I was looking for, and I just hate when I don't have priority, and I'm just like watching people just paddle circles and circles around me, and I'm just like, I'm just trying to look for the scraps, even though that's what I do all year free surfing. But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really locking in, and then it's just, I don't know, sometimes when, you know, the other opponent gets some scores on you, you kind of sort of, you know, shake it off and go like, wow, I'm about to lose this heat. Like, that's, you know, I didn't come all the way here to lose first round. So yeah, I mean, you know, one wave at a time. My first wave helped me sort of get some confidence and some rhythm, and you know, as soon as I paddled back out, I saw this sort of wave, and I kind of got the chip into it, and as soon as it doubled up, I knew it was going to be a good wave. So I just wanted to, you know, kind of finish the wave, and I knew it was going to be a good score. Based off the wave itself. So yeah, it was good heat, I'm happy.
Yeah, your performance was outstanding. You really ripped through those turns, but unfortunately a bit of board damage at the end there. Can you sort of walk us through what happened?
Yeah, I just face planted into dry reef. I like finished the last turn, and normally there's like water on it, and you can kind of just sort of glide over it, but it was just like the sidewalk. It was like a wall in my face, and I was trying to decide whether I was going to go to the left or right of it. And as I was sort of like deciding, my fin hit the biggest rock or something, whatever it was, and it made me stop, and I kind of like face planted into the sidewalk curb, and I was kind of pinned against the curb, and I was rolling around, and I was just like blocking my head, and kind of ripped up my wetsuit a little bit. But yeah, the last 30 seconds of the heat was the most intense for me.
Margaret always keeps it interesting, man. Congratulations, epic performance, and yeah, hopefully, I don't know, get that one fixed or straight onto the next board.
No, luckily the guys at JS got me a lot of good boards, so I definitely have another 6.3 in my garage somewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Kanoa Igarashi, he's going to retire that board, step onto a backup piece of equipment, but he did look sharp in that heat. As he mentioned, no one comes out unscathed here, but I like the comparisons just to like this just being a big, more powerful version of Trestles when it gets this wind on it. He certainly surfed it that way. As with 3.5 minutes to go, we have a look at the GWM recap of Geordie Smith and Liam O'Brien's heat here, and Liam O'Brien getting the start and getting the lead early, and he hasn't let go.
Yeah, he started off really strong, Liam, just taking that momentum from his heat earlier today. These beautiful turns where he just squirts and accelerates through them. Picks some absolute gems. Have a look at this thing, just connects with the lip. And this second turn, the wave stands up, and Liam just in attack mode. That was that big two-turn combination for the 7.33. So in total control of this heat. Geordie with the 5.5, needing the 8.5. An excellent score. You'd need to match the high ride of today. He's running out of time. He does have priority, but 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Not a lot of time. And he's not on this ride, obviously. That's Joel Vaughan out on the open face. Clean swoop there from Joel. This wave's starting to flatten out a little. But he likes the feel of that first turn, so he sticks with it. And why not? big finish could help convert this into a decent number. Love the way he flares on that tail as he climbs up into the pocket once again and gets a nice finishing move there. That's a bit more like it.
Nice.
And he didn't need a whole lot to get himself up in the first place, just 2.34. So Joel Vaughan on his way to the lead in a moment. Got 2 minutes to go for Geordie Smith here, Rich. And I guess the good thing for Geordie is the 7.33 for Liam O'Brien. Why he hit the section a couple of times. They weren't big, crisp, high impact moves necessarily. They were committed turns, but didn't really kind of stand out as memorable moves. So if Geordie can get a couple of these big rail turns going and get a high impact finish, he might just be able to do this with the single excellent score. And here he goes, having a crack at it. Smith, he's got some bump to deal with on the face. Wants to go big and does on the first section. Now goes to the rail, just gets swamped though and bogs down. Just that board hasn't looked fantastic under his feet in this clash.
Yeah, so Geordie just ripped that first turn and just sunk the rail a little too deep on the second. Looked like he just lost a lot of speed coming out of that first turn, which is not normal. It's not what we're used to seeing from Geordie Smith. Just checking his watch there. He knows with a minute to go, this is going to be a very difficult assignment, especially with Liam O'Brien shimming priority.
Liam just focused on getting in a position where if a set wave comes, he can actually snatch it here in the dying stages. Just 40 seconds to go.
This is actually huge for Liam in his campaign to get out of those that early round.
Yeah, massive. Meanwhile, Joel Vaughan turned in a 5.17. He's taken the lead in heat number 4. Baron Mamiya doesn't need a whole lot to get back in front, just a 2.84 on the outside. There's 20 seconds to go. Geordie maybe with an opportunity here. Is this one going to break on his head though? Yeah. Looks like it will, so it catches him out of position. And I don't see this next set reaching Geordie in time as they start to count it down now. And surprising to see Geordie only manage a heat score total of 9.47 out here at main break. He surfs this place so well. He is a former winner. But Liam O'Brien carrying some momentum after an earlier heat. Banks a heat score total of 14 and progresses through to the third round.
Yeah, Geordie's not going to be happy with that at all. Just going out early. The last year's champion. So we're down to 3 former winners now in the event. And that's a big one for Liam O'Brien. Great surfing from the Australian.
All right, well, we're going to take a break here. Another big heat hitting the lineup next. Marco Mignot up against Crosby Colapinto.
Thanks very much, Peter. I'll interrupt the right signing session. You know where you're rushing off, break, take it from home. Mate, you had to overtake the fast running you were having. You did it with an 8.5 work, latest score of the event so far. Should you win?
Yeah, I mean, main break is always a challenge. It was such a beautiful day. Beautiful morning so far, and it's a little bit great, but really hard to contain myself and make the race I really wanted. So, yeah, there's always little challenges and strategies and making sure that we pass up the right ways, catch the right ones. But I'd say that was doing some week. You get a lot of options.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By BioGlen, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University, ambition loves company.
Welcome back to the show. Round 2 action continues here on the opening day of competition, and Heat 5 hitting the lineup now. Marco Mignot in his sophomore year on the CT, representing France. Spent a lot of time over there in Mexico as well. Sayulita, he's up against Crosby Colapinto. who we're kind of backing to turn in a big performance on the championship tour last year. He missed the first 2 events of 2025, but he had a shocker by his own admission down there at Bells, as we see a replay of Barron Mamiya during the break. Just a couple of mid-range scores for Barron and Joel Vaughan at the moment. And Marco getting in the mix to kick off Heat 5 here, Rich.
Yeah, Marco Mignot, just a mid-face carve to start things off. The wave starts to build up in front of him. Another nice slice and a little stab on the inside. Fast snap, and then he kicks out. And then outside, Crosby on his opening ride. Low bottom turn, lots of speed. Bit of a 2-stage wrap to start off. Another roundy through the mid-zone. And again, as he comes through to the inside, Cros starts to flare a bit on that final turn and gets the foam rebound with a bit of aggression.
That was impressive. Yeah, just got that that height, that leverage in his surfing, deep rail turns that he can count on, and always when the swell comes up, a willingness to throw himself into some pretty hectic sections. So, you know, just you see this venue quickly becoming a favourite of Crosby's as a championship tour competitor. He's going to easily win the Open Exchange here. Marco's no easy beat though, Rich. He has been such an impressive performer and someone who really steps up to the challenge when he faces a more fancied rival.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not one of these rookies that tends to shy away. You know, he had a beautiful opening season last year and did some great surfing, but you can see how he's developed. The turns a little stronger, the body also stronger. And but Crosby, mate, I've actually got him pegged as one of my fantasy surfer picks. I reckon Cros and Margaret River, there's something special there. These two have connected over the last couple of seasons. And I just feel we're so close to seeing Crosby break through for a maiden victory on the tour this year.
He's looking to exact some revenge here too, because down there at Bells Beach in this same round, Marco and Crosby came together and Marco got the jump on Crosby and he was frustrated punching his board at the end of the heat. You never like to see it. Equipment violence. 6.5 for Colapinto on his opening ride.
It's a good start. As a competitor, you always want to get that opening wave, the good start. When you hear that number, anything sort of 6 and above is kind of acceptable.
This wind's kicking up.
Yeah, it is.
Rich, what's it going to do to the lineup, and what are the challenges that the surfers are going to be facing as we move through into the afternoon?
It's just going to push the sections down. The lip on these waves are going to be coming down a little bit faster.
Here we go, Marco, 3.83 on his first wave. Now after just a 2.68, but he'll want to match the number that Crosby put up on his opening ride. Driving through to the inside. And there is a strong finish.
This guy's super consistent. He doesn't often fall. He plays the percentages. And you could see on that final turn, just did enough. Really hammered it, but didn't overcook it.
I think he had a great off-season too. He looked like he'd stepped up the speed of his surfing and the power in his surfing down there at Bells. And you're right, he is super consistent and reliable for getting the big finishes. Probably got a little bit to do with how strong his air game is. He can ride out of tricky end sections with great control. If you fall in a heat against Marco, he'll punish you for it. That's what happened to Crosby down at Bells.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that this wind is doing, Ronnie, is just creating these little bumps and ridges on the wave face, which always makes it more difficult to hold that rail line. This is live action of Joel.
Yeah, Joel Vaughan looking to get rid of a 3. He's after basically a 5-point ride here to get himself back in front. Yeah, sets the fins free. Got his dad over here. And that's probably him whistling and clapping there because that was a tidy finish. But I think, you know, that there's something in where the scores are for the 4 competitors that are out there in the lineup at the moment that kind of speaks to what we were saying about Crosby with the 6.5 in a heat that he didn't even have priority, whereas Barron Mamiya and Joel Vaughan, they've been out there for some time and they're kind of still hanging on to mid-range scores. This, though, might go a little bit higher for Joel.
Yeah, you can see Joel's just stepped it up in terms of speed on this one.
Wow.
Really connecting between these turns, all the way through to the inside, gets the tail flare to finish off. So really starting to feel good. You can tell he's starting to connect. The board looks amazing under his feet too.
Yeah, something in just the approach there, setting the fins free, a confidence with that tricky inside section. And it wasn't like he just released the fins, he powered through the turn to set the blades free. So waiting on the numbers to roll through for that last wave, but likely that Joel Vaughan's going to snatch the lead back from Barron Mamiya here.
Yeah, that was a well put together ride for Joel. Had the variety, mixing up the turns, keeping the judges entertained, putting on a show. I think we're going to see some good numbers falling.
Well, one thing that the competitors love about surfing here at Margaret's is just having this huge crowd get behind them, and in amongst that crowd is Vaughan.
What do you reckon would be the best ever school holidays job? Because when I was a Grom, it was scraping leaves out of my neighbour's roof, out of the gutters, and it was awful. But guess what the best job in the world is? Being a dream caddy. Western Australia, walking on a dream. These guys are on school holidays. We got Jack, Kalani and Leilani, and you guys are the dream caddy. So you're spending your holidays helping carry boards to the best surfers in the world. Who have you done so far? Who have you been caddy for?
Callum Robson and Carissa Moore.
Wow, what about you, Jack?
I've done heaps of different people. It's hard to say one.
Too many. What about you, Kalani?
I did Carissa Moore and Liam O'Brien.
Sorry, that Leilani, isn't it? Carissa Moore and Liam O'Brien, are you kidding me? And Jack, what about you?
I've done Oscar Berry and forgot the other one.
That's so cool. Doesn't matter, mate. You'll get plenty more. You'll all get to remember their names. But guys, what a fantastic job. I just got to ask you one more question before we throw back. Who's going to win this comp?
I've got 3 different people. I reckon Jacob, Jack or Crosby. Yeah, Jack. I reckon Philippe. It's probably same as Jack.
And then what about on the girls? How about Molly?
I reckon Gabriella Bryan. Luana Silva. I reckon Gabriella Bryan too.
Wow, there you have it. The Dream Caddies have spoken. It's going to be Jack and Gabriella Bryan. Thanks so much, guys. Do you guys mind carrying my board later or no?
Yeah.
Oh, wicked.
On your Vaughano. Yeah, well, the caddies don't know their stuff, Rich. They're getting the boards under their arms, and Gabriella Bryan's name came up a few times there. She's going to be hard to beat. She's really dominated this event the last couple of years, made it her own, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what she could bring here in 2026. If she can go 2 wins in a row, that would be huge towards a title campaign. But out there in the lineup at the moment, 9 minutes to go. Some bigger numbers now starting to drop for Barron Mamiya and Joel Vaughan. Joel with a 7.5. And yeah, it just looked like he gave that last ride a little bit more, but also, you know, waited for his opportunity with priority to tap into a more quality wave. He made it count. 6.33 for Barron Mamiya, who's after a 6.35 here with 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, you talked about, you know, Crosby getting that 6.5 under priority. Joel just being patient and waiting for a better number. He converted the 7.5. So pressure now shifts to Barron Mamiya, who now needs that 6.35, which is well within his wheelhouse.
Well, Joel Vaughan had plenty of company, and a similar story to a number of competitors down there at Bells. He came up against Miguel Pupo in the first stop and lost out in this round. So no easy draw. Miguel was on an absolute heater from the very first heat, putting up solid numbers. So Joel just kept his cool. He hung about to get some reps in the lineup down at Bells, which was good just to get some increased experience. So he's really invested in you know, realising his potential as a championship tour competitor, which is great to see.
Yeah, it's you can tell he's he's not content to just make the tour. He wants to figure out a way to start climbing up those ratings. Always refreshing when you see the surfers stick around. They don't just leave town. Obviously, you need to prepare for the next event. But if you haven't figured out a certain location, best to hang around. I think back to you know, Mick Fanning and the greats that really put time in where they're not comfortable. Remember Mick going to Chopu in Tahiti and really figuring out that wave. Others spending a lot of time at Pipeline, getting comfortable with it. So you know, that time spent there is never wasted.
7 minutes remaining here. So Joel Vaughan right where he needs to be. He's got the lead. He's got priority. He's trying to drop a 5.17 to add to the requirement for the Hawaiian Barron Mamiya. And on the outside, Barron just under priority, willing to take a chance. Both Joel and Barron have airs that they could go to in this wind, and Barron's been talking about that, bringing more of that approach.
Yeah, he mentioned it down at Bell's in one of his post-ed interviews. He just said, look, I haven't been leaning into my air game that much, and I should really bring it back. He was dropping crazy edits, you know, a few years ago, and laying down some of the highest airs we ever saw. So be great for him to tap back into that, especially now that this wind's come up. It's going to make things easier if they can get a section. But, mate, in terms of finding a section, an end section that's, you know, playful enough to really attack and go for the air at Margaret River is not an easy thing to do.
So that boil just bubbling away out there at the moment. The competitors, you know, I think have moved quite a ways inside now, Rich, as we're expecting this swell to kind of, the energy to dissipate just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And still some beautiful sets approaching here. Looks like this second one of the set might have some opportunity.
On the inside, so Marco having a good look at that one. Pretty even matchup we've got on our hands here between Marco and Crosby, both with a mid-range 6-pointer on the scorecard already.
Wasn't a bad looking wave. That first one looks like Barron just trying to get to that outside shoulder, and unfortunately just caught on the inside a little bit. So yeah, everyone just out of position for that last set.
Yeah, I
normally triangulate that takeoff zone with a couple of landmarks to keep your position there.
For sure. Yeah, I think that Joel's holding it down on the apex of the peak there, and Barron was sort of weighing up what was happening down the line. But you know, those big opportunities with a strong opening turn come from deep positioning at the takeoff zone, and if you're too far on the shoulder, you sort of miss that first section. The wave does tend to flatten out pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. No one does it better than the John Florence, really showing you know, the best line here, coming from deep right around the section, and then getting up high in the pocket and just carving his way down. Let's have a look at the fat boy right of the heat, and it goes to Joel Vaughan. Just a beautiful hack off the top. Comes back down. This is a wave that showed a lot of variety. Nice tight wrap up high. Little check turn, and then really accelerates through that third one. And you can see here the speed on this one. Just had that tail flare on the inside. That had a beautiful tempo to all those manoeuvres. Joel actually rode this one past that inside reef. And that was the 7.5, and that is the high marker of this heat so far.
You know, big day anticipated this morning. A lot of heats that we're planning on getting through, and for a majority of these competitors, you know, they've been down here since first light watching the conditions. But that big change with the wind kicking up in these last couple of heats has almost forced them to take a different kind of line through those opening sections. And I think that's what maybe Joel Vaughan and Barron Mamiya kind of have sort of been suffering from. You know, they haven't been able to sink those big opening rail turns as deep as they would have liked, and it's forced them to more of an assault on the lip. through the inside.
Yeah, equipment too, Ron. Like if they've paddled out here on slightly bigger equipment, the bumpier the face gets, the more texture on it, it's harder to control that longer rail line. And you can actually come back down in size, come back down to your regular shortboard, or perhaps an inch or two longer. But Joel definitely looks like he's on a slightly longer board, looks good under his feet. He's controlling it well.
Well, let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Getting a win over one of the favourites in the contest was Liam O'Brien.
Lobby, a huge result, but best of all, huge surfing, mate.
Yeah, frothing. Obviously, it was a freaking hard-as draw. Geordie won it last year. He's an absolute weapon out there. So, I don't know. I was just doing the same. I kind of didn't have much time to think about it, to be honest. I just kind of came in and ran back out. So, I was just doing the same thing I did in the heat before. And, yeah, stoked it worked out.
Unreal, mate. Yeah, like as I was saying before, you know, just the turns, they just looked on another level out there with that extra juice.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. The board I was riding felt good. It's just a DH sweet spot. So, kind of couldn't fault it, and yeah, if you get the right waves out there, that's so fun, so bowly, so it was just nice to get a few of those and hack into a couple.
Mate, 2 heats, 2 good results. See you in the next round.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughan. Yeah, it was a really quick turnaround, quickest of the event. Got through that first round and quickly had 20 minutes to basically get himself ready to take on a former winner, and rallied well. And maybe, you know, just that little run in these conditions served him well when he took on Geordie.
Yeah, I think it worked in his favour for sure. It's almost like having a warm-up heat, and he just kept that momentum, that winning feeling, just really in tune with the sets. And we can see here Joel Vaughan just with priority. The final 30 seconds, just starving Barron of opportunity. Looks like the ocean has just gone a little quiet as well, so this is a frustrating one for Barron Mamiya. He would have had big expectations on this event.
Yeah, no doubt. But you expect to see it, you know, when some competitors are dealing with the disappointment of falling out of the mix early. At the very first stop, you know they're going to rebound in a big way, and Joel Vaughan's done it well here. Barron Mamiya showing his frustration, slapping the water, but Joel Vaughan, he's going to get the W. He's moving on to the third round. Impressive, built nicely through the heat with each ride, and he finishes with a solid heat score total as we get set to introduce yet another unbelievable heat. Griffin Colapinto and the winner of the trials, Jack Thomas, will hit the lineup. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break, and when we come back, we'll have Joe, Flick, and a very special guest joining the booth.
Thanks for enjoying opening day with us here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Stop 2 of the season for the championship tour, and also the second stop for the GWM Aussie Treble. The overlapping format works so well when you come into one-on-one heats. No such thing as non-elimination, no such thing as reseeding. You can follow the draw, and hopefully you've been doing your brackets well. It's stop number 2 of the season. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Brody Sale joining us fresh out of the water. Brody, it's a beautiful day in WA, and with this kind of format, we're really maxing out on probably the best day of the forecast of our waiting period.
Yeah, it's been beautiful. I got here like 2 days ago, and it's just been
beautiful weather, and waves have kind of been a little funky, but today has been pumping all day, so it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, thanks for joining us for the call. These things have been moving by quickly. Crosby and Griffin are going to be in the ocean together, but in different heats. So Griffin just paddled out, and he's taken on the wild card, Jack Thomas. Came out of the trials, then got a big heat win over Mateus Hurdy, and now he's got his hands full with Griff. Flick, what are you seeing here?
It's such a tough draw, right? I mean, Jack's, off the back of an incredible win. He dropped an excellent wave, probably one of the best waves we've seen out here in, this CT format for Jack. But yeah, this is a tough draw. I mean, Griff is looking incredible. You think, how he was surfing at Bells, and then, what he's done out here over the past. I think this is going to be no easy feat.
Here we go, rolling in and rolling right out. Marco Mignot has a 6.23. Crosby has a 6.5, so pretty much matched there. As we take a look at some replays, it'll be the opening ride for Griffin Colapinto. Got this wave during the break. Brody, I know you're good friends with these guys, spent a lot of time with Griff. He's pretty explosive on every venue, especially making the final here last year. How do you feel like he's feeling this year, coming off a runner-up in the world finish?
Yeah, I think he's got all the confidence in the world, right? He's surfing insanely good. He's got all this experience. What is this, his like 7th year on tour?
It's happened fast, hasn't it?
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. He's so young to have 7 years under your belt, but yeah, he looked great at Bells, and he's looked really good in all the free surfs out here, so yeah, it's really cool to see him. He's just that title contender now. He's not just like kid anymore. He's like a legit title contender every single year. So
you guys have spent a lot of time together, specifically a lot of winters together on the North Shore of Oahu for a long time, sharing the same major sponsor.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like he had this instant X factor. All of a sudden he came from T Street and lowers, and he had big barrels, and he really had the whole package. But you had a front row seat to that growth. What did you see happen?
Yeah, I think just, we were at the Billabong house all those years, and he would just go out when it was terrible, like obviously when it was good too, and then put in a lot of like all dayers out of pipe and off the wall and Rockies and all that. But I think what stood out to me was like he really just put in extra time when it was really bad too, and just figured it out. And most of the time, and especially in Hawaii, like it's not always perfect, so I'm sure he took that to everywhere else in the world, at every other location on these CT stops, and he definitely puts in the work, so yeah.
Awesome. Looking at this set, just pulsing out the back. Everyone's got a punch under this one. We got the message to be peaking this morning, but still a ton of energy out there.
Oh, I just said it earlier today. It doesn't matter how far out you sit. And you're also trying to position for those small to medium ones. You're always going to get a copper set on the head here. It's really, you're playing cat and mouse a lot of the time. So yeah, that one just cleaning up everyone. But you're kind of not looking for those big waves. So naturally you are going to get caught by them. But yeah, the small to medium ones are definitely the pick.
Being okay with dealing with a lot of whitewater, obviously being very fit, ocean fit. These guys are the best in the world, not just at performing on the wave, but positioning and dealing with the power of the ocean. Brody, for you, being one of the top surfers out of Hawaii, it always felt like Hawaii surfers always had an advantage coming to West Oz. Do you feel that comfort factor as well when you're in the ocean here?
Yeah, for sure. I think this wave is definitely, I think the ocean as a whole, like the energy is similar to Hawaii, but this wave is really tricky. It's like, I guess the only similar kind of wave is kind of like Sunset in a way. It's without that gnarly closeout section, but like just the open, bumpy, like you need a bigger board. So yeah, in that way, I guess it's definitely similar to Hawaii.
Yeah, and you've had some success at Sunset as well, which is cool to see the Hawaiians transfer that here. And also just getting the chance to deal with a different type of discipline. We always talk about the story of it's an old school wave that was, I think, at a certain point almost got forgotten about as far as the premier venues on tour. And then John showed up and sort of went, well, surfing like this, going 100 miles an hour to the biggest carves you'll see all season. And now everyone's trying to find their inner John to see if it's possible for them to lay it down.
Yeah, you've nailed it, right? I think for years, yeah, you were right. It just kind of just drifted off the radar. And John made it really cool to be able to surf this wave with so much power and finesse and control, right? And it started with those, like, you know, the double arm laybacks that he was doing, and it was like radical, right? And everyone was like, well, there's the bar. And then if you want to be that good and you want to be John, and that's in his prime, you know, obviously he won a world title recently, but then he set that bar and everyone wanted to be like John.
Griffin Colapinto, non-priority heat with Jack Thomas. Stepping off at the end, but accomplished a couple moments there down the stretch. Had a 3.67 start. And now putting in a second scoring ride. Looked amazing over at Bells Beach, especially when he was pushed by Dane Henry in a heat where Griffin had to dig deep to avoid a first-round loss. Brody, take us through this wave.
Yeah, just this non-priority section of the heat is, I think it's important just to stay busy and kind of get your flow. And if you can come out of that first 20 minutes with the lead, I think it obviously puts you in a good position going into the back half with priority and being able to manage. And yeah, this format is really tricky. I mean, these guys are obviously used to it, you know, the veterans like Griff and Kraz. But for someone like Jack, like I was lucky to get a CT wildcard at Sunset one year, and I surfed in this overlapping format, and I was like, this is a whole different like strategy, a whole different type of way of surfing a heat. It's really tricky, and it definitely, I would say, favors the guys that have done it a lot. But yeah, Griff obviously is just staying busy under it, and yeah, it's definitely a whole different way of surfing a heat. So I'll be interested to see how Jack goes. He went good this morning, though, right?
Yeah, he went
really
great.
Good, yeah.
It's just backhand attack in the pocket, right? And that Timmy Patterson really exploded. And we've seen Jack now a few times as a wild card. That was definitely the best out of his performances at the CT level. Younger Colapinto up now. Crosby threw a wrapping cutback in the heat with Mignot. Throwing down an aggressive little wrap. Nice start there. He's got that onshore wind helping that coping to blow the tail out into reverse and then seals it with a wrap. Nice. Still wants more as he'll be setting up a nice ride to the jet ski and to get back out there. And now hopping out is Marco Mignot. He was trying to answer immediately. Griffin looks like he wants to keep things going for us. His last of 5.17. So smooth in that approach off the bottom. Solid power carve, waiting for a nice section to blow the tail out with control. And the man from San Clemente will throw the wrap in. Little inside wedge to tag. And he's able to keep his board intact and get a finishing move. Flick, really cool to see Crosby, Griffin back to back. I mean, they are brothers, but they've got different kind of styles and things that stand out between them. We'll keep this one going with Marco Mignot. Snap, rock and roll float to liven up the finish, and he likes it. The French-Mexican is in the matchup with Crosby. His dad's here, his coach.
Yeah, Marco's, I feel like, leveled up, yeah, in the offseason. I feel like he's surfing really, really good at Bells. He looked really sharp, boards look good. Yeah, this is a rematch, yeah, from their first heat at Bells.
Yeah, Crosby was devastated. And it's good to have a big brother around to kind of give you words of wisdom on how to move on. This is what Crosby just threw down, Flick.
It's so cool, right? I mean, just to go, for these guys, Crosby and Griff, to go back to back, they're obviously in different heats. But you brought up the point, I mean, that was so cool. There's the landing too, obviously going to the air. We've got that onshore flow, bringing that variety. But you brought up the point, Joe, of, you know, is the similarities between style. We'll get back to that point because let's break down what Marco got done. Just this beautiful layback in the pocket, and then seriously hard floater. That floater is so underrated, man. And it usually, you know, doesn't get, it sort of feels like it's such a hard maneuver and maybe doesn't get the points it deserves sometimes. But then, yeah, back to the style sort of conversation between, you know, Griff with this wave and then Crosby. There is similarities in their style, but there's also differences. And I think it was the guys who did the Largo podcast. They put up a good post recently, and it was like breaking down styles and saying, is it inherited or not? And they had contrasts of like the Hobgood brothers, they had the Irons brothers, they had you know, the colapintos, and it was actually cool. They're like side by side, and you can see it, and there is legit, like, it's so weird. It's like siblings doing the same sort of move, and like in certain places, similar hand placements, and it's like, hang on, maybe it is passed down style.
And we found out at the WSL Awards night that Camille Colapinto's the one that really worked on their technique. Griffin gave his mom a shout out. She noticed something about his front hand, and she's like, hey, let's work on that. They had a fun moment giving her a shout out for all the support that they've both been getting their entire life, and still onto the championship tours. Both their parents came to Bells Beach to watch them perform. The style conversation is a great one, especially when you look good on waves that are way overhead. Drawing into this first section, an awesome down carve for Crosby. Throws it back into the power source. This thing's loading up, and he just drills the oncoming section. Did he just like clean up his mow there?
I don't know what he did. It was like, looked like just original Crosby right there. That was awesome.
I mean, a guy that doesn't stop laughing when he's on land, and it looks like he's got the same sense of humor when he puts together a beautiful 3-turn combo.
That was awesome.
Rides the whitewater right to the Red Bull ski. I mean, one thing that's the difference between Griff and Kraz is that, well, Kraz has the size. He's a bit taller. He's got that bigger frame. He was getting little light Geordie comparisons when he first came on tour for his ability to be loose and flexible above the lip, but also really powerful on the open face. Brody Sale, walk us through this thing.
Yeah, this was like a bigger set. You know, it looked like the first wave of the set bumpy, and there's a lot of bump right there, but he did good to hold the rail, navigate, and then this last turn was just money. This section is, I don't know if people at home really understand how gnarly that section is. Like, that thing comes together, and you're not in the right spot or in front of it, like, you can get seriously worked. And then there's like a table of reef right in front of you, so full commitment, and he just timed that perfectly. Little Crosby claim.
Hey, that works. That works.
I don't know what that was, but
any idea, Flick?
Oh, it honestly looked like he was cleaning up the mow to me.
Yeah, they kind of like, you know, spin it.
Like the handlebar though, you know, like woo.
That's funny because Griff's the one with the mow usually. I haven't seen Crosby.
I didn't even know Crosby was shaving yet. 6.67 for Crosby Colapinto, 7.5 to back it up. Two brothers that push each other a lot, but they're not against each other at the moment. If they both win this heat, they'll be in the next round together.
Oh, no way.
Which is something to think about. I see the score drop, 7-5 on the decision. But yeah, Brody, we were talking about having a good older brother that can give you sound advice. And Griffin definitely did that for Crosby at Bells Beach after that tough loss to Marco Mignot.
Yeah, I was telling you before, I watched the, I don't watch all the Colabros videos, but I think WSO and Colabros collaborated on their last one, and I watched the whole thing, and it was really cool, like really cool for like the younger kids to check out too, because they really, like, Crosby came in all bummed, you know, first event, lost, had kind of a shocker, fell a lot, and came in and they broke it down, like, you know, live reaction.
That was great insight. And loading up, there's a nice floaty air reverse attempt from Griff. He'll be incomplete on that attempt. As he picks himself back up, let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Joel Vaughn is with Vaughn Deadly.
Thanks very much, Joey. Joel Vaughn, mate. First heat win of the year must feel so good.
Yeah, pretty frothing on that. Barron's been surfing really good, so feels nice to get a heat win, especially with someone who's surfing so well.
Unreal, mate. Look, your board looked incredible, but what I really loved about your strategy in that heat was when you got your second chance and needed a big score, you really turned the dial up on the aggression.
Yeah, it felt like I kind of needed to. I hadn't really put together a good wave in that heat, so I felt like I just needed to push a little bit harder and so to get a 7.5.
And a slightly bigger board, you were saying?
Yeah, I'm on a 6.2. Shortboard's the 5.11, so got a couple inches and it feels like it just kind of bites through the bump pretty nice, and with the wind coming on shore, just nicer to have a little bit more length.
And when do we know that you're in a good mood, mate? It's usually when that tail starts flaring.
Yeah, the wind started puffing up and I was debating whether to go to a smaller board and try to go for a bit more aggression and go for some airs, but there were still some pretty solid waves out there, so wanted to kind of get a mix of both, but didn't really get a chance to go above the lip, so maybe next time.
Engines running, mate. Go, Vaughnie.
Thanks, Vaughnie.
On your Vaughnie.
Yeah, cheers, Vaughnie.
How good is that? Well, Vaughn Blakey, well, Vaughn's his middle name. His first name's Adam. Ronnie Blakey, his middle name's Joel. So Joel Vaughn has already been on tour for a while now.
Adam, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Adam. He actually used to go by that when he was, you know, longtime journalist, editor of Surfing World. His first pieces were all under Adam Blakey, but that's still the same guy, Vaughn. As we look at the replay, last of Crosby Flick.
Oh, he's just reached that flow state completely. I think you're just feeling it, you know. He's heard the 6.67 drop, the 7.5, and he's looking really connected. You know, the wave previous, it was big, his board just powered through. And then behind him, you know, I mean, Jack in the other heat, just trying to make something stick here on the backhand. You know, I think, I mean, my brain goes to the conditions have obviously changed since his first heat. The first heat, it was, you know, offshore. It's been, what, probably a couple of hours since he was out there last and scored that excellent wave. So conditions have changed. And potentially just feeling it out. Obviously, he's put time in here over the years, and he's from here, obviously local, well, yelling up local wildcard. But yeah, I think just it is a definite difference from earlier this morning.
Man, the trials are always intense. You know, every CT venue that has one, it's always the best of that region. And you know, we got to see Jacob Wilcox get the call up as a WSL wildcard for the event, but Jack Thomas is featured a few times, which has been really fun to see how he's taken on the best in the world. Certainly his best year so far as numbers in the previous heat. And to get into the second round, Jack still got a lot of time, but the heat that is almost down to the final minute is the heat with Crosby and Marco. We like early rivalries, you know, that you have on tour. This was, you know, a fun one when you think of Rookie of the Year last year with Marco. Year before it was Crosby. Marco got Cros at Bells, and looks like it's going the other way here at Margaret River. And Crosby reaching for the air on certain sections with that onshore wind, Brody. Great heat.
Yeah, I think it was a 6.67 Crosby had. It was the first one where he had an air, you know, and I think that was kind of where he started gaining momentum and putting up 7.5s and 6.8s, and I think he fell at Bells on that kind of similar maneuver, you know, and that's kind of why he ended up losing. So I think once he stuck that first one, he just rode that confidence, and he's looking pretty good to make it out of this one.
Yeah, part of that piece that they dropped on Colabros was just Griffin talking about moving on and what you learn from those moments to make yourself stronger. And the reason it stings is because you care and you need to apply yourself and know how you won't make that same mistake again. So already having an opportunity to fix things up in the second event of the season, Crosby will get the jump on Marco Mignot and move into round 3. Marco will start preparing for the Gold Coast and probably start preparing for a rematch he might get with Crosby later on this season. Colapinto, Griff, he's got some room to move here, coming off the arc. That thing is bottoming out, and he was so perfect with that lip line finish as he was running out of room. Griff and Jack Thomas will be the priority heat, as Crosby will be happy with this rematch win over Marco. The possibility of an all Colapinto matchup is still alive, and Marco will hang out, make some plans for the Gold Coast for the final stop of the GWM Aussie Treble. Griffin and Jack will take priority, and Jack Robinson and rookie Cowley Vost will hit the lineup for their matchup in round 2. We'll be right back.
This has to be one of the most beautiful, picturesque places on the planet.
Everywhere you look, it's like a photo type moment.
You have the sunrise and the painted cliffs and the long sandy beaches.
Biodiversity here is incredible. There's amazing caves that are 20 minutes away that you can go and explore.
If you like some wine, if you like food, if you like surfing, this is the place to be.
We're walking on a dream here in Western Australia. Happy to be here for the second stop of the season, and one of the greats back on tour after a year off due to injury. Gabriel Medina was lights out over at Winky Pop at Bells to kick off his return to the tour, and already has a potential Heat of the Year award with the heat he had with Yago Dora at Winky Pop. It came down to Yago doing a Indy full road to finish in a 9.5 to get the jump on Gabriel Medina, so he's equal third on the rankings. And another rematch scenario. Al Cleland Jr., a U.S. Open champ representing Mexico, famous for a wild finishing move attempt last year. He's a hard charging guy, and can't wait to see what he's going to do for us on his first wave flick.
Oh, I'm so interested to see where Al's head is at. I think, yeah, it's go big or go home with him, and we saw some incredible moments. I mean, you know, last year when he, you know, I think he cemented his moment, you know, on the tour for the back half of the season. And I don't even know if he knew how important that heat was or not. And then, like, next minute, he was still in his wetsuit up in the VIP, you know, having a drink and kind of celebrating. He's just, yeah, the real classic throwback to the ages. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where he's at.
Here we go in the priority heat. It's Griff going for a big rotation. Almost had it. Sky high and just fell off his surfboard. Brody, remember the magic he threw down here? I guess not just at main break, but the box as well. Kind of levitated on the foam ball and pulled a giant version against Leo when he needed it. On the Stone and Wood slow-mo, what was he trying to accomplish here?
Yeah, that would have been radical. He's in this position in the heat where he's kind of so far out in front. He doesn't need to do that and save his body, but he just loves to entertain everyone and create moments for us. But yeah, that would have been another one for sure right there.
Yeah, the air he did last year, it was under priority, and it was when his season turned around. You know, last year's his best year he's ever had, like finishing #2 in the world, almost achieving a world title. The first half, you would never guess that was going to happen, and I think the spark all happened here in the West.
Oh, totally. West brought out the best. But yeah, what we saw, it was incredible, right? I mean, to deliver one moment like that in, you know, a contest period of 10 days is amazing, right, over at the box. And then to do it again, you know, then every next day over, you know, at main break, a totally different wave that demands, you know, a totally different type of surfing was pretty impressive, right? And yeah, the runner-up finish here was really what set, you know, his whole year alight, and went on an absolute tear in the back half of the season.
Well, we love 10s, and just reminiscing on one we had last year is sensational. You know, you think of 10s that you get in big barrels, which are always amazing, but when someone does it in a clutch situation in performance type conditions, doing the unthinkable at main break. We look back to this moment we were just referencing, and we go to the Apple Watch to find out some of the dynamics of this wave. The distance he rode, 147.5 meters, and the full rotation was radical, peaked at over 40 kilometers per hour, and decided to go above the lip. Some saying the biggest air they've ever seen completed in a full rotation format, a section that size at main break. Everyone was holding up 10s with their hands before the score went in. One of our magic moments we had in the West, Brody, of Griffin's spark that he brings to the CT.
Yeah, that was one of those ones that was just like they just dropped it straight away, right? It was just, didn't even have to think about it. 10. Has to be, yeah, one of the best full rows ever, and definitely got to be the best full row out here. That was a moment, one of those moments that he's created for us.
And one of those just tough heats for Leo Fioravanti to walk away from last year.
Oh my God.
Tie break didn't go his way at pipe, has the heat controlled, just leaves a closeout, which looked smart at the time, and Griffin's like, all right, I'll do the biggest air of my life.
Yeah.
It was
he was surfing really good in that heat too. I think he did like a huge layback or something, got like an 8.5. Yeah, those ones sting to lose.
Griffin rolling in, and will set up his first turn just in total rhythm and control in the heat with Jack Thomas. loading up just to kick out. For Jack, he's got a couple in the 3 range. He's trying to wipe those away now. Snap off the top, then takes that mid-face fade in the pocket, trying to slap a messy section, and the man from Yallingup will crush the finish. Nice little clean sweep to get out of that inside. So a little bit of a hill to climb, but 12 minutes and 22 seconds has enough time to get 2 new waves. And just falling off is Al on his opener.
That was like really, it was like real specky and weird how that all happened. It just looked that weight distribution was totally caught him off guard there, and it looks like Gabby.
Nice little roll in for a 3-time world champ. A past Margaret River champ as well. Throwing a couple of backside arcs. Now into the foamy part of the wave. Nice, round, clean finishing move, riding out without a problem. So much anticipation to his return to the jersey, Brody.
Yeah, man, he looks really good. I didn't expect him to look this good coming off of, what, almost 2 years? Was it 2 years off of not competing? And yeah, he's looked really good at Bells. He looked lightning sharp. And yeah, it looks like he's carrying it over to here. This is really well done. This wave looks really hard on your backside. I tip my cap to all the guys that are even just committing to this in section on your backhand. You know, it's no joke.
Yeah, great job, Flick. I mean, for the backhanders out here, it's pretty tough. Gabriel getting that one, and this is what happened to Al.
Oh, so late, man. Look, he's going to have a crack because it's Al. But you can just see where his feet landed obviously wasn't where he wanted it to be. And yeah, just doing the cockroach down the face of the wave there. So not the ideal start, but he'll pick himself back up as we see the absolute king down here of Western Australia, really. You know, he's got a couple of titles here under his belt. And he's looking for a big result, you know. Probably didn't get the start he wanted over in Bells. And yeah, I mean, his warm-up sessions have been looking pretty nice. I saw a couple of clips on socials that went down yesterday afternoon. It was hard work, a lot of onshore, and he landed a pretty nice air, so he's looking good.
Yeah, he's looking great. Jack Robinson, total king around these parts, especially when the whole narrative was about John being the best ever at main break, and then Jack gets him not once but twice in finals, you know, to take John's name down to second and add Jack's twice to the winner's podium. That was clutch. And I mean, for Jack to figure out the system on the CT so fast, I mean, he's won so much, you know, from his rookie season winning in Mexico to, you know, still showing up in the world title race in Final 5 last year with that clutch performance in Tahiti. It's like that approach he has. Doesn't matter if the wave's a real full, mushy wave or if it's super hollow. He's proven the world that he's not just a slab specialist. He can do it all, and he's very competitive.
And super consistent, right, too? I think he made the Final 5 every year it ran, right? Like, that's insane. Like, making that thing once is a big feat, and then every year for the last 5 years is really cool.
Brody, your thoughts on everything finishing at Pipe again? Pipe Masters in December.
I love it. Yeah, I love the whole new schedule. As a surf fan, I'm super stoked, and crowning a world champ at Pipe in Hawaii just feels right, you know? It's back where it's kind of where most of the world champs in our sport have been crowned, so it feels right.
Yeah, it's the true test. But the first time we're going to feel what it's going to be like to have 15,000 points on the line for the Pipe Masters. That has never happened. So what will that mean for the title race? We'll find out. But it's like, hey, can someone come from the top 10 and go all the way to win? There's going to be some fun predictions to make as we get closer. But that'll be the first time ever. Griffin just S-ing his way out of that one. For Griffin, he loves Pipe and backdoor, and somehow is able to get some incredible clips out there over the years in the toughest lineup in the world, Brody. You've seen it firsthand. You know, all of a sudden, you're trying to wait your turn, find where you can sit on the reef, and then Griffin Craws are splitting the peak and getting tens, you know, in the free surfs.
No, Griff especially is just putting Craws too, but so much time out there, and he, especially in the earlier years, he would just be sending himself on like waves that no one's looking at, just to like, I feel like gain the respect of like, okay, when the good one comes and I waited my turn, like, you know, I'm gonna go, I'm not gonna pull back. So Yeah, especially at the start, he was going in waves that you should not even be looking at. Yeah, I think he's got lucky a lot of times to walk away clean from a lot of the wipeouts. But yeah, he's definitely one of the best out there now, and probably stoked that it's ending with 15,000 points.
That's a big topic for the world title race and for Griffin's chances, as we see a bouncy wave there for Jack Thomas dealing with this onshore shift in the last couple hours. Definitely strongest now. Griff up and out. So Griffin's taking a lot of waves. He's just kind of rolling the dice flick, staying, keeping his energy hot. He hasn't improved since wave number 5. Now riding 9 waves in the matchup.
You got a lot of time, you know, the 40 minutes, 20 minutes with no priority, and then another 20 in the priority heat. And I mean, look, he's got a couple of nice scores on the board. And look, he's left sort of Jack chasing. What Jack needs is an excellent score, but he's had smart decisions. Those last couple, he rolled the dice, but then he realised it wasn't going to do anything or eventuate, so he's just gone straight back out the back to regain priority. So look, he hasn't really lost anything by sort of having a go. But yeah, I think though, as this wind sort of picks up a little bit more towards the afternoon, I kind of saw it on Jack's last wave, but those first sort of waves of the set, they've got so much lump and bump through them. So, you know, I think as the afternoon progresses, probably, you know, that second, third wave of the set are going to start to look pretty nice and clean, you know.
Griffin's just quietly cruised his way into being the most successful surfer to come out of San Clemente, which is pretty wild to say. We have all the talent that comes out of T Street and Lower Trestles, not even just on this tour, but from big wave world champs, longboard world champs. You got everything in that surf town. Here comes Griff rolling in here. Nice arc. Super clean on this face. He'll just rip his way through on that mayhem. How's that lip showing up? Layback tail slide. He's got all of his powers right now, and he'll shut it down. Incredible. Jack is just going, please let me back in. Feeling the sense of urgency, trying to tag a few sections. But Griffin's only going to extend his lead further with that last wave, Brody.
Wow, just navigated that like a local right there. Yeah, Griff looks like he's got a really good batch of boards over here. I mean, obviously he's super fit and got all the experience and whatnot, but none of that really matters if you don't have a good batch of boards. And his boards look like they're doing exactly what he wants them to do. So it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it just looks like an extension of his body. And I think when you have a good board, you have all the confidence in the world. If you need a 9, you're going to get it. It's a really special connection with competitors on tour when they find a piece of magic under their feet. Watching Jack Thomas again here, Flick.
Yeah, so, I mean, nice vertical turn there. Kind of gets pushed out on the face a little wide, but, I mean, for me, this is his best wave. Like, he's tagged it a couple of times. He was able to go pretty vertical. I mean, will it be the 8? You know, no, but he is maybe potentially going to break down this requirement. And then, oh, look, to your point on the boards, they look incredible. They had really just, I think the thing for me that it's so nice to watch is when it's, wow. I mean, but the board doesn't bauble when you're trying to hold a rail and you're trying to really carve through the turn. I think it's so nice to watch because out here, I mean, look at this absolute power move that just ended up being so progressive. It's like a tail slide grind across the lip. That thing was so cool. But yeah, as soon as you can hold that line and the board doesn't bauble and it's just a smooth, clean line, I feel like it's so pleasing to the eye, and the judges really reward that. And I feel that Griff's boards are you know, speaking to that.
That was one of my favorite turns of the season.
Wow.
I really enjoyed that. I just, especially down the stretch of a combination where you mixed it up and on a lip line that's so hard to read. And he just had this perfect, almost like bowling cup that was just going with him. And that's just all confidence. To lean back into a layback, but then half your board is sliding, wasn't like a fin drift.
Yeah.
It's like a full board slide.
That was Pilates right there.
Yeah. It's that hard work that no one sees, right?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I would say though, he puts his body in such awkward positions so consistently without getting hurt or even falling, you know. And I would say he probably credits Pilates a lot to those not falling. And
last time I tried Pilates, I looked like a baby giraffe. Just,
yeah,
it's gnarly.
Oh my God.
But probably the best thing you could do for surfing and doing turns like that.
Yeah. Have you guys done Pilates?
Oh yeah, man, it's hard.
That's so gnarly. It's gnarly. You can get like the most fit, big, muscly guy ever in there, and then you can get some like just like girls are so natural at Pilates. It's insane. They're so good.
They're way better.
Yeah, way better. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's good. Definitely good for us to get the ego check.
Definitely. Here comes Jack Thomas. He's setting up that snap in the pocket. He's had a couple individual hammers, but this one's going flat quickly. He's chasing almost an 8. Last score for Griff on his 10th ride, a 7-1-0. And now here comes Medina up and out. Gabriel in the non-priority heat with Al Cleland Jr. Looking for a 4th world title this year. If he can get it, he will break the tie he has with some giant names like John Florence, Andy Irons, Mick Fanning, Tom Curran. The next one he wants to meet up with is Mark Richards with 4. So he has a chance at it here. When you look at the rankings, it's pretty wild for the Brazilian Storm with Miguel Pupo leading, Iago Dora 2nd in the world. Then you see Gabriel's name. Fun angle on this right for Al Cleland. Little top turn there on the Patterson. Coming into the pocket of that wave for another carve. The man from Mexico whips it quickly over the foam and hops out.
It's getting trickier out there, yeah, Joe?
Yeah, definitely.
Conditions are definitely looking tricky, but still super rippable. Obviously, Griff's doing laybacks, lip slides.
It's sort of the situation remains the same, finding a wave out there. Even when it was groomed and offshore, Carissa joined us earlier and was like, okay, it's still hard to find them. It's onshore, lumpy and bumpy, but if you pick the right one, you can find some clean water.
Oh yeah, I think Griff's the perfect example of that in this heat. There are waves that are going to come through that are going to obviously have that cleaner face as we look to see this sort of bigger set. Kind of, yeah, no one's interested in that. Look, there is the waves, right? They're the small to medium-sized ones, probably the 2nd or 3rd wave of the set, and they're going to offer that, you know, nice, smooth, cupped-out face. But you know what? I'm actually very surprised, I will say, about the wind today, and how much it hasn't really come in absolutely honking yet. I thought it might already be a lot stronger from the south, so I feel we've been pretty blessed up until this point. You know, Western Australia is pretty well known for having this strong, you know, sea breeze that comes in every day around lunchtime. So yeah, we're pretty blessed right now to be making the most of the conditions available.
100%. We're trying to break a record today with the most heats run ever in CT competition. We still got a shot. We'll keep you posted on that. We had a giant day 2014 at Pipeline, running 27 heats in a day. We're going for 28 today. This one looks like Jack got up right before the horn, and he will just chop his way out of this one, but he made a mark on the CT this year, winning the trials, winning his first heat, going down to last year's runner-up in the world, Griffin Colapinto. Good showing to Jack Thomas representing West Oz and Yallingup. And big thanks to Brody Sale for coming in. I know you just wanted to surf all day, so thanks so much, man.
No, it's good. I got my surf in the morning, and yeah, stoked to call some heats with you guys.
Yeah, talk surf, enjoy the afternoon, and visit these vineyards and play golf. We got a lot of things to check out.
It's going to be a fun month. Yeah.
Good man, Brody. Action continues right after this. Medina and Cleland will have priority, and then Jack Robinson and Cowley Voss will get things started. We'll be right back. We're so lucky and thrilled to be hanging out in the Wadandi Buja, the country from the saltwater people, hosting us every year so well. And Jack Robinson proud to represent this beautiful part of the world as he takes on one of the most prepared rookies we've had in a long time. Kaoli Voss representing France and representing Teahupo'o in Tahiti, that beautiful island paradise that brought him to a gold medal and brought Jack to a silver medal. This was the final of the Olympic Games.
That is really cool, right? I mean, this is, when on paper, I looked at this draw and I was like, wow, I mean, I really hope it lives up to this expectation, you know, because obviously Jack, I mean, we saw him get prepping for the heat. He's the king out here. He's won this a couple of times. And I mean, then Kaoli, on the other hand, so much CT experience already before, you know, his first full-time year on the tour. As we look here to Jack, opening up his account here. Nice little fin throw. And just comes unstuck there. So just a quick in and out there for Jack.
Quick one there as things are getting started quickly in that heat. Priority heat is Medina and Al Cleaton in a rematch from what we saw at Bells, where Al went down, so he's hoping to get the jump on Medina in this one. And a very wonderful time to hang out in the booth with one of our good friends, Simon Zuvic, Injabundi surfer that was born in Wadandi Buja. Thanks so much for hanging out, Simon.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Kaya, Wandiwai, I'm Obudse up in the Pilbara, and yeah, just a privilege to be here on Wadandi country. So yeah, we grew up down here, and yeah, it's just an honour to be learning and continuing to share some culture. And I guess my role is more of that cultural education, which is a big privilege to, you know, connected to the surfing world and going globally with where we know, yeah, people connect with country all across the world. So great to be here.
Fantastic. Last night in the evening, a beautiful welcome to country. They're always really fun to get everyone together. This one gave me chicken skin or goosebumps. It was absolutely magic. How was it for you?
Yeah, yeah, under the guidance of Undulup and Uncle Wayne Webb and Nuni Zak, Auntie Tony, Auntie Sandra Hill, and all those elders, inviting all the surfers to come and sit there and yeah, call out to country. You know, anyone can acknowledge country, which you guys do a great job of doing every day. Welcome to country's special because they're gifted by elders, and that reciprocity and the responsibility to do something with that learning and knowledge. And yeah, watching all the surfers just sit still at the river mouth on Woodichup Belia, throwing some sand out and calling out to country is a really special ceremony, and putting on some ochre and getting some gifts and then a bit of dancing and stomping their feet in the dust. So that was awesome. And yeah, Jack was there with his little grummy Zen and wife Julia and all the family. And yeah, here he is, it's Jack now.
Awesome. My friends in the booth watched Jack grow up right here at Main Break. And it was cool hearing from Jack earlier going, I actually spent a lot of time surfing Main Break. It used to kind of be the other crew that would surf representing WA would say they're surfing everywhere else on the coastline typically. But Jack was like, he kind of scored it uncrowded a lot. And it makes sense that he's had a couple of big victories.
Oh, totally. I mean, I'll get back to that. Looks like Gabby.
Medina throws the arc in the pocket, whips it quickly down the line. Has another good section to throw even more spray off the tail. He finally won this event a couple of years back, and he said he was so thrilled to accomplish that. It hasn't been the easiest road for him to a title at this event. But now putting in so much effort in the off-season to put together another world title campaign. Simon, I know you're thrilled to see him back.
Yeah, he was looking pretty spicy on that one, and thinking back to when we were at Wajimuk, Rottnest Island, just out of COVID, he took that out as well in, you know, really significant site over there at Rottnest Island. And yeah, he was certainly showing the average WA surfer how to surf those waves. He's got a lot of energy. Looks like he's well and truly dusted off the cobwebs. And yeah, that was really special. I think from that 5 years ago or so when we were out there, that's why we've been doing more cultural engagement, because that was a really significant site in Western Australia that has a lot of historical and cultural connections across the state. And then yeah, to have Gabby take that out, and it's pretty non-stop with this back-to-back heats, isn't it? There's action.
Oh, it's so much going on. Yeah, tell Uncle Lenny we say hi.
Yeah.
You know, Wajimuk was a big one for Medina. That was a world title run for himself, getting that third world title, which was that newer format. And for you, Simon, you grew up with Jack, but you also have gotten to really know these people that are on tour. that stop by in WA. Before we get to that, let's break this one down, Flick, the backhand of Medina here.
Oh, just finesse, right? I mean, look at the timing of the last turn. Look at how high that spray just, I mean, sent it to the roof. Is backing up the 633 beautifully. And, yeah, putting this pressure right now on Al.
Yeah, and just connecting with people, you know, with Ingrid yesterday as well. It was really cool to say, like, we welcome people here. We love that. We like to celebrate surfing and just create this gathering place. And that was really powerful. But I'm sure for you, these personal relationships that have grown globally is really teaching us about that ripple effect. You know, we all share the ocean and we're all connected.
Yeah, there's a lot of misunderstanding in Australia about welcome to countries, and people think that, you know, they're welcoming Australians to their own country, but it's about that connection. And here's Gabby again, skipping out. Yeah, it's about that, taking the time to connect and learning. You're getting introduced to countries, so.
And more waves just up and out.
A little bit fat. Yeah, so it's actually an opportunity to sit down on country and learn from elders about the country. And, you know, Flick, we grew up, I think I've said this to you before, we didn't know much about the Noongar Six Seasons, about all the ups and the place names, and having Noonie Zach Webb teach all the surfers and us every year, like, you know, we're learning and relearning what we didn't know growing up across Western Australia. Our languages weren't allowed to be taught and, you know, spoken in many cases. So we've got Carly. It's a gold title, silver title rematch, eh?
Yeah, it is. And this one's all about performance turns. Backhand is powerful for Carly Vost. Saw him win the Challenger Series. And he had to take an interesting line there. The bricks were showing, and somehow he's still riding away.
Yeah, he had the home court advantage over in Tahiti, but we'll see how it plays out now.
Hey, well said, well said. This is the battle now here at main break. Well, earlier in the round, we had Vaughn catch up with Crosby Colapinto.
Crosby, congratulations, mate. Great to get a heat win. We saw how disappointed you were after Bells. Obviously, you've got designs on going right up to the top of the ratings this year, but how good does it feel to come up and actually be able to open up on those big, powerful faces?
Yeah, it feels great. It's great being back and having a forecast that there's just like a really abundant amount of waves. So it just feels good to be back here. And the first event was kind of funny, you know, like, I don't know, going into it, I felt like everyone had such a long break and had so much time to prep, and then you get there and you're like, I'm ready, I trained, I surfed, I went on surf trips, I got better, like, I want to show what I'm bringing new to the tour. And I kind of felt like I had like a lot of expectations going into it, and like that expectations kind of created like a lot of pressure, and it kind of like ended up getting to me at the end. But it was a really good learning moment to go there and, you know, not like carry and have the expectations of like outcomes and creating like those known moments. So a really good learning moment to go there, and just coming here, even out there, I felt like a little nervous. You know, we had such a long break, and it's like you go straight into man-on-man heats. So definitely the nerves were there, but it's like those nerves are what make this so much fun, and overcoming those moments and like being able to make those heats is great. So I'm just super stoked to be here right now.
For sure, man. And, you know, I think one of the great things is when you have got those nerves, it's watching you in real time wash them off, because the further that heat went along, the more relaxed you were and the bigger your surfing looked.
Yeah, thanks. It's like, I think in heats when you get to like ride waves and you get to like kind of like feel what you're really feeling like, and almost like peeling off that first wave of nerves and being like, okay, I feel good, like, and then just starting to go for it. It's like that's when like the best surfing comes out. I feel like even on my 7, I kind of nursed the end turn because it was like, all right, I just want to like, I really want to make this heat just to get that first heat win like out of the way, and so like, yeah, just feeling that, and the nerves will make us great, so it's cool.
Mate, we just heard the hooter blow, and that means there's going to be a big bro matchup. It was Griff who was actually counselling you on the stairs at Bells, so that's going to be a whole new dynamic as you go into yet another heat against each other.
Oh, it's classic. We were out there, and I actually paddled for a wave and missed it with first priority. With like, I waited probably like 15 minutes, and I paddled and missed it, and I was like, shit, like, no. And then he was out there, and he paddled past me, and he kind of like looked at me, so like Marco couldn't hear, and he was like, alchemist, because that's like the word that we kind of go off of. And like after that, I was like, yeah, you're right. And that actually like kind of freed me up to ride an insider and just let my surfing do the talking on a little cleaner insider wave. So it was cool to have him there, and now we're up against each other. Unfortunately, it's not like a later round, but for us to go up against each other and like bring out the best surfing, that's kind of what we want. And hopefully we have sick waves and we just go head to head. So it's gonna be a classic battle. Tune in for it, for sure.
It will be, man. The alchemy is strong with you too.
Let's go. Thank you. Thanks.
That was epic. Crosby knows it's going to be a show. So yeah, we will be tuning in. We're going to watch every second of that heat. Crosby versus Griffin. These are the moments they live for. I'm not sure he's going to give him words to kind of get his head back in the heat. I think it's going to be all out as we catch up with a series of waves here, starting with Gabriel Medina Flick.
Oh, he's just picking up right where he left off. I mean, the form we saw at Bells, I mean, there was no questions. You know, for a while there, everyone's like, okay, where's Gabby going to be after, you know, a couple of years off? But yeah, down at Winky, I mean, he was surfing incredible. It's flowed over to here to the west. And then, I mean, Cowley too, let's get caught up with his wave as well. So absolutely banking it on the backhand here and brings it through to the inside. So a couple of nice waves here from the Goofies, obviously in different heats, but you know, getting the job done. I mean, it was a really difficult finish. I mean, I think majority of the points obviously coming from those first couple of maneuvers, and then Jack answers back and really beautifully done. He's picked a really great wave. You can see it's just got that nice smooth face. I mean, it lends itself to experience here, right? Like this wave almost looks like it's onshore out there, but he's picked one that kind of looks like it's offshore. You know, it really is wizardry, and it's leaning into all that experience and time spent out here. Right now, you can really see that smooth face has allowed him to really put the board on rail. And then he just transitions beautifully into this second turn. You can really see he leans just that bit harder. And yeah, Jack's going to lock in a really great score for this ride. There was also the variety here. He goes up into the lip. So yeah, I think, you know, we've got a heat on our hands now between Jack and Cowley.
Al Cleland getting this wave during those series of replays as well as we're catching up. Overlapping format, a lot of great surfing. Cleland throwing in a little redirect on the oncoming section, but gets tossed, riding his way out. And now another one from Cowley Vost, hitting the roof well and packaging in a second turn early. Flick.
Massive. This is massive. They were two really, really big sections. That first turn, you couldn't have been any more critical. So we look to Yago.
I'm glad someone's just taking a minute's chill, because that was a bit like back-to-back energy. And then hot off that interview with Griffin and Deadly, I don't know which one's got more energy out of those two. I could bottle a little bit of energy from those two in the interview and then flow on to like 6 waves back-to-back. It was nice to see Yago just having a bit of a breather.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah,
There's a lot going on.
Well, that's what we wanted the surfers to do yesterday, right? Like, we've had the cut here for years, and we just want everyone to sit down and just breathe for a bit and just sit on Budja, you know, near listen to country and keep learning from elders, because yeah, the energy that these guys must have expend each day was back-to-back, and it's looking like both these heats are pretty tight, hey?
Yeah, you almost need to sit and let these waves just come to you. You know, in days like today, overlapping format, opening day of the waiting period, we always love our time with Simon Suvic, and you've hung out with Jack so long, and anytime I see you guys connect again, now with his whole family, there's always a special energy there. You know, how would you break down Jack's connection to country around here?
Yeah, I mean, swimming and paddling up the river and then going, like you say, the main break or the box as a Grommy, and we all learned to surf down at River Dog, and but not, again, knowing necessarily the song lines and the stories. And I quizzed him on a few things, and he still remembered a lot of the information, so he definitely sits there and soaks it in. And yeah, I think him and his family, watching little Zen grow up, and again, watching my kids grow up down there, and seeing the culture and the country and the language that we, you know, weren't able to be educated. So I think people forget, like Uncle Wayne, you know, he was born in a time when Aboriginal people weren't citizens in Australia, you know, and we weren't allowed to speak speak language. And now all those hundreds of languages in Australia are being, you know, reawoken as people do things like yesterday, and learning about, you know, the song lines and the names, and yeah, so definitely it wasn't just Jack. Look, you know, all those surfers down there were just taking that time, and I'm glad they took a little bit of time to sit still, because yeah, the energy and then the storm that's going to come next few days is going to be really testing people out again. But what a spot to sit and stop.
Yeah, and then just taking the sand, rubbing it under your armpits, and then throwing it into the river. We do that every year, and it's a really great part of the ceremony.
Yeah, so that's like so you got the acknowledgement of country, the welcome to country, and then the calling out to country is another layer to. Well, something might have just happened then, little shimmy, but they. Yeah, calling out to country is that opportunity to connect and call out to Budja or our mob, Spit the Water up in the Pilbara. You know, there's a lot of Noongar people that work up in the Pilbara, and like we're all connected across. You guys have come from Wadawurrung country in Bells Beach at Jurak, and going off to Bundjalung country and connecting with the Jurakai mob and all of those incredible elders and countries. And you know, for our mob, we spit the water out and we pay homage to the rainbow serpent or the living water, and we call out Yonyura. So. Yeah, as these guys are.
Yeah, here we go. Backside air attempt and landing on the back is Cowley Vost. Sorry, Simon, we got a lot of screens here. That one's just extra.
Oh, it's all
Don't worry about that one.
It's all happening.
Yeah, we draw on that one usually. That's our one where we draw replays.
Yeah.
But that's live action right there.
Oh man, it's pretty crazy. Like the action that's around, and then you guys go straight to Bundjalung country at Snapper, and then off to New Zealand as well, and connect with the Māori people over there. So I'm sure you'll get some really incredible cultural immersions, and Māori people, really strong in their culture, but they also refer to Aboriginal people as like the older continent, because that's where a lot of the song lines have come from. I think they're Indigenous peoples over around 1,000 years old, but the evidence down the road here is 48,000 years and counting. So. Our mob would say we've been here forever, and everyone's welcome to come and connect. So it's pretty incredible when you stop and think about we're all connected to the world's oldest continuing cultures, and then surfers know this stuff. They sit out there in the salt water and they tune in. I watched Jack pick at the press conference pick a set from I couldn't even see it. It was like a 10-foot set, and he was just looking out on the horizon. So yeah, he was pretty tuned in.
Yeah, definitely wants to get a big result here after an early loss at Bells. He was, the defending champ at Bells. He's a multiple-time champ here, and he just kind of knows as part of the process for how long he's been on tour. He handled those questions well in the press conference, knowing that he's just getting started. Jack, silver medalist. Cowley, gold medalist. Gabriel, bronze medalist. He's in the priority or heat that's about to close out. Gabriel Medina, 6'8", 6'3", able to go back-to-back with his wins over Mexico's Al Cleland Jr. And now we'll start preparing for the Gold Coast.
Gabe looking scary.
Oh, yeah.
He is looking very, very dangerous. Reigning world champ Iago Dora, current world number 2, will be taking on Jacob Wilcox, another local boy here, growing up on Wadandi Budja. Simon Zuvich is going to stick around to call the next heat, along with Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
"50 years deep." For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. A new world champion. Harnessing nature. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Well, we can only imagine what's next, because we have the world champ hitting the lineup now, along with Jacob Wilcox, who got his call up and has made good use of it so far, already getting a big heat win earlier today. And he is back out there again. Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, Simon Zuvich still with us, mate. Great to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, boys. Yeah, thanks for coming along again. And every year it's joy. You got to come down to the ceremony yesterday, and we just had a big yarn about that. So it was sick to see you down there having a breather before all the action. It's been back to back. So,
mate, congratulations on that ceremony. That was so fun and just so beautiful. The dancers were incredible. The Windundy elders that spoke were amazing, and it's always just such a great education for us as visitors to sit back and listen to the great stories from this region.
Yeah, just nice to have everyone there, and I think yeah, these heats are, I'm a little bit conflicted here because I did want I've got to do full disclaimer here as a West Aussie, you know, growing up down here, definitely would like Jack and Chippo to be meeting in the final, but also have all the respect in the world for the world champ. Yago's been down there in the past getting painted up and getting ochre, and so is Carly as well. So I know they have some really strong culture from their countries as well, and hopefully a little bit of luck and get the silver medal and gold medal can do a flick. So I just like to announce my conflict of interest.
We love that, mate. Of course, yourself, you're an accomplished surfer. A couple of Indigenous titles, mate, and I know you're on your way back from injury and chasing those titles again, so all the best with that. But this is a real treat for us to have you here in the booth to shed some light on this beautiful area and keep that cultural communication happening as we see, wow, Jack Robinson holding that line for an eternity out here at Mainbreak, where he spent so much of his youth. He loves coming home and working this wave over for the crowd. And what a finish there, really stamps it. And he had to get another score on the board because Cowley Vast, super dangerous, had the lead. Jack was holding on to that mid-range three, but springing to life on that occasion, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Super creative with the way Jack approaches this wave. Let's have a look at the replay here. And this is actually Chippo. Coming from behind, geez, he had a beautiful heat this morning, just put it together so well. And kind of vintage form from Chippo. These backhand attack. The waves are a little bit smoother this morning, so he's just starting to get the feel of these different conditions. And the world champ, Yago, blasting the top off that first ride. Opening manoeuvre and a second. Tricky little section, all that foam and turbulence on there. But he gets through it. Nice and stable stance. He looks nice and composed, but this was a special ride from Jack. Takes that high line. How's the speed coming into this turn? A creative line, almost went over the back of the wave. Thing just bowls up. Does a nice tight, whippy little cutback. Wraps it nice and high and then finishes super strong, gets the tail flared. Love this slow-mo action here. So have a look, almost going off the back. There was maybe 4 to 6 inches of rail just hanging in as he was right on the top of that carve. But yeah, creative lines with Jack.
That was 97% of surfers were just skipped off the back there.
Absolutely.
And I could just feel my front leg buckle, and all the old boys at Margie's that have the 8-footers would have just been, hacking it. But yeah, he recovered well and finished really strong. So it's going to be a tight heat. These two are, really put it on for, the Olympics rematch.
Yeah, that's
Jacob
right.
is, Chips, he's going to have to surf out of his skin to beat the world champ, stating the obvious, but they, if he puts it on the line, he's as good as everyone, especially in the tube. I mean, it would be great to see these four in the water at Tahiti, like pumping chopes would be pretty incredible. Some good hooks happening as well. It's going to be right down to the wire.
Cowley Vast here, and he's trying to make up ground now on Jack Robinson, who's just seized the lead. Back in a 5.67. Cowley's after a 6.35 now to get back into that leading position on the back of the ski with 13.5 minutes to go. Still a lot of surfing to be done in this one.
Yeah, Cowley just looks so sure-footed, doesn't he? He's got this really strong lower half to his body, and looks like it. He just never looks like he's going to fall. And in attack mode at the moment.
Yeah, rock solid. And also looking sharp in that previous heat was Griffin Colapinto down there on the glass with Vaughan Blakey.
Griffin Colapinto, mate, last year you gave us two of the best moments of the entire season right here at Wadandi Budja, and this year you've really kept that flow going.
Thanks. Yeah, just paddling out, I wanted to remember my relationship with this place and the amazing memories I've had. So, but you know, every year's a new year, so I was still definitely like a little antsy in that heat. I felt like I was just like fell on my first wave. Usually you want to finish that, and but yeah, I was grateful there's a bunch of opportunities, so got to ride to a rhythm in that one.
We touched on it at Bells, but it's worth bringing up again. You know, like a great start to the year is really what you were after, and I think it's just really speaking through your surfing. Even the little insiders that you get, just connecting the dots, and I don't know, there's just a nice symmetry there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it feels good to get a little rhythm going. I'm not used to this, so yeah, try and run with that. And it was fun having Crosby out there overlapping heats. It was pretty funny. There was a moment where I think him and Marco were tied, and there was like 10 minutes left, or maybe 12 minutes, and he paddled and missed one. And I could tell he just wanted to like let it out. I was like, "Ooh," like his face. I just looked at him. I was like, alchemize it. And he didn't say anything, but just gave him a little like one word. You know, it was kind of fun to be able to do that.
A little bit of that cosmic energy, man. I love it. You guys will be matching up in the next heat. You've had a heat before, which was a bit wave-starved. He was saying, get ready. It's going to be a show. And I really get the feeling that when you two paddle out against each other, it's almost like the contest is going to dissolve and it's just going to be you versus him.
Yeah, I think, well, either way, whatever happens, like it'll be cool. One of us will be into the finals day. So that's nice. But on the other hand, it's also hard to like knock out your brother or your super close friend, so that's a little hurdle that I think both of us will have to get over mentally, is like to want to actually put the guy to bed, you know, tuck him in. But yeah, I'm excited.
I can't imagine him tucking you in for some reason. I can imagine you doing it, but not him.
Oh, I mean, well, he used to come sleep with me when he was scared, so yeah.
Yeah, Ronnie was the same with me, mate.
Yeah.
All right, have a good next round. That'll be a great heat to watch.
Oh, thanks. See you soon.
I only went to Jessie Starling now, who's at the bracket. She's going to size up some of these incredible matchups.
I'm actually going to make it official. We've got the Crosby and Griffin matchup, and we're just going to test out my sticker skills really quick. Oh, first take. That was actually pretty good. I didn't do my first ones very well, but really exciting matchup coming up against Crosby and Griffin. Ronnie, I'm thinking maybe we should have a commentator's heat between you and Vorno. We'll size that one up.
Oh, perfect. He didn't even bring a board over here. This is unreal. Should be a walkthrough. But unbelievable matchups to look forward to. Not just the brothers doing battle, but this is going to be a lot of fun to watch what plays out here, because Callie Vass and Jack Robinson have a seesawing battle unfolding here at the moment. Callie Vass just reclaimed that #1 position, turned in a 6.6. When you look at the numbers, there is less than half a point in it. Callie Vass on 13.6, Jack Robinson 13.34, and Jack at the moment, without priority, has to find some space with 9.5 minutes and get himself back out in front here in his pet event. 2 victories here in the past, and desperately wants another one after falling out of the mix early at Bells.
Yeah, we're owed a score here of this last wave of Jack Robinson. Beautiful arc off the top to start off. Comes around the corner again, a sleepy cut back. Little check turn, waiting for the wave to stand up again, and he gets to the finish, a little wobbly. Jack likes it, the fist pump. 6.17 is what he needed, and this is Yago on the left. So we haven't seen many left-handers today. Yago, a little layback hack. Slopier style wave here. You can see it starts breaking out to sea on the south in the direction of the swell today, especially this morning. And indication of this number to come in for Jack. We may see a lead change again.
I think we will. After a 5.93, he turns in a 6.3.
Oh.
Robinson back in front. What a heat. Heat number 8 is turning on. 2 great surfers, and both with big goals to turn in a massive result here after pretty poor starts to the season down there at Bells Beach. But Jack Robinson, Simon, you would have seen this kid just with that bowl cut, that trademark do, getting around these lineups as a Grom. I mean, the first time you laid eyes on him, where was it? And was it as mind-blowing as the first time I saw him?
Just dropping in on me at River and watching him, get progressively better every time he dropped in on me. I was teaching up in the Kimberley for 12 years, up in south of Broome, Bidjadanga, like one of the state's biggest remote communities. So shout out to all the Kimberley mob and Pilbara mob. And every time I come back for summer, Jack would just be getting more cheeky and more athletic. So then out to the box and obviously out to Margie's. And Chippo was the same, watching him grow up was pretty incredible. I surfed a heat out here for the Margaret River Classic one time, and I think Chippo got like a 9 or a 10 going left. So I hope someone brings the lefts back. The way that I guess John brought Margie's back to the world stage with his down calves, I really hope someone just goes berserk on the left. Just they're a bit of a hidden gem really in plain sight. But the boys were really, really awesome growing up to watch them just develop. And now we've got the Wadundee Surf Academy as well. So some of that collaboration with you guys, WSL, as well. We've got some grommets that they're doing the culture and they're doing surf lessons in the same spot down there at the river mouth.
Yeah, cool. Yesterday, Isabella Nichols got a special award for her contributions to the Wadundee Surf Academy. Tell us about that.
Yeah, she's been donating some of her, surfboards and some of her gear, especially when she, got painted up and won that year. And there's a local business called Pindari that do a really good job sponsoring it, and Undulup obviously is a not-for-profit. And they took out the National Community Indigenous Award at the Surf Titles, the Hall of Fame Surfing Australia titles last year. So. Big celebration of that grassroots movement, which happens across Coffs Harbour with the Nauru mob, Jurakai, Wadarung, and different groups. So that's our version of that grassroots events. And now we have the Grommies down at River. Be good to see some Aboriginal surfers like in the future, like Solly Bailey and Leigh Zorik, and she's a little Noongar girl. Her family, I grew up with her mum, Kirsty, down here surfing, and it'd be great to see some more Indigenous surfers coming up through. The different programs, but some of our kids, they just haven't ever surfed before. So either way, whether you're a lifelong surfer or you're a world champ,
there's some real class already established and emerging already. And the t-shirt you're wearing, Otis Carey, who unbelievable talent and is just doing beautiful things with his Indigenous artworks that are just mind-blowing. And then Lungi Slab is another one that we should mention, just one of the most stylish surfers on the planet, and love seeing him just tackle lineups all around the world, and he does a great job of just spreading that, the beautiful culture.
It's really incredible. I think there's such a big intersection between surfing and Indigenous cultures. Like innately we're living and breathing things like the Noongar Six Seasons and artwork. Like Otis didn't start his artwork till he was older, and then he was doing it as part of his healing. And I think in Australia we've got a lot of healing left to do and education and working together, but Oat really used some great artwork to bring people together, and has got global recognition with all the collabs with Billabong and everything else. So
it's magic. It's absolutely magic. And when Solly Bailey actually qualified, he wanted to really learn more about his heritage, which was really cool. And I know Otis is someone that he linked up with, and it's cool when people get curious. And certainly all the world's best surfers yesterday at the ceremony, they were all ears. They were just so engaged in just all the great storytelling that was happening yesterday. It was fun to see.
Absolutely. It's it's a real privilege to be able to just sit and learn and continue to learn. It's hard to fit 65,000 years of culture into this lifetime, boys, let alone a 40-minute heat. And if we can just spark people's curiosity and people can go away and learn a little bit more, I think people sometimes think that things are included in the comps for just a bit of a tokenistic ticking boxes, but it's actually the behind the scenes work has been really genuine with the communities, with Aboriginal people, and like we say, our culture's getting revived and regenerated through these stories and songlines. So hopefully some more Aboriginal surfers and hopefully more people just taking the time to learn, and it's been great hearing you guys do a little bit of language and share what you learn every year and come across, and then obviously having the Hawaiians sit down there with us and all of the Polynesian mob and different Indigenous surfers in the circle yesterday was really powerful. A little bit of chit chat there in the water.
These guys are they're on each other there.
Mate, Jacob Wilcox won't back down. Even as a call-up surfer, he is a really staunch competitor and individual, and
not
Had
doing
a couple of moments here in the past.
Not doing a language lesson out there, maybe.
It's a different kind of language.
Well, you're going to have a courageous conversation, but yeah, it's looking like Chippo will not back down. This is his wave. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants that big result too.
Yeah.
You know, he really wants to perform. But you know, this 8th heat of this second round has been so interesting. I can't even count now how many times the lead has changed places, but it's been a number of exchanges, and Jack Robinson is out in front. Let's see what happened here.
So have a look at this. So Yago with priority, sort of claiming that Jacob got in his way and was, I guess, somewhat appealing for some sort of an interference. Jacob pleading his case to Yago. Yago responding.
That yarn pretty much happens at every time you go out to Margie's, probably 50 times.
Pretty much, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Just these peak situations too, you know.
Yeah, no call on that?
Not as yet.
Yeah, I don't want a repeat of what happened to Jack over at Bell's.
Oh, no. It's the worst feeling as a surfer, man, just getting that interference. Here we go, chip up.
Nothing in it between Yago Dora and Jacob Wilcox, who gets on the attack. Those big drawn-out bottom turns have served him beautifully on his run through to this point in the competition. He's going to thread together a nice combination here, and we'll see if it's enough to get him into the lead. Meanwhile, on the outside, Jack Robinson with just a minute and a half, trying to close down his heat against Carly Vast, who's got the priority now on the outside and needs a pretty decent score here.
Yeah, 6.98. Chippo looking to get rid of that 5-point ride out of his tally. But sometimes these little interactions can upset your energy as a competitor. Midway through a heat, and you start, it breaks you out of your zone where you're just focused in and you're set on your game plan. You're totally just, you know, really zoned in on what you're supposed to do, and this can actually throw you off a little bit. So let's see how Yago responds here.
Well, he's been the king of clutch moments in recent times. That's how he got his world title. He was just so strong under pressure last year. And then obviously in Fiji, it doesn't get much more clutch than that. And he just held his nerve against a rampaging Griffin Colapinto in that final event and gave us some excellent scores to shut it down in one heat and get himself that world title, and performed obviously extremely well as the spotlight burned bright at the first event of the season down there in Bells. Got himself a second place finish.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance throughout the event, and he was kind of just easing his way into the event all the way through up to the final. You know, even he self-proclaimed, he goes, I didn't feel like I had an amazing heat. But here we go, Cowley Vast. This will be his last attempt, and it will not be enough. The 6.98 was the requirement, so Jack Robinson, that was an important result for him after dipping out early at Bells. Finds a little form here. That was a tough heat.
Thank God.
Simon, we appreciate your transparency too, mate. Yeah. Off the bat, calling that you were backing Jack Robinson for the W there. Obviously close friends with Jack and his family, and that's an important win for him, a real turnaround to his season.
Look, you know, he let him have the gold medal, so it's nice to just get a tiny little bit of payback on the on your country and come out with gold. One of the dancers actually gave Jack one of his really special necklaces. He got an additional gift too, and he said, "Oh, I think that's probably better than my medal." So that was a beautiful moment. And yeah, I just want to thank you guys again, the WSL, all the surfers, and everything for the genuine collaboration that we're having together. And yeah, it's awesome to just keep learning. And yeah, if everyone out there can just keep taking a little bit of time to connect and learn a bit of language and culture, and yeah, walk the walk together, then yeah, the future's really exciting. So thanks for taking the time, guys.
Thanks,
legends.
Simon.
A former young WA Person of the Year, and still obviously educating us all and showing us the way. Love your work, Simon. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we've got a very special guest joining us right here on the set to call some big heats.
every headland you go around is a different, landscape, and it's so raw and beautiful, and we can bring our family here and experience the other parts of Western Australia that are so beautiful. And we come to the wineries, eat good food, drink good wine. You can go mountain bike riding, you can go see the whales, you can do it all. So it's great to be back in West Oz, and I advise everyone to come here and come check it out.
Welcome back to the show. Well, round 2 action continues. We've seen some big heats. Jack Robinson surviving against Kelly Vasti in that last one, and now Connor O'Leary and Rio Ida hit the lineup. Looking forward to watching that one unfold, but we do want to welcome a special guest to the booth. Singer, swimmer, surfer, Cody Simpson.
Hey,
good to see you, Cody.
So good to be here.
Mate, I know you're a big surf fan and also a huge fan of WA. How is it to be over here for the Championship Tour event?
Absolutely unbelievable. This is actually my very first time at Margs, so I'm just stoked, yeah. I was getting a bit nervous there for Jack in that last heat, but really happy to see him make it through, because he was definitely a pick of mine for this.
Now, have you been to a Championship Tour event before?
Yeah, only one. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, but this is first time at this one, so pretty special. This is a special one.
It is a special one, mate. I'm assuming it was the Gold Coast because that's where you grew up.
Yeah.
Mate, your life, your surfing life, did it exist before you kind of got into singing and songwriting?
Yeah. I mean, growing up on the Gold Coast, it's kind of like par for the course, I think. I was a swimmer growing up, so I only got to surf when my coach let me with my shoulders and all that stuff. But it was definitely a big part of my life, and was especially when I moved to Southern California in my teens, and ended up befriending a lot of surfers naturally, and kind of was, they'd take me out in, conditions that I probably wasn't ready for, but it's like got me sorted. So yeah.
Well, you fell in with a pretty good pack over there. We've got some mutual friends, so we'll talk more about that in a moment. But we do want to get this heat set. Connor O'Leary, just that unbelievable backhand, helped him fetch his first CT win last year at J-Bay. He's up against Rio Ida, who represents Indonesia so beautifully on the CT, the first Indonesian to crack the code and maintain a place on this championship tour. He's been doing some great surfing in his first couple of seasons, and we are going to see him up here looking really strong, still working with Glenn Hall, and Micro's got him really pumped up and ready to make a big climb up the rankings at this venue. It's going to be a couple of throwaways to get started for him though. And on the outside, let's see what Iago can do with this one. So we had an interesting situation just a few moments ago. Jacob Wilcox and Iago Dora kind of getting tangled up on the takeoff zone, and the judging panel ruling on it. A couple of people on the panel said yes, interference. 3 of the judges said no, not an interference. So Jacob Wilcox survives that situation, but he's still looking for a score here at the moment, a 7.34. The standard of surfing today, Cody, in pretty sizing conditions. Has it impressed you?
Yeah, definitely. It's massive.
It's a deceiving break, isn't it? I mean, from the beach, you don't really get the full context of just how big these sets are.
Yeah, because it breaks pretty far out, so it's nice to see it a little closer like this.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, mate, do you follow
Back in Connor in too. I've got this, this supplement business, Dr. Hydrate, and we sponsor Connor, so pretty stoked to watch him out there, yeah.
Well, let's see if you can perform under the pressure with one of the bosses watching. This will be a lot of fun to see. Let's see what Jacob Wilcox can do here. Up against Iago, he's been surfing really well today. He is after a 7.34 though on this ride. He's got a really tricky end section to deal with, but reads it beautifully, and he does hang on for the finish here.
Yeah, Chippo just getting the completion there, and it almost feels like since that little paddle tussle, things have gotten a little bit scrappy in the lineup in terms of just these guys catching waves and getting a bit more of a settled performance going. It looks like Iago is still appealing here. He believes that the interference should have been called. And you get the feeling like this has just put him off a little bit mentally. He's appealing to the judges still.
Yeah, I think he's within his right to make that appeal. But the majority made the call, and there wasn't an interference. So he's just got to get his mind back on the job here, because Jacob Wilcox is a major threat with the way he's drawing out these bottom turns and getting those big hits in the pocket.
Yeah, he sure is. So this was his last ride here. He was after that 7.34. is sitting in second place behind Iago Dora, and I just don't feel like that was quite the number. Here we go, Connor. This is live action.
Why don't you take us through this one, Cody? We've got Connor O'Leary up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, sick. He's looking good.
Mate, he has such a strong backhand. I think a backhand that on its day can rival those world title contenders. He's an absolute freak. But what we've been loving in recent times, mate, is watching your, obviously as a junior, you had a departure from your athletic pursuits, and you chased down music, and then you came back, and that was just amazing watching you just wholeheartedly commit to trying to crack the Olympics. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was kind of one of those unfinished business things for me. You know, it was kind of sort of taken from that athletic dream early to go and pursue music, because I was just given an opportunity really young that I had to take full advantage of, and then it was one of those things that it just never stopped eating away at me, you know, and I had to come back and see what I could, you know, was capable of and whatnot. So was really happy to go back and live that life as an athlete again. Because it's so polarizing from, you know, being a musician or an artist, and taught me a lot too. I mean, just the discipline you get from that daily training, and you know, focus is huge, and you can't learn that anywhere else.
Yeah, it's
Especially
interesting.
With swimming, you guys get up so early. Earlier than
Mate,
up the
it's
surface,
non-stop.
already.
Yeah, probably about the same time, I reckon. Yeah,
for sure.
But we have to stare at the bottom of a pool, the black line up and down. We don't get the beautiful views like, you know, you guys get here.
True.
Yeah, the amazing clarity of the water over here is something else.
Yeah.
But mate, it just seems like from an athlete's point of view, there is a lot to relate to, even with these championship tour surfers. How was it meeting the phenom Erin Brooks and having her tell you that she kind of followed your pursuit to get to the Olympics?
I couldn't believe it, you know what I mean? Because it was funny, it was an experience that I lived, but it's hard to think that people were actually following it and supporting me and all that stuff. So even just meeting somebody like her who's so young and already achieving such high levels in her sport, to know she kind of watched me pursue mine was special. And it was cool to see her do her thing today. And I just love walking past the athletes tent, watching the guys. I was watching the Colapintos meditating with the headphones on, and it just really reminded me of you know, what I do before swimming races and all that stuff. So, yeah.
What was your kind of hype up routine like? Were you someone that liked to tune in with a bit of music, or was it a meditation thing for you?
It depends. You know, you kind of go with where you're at on the day. I feel like you sort of assess your arousal level and either kind of try and bring yourself up or down, you know, depending on where you're at. I always found I'd race best at about a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? A 10, you're too hyped up, you're too tense, whatever. You know, it's kind of like surfing in that way. I think the best surfing's done with that relative relaxation. I mean, it's like any sport. I think really you want to be
for
relaxed.
sure.
Yeah.
It's that flow zone, isn't it?
Yeah,
Just
totally.
get into that, where everything seems to be happening and just connecting.
Time slows down and you can
on a
think.
subconscious level, and it all just happens there. I know where you're going, Ron.
Yeah,
go
Ron.
World
Really
champion
flustered at the
losing.
moment. Yeah, he is at about a 20 out of 10 at the moment. Iago Dora super frustrated with what's played out here, and here's a replay again of what went down. So Iago had the priority, I believe.
Oh, Iago had priority. It looked like Jacob was trying to position under him, and then I guess what the judges that didn't deem it was an interference is that Iago kind of directed himself straight towards Jacob, but that he could argue that that was the line that he wanted to take to get into that wave. So strong case for both sides, but Iago is clearly upset with this decision. He feels like it was worthy of an interference call.
Still 8.5 minutes to go, and he's got to watch himself, because while Iago's kind of out there appealing, Jacob's going to work, and he hasn't gotten the number yet that he needs, but he got close on that last ride, a 6.6. 7.08 is the number he's after. So Iago's just got to identify a good scoring ride and drop that 6.57 and put it out of reach. But fun to get an athlete's insights.
He's going to be sucked up now. Yeah. He's going to have that dog in him.
But Cody, now let's have a look at the replay for this last wave and see what kind of work Jacob got done, Rich.
Yeah, so Jacob, that trademark backhand hook that he just has on lock here, and he just performs it again beautifully. The second one, a little more spicy. And a sleepy little cut back, adjust back into that power source. Just gets caught on that last extension. And tidy little foam rebound. But,
fellow goofy footer, Cody.
Yeah.
You're a goof. Where's your favourite wave on the Gold Coast?
Oh, God. I mean, I grew up surfing Currumbin Alley.
Yeah.
That's where I learnt, and I always loved going back there. But, you know, you can't go wrong at Burleigh.
No, good call.
Yeah.
Here we go. We've got Rio up at the moment. Not much to get excited about so far in Heat 10, but they do still have 27 minutes to go. Rio's taken 3 rides now. He probably won't get too much out of that last one. Conor O'Leary holding down a 4.83, but you know, all the highlights are coming from heat number 9 at the moment. Set waves are approaching.
You get the feeling that heat number 9 with Iago and Jacob isn't quite over yet. And Iago, he's filthy at the moment about that decision going against the interference. But let's just see how he can compose himself. Like you said, Ron, he's got to be careful not to just get himself rattled to the point where he's just not focusing on the job at hand. He needs to just clear his mind here and just get on with it.
Yeah. Here we go. This is Conor O'Leary, so picking up some scraps on the inside, but feasting on them. That was a big inverted backhand hit and really leans into his power on that final section. Cody's happy.
Love it.
And yeah, Tyler
He's
Wright
fueled, we got him fueled.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's revved up, he's ready to go. But Cody, just quickly, mate, tell us about the album you're working on. Obviously, now that you've kind of chased that Olympic dream and fulfilled, I guess, that unanswered question. You're back into your music.
Got the monkey off my back, yeah. So back playing music full time, which is fun. We just dropped a couple singles and rolling out an album this year, which will be good. So start playing live again, and yeah, it seems to be a really awesome response to the first drop so far. Kind of playing with this fun kind of 80s guitar, you know, pop rock kind of thing, and it seems to be making people happy, which is good.
Mate, beauty. That sounds great. Have you got a name for the album yet, or are you still working on it?
Not going to drop that yet, but the single's called Baby Blue.
Mate, this is the place to do it. No. This is the place to do it. Oh, we can't wait for it. So still adding to the song list for the album?
Yeah, finishing it up and roll out a couple more singles before the US summer. So, yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Any cameos on the album?
Yeah, might be a couple.
Oh.
Yeah.
Any backup singers?
Had a fair few fun collabs.
Richard's got a great voice.
Yeah.
We're going to have a look at Conor's last ride here. He dropped the 7.67 for this one, Cody. Big backhand blast.
That was one of those ones where you can actually get a bit of a physical reaction when you see someone perform that maneuver, and you kind of get up and on the edge of your seat. And I'm guilty of giving a grunt every now and then when I just lose control. But it's just a natural reaction when you see a turn that is so intense, and Conor's got that power.
Definitely. We know you're obviously a Conor O'Leary fan, but what have you made so far of the opening stages of the season, and who's your pick to take the title this year?
Mate, it's a good question. I mean, I'm a Jack Robbo fan, so I'm hoping. Was glad to see him make it through that last heat, and I'm hoping to watch him, and hopefully. I got to stick with the Aussies, so but here I'm trying to go for the local boys here at Margaret River.
Fair enough.
Keep an eye on the rest of the season.
Good call. You mentioned that it's your first trip down here to Margaret River. First impressions of this place, the beauty of this area, and obviously just like us, you've been tapping into the produce as well today.
Oh yeah, I'm going to come back every year, that's for sure. I mean, this is unreal. Like, I mean, the Goldie's awesome, but you don't get these really long, expensive, stretches of coastline like this, and just the swell that's like along the whole. All the breaks. I mean, we were staying at a place like not too far from here, and just watching these like A-frames come through this morning, going, "Where am I?"
Yeah.
It's pretty special.
So many bommies, outer reefs, great little beaches. Rich and myself, the last few days we've been texting some of the local legends, Taj Burrow, Jake Patterson, saying, "Where can we find somewhere to hide from this swell?" So yeah, that's sometimes a challenge here on the west coast. Is actually finding somewhere that's sort of more in your wheelhouse.
More friendly, I know. Yeah.
But main break is not it. Not today, and not the way these competitors surf it. I mean, do you marvel at what they're attacking on this end section with that shallow rock shelf?
Oh yeah, it's unreal. I mean, just like the way it starts and breaks so deep, and they take it right into this rock shelf. It looks sketchy at the end sometimes, but the way they finish them out is impressive. I wouldn't be doing that, that's for sure.
No, the judges ask a lot of the competitors on this final end section, Rich, and Yago Dora's still holding off Jacob Wilcox here, but has to manage his emotion and manage his priority in the dying stages here.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, and really needs to just take a bit of an offensive position here. If a set does come through, he needs to make sure that he is going to better that 6.57. I mean, he's in a strong position here with Chippo needing that 7.08. But he just needs to keep composed and just see the rest of this one through.
He does, in this situation, Cody, quite often, either way, I think Yago is marching up to the judges and seeking to have a conversation with the head judge. So it's pretty interesting. You ever get that opportunity as a swimmer to go and talk to the officials?
You don't. It's usually a bit more black and white. You know what I mean? You're not dealing with the
stay in your lane.
Unpredictable. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, mate, it's been really fun to get you in here and
stoked to sit with you guys. Thank you.
Chat about
great
music.
To be here.
Chat about your amazing push to crack the Olympics, and obviously returning to music now and working on an upcoming album. When is the release date, did you say?
July.
Yeah. So you got some work to do, mate.
Yeah, mate.
Did you bring your equipment over?
Got the guitar. Yeah, got a little setup in the house there, so it's good. Nice views for it.
Mate, plenty of inspiration for a song about Margaret's.
Absolutely.
Maybe even a song about Conor O'Leary, the way he's surfing at the moment.
These hacks, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable backhand approach that we expect to fetch a good result here at some point. Rich, this could be the year.
Wow. Okay. Well, with just under a minute to go, and Yago Dora, he's relinquished priority here as we watch. This is Rio coming through to the inside, blasting the tail, gets some release.
This is huge because it feels like Jacob Wilcox is up for this moment. And Yago, he's up again. Swings the fins and unsuccessful in riding out of that turn. Will Jacob Wilcox get an opportunity on the outside here?
I think the Ocean might just beat him to the punch here. I don't think he's going to get another crack at it. And well, Yago can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. I mean, he surfed incredibly.
Look out, bit of movement here from Wilcox. He's charging, it's a smaller wave. Not sure this one's going to stand up in time. He is paddling his guts out. And he is going to get onto his feet. He needs to rip this wave apart. He's after a 7.08. It's a smaller wall. He did push it a little harder because he knew he needed a fair bit out of it. But Yago Dora still shaking his head after an interference call didn't go his way. And Jacob Wilcox, well, it was a short-lived but still a magic run in this contest. And he got the hometown crowd up on their feet.
Yeah, nice you got to do that in front of the crew.
Yeah, he's a talented young Aussie who just missed out on qualifying for the championship tour, but gave us a good reminder today, Rich, that he's got what it takes.
He sure did, and his opening heat this morning was just, he put on a clinic. He was just so on point and just showed us that he deserves to be back on tour. You know, he came so close, battled through injury last year. Come on, Chippo, let's get back on the tour, mate. You can do it.
For sure. It was an absolute joy to have you in here for the call,
here, boys.
Cody.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Enjoy your time in WA.
Absolutely
I know you will.
Yeah, see you soon.
Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We're going to take a quick break here. When we return, yet another big heat hitting the water. Felipe Toledo up against George Pitar.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia.
Welcome back. We are really getting through a lot today, and it's a good time to do it. The waves have been firing, and we've seen some big turns laid down. Another great heat for you here. Felipe Toledo and George Pittar, probably two of the fastest competitors on the championship tour. George, you know, an early round loss down there at Bells, but probably doing some of his best surfing in a losing heat. Let's see if he can bring that magic against a former winner here in WA. Toledo, just such a danger man, especially with that incredibly radical forehand, as we see Rio Ueda finishing off maybe one of his best rides there on the inside. He's been the busiest surfer out of himself and Connor O'Leary, but hasn't really banked the big number yet. O'Leary, on the other hand, dropped a 7.67. A couple of big upside down hits. It was always going to be challenging for Rio to match that big square approach from Connor.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just so much power and water displacement in the turns that Connor O'Leary does. You can see just get a little caught up, Rio, on that first turn. Second one's better, blasts the lip and gets to that finish. And here we go outside. Connor O'Leary just a little off time for the first turn, but the second one clean, connects, clicks that backhand turn. The second one he draws out a little bit more, holds the rail line, great extension on that what was a fairly flat section. And just a tidy little finish.
It's like he's riding an iron, just smoothing out all the kinks. Toledo up now. Two-time world champ. Physically just looks so ready to have a big run at a third world title this year. Really has trained hard to get himself in peak condition.
Wow.
And you know he's going to stick those. Lands the rotation, a dynamic finish to really a tricky section that didn't look to have a lot of points in it. And he finds some.
Quick check of the equipment, and he is literally on dry rock there.
Got to watch the little potholes in the reef as well.
Yeah, there's little bear traps. It's not a completely flat table.
He seems to be getting back to his elastic best self. So much torque in that upper body, and when he rips through those full body rotations, he can move a lot of water. As we see George up now, looking for a reply. Bit of foam on the face, but George does well to let go of a high impact snap there and bashes through the lip on the final section, clean.
Nice. Strong finish, so great opening rides for both these competitors as George just hits the eject button. Mate, the low tide this afternoon, it's completely exposing this rock shelf on the inside. And, well, both these competitors starting off with strong rides. Let's have a look at the replay here from George Pittar. Nice clean wrap to start things off on a very difficult wave to ride. Lots of foam, beautiful re-entry on the second. And he built even stronger for the third. Big blast, tail release. And then let's check out the ride from Felipe Toledo. Gets up high, opening slice, really strong. He's got that ability, Ron, to really accelerate out of the turn. Fair bit of downtime through the middle. Now Philippe starts to go again, throws the air reverse. Nice and clean. And just throws the board out onto the face of the wave. Almost gets the full rotation and difficult landing, but he sticks it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just gunning to get out in front of that whitewater before he got to dry reef. Did a good job. So just over 13 minutes to go here in heat number 10. And Connor O'Leary still hanging on to that #1 position, but surviving the second round and potentially on his way to the big result he needs. And a third victory possibly here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro is Jack Robinson with Vaughan.
Jack Robinson, congratulations. That's your first heat win of the season, and you know, coming back from injury as well. A real fight, mate. Like, that was a proper battle there with Carly Vast, and a satisfying win for you.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Cowley's a strong competitor, and you know, you can never underestimate anyone on tour. So just it meant a lot, that one, to get going, and especially after the big break we had since last year. So yeah, there's been a lot that's happened in between it, and just starting to get moving now. I'm happy.
We were talking about the off-season, mate, you know, as well as the break. You had a knee operation that you needed to get worked on, and the rehab, you know, you took us all on that journey. We got to sort of ride that with you. And the strength, mate, like the power that you came back with was just, it was radical. You know, we saw just even in between turns, you were just throwing sheets of spray off your rails. It just seems like the last thing to click was just getting that heat motor running.
For sure, yeah. No, I came back huge after training for a while. It was real big and a bit extra bacon, you know. But now I've trimmed that off and feel pretty loose and feel good. So yeah, got a good crew around me. Got my family here, and Zenny and Julia and Mum, and then Louis and Bemrose and JS coming today. So I've got a good team, got a good crew, and just happy to be back home.
And every single person here, mate, they're cheering your name from the second you put on that rashi to the second you get out of the water. Another guy who's getting his engine humming is Gabriel Medina. That's who you're going to be meeting up with next. A great heat and one that you'll relish.
For sure, yeah. We've had some good heats in the past and look forward to it.
Unreal, mate. Great to catch up. Good result.
Thanks.
Wow. How is the focus from Jack Robinson? He is really not letting too much out of the bag. But like he said, you know, starting to feel himself again, Rich, physically. He's been working really hard to get to 100% health, but you know, people often talk about heat rust being a factor, and even though you've recovered from your injury, you got to kind of get back in that, you know, competitive mindset before the big results start coming.
Yeah, well, he definitely got the WD-40 out because the joints started to look pretty limber and loose out there. This is live action of George. Just sizzling off the top there. So much body talk and expression. And, I mean, he's had good reps out here, man. He made it to, I think, the semi-finals as a wild card a couple of years ago. And pretty devastating moment last year, falling off tour. So some definite highs and lows here. But he is showing beautiful form. Incredible heat that you mentioned down at Bells Beach where, you know, he lost with in excess of 15 points. So the surfing is there. But this one I feel like is going to go to the wire again. He's going to get pushed here by Medina.
By
Toledo.
Yeah, well, he won the opening exchange, but you know, we've seen the majority of bigger scores drop here in the second half of the heats. Obviously with the surfers holding that ultimate priority in the second half of the heats means that they get to really pick off the best sets. George just looking for a back up to that opening ride here on a tricky section. Still manages to let go of some decent turns and nice little climb over the white water to finish there.
Yeah, just a little filler under priority. Of course, George Pitta and Felipe Toledo, they are not the priority heat at the moment. Priority lies with Conor O'Leary and Rio Waida.
Yeah, it's tightening up too, that heat. Rio has just turned in his best ride, a 6.4, and now just needs a 6.95 to get himself into the #1 position against Conor O'Leary. So good fight back from the Indonesian competitor who grew up tackling the beach breaks around Legian. Now living Jimbaran Bay, surfs Uluwatu a lot. But he loves Oz. It's where he's had some great success in these championship tour events. And he'd love some right about now. He was another surfer, much like George, who looked great in the early rounds down at Bells. Gave us some big airs and surfed with plenty of spark. George having a look at one there. His last wave came through at a 4.33. So leading over Toledo at the moment.
Yeah, well, he's got the higher number, which is always good to open the exchange with a surfer of that caliber. Because Felipe Toledo in this wind is very, very dangerous.
Just heard some cheers and some clapping unfolding. A cool thing that they do here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro is the on-site announcers will also interview the surfers for the crowd down there on the beach, and usually the focus is those, you know, those big local stars. Jack Robinson just chatting with either me and McCarthy or maybe Chris Binns down there, and just give big thanks for the hometown support, which I think all the competitors feel it, but in particular those from WA.
Yeah, school holidays down here. There are just so many grommets around the event site. We've got plenty of merch down here. All our partners have activations scattered around the event site, and really there's no better viewing platform than the headland here at Surfers Point.
Toledo, Rich, some big changes for him in the off-season. He's packed up, he's relocated back home to Brazil with the family. But it just feels like he's tapped into a great training regime, because he's just looking so fit and ready to go this season.
Yeah, he sure does. Welcome the birth of his third child, and after 11 years posted up around San Clemente, he's headed back to Brazil, so back to the homeland. And yeah, just, mate, as you said, it looks like he's been training the house down, because it looked like he was carrying a couple of extra kilos at times last year, but he's trimmed back down, and you can just see it in the speed with which he is cutting through the waves here.
So you can feel the energy just decreasing a little bit, Rich, throughout the afternoon. We're getting peppered with big set waves earlier on, but just a little less frequency in those opportunities, which is kind of key for the competitors to pick up on, because limited opportunities means, you know, you just can't afford to fall once you commit to one of these rides, as we see now. Toledo on a mid-size ride, adjusts nicely to fall out of the sky and stay on his feet there. Smaller ride, just happy to chip away and keep himself going up against Pitar in these exchanges. That was a huge finishing turn. Did well to climb on top of a much bigger section than the one he came from, and showed great control there. So he wasn't after much, just a 5 to get himself back into the lead. Do you think he did it?
I think he did. Yep, I'm going to give him the nod on this one. Again, another quick check of the equipment there. So often we see the fins touch. As we see Connor O'Leary, this is live action here. Just a quick in and out, trying to defend his lead here. Rio needing that 6.95. Felipe Toledo, we got a score to drop. Needs the 5.01. Not a bad looking set approaching here.
Yeah, tapping into it. It is going to be George Pitar. Oh. Wow, beautiful opening turn here. And just seems to really be finding some better sections and better opportunities than Felipe at the moment. That's 3 quality turns already. Will he get an opportunity for a finish here on the inside? He does. Clouts the oncoming section and makes his way through to the ski. Rio, he's up against Connor O'Leary in heat number 10, and he's looking for a finish here, but he's going to get eaten alive by the whitewater. Kaipo's back out there in the lineup. Kaipo, conditions have changed a lot since this morning.
Yeah, some lump and bump out here, and really important to turn in between those lumps and bumps created by this wind. But the matchup, you know, with George Pitar and Felipe Toledo, they have a similar strength, is those short radius front side snaps. So both of those surfers are able to fit their hooks in between the lump and bump. So it's a really fair, even match between the two, I feel. Advantage with Felipe with the air game. We're still waiting for the score. Felipe needed a 5.1, looks like, when I checked the Apple Watch. But yeah, I think that's a very fair matchup between Pitar and Toledo. Oh, one more thing. The glare is just going to get worse. Sun setting in the west, and so when you're looking out towards the surf and trying to identify waves, it's just going to get more and more of a challenge as you're staring into the sun.
Yeah, it's a good pickup. I like what Kipes is saying about Toledo and Pitar and just their styles. I mean, Toledo's obviously the more accomplished and, you know, on another level when he puts it all together. But George has some of those similar weapons and that speed in transition, that really quick carve. And at the moment, he's kind of winning the wave selection battle. It's giving him a bit more space to lay those rail turns down, and I think he's going to outpoint Felipe on the last exchange as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. One thing George has improved on in the last 12 months is just his ability to cut deeper into the wave face. He's ironed out some of that twitch that tended to happen in between his turns, and he's sitting deeper in the water, which is making the manoeuvres more powerful. He's extending that line a little bit longer off the top as well, and all that results in a more impactful turn, which the judges are picking up on. Here we go, Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, O'Leary's just been so rock solid off the bottom, really smoothing out the lines and giving himself a long look at the section that he wants to lay into. This wave's not doing a whole lot. He checks the clock and is probably thinking, wow, that may have been a mistake there with priority, trying to improve on a 5.67.
Now he's left the door open a little bit for Rio to find a wave in the next 2 minutes, because I think that is all she wrote for Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, this is really achievable for Rio. And Connor could have potentially probably paddled back out there, and there wasn't a wave behind him. But he's opting to come in. Maybe he'll get on the ski and get back to the takeoff zone in the dying stages here, but he seems to be in cruise mode. I think calling it a day here. Is that a surprise to you, Rick?
Yeah, I would never have done that. I just was a firm believer in literally paddling until the hooter went. Stay in it, stay out there. Even if you might only be out there for 10 seconds, but that 10 seconds might be enough for you to either defend or push your competitor to a different place in the lineup. But we'll see what happens here from well, the comfort of the ski on the inside. He'll just be hoping that the lineup doesn't produce any decent sets here.
Might be a cushy seat, but it's going to be an uncomfortable 45 seconds here, because Rio has priority out in that lineup, and he only is after a 6.95. He's already had a 6.4, so he's been close. Is there anything coming his way? It looks pretty quiet on the outside at the moment.
Yeah, these stacked lines that we have all day long, they're starting to just taper down a little bit. The consistency of the sets starting to draw out. And just noticeably too, Ron, these waves are tapering down a lot quicker than they did this morning.
15 seconds to go. Might be a medium-sized wave on the outside, as Connor makes his way to the keyhole here on the inside, holding on to the lead. And the onside announcer counting it down. Rio doesn't get that opportunity. Connor survives. He's moving on through to round 3. And it's a pretty impressive performance there. The 7.67 had a couple of real highlight moments, big backhand blasts, and his power on show once again as he gets the victory over the Indonesian. We are gearing up for yet another great clash in this second round. Leonardo Fioravanti, Seth Moniz will hit the lineup, with Joe Tapel and Felicity Parmentier stepping in for the call.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to WA, West is Best. Stop number 2 of the season here at Main Break, Margaret River. This wave right and the left feels like it's just custom built for pro surfing and running heats. It's been a classic day. We've been running through women's opening round, tons of big highlights in round 2 for the men already. George Pitar, Felipe Toledo were 2 of the all-stars that went down early at Bells, both losing their heats with 14+ totals. And they kind of lost in similar ways where they're owning the start and then lost in the back end. So Felipe and George have the priority side. Seth and Leo just getting started. Catching up to the replay to one of the fastest surfers on the planet, Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, he's looking good. And another completion there. So he's surfing so well this afternoon. He's had great wave selection, just finding those ones that have had that nice cupped out face.
Great times. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, Brody Sale back in the booth for the call. George waiting for scores, Felipe waiting for scores, and Seth and Leo just getting started. Brody, things haven't changed really in the water. Still really rippable, some exciting heats. We saw some paddle battles and some emotion from Yago Dora earlier with Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, I saw that.
think Yago wanted a call there. It ended up being clean. The world champ is still in the mix, moving on. And now we introduce a brand new heat, Leo versus Seth. Brody, you spent a lot of time with both these guys. Who's got the edge in these conditions today at main break? Those are always big questions. Like, it's like two friends, like, who's better? How are you supposed to answer that?
I know, I'm definitely closer with Seth, and Tammy and Tony were like a second set of parents for me growing up on the North Shore. I'm really excited to see him, and I'm pulling for him. I want him to win, but I would give the edge to Leo here for sure. I think he looks really good right now, looks super strong. Not that Seth doesn't, but I would say these conditions definitely favor Leo a bit more.
As we see now, George Pitar having a good time. Has that real loose kind of rubberman type wrap and then mixes it up with a nice finishing move. He's really putting together a good heat with Felipe. And now Leo on his opener in the non-priority heat. The Italian driving through that point, always razor sharp with his decisions. Very focused, hard-working athlete. As this one gets started, let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, Joe, still plenty of energy out here, you know, so the swell, it's kind of comes and goes, but still some big sets out here. Glare continues to play into factor. But I like that there's lots of energy, lots of opportunities still for all the surfers.
Yeah, it's all about just getting reps and battles, especially with the overlapping format, Kaipo. Today's been a really big win. Plenty of opportunity for all the heats.
Isn't that great, just having so many waves surf? I'm a big fan of everything that's going on today. And I feel that we're also going to set a new WSL Championship Tour record at 28 heats, fingers crossed.
Oh yeah, we got 27 at Pipe in 2014. Let's see how we go. Kaipo, we got the battle with Toledo and George underway. Both those guys lost with a big sevens at Winky Pop, so they're really trying to get on the right side of that result here in main break.
Yeah, and I said they kind of got similar strengths, you know, that really quick, short radius surfing. So I feel they're evenly matched. But looks like, looks like George still has the number on Toledo right now with 14 minutes remaining.
Kaipo, Seth's in the water now. Do you see him all the time at Kewalos?
Oh yeah, that's my boy right there. I mean, all of us in Hawaii, Brody, you gotta give some props to Seth. You know, I know you picked Leo, I heard you.
I know, Joe. Joe put me on the spot right there. I would say...
everyone's a good surfer, bro. Like, anybody can win any heat. I'm going to go with that, okay?
Hey, Kaipo, break down Kewalos. What kind of wave is it, and how did it help guys like Seth, turn into the surfer he is today?
It's almost like a beach break over reef, but it's a magnet for swell, too, because it's at a harbor entrance. So it's deep water next to it that refracts the waves. So generally, it'll be, a little bit more wave action over there than a lot of other spots. And it's just a gathering place. And it's a spot that I like because I don't really like sand when I go surfing, and there's no sand at Kewalos. It's just like straight parking lot straight into the reef.
Dude, keep the car clean. Good man, Kipes, as we go into this one for Toledo up and out as he steps off. Let's hear from the world champ, Yago Doras with Vaughn.
Yago Dora, congratulations, you got through the heat, but that was not a heat that you wanted to surf, and obviously there were some tense moments out there with Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, it was really confusing, obviously. There was that situation in the beginning of the heat where a clear interference happened, and actually I could have actually forced it a lot more and went over him, fell off, started calling it, but I kind of blocked because I wasn't expecting he was going to be exactly in the line I was going for the wave, and then I kind of braked, and maybe I should have like forced it a bit more because they didn't call it, but it was really hard to reset because I had more than 10 points already at that moment, and he should have gotten interference, so the heat was pretty much over. And then he got a wave and actually turned the heat, and the announcers kept announcing the heat normally without even talking about the situation, and it was really confusing, honestly. And then I just had to kind of, all right, it's not going to happen this way. I'm gonna surf and I'm gonna win that way. That's the way I wanted to win, of course. And then that situation happened. He was like right in front of me, and it was just really confusing that they didn't call it. And yeah, hopefully, yeah, I want to watch it later, but it was pretty weird because he was obviously really pissed about it, Jacob, and I think he wasn't expecting that he was putting himself in that situation. And he also saw it was a clear interference because as soon as the situation happened, he started giving me shit in the water and saying a lot of things to me in the water. And I was like, bro, you're sitting in front. I tried to explain to him, bro, I didn't force anything. I was still analyzing if I wanted that wave or not, and you're right in my way. But yeah, it's competition, of course. The nerves are really high, and yeah, but I'm glad I made the heat and I got some good waves in the end. And Jacob is a great surfer. I have amazing respect for him. Just that situation alone doesn't delete everything that we have, all the respect I have for him, and hopefully we can talk about it in the future and really see through it. But yeah, that was just one of those tough situations. It's a shame, but yeah, we'll keep going.
Mate, pretty impressive that you can use that much adrenaline and still keep your focus on what you need to do, especially in light of the fact that it was quite clear your body language was telling us up in the booth that it was a very hard thing to let go of.
Yeah, exactly. I was really confused. Like I said, I couldn't fathom the fact that that wasn't an interference. And at that point, I had more than 10 points, and I kind of stopped surfing because I was, it's a shame. Like still, like more than 20 minutes to go, and we're not really gonna have a heat to surf. But then they kept scoring and kept calling the heat the same, and I was really surprised. But I just, okay, I guess I'm gonna make some waves, and hopefully he didn't. I'm glad he didn't turn the heat on that last wave, because that would be maybe even bigger of a situation if he actually won the heat, and with that situation happening in the beginning. But yeah, it's good to win in anyways. You know.
Mate, congratulations. I know, again, not the way that you want to really surf heats with all that adrenaline and energy in the water, but at the same time, you get the job done, and at the end of the day, that's the name of the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's competition, you know. We're all here. Our lives are always exposed, and we're exposed for those kind of situations to happen. And yeah, we wear our nerves on our sleeves, and yeah, we just go for it. We're kind of friends outside. Everyone kind of respects each other, but in the water, it's a battle, it's a war, and yeah, whoever does better comes out on top. And I'm glad I did that.
Well said, man.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vaughn, and very expressive Iago Dora sharing that emotion on the glass that he's still feeling with that high adrenaline heat with Jacob Wilcox. From the head judge on that call, he said it was a split decision. There were 2 calls made. 2 called the interference, 3 no calls. So the no call vision was that Red, which is Iago, made a late decision and wasn't in position to catch the wave, deeming that there was no hindrance. So that came from upstairs. 3 saying that they're going to let that heat run clean. 2 calling it where Iago saw it. So Iago could meet 2 of the judges and say, hey, why don't you call it? And they could say, I did. You know, so it was one of those split decisions that ended up rolling clean without an interference call. Iago had to move on from it and recover and surf the heat, but I'm sure dealing with that kind of energy was one of his more challenging moments he's had in his season so far.
What I did like about that, you know, obviously it's not the way he wanted to win, for sure. He just has the maturity to be like, hey, look, hopefully in years to come we can look at that and kind of have a laugh and move past it. So, spoken like a true world champ.
Here comes Leo. He'll attack that first section out in front to some clear water. Nice rail work to connect with the whitewash. Quick whip out front on that sharp eye. Bottom drops out, tags the oncoming section. And he will ride away. Leo's had some nice moments where he's featured into the quarterfinals in the past, as George goes down swinging on the final turn, as he's lost his lead over Felipe. Toledo's last 6-7-3 put the two-time world champ out in front. So much to take in on these overlapping days, Brody. And you've been a part of that format as a wild card at Sunset Beach. But sometimes you run this format and it's not as consistent as it's been. We were just scoring today at main break, and so many impactful stories with Yago went through. Then we're right back to Felipe's story, and you know, he's trying to put together his comeback to a world title campaign after taking time off, returning to the tour last year, and reminding people that he's still ready for another world title.
Yeah, for sure. Felipe is looking in really good form. He looks like 2017, 2018 form, you know, like he looks like all springy and energetic, and it looks like he lost a few pounds, and like just at Winky too and Bells, he looked really sharp. So I think it's going to be really exciting to watch him all year and yeah, see the surfing it shows for us. Yeah.
In the battle with George Pitar. George on the comeback from the CS this year. And then Leo's last wave flick.
Yeah, so Leo here, I mean, he's already locked in that 617 and just looking for a backup here at this stage. So a couple of nice carves, not an easy section to deal with on the inside here, but finds the finish. So, I mean, it's just so hard. A lot of whitewash on that face to deal with that one, and he did well. He's going to back up his 617.
And now seeing the nice flowing bottom turn and wrap from Seth Moniz. Nice, beautiful, clean float, and goes down. That's that awkward section. He probably saw dry rocks in front of him.
I don't think people give enough credit, like I said before, like this end section. They're like looking at reef, have to hit this section to like get a reasonable score, and they're just full commitment, you know? Like, you ever think about how scary it sounds like if you like fell before that rock and then kind of were underwater and getting pushed again? Like, that's my, like, I would just be looking at that, just be looks so scary.
Watching George attacking, so much grip through that turn. Total control as he rips it back into the pocket. There's the lip, well-timed tail blow. So quick on that finish for the man from Manly Beach. Now coming off what looked like a good turn as we caught it, Felipe Toledo. In an absolute battle with George here. Oh, and he sinks with that bottom dropping out. These guys have had similar numbers, 6s. Felipe had a 7-3, but a lot of good back and forth, and we just saw another one there, Brody.
Yeah, this is an insane heat, insane heat. I mean, they're both surfing so good, such in good form. It's a shame that one of them is gonna lose right here, but yeah, they're both surfing really good. They both lost, I think, in that round 3 too, and both had really good performances at Bells. Yeah, they both look like they're in really good shape. I think that's the score from George. That looked that was insane surfing. Here it is.
Yeah, this thing was beautiful. I felt the wave selection was awesome. He came from so deep around this section and really just squared up nicely. Kept that top turn really tight in the pocket. And I think he just knows here, I've got to go up into the lip, give this everything I got. He gets the flare there from the fins too.
Wow, that felt good.
Yeah, it did.
That was insane.
That score is excellent for George Pitar, an 8.0, and another lead change here in round 2, heat number 11. And like Brody mentioned, these guys had battles that they lost in, turning in lots of 7s and then lost it at the tail end. And they're in another big one together right now. Felipe, a 2-time world champ, past champ of this event, needs a 7.61 now. His last wave's a throwaway. George is able to get first priority.
Yeah, wow. It's been an epic battle, really. That, to your point, Brody, they're just like so in form, both of them. So it does really suck that, you know, one of them's going to go home. But I've just loved the seesaw battle, you know, and the back and forth nature and sort of what that forces from each competitor to sort of think on their feet, to be adaptable, to ask themselves those questions, you know, where am I in the heat? What do I need to do to sort of get back out in front? And it's been cool to watch both of these guys fight for that, you know, advancing position.
Yep.
For Felipe, he's been on the scene for a long time. He qualified when he was still 16 years of age and came on the tour. He's put on a bit more weight and grew up. He was just a young teenager taking on the world. But he's already getting tense because he was changing everything in high performance, where no one could match his speed, his variety, the amount of airs he was doing on a wave. He was the first Brazilian to go back-to-back with world titles. That's what Iago's trying to achieve this year. And now moving his family back to Brazil, where he's won multiple times, but often was seen at lower trestles the last decade or so. Just a giant force inside the Brazilian storm, and crazy that he's under pressure as early as round 2, but George deserves it. That 8-point ride was absolutely lethal, Brody.
Yeah, that was really good surfing. I think that wave was clean too. It's kind of a rare clean wave for right now, and he really punctuated it on that last turn, and it felt good with that claim. So it's fun to watch. Fun to watch. I think
sometimes a claim is just natural, right? When you're in the heat of competition and everything comes together. And I felt like for George, that was just that was an authentic claim right there.
That was one of those super authentic claims for sure. I think something to be said too, like I feel like we keep, at least I keep seeing like everyone seems like they're in really good form, you know, like everyone coming back after this offseason and having that long offseason, you can just tell everyone's like really sharpen the tools and come back, you know. A lot of guys have injuries, a lot of guys, you know, can get repetitive, so I think that long offseason kind of favored everyone, you know. Everyone looks like they're in really good form.
There was old years where guys were doing 20+ events in a year, like living in a jersey, just taking a loss in a CT heat, backing themselves up to the next QS, straight to the next CT. It was radical. Remember guys like Brett Simpson doing 20+ events a year. Adam Melling, you know, those guys were always injured and just trying to hide it and get through heats. And I saw a clip of Adam Melling last year, and I was like, oh my God, he's ripping. He's retired, but he's just like so healthy. His body's in shape, and he could probably qualify tomorrow. But yeah, that's a big point. Coming off the longest off season, you're able to kind of take surf trips if you wanted, heal your body if you needed to as well, and it's definitely showing Flick.
Oh, totally. I think some of the most important ones are just the guys and the women who have been able to take the time to actually repair their bodies. I mean, Tyler came to mind. Unfortunately, she's pulled out due to injury again in this event, but you know, she took 7 months really out of the water. Jack Robinson is another one who, you know, rehabbed that meniscus injury that he had and had surgery, finally been carrying that injury, for 1 or 2 years. So yeah, it's just, that's been pretty pivotal, I reckon, for these surfers, and to sort of also have that different perspective, you know, time away from the tour and, you know, find joy and sort of meaning in life outside of the jersey.
3 seconds on the clock. Will Felipe get up in time? It looks to be a little late. Almost just after he goes down anyways, and George Pitar will pick up a huge win, upsetting a 2-time world champion at Bainbreak and a man who won this event a few years back. So for Felipe, even though he's in unbelievable form, he's been pushed at the first 2 stops of the season, both events where he's won before. And hats off to George, man, turning in an 8 in an absolute battle. Felipe caught 7 waves, George caught 9. There was multiple leave changes. That's what you hope for on the CT heat.
Oh yeah, as a spectator and a commentator, it's fun to call these heats. You know, they're exciting. I think I was going to say it's vintage, George. It's not really vintage because he's not that old, but it's reminding me of those couple of years back when he was a wild card here.
George moving on. Coming up next, we'll bring in Italo and Ramsey to start their battle. Be right back.
Margaret River has so much to offer. I mean, first of all, as a surfer, the amount of wave that it has, empty beaches, wine culture, which is big over here in Margaret River and Western Australia, and then the food, the people. I think it's just a really cool place to come and visit. There's bombs, contest or no contest, for sure it's one of those places that you come here and spend a lot of time.
Always enjoying our time in Western Australia. So much coastline to check out. So many secret spots that Flick will never show me in my lifetime. But that's the way it goes.
I'd have to kill you, Joe.
I love it, though. All the WLA locals are always smiling because they always have something up their sleeve and getting great waves, world-class waves. You guys deserve it. Hosting us every single year. Italo Ferreira taking on Ramsey, Bukiem, and all. Goofy foot battle. Joe Turpel, Flick, and Brody Sale here for the call. I just looked at those names and I remembered their heat at Chopes. Remember that? A couple years back. Italo went on to win the event over John Florence. Ramsey beat Kelly on the way to a semi-final finish, and it was pumping. It was real Chopes. Both these guys had standout performances.
Oh yeah, I think I referenced earlier today Ramsey had his heat, and I heard him say to Dog when he came in, his coach, just going off instinct, and you could really feel that energy from him, after each wave that he completed earlier today. And yeah, it just brought me back to that event in Chopes a couple of years back, and just that heat he had with Kelly and how fired up they were both. They were giving it to each other in the water. There were words exchanged there in a friendly way and kind of egging each other on, and Ramsey is such a instinctual surfer, and it'll be cool to see. Obviously his heat this morning was in such different conditions. It's changed a lot to this afternoon. He actually made a joke. He's like, I know Italo can go to the air and there's going to be a puff of onshore there, but he said, oh no, I think my turns are still big enough and strong enough to take it to him. So yeah, it's going to be a great battle of the goofs.
Speaking of goofs, we got one all soaking wet out there. Kaipo, Ramsey versus Italo.
Yeah, I like it. I like the matchup, but they're two very different goofy foots, aren't they? Italo very snappy. We've seen the air game. There looks like there's some ramps out here. And then Ramsey, he's just been going just beyond vert. We saw him in his opening round heat and the damage that he was doing out here. So I love a goofy foot battle. And another thing, Joe, there's still some sets out here. I think the Margaret River Bakery is still open and donuts are on sale because we got some sets coming through. And these guys have been getting taken out every once in a while in between the medium-sized ones. But yeah, it's an entertaining afternoon.
Are you getting caught?
Yeah, actually, I got my man, Skinny, from Water Patrol Australia, WPA, the best of the biz right here, all of them. And so he's a great pilot. We come close. We like to thread the needle a little bit. Sam Smith that keeps the camera going, too. Like, he's a human gimbal. I don't know if, I don't know how the shot looks actually, but
it looks great.
He's a human gimbal.
I can see you guys right now. What's up, Sam?
Oh,
hey, everybody doing a great job out there. Favorite place to be. You got the best eyes on the lineup and a great crew with Skinny and also Sam Smith. It's this giant water housing that looks like a Yeti cooler almost. It's so big, and I don't know, he just thrives for big moments like this. Bigger the better to cover the shots. That's what they're looking at right there from the ski.
It's also heavy, man. That thing's heavy. When you got it in the water, yeah, sure, it floats, but you're not in the water there. You're sitting up on top of the ski, so it's a heavy piece of equipment.
Yeah, doing a great job, gentlemen. Nicely done, bringing pictures to us from way out there at main break. I mean, for these competitors, it's like they're surfing in the middle of the ocean. Kind of compared for where they were at Bell's with the stadium type feel and people on the bluff. They're just way out to sea, and then they meet all the fans when they come in. Leo and Seth, fun part of the heat here. Leo's got priority and the lead. It's going to be a fun looking left setting up and throwing down a big first turn on the open face. Italo reaching for the roof and the lip line. He gets stuck and goes down. So the left has come into play here and there, and Brooks liked it this morning, Brody. And Italo's not afraid to look at it. He did do a pretty big full rote last year on
I remember that,
the main break left. He might be looking for something similar today.
Yeah, I was yesterday I was down here just watching, and I wasn't planning on surfing, and then it was crowded, right? Everyone's trying to get their waves day before, and I was just like, I'll let them have it. But then I was sitting there, and the lefts were cooking. Like, it looked better than the rights. I was like, okay, I'm out there. And as soon as I got suited up to go out, they it was the practice only for the with the jerseys. I was like, no, but yeah, I think the
bad timing.
I think the lefts are definitely not looked at as much, but there's definitely some big scoring potential on them for sure.
Yeah, it was all about the left in the early days of this event. You know, length of ride was in the criteria though as well, and they also counted turns. So the criteria has changed quite a bit. You get these long lefts and try to tag it as many times as you can. I watched some old clips of some of the great goofs, and they'd get some big first turns in, you know, and then try to just wrap the thing to death. And then Chris Gallagher kind of identified that the right was high scoring. It was more critical. He's on board as a coach these days, but yeah, won this event and really saw the scoring potential and heading towards the dry rock shelf known as the bricks. And now you got to go there. And Flick, you always remind us, most free surfers are kicking out before that section. You don't need to hit it unless you're in a big competition looking for points.
Yeah, totally. And I think it's one of those weird things you just got to get used to. And Brody, you said it, you know, these guys and women are literally going for turns, and there's dry reef right in front of their face, and you've just got to commit to it. I said it before, but it is sadistic in a way. You want to see them go for it, but at the same time, you're like, no, don't do it.
Well, we had a nice heat win from the big goofy footer on tour representing Japan. Connor O'Leary's with Jesse Starling.
Connor, earlier today, Chris Moore was in the booth and she said you're never really in control at Margs, whether it's the big clean-up sets, the wind, the tide. Margies, you got to stay so active and just reactive in the heat. Felt like that was also the case in your heat just then.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I had a tricky one at Bells. Kind of try to play the game too much and, you know, all that, and got over selective and this and that. And I just wanted to come into this heat and just ride waves, like just entertain and ride waves. And I think, you know, the overlapping format helps that a lot. You know, with the first 20, you're just kind of just fluffing around. And yeah, I mean, I think there isn't that many obvious good waves out there, so it's just kind of trying to stay busy and try and find a rhythm and force it, not force it, but like, you know, just ride waves to make rhythm instead of kind of pick the eyes out of it. And Rio did it to me at Winky, so yeah, it was good to kind of do that back at him. At least now it's 1-1. So yeah.
Great to hear from Connor O'Leary, who had a blast on the rematch with Rio Waida, and just kind of breaking down that he wanted to stay active, catch a lot of waves, and create his own rhythm there, as we see the backside blow there on the backhand of Ramsey. He tried to hang on to it to show completion as he was falling into the whitewater. He puts a lot into those turns, Brody. You know, the way he can go beyond vertical, he's used that to a lot of wins in his career.
Yeah, no, he's super tic-tac sharp and super powerful. I think if it sticks to turns, I'd almost, without Italo going to the air, ditching fins or anything, if it's just staying on the wave, I would almost give the edge to Ramsey, I think.
Yeah, the power is just unmatched almost on tour when he hits the lip. Leo Fioravanti getting loose on some of those carves. He had the meanest finishing move when he beat Felipe on that speed race at Winky Pop. He just did 2 big turns and then a crazy carve to tail release with control. It's fun when you see an excellent score.
To beat Felipe,
that winning wave. When you see like an excellent score without going to the air, you know, when you see just really big power turns with speed. That was exciting with 9 on the clock. Seth needs a 6.57. Even though Leo's had a couple quarters, Seth's made it to the semis. That was that year. I think Doug Silva got the full-time job.
Well, yeah, and made the cut, right? He needed like a bigger,
That was a day where he beat Ethan Ewing, where, you know, Ethan would have been favored. He also beat Jordy Smith that day.
I remember that, yeah.
And then it was like, okay, Doug, we're doing this. And Doug Silva's been around with his gold chains.
It's still here,
ever since. You spent a lot of time with Doug?
I've spent a bit of time with him since Seth's been coaching with him. Yeah, he's fun, good energy, good people.
Always stoked and fired up. And
yeah, it's fun to be around him. It's never a dull moment.
When Seth brought him on tour, then all of a sudden Doug was doing interviews with Stab Magazine. It just, the profile boosted. You know, Doug's got this like second wave of his pro surfer life, you know?
Yeah, he's one of a kind for sure. It's good, never a bad time around Doug for sure. Hopefully Seth can find you asked me who had the advantage here, and I think Leo for these conditions, but I think Seth has the advantage in the air. over Leo. So I think if hopefully Seth can find, he only needs a 6.5 right now. Here we go.
Looking for it. Seth Moniz setting up the first wrapping turn. Getting down the line a bit, sees the lip and throws his fins at the end section. So the end section can be pretty wild. We've been talking about that all day, but he fit his board into a nice small space. Total control for a nice 2-turn combo. Needs a 6.6 for the lead off Leo. Flick, what'd you think?
I liked it. I really did. I think I liked the variation too between the 2 turns. And he picked a really beautiful wave. He's come from so deep here, really, you know, arcs around this section, lines up that first turn. And, you know, at this point, he could just carve it again, but he lays, you know, really into that, going to the layback. So a bit of variation there. Chasing a 6.6, I'm interested to see where this goes. But yeah, it was a nice smooth face to that one and looking good.
Big heat win for George Pitar, who's coming up the stairs at the moment. We could see a nice wind-up on the backhand of Ramsey, crushing that section. The Moroccan setting up another big section there. 2 solid turns, attacking the lip, comes down with it well. A 4th maneuver on the end section, and a solid feeling for Ramsey. As he's riding away, let's catch up with George Pitar with Jesse Starling.
GP, that's a big win over Filipe Toledo, someone who you would have spent years looking up to, especially at this wave at Margie's, but you went excellent and you got the win over him.
Yeah, no, I saw the heat draw and I was like, oh my God, again, I got getting these dudes, but I don't know, I felt like, I have watched him. I've watched him for years coming in, growing up. He's just so unbelievable this wave. He's unbelievable everywhere, and he's definitely like one of my favourite surfers, and I knew it was going to be a big mountain to climb in that heat, and then he flipped it on me. I was kind of leading most of the way, and then he flipped it on me at the end there. And there was like 6 minutes to go, and I went a bad wave, and then I was on the jet ski and just lucked into that. That last one there. He kind of like pulled back at the last minute because he was a little wide, but luckily it just gave me a couple of sections I was frothing.
Let's take a trip down memory lane really quick. Obviously last year this event was quite of a heartbreak moment for you, but the year before you were a wild card in this event, went all the way to the semi-finals. Are we channeling that GP to go one step further and get into the final this year?
Yeah, it's definitely a weird one for me because like that first year I came here and it was just like the greatest place on earth. I just had the best time ever and everything. And then the next year I fell off here and it was like really hard for me, and I was just like, yeah, it's definitely super contrasting emotions for me, but coming back, I definitely prefer to channel that first year and yeah, hopefully go one step further. I feel like I got some good boards here from CI, and yeah, I guess I'm just enjoying it and having a good time. We'll see how we go.
We know all the North Stain boys will be very proud of you. Thanks for your time, GP. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you, George. That was one of the biggest heats of his career so far, which is still developing. But when you've got a world champion and you're trading leads and you get pushed to a new level where you bring an 8 with 3 big turns, I mean, he could carry that momentum all the way to a final. Jesse reminding him of that great wild card performance he had. He had a lot of highlights that year before his official rookie debut. George is a comeback story. He already had his rookie season. Finished in the top 10 of the CS. Got the message at Newcastle, and you can tell how emotional that was to get sent back to the Challenger Series for him, as we are down to 3:50 on the clock. The last score for Seth wasn't enough, 5.57. Leo got a 5.83. Let's get caught up here, Flick.
Yeah, so nice, clean face, big layback jam, and he's bringing it through to this inside. Looks for a finish. A little carve, so he's improved on his situation ever so slightly here, just making that job a little bit harder for Seth. But and then, I mean, look, Ramsey here on the backhand, just belting it. His backhand surfing, I feel, you know, if there's any grommets watching and they want to sort of emulate that, it's so textbook. He's got so much power, and the timing is just so perfect. And you can really feel that he's leaning into that sort of instinct and that sort of fiery kind of competitor that he has inside of him, and he's growing with confidence here with these scores.
And coming back from injury multiple times, especially last year as well. And I know, Brody, you've been going through that recently as well, of probably seeing a lot of people, even Leo, like where they get injured, but they come back better, and also they learn how to train with injury prevention. That's really notable with these CT guys. They turn those hard moments into something really strong.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm stoked to see Ramsey back and looking really good and healthy. He's a good guy. And a great surfer. Stoked to see him. It looks like he's back to 100%, right? Like, it looks like, yeah, it's really cool.
Looks fantastic. This is Leo Fioravanti fitting in a little wrap as Seth has priority, 2:15 to go.
Let's go, Seth.
Seth, how did you get that nickname, Sketchy Seth?
Sketchy Seth? I mean, I don't know, but I would assume just from sending it super hard, as hard as you possibly can at pipe and off the wall.
And some areas he goes through are psycho looking, where he's just trying to land in the flats super hard.
Yeah, that too. Hopefully we can see him. Hopefully he just gets a perfect wave where he can surf it to 6.4. But a lot of these times when the time's running out and you need a score and you get to stand up on anything, you'll see them punt. And this guy can create big moments in the air, So let's hope he gets a chance to just ride another wave and get a chance, to at least get that 6.4.
Just the third time these two have met in the CT heat, Seth and Leo. It's 2-0 in Fioravanti's favor. And he might be making it 3-0 as we get close to the final minute. Italo and Ramsey, the goofy foot battle. Ramsey has the lead there. His last a 7.0.
Wow.
So he's looking strong and in the lead with some power surfing. So Ferreira trying to set up a game plan to chase down to 7.66. But I'll focus on Leo and Seth. 55 seconds. Leo got upset by Griffin when Griffin got a 10 under his priority. Leo's been through a lot here, even dislocated his shoulder at the box one year. He's had really smart heats against John in the past. Always a super tactical surfer, working a long time with Richard Dogmarsh. Decision time with priority for Seth Moniz, chasing a 6.43. Has a lot of speed, attacking the pocket. He's hoping for more of a wall here, but he's got a nice, clean cut back.
There we go, Joe.
He's hoping for something big. Is he gonna go big here? Snap to rock and roll float. Finds another option to turn in, so he kept things simple in front of him, at least not trying to do a flyaway backflip on the shallow reef, but he definitely tagged some points to finish.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be close. Yeah, he did well. That wave, obviously wasn't the one he would have wanted to pick with priority, but time's running out. You got to go. He made the most of it. This first turn is super nice. You see how bumpy this wave is. It's super hard to surf. Yeah, my initial gut feeling is saying it's going to go just under, but he surfed this wave as good as he could have surfed it. It's such a tricky wave. Such a tricky wave, but we'll see. I think it's close. I think it's around that 6 range. I just don't know if it's that 6.5, 7. I don't know. That's just gut feeling.
Gut feeling for Brody. Your feelings, Flick?
Yeah, they're similar. He had to go and pull the trigger, but it was a really difficult wave to surf. I think he probably would have wanted, if he did the right things for what sections presented themselves, and yeah, he went pretty hard. But I don't know. Yeah, I think I agree with Brody. I think potentially just under, but look, I've been wrong before.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Definitely, but I like just getting the reactions, really feeling the energy of the scale today. What's been scoring big? Leo, his comparisons are similar to what Seth's done in the heat. They both are carrying 5s, the best score for Fioravanti, just outside of that 6.17. So it was a really tight heat. Seth chasing a 6.43 on that last one, and judges are still thinking it over.
Having a long think about it.
Jake up and out. Jake's in the next heat with João Chianca. Yeah, anytime it's this long, they're kind of double checking their comparisons. But it might take a while because they've got to watch every wave ridden. So They're watching Ramsey right now.
They have time. I like it. You know, I like when they think about it when it's that close. Like sometimes it gets thrown out a little too fast. Like, oh, like, you know, I like when they think about it for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, use their resources. They've got the video replay.
Yeah.
They know what the best score of the heat was, the 617, and so they know they're going, okay, that Seth's wave has to be the best wave of the heat. You got to simplify it that way.
Right.
Was it better than Leo's 617? It'll go from there.
Yeah, I think also it's like important to look at two of them, right? Like, was Leo's 2 best waves better than Seth's best 2 waves, or vice versa, you know? So, yeah, still hasn't come in yet, huh?
Close decision, and that would be keeping both these guys nervous. Seth was coming from behind, but Leo's going, what did Seth do on that last wave? Numbers locking in for Seth Moniz, and your gut reactions were right. Just as the judges saw it, just under the requirement. And Seth Moniz will see the IC score drop in at a 5.77. And Leo Fioravanti goes 3-0 against the Hawaiian and moves on to the next round. And Seth will give his jersey to a local Grom and completely make that kid's entire year. Leo, happiness for that performance, and he will be moving on into round 3 with some nice precision surfing as we move on. Jake Marshall, Joao Chianca officially kick off their matchup right after this.
For me, I love WA mostly just because of the waves. Like, come here for 4 years, got to surf so many fun waves, and it was actually my first time coming to a winery. The food was epic. I went with the grilled octopus steak combo. Can't beat that. We gotta check this out. Finally experiencing some other parts of WA, and it was super beautiful here. Yeah, we had a great time.
I'm just so surprised that that was Jake's first time going to a winery after, you know, 4 years on tour, as he was saying last year. Sometimes that's the first thing we do when we get off the plane.
Hey, I can say it won't be the last time he's going to one, though.
Yeah, now he's hooked. That's the balance of life here as we check out the backhand in motion from Italo Ferreira. Always spicy, always hyperactive. That's what we love about him. And now our new heat is getting started. Joao Chianca in motion. Has so much flair in his style. His older brother, one of the best big wave surfers on the planet. And this guy's already put himself in a position for a world title race. But as we know, Brody, he has been through a lot in the last few years.
Yeah, he's the concussion, right? That was the big injury. I actually had one too. And they suck for sure. Like it's scary, you know, like if you tear your ligament, you break a bone, you can like do physical therapy, you can get surgery and kind of come back and work on it yourself, but the brain, you can't really do much, you know. So I'm stoked to see him back and surfing good and healthy. Yeah.
And Italo looking spicy, drawing some typical Italo lines. You never know where he's gonna go.
He's just so zappy and fast, right? Good contrast between himself and Ramsey. And then Joao here, you know, nice little wrap. And sort of see this afternoon, I feel like, yeah, conditions are still hanging in there so nicely. Just does he ride out, doesn't ride out. But yeah, the conditions have just held in all day. The winds have been so kind to us. I really thought by this time this afternoon that it might be, you know, a few knots stronger. I mean, yesterday afternoon it came in super strong, so I feel we've been pretty blessed here this afternoon.
Certainly, trying to break a record. If we can run 28 heats, 27 was accomplished at Pipe in 2014. What a year that was. Looking back to Gabriel Medina getting the world title, the Pipe Masters final would have been Medina and Julian Wilson that year. As we look at a nice, easy, controlled roll in from Ramsey Bookiam. Going through the lip line. Kind of a warbly lip, kind of weaving on him, but he's still hitting his targets, and that one shoves him off his board.
I cringe every time. Every time they fall or hit that set. Oh, come up, dude. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's so scary, dude. It's just so much power converging and pushing you towards dry reef. It's really impressive. These guys are putting everything on the line.
You know, you go to the Mentawais, there's a lot of waves where it ends in dry reef, you know, where you're kind of like, how long do you hang in there? And I mean, for here in a performance wave, it's such a different element with needing to hit the end section and timing it well. Well, last heat win went to Leo Fioravanti. He's on the glass with Jesse Starling.
Leo, nothing like your competitor getting a wave in the dying minute of the heat, only needing a 6. How was the heart rate going into that last minute?
Yeah, the heart rate would have been pretty high, and Seth's an incredible competitor. I love the way he surfs, and that last wave looked tough, but it really looked like he was tagging it. And for a second, I'm like, oh, it's done. And then I spoke to him, and he wasn't so sure, but then, you know, he's a very humble guy, so you never know, right, with him. And luckily, it went my way, but always good battles against a good friend, and really stuck to make that heat.
Leo, Borno and I were just talking, and we were saying it feels like something's brewing for you. It feels like you are just on the verge of a big win. Does it feel the same for you? It just seems like you've come into this season reignited.
You know, it's one of those things that I want to try to keep knocking on that door, and the way that I put it is, if I knock on that door once or twice, it's going to be hard to get a win. But if I knock on that door 10, 15, you know, always getting myself to those final days, then eventually it'll come. So hopefully it's a matter of time. I'm trying to do my best. I'm trying to surf smart heats, you know, do some good surfing, and hopefully it'll come. But, you know, we'll see. I'm gonna keep trying my best.
And coming up against George Pitter in the next heat, what do you make of that matchup?
Well, George has been ripping. Such a nice guy as well. Took down Felipe, which that's never easy. And it's going to be an incredible matchup. So hopefully we get some fun waves. I know this forecast looks quite tough. Might have to get grindy, but, you know, either way, I think we'll be both ready, and it'll be a great battle.
Let's see it, Leo. Thanks so much for your time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Great to hear from Leo. He's fired up, proud to represent Italy everywhere he goes around the world. A history maker, being the first ever to qualify for the CT. So a lot of firsts for that beautiful part of Europe. Moved to the southwest of France, has a home there. I think he also has a pad in Portugal and the North Shore of Oahu. Yeah, he's got it dialed. So yeah, he's always around world-class waves. Remember seeing him on tour as a little kid, just soaking it all up. And as you know, Brody, whether you're surfing or playing golf, he's ready to compete.
Yeah, I've had a couple rounds with Leo. He's got a good
He's
game.
really good, huh?
Yeah, he's really good, yeah.
So you look at the wrapping turn from Joao Chianca. Kind of flat on the face, and he'll sink on the rebound. Accomplished a lot in his rookie season, and it was due to how he lifted his game against John Florence. Battle with him at Pipe. They had a crazy one at Bells. Then he had the emotion of falling off tour at Margaret River, where we went to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and he was like the last one in there. It was very emotional. And then he got offered the wild card in Sakurama, his home break. And he said he wasn't even ready to see the tour come to his house because he wasn't a part of it full time. He was so open telling that story of just, it was like a grieving process, and came back the next year, finished in the final 5. I love those stories of heartbreak turning into a positive and digging deep, and he certainly did that, Flick.
Yeah, he did. And I think, I mean, wow. It's just in those hard moments, right, where someone having a paddle. But yeah, in the hard moments, I feel it makes those victories so much sweeter, right? And then I guess you kind of have an appreciation for where you were before, you know. And I think someone who comes to mind is, I mean, George Pitter. You know, he got through that a couple of heats ago. He sort of talked about that, you know, falling off the tour and coming back to the Challenger Series and then sort of being like, oh, I don't, you know, what's all this about? I'm here, you know, back at Newcastle and I shouldn't be here. And he's like, had to give himself a bit of a reality check and be like, hey, like, you go surfing for a living. It's not that bad. And I feel that, you know, those moments when you have gone through that grieving process and those moments when you have allowed yourself to go through the full range of emotions, it does give you that different sort of perspective and you can come back stronger that following year.
100%. 7:45, the all Goofy Fit battle still really close. Kaipo, how you feeling out there?
I'm feeling good. I mean, there is maybe the swell's slowing down just a little bit, so wave selection is going to be key. The glare, I talked about it already, and it's just getting worse. I wish I had my ICs out here. I got to bring them next time. But that's kind of a story. You know, we've got some waves coming through here, positioning, lower tide too, so the waves just kind of switching around. And you can see right there, you know, it's not easy.
That's
Someone
right.
went down a takeoff right there. Whoa. So, yeah.
Yeah, a lot happening. And good call, Kaipo. We're almost at dead low tide. 407, it's 403 right now.
Yeah, you can feel it too, right? The bottoming out of the tide and how that affects kind of the consistency, and also a lot of this, we already have the wind chatter, but then there's reverb as well coming off the south side and off of the reef shelf on the inside too. So you got water going all over the place right now.
Thank you, Kaipo. 6:30 on the clock, Italo out in front. And Brody, you also had a front row seat to that whole world title campaign for Italo, the drama of the Pipe Masters final, where everyone's looking at the points going, hang on, whoever wins this Pipe Masters final wins the world title. Italo versus Gabe Medina, and Italo wins, goes straight to the house and off the wall. Big celebration. And at that time, it was like Italo could make no mistakes. Wins Olympic gold, started winning little off-season events that he didn't really have to be in. He just was demoing people for, it felt like a couple of years. And then it got to a point where he had to reset. And he's still on that build back to try to achieve a second. What did you see from that era of watching him up close, especially those big North Shore moments in his career?
Yeah, he was an underdog, right, before he won his world title. So he just kind of, I think he came out of nowhere and shocked everyone and was just in that world title mix out of nowhere, you know, and achieved it. And then since then, he's been like in the talk, like, you know, in that final five, like how many second places, like 2 or 3 second places, and just hasn't got another one. But yeah, he's just relentless. He's an animal. He's puts it all on the line, and yeah, just a great ambassador of our sport. Yeah.
And it was like with that old Final Five format, he could be the 5th seed and just demo people. It didn't matter if it was lowers, anywhere it could be. Just he's got so much energy, and that format style, you give him like a chance to go all the way, like he did at Pipe. You know, when you're, hey, you probably have to win this thing, and he'd never even made the final at Pipe before, and he got it done. He's that type of mental space, and if he has like a challenge, that'll give him all the energy he needs.
Oh, I think back to WSL finals a couple of years back, you know, the year that John won, but he was in, Italo was what, 5th seed coming into that, and he just was such a momentum surfer, and every heat just kept plowing his way through this draw, and you know, he definitely knew John was looking over his back shoulder like, holy, here we go. And yeah, he definitely surfs his way into momentum. He's super exciting, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if he can, what he has in store for the rest of his heat.
Vaughn Blakey, where are you?
G'day, Joey. I'm actually outside amongst the surf-mad frothers and people, and of course, I'm right next to the Fat Boy. This is the Fat Boy Bagus, the official e-bike of the WSL, and mate, these things eat it up, to quote the great Kaipo. All-terrain vehicles, they're good on the grass, they're good on the road, they're good on whatever surface you want to put them on. And of course, mate, if you come down to the Conner site and you scan this QR code, you will go into the running to win a Fat Boy. Can you believe that? You come down, you see the world's best surfers teeing off on main break, scan that QR code, and you could be going home on one of these Fat Boys. Are you kidding me? This is so sick. All about having adventures and sharing good times with your mates. That's what Fat Boy is all about. You know the rules.
We do, bro. Thank you, Vaughno. As we get right into live action, Jake Marshall always loves WA. Great performance over Joao for the win at Bells. He wants to do it again here and able to get some completions on that one. He's had a couple just 0.5s, 0.3s so far in this heat. Joao 3s and 2s, so nothing really going yet in the non-priority side. It's all about the goofs at the moment. Ramsey controls the takeoff, kind of reaching on that first snap, and then nice steady carve. You can always tell that he has perfect right-hand point breaks where he grew up in Morocco. There's been some events around there. Ramsey reflects back on being a kid, and you know, there weren't giant surf shops everywhere, and wasn't as many surfers as there are today. And it kind of inspires you too with like what it means to have longevity as a pro surfer. For him to have like dedication to over a decade to try to qualify, then having injuries happen when he gets there, and he's still at the prime of his life. It's like, hey, there's always plenty of chances to redefine yourself.
Oh, totally. I think he, for lack of a better word, he's been on a journey, really. And I mean, throughout his whole career, he's had injuries, a couple of them, and it's just so good to see him back and here in 100%.
Joao Chianca trying to really push hard on a flat section. And kind of loose on that one too, just not the type of wave to let him open up. Italo's asking for an update on the situation. 2019 world champ, multiple time runner-up in the world. He's been so close to being a multiple time world champion. He's been almost knocked at the cut at certain stages of his career here in that emotional year when Kelly had his send-off. But then he always finds his feet in the back half. Proud father these days. I saw him on FaceTime earlier to his little 4-month-old boy named Martin. He said he gives him so much energy. Not that he needed more, but more inspiration to do what he loves, providing for his young family now. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Italo with the lead, Ramsey with the high single score. This is really as close as it gets, Brody.
Yeah, Italo kind of just snuck the lead from Ramsey. I didn't even really notice that he did that or which wave he did it on, but he's done it, and he's got prio, and there's less than a minute left. It's kind of a dream case scenario for Italo. Hopefully for us, we get to see another exchange, see if Ramsey can give himself a chance here. Yeah. And then in the other heat, it's been pretty lackluster 20-minute start so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably just here we go, Ramsey.
Oh, he's got his chance.
So important wave here for Ramsey, but he's not able to come around the corner. He's got to step off. And that might be it for the Moroccan.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be it, Joe.
6.87, 6.6 for Italo's top two. And he will take this wave in with priority to call it a heat. Job well done for the world champ from 2019, and he'll move into round 3. Ramsey will move on to the Gold Coast and regroup with his coach, Richard Dog Marsh. Ramsey just stoked to be showing his surfing at the top stage, getting the call up with John's decision to take another year off. And he was thrilled that he had a long offseason to recover from his injury that kept him out of the water for several months last year. Very close decision in the all goofy foot battle. Joao Chianca and Jake Marshall will be the priority heat, and Ethan Ewing and Alejo Muniz will hit the water right after this Bonsoy brew break. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
Welcome back to the show. Big afternoon planned for you with some huge heats, but what about this? The ultimate deal from Surfline. Scan to redeem this 30% off a year's Surfline Premium subscription. Use that QR code and you can get the drama on where the best conditions are. And make 2026 a year to remember. It's certainly going to be that way on the Championship Tour. Don't waste that opportunity. Scan the code now as we get set for some more big heats. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett. And we've got so much to talk about on this huge opening day of competition, Rich, but still a couple of big heats to come. And this one is no different. Ethan Ewing, he's given us some magic performances on the forehand. He needs a big one to get his Championship Tour title campaign back underway. But he's got a tough draw. Alejo Muniz in his last year on the CT. I think we'll put in an inspired effort.
Oh, no doubt. And I think he'll lift to the occasion. Ethan, very high on the Fantasy Surfer picks. And certainly a favourite out here. But he didn't get the result that he wanted down at Bells Beach. Many were saying he was going to win that event, but he went out quite early. So Ethan looking to bounce back, as you said, get that year on track. The performances are there, the surfing's there, the talent undeniable. So, but he's got he's got one of the original Brazilian storms here, and a formidable force in Alejo Muniz. And on his swan song, yeah, he is going to go out and give it everything he's got. As we get deep into the afternoon here at Margaret River main break, conditions still holding in.
They sure are. Yeah, just a couple of previous head-to-head clashes between Ethan and Alejo, and Ethan's won both of them. That was a heat in this same round at Pipe last season, and also at Trestles. Ethan got the jump on Alejo there, so Alejo will have to turn that around. But last night, fantastic. Rich, you were there. Ain't That Swell had a live show in town. They had yourself, Jake Patterson, Paul Ant-Man Patterson on stage. Miguel and Sammy Pupo got up there and spoke. And the crowd gave a huge cheer and a big round of applause for Alejo, wishing him all the best in the contest this year.
Yeah, it was a very fitting tribute for Alejo Muniz. You know, he's been such a figure on this tour and showed so much grit and determination coming back after injury. Big hiatus away from the tour. But yeah, just wanted to satisfy that itch, come back again, do another lap, really enjoy and celebrate his career up to this point.
We'll talk more about his legacy in a moment, but on the outside, priority neutral with this new heat hitting the lineup and a bit of jostling going on out there.
Yeah, a little bit between Ethan and Alejo. Here they go again. Let's see Alejo on the inside. Ethan's looking back at him. Alejo's going to go, and Alejo's going to find a way around the corner right there. But I think Ethan actually won on that, selling that wave. Yep, he sure did. Now we can play the non-priority heat. Ethan Ewing with priority in the non-priority heat. There you go, Ron.
Yeah, Kipes, you mentioned it earlier on too, mate, that sun is setting and the surfers are looking directly into it, trying to identify these scoring rides. And it looks like we've got another rider up here at the moment. And ripping through that first turn is Joao Chianca, who's currently sort of battling to get himself a decent score on the board here. And his opponent, Jake Marshall's really in the same boat as he brings this one through to the inside, releases the tail, looking to hang on for the finish, but can't get it.
Well, Jake and Joao, they take priority in this rotation. These overlapping heats that we've been running all day long allows us to really burn through the draw, get through a couple of rounds efficiently. There's been so many waves on offer, even with these overlapping heats. All of our contestants, all of our competitors just getting ample opportunity to really put their best surfing on show. Geez, we've seen some good matchups today. We've seen some incredible performances.
Yeah, some big stories that we'll break down in the post-show, so don't miss that. The Stunnerwood post-show will be going down after these last couple of heats of the round. Still got to see the current world #1 in that yellow jersey in the final heat of the day too. Miguel Pupo will take on Morgan Sibley. So we've got just over 13 minutes to go until we get that heat underway. But out there at the moment, pretty low-scoring affair in heat 14, and that means that, you know, there's sort of some big exchanges coming up. It's anybody's game at the moment. The highest number between Jake Marshall and Joao Chianca is that 5.17.
Yeah, that's a surprise to me, Ronnie. Jake and Joao have been in just such good form lately and really suited to the right-hander here at Margaret Maybreak. And yeah, 5.17 is the high number, and that's from Jake Marshall. He is down in second place, only holding on to that 3.60. He is in the priority seat in that heat, so he will no doubt get rid of that wave, and sure that we're going to see a lead change. 12 and just over 12 minutes to go.
Rich, just let's talk equipment for a moment. We'll get back to that in a second, as Ethan looks to get his campaign started here in Western Australia. Drives through that first carve, up onto the section, and he is going to get exploded and bounce down the face of that wave. Just arrived a little too late. But yeah, is there a mix-up or a change-up in the equipment after the move from Victoria over here to the west?
Let's get back to it after here as we watch Alejo Meniz just quick in and out. But mate, look, if you've got a board that's an absolute gem and it's your #1 soldier, you can almost manipulate that board to ride in any sort of conditions. But coming here to Margaret's on a day like today, for me, I definitely would have stepped up and gone to almost a semi-step up or a step up, perhaps another inch or two, maybe even 3 this morning when it was really thumping, just because it's a longer line that you need to take. And in these choppier conditions, it does help you iron out those creases. In saying that, when it does go on shore like that, and this lip's coming down a little bit quicker back onto the shorty so that you can react quicker off the bottom, excuse me. So I dare say a lot of them would be riding the same equipment that they took down to Bells, but they would have been equipped with those bigger boards for this morning.
Obviously, you need a complete and pretty deep quiver as well. You know, we saw Kanoa Igarashi earlier on today come into contact with the reef, busted the fin on a board that looked really strong through that heat, but he was really confident with his backup boards, and he's got around 15 of the things that he can lean into as we move through this contest. But you know, there's every chance that we see an increase in the swell as we move through the rounds of this contest. So the surfers are constantly going to be weighing up their options and looking to get the optimum equipment that's going to give them some freedom out here. Freedom like that from Chianca, who's started strong on this ride. Hasn't really got a big keeper score to speak of just yet, so he's on his way here. The Brazilian working this one over. And he's going to get a clean finish there on the inside. Accentuates the finish, pumps the fist.
Yeah, a little finger click there. Not quite as strong as the fist pump, but just a little message to himself and the judges that he liked it. He was satisfied.
He just wants to get out of the fours here and put up a more solid number.
Well, this feels a lot better than a 4. A very aggressive layback snap. Just cuts the top of that lip in half. Little wrap back into the foam, and then some more rail work down on the inside. Gets to the finish here, up and over. Really smooth on that final moment.
It's been the story of the return of Joao Chianca, who got himself to 5th position just a few years back. And he would love to get to those lofty heights again. Of course, had a gnarly head injury surfing on the North Shore, prepping for a season. Another big push on the championship tour. And you know, I think it's taken him a while to get back to his best, just to get that confidence back as well. Definitely seemed to have it on that last wave at 6.5, but he's so unpredictable, super explosive. Just an animal in waves of consequence. Really gives it a good nudge.
Oh, he sure does, and I've sort of said it before. He's one of those surfers that has a lot of expression in his body, the upper half of his body, a lot of torque through the arms. Kind of winds up, similar to George Pitter. They just both have that extension in their body, and it converts into power. Joao Chianca That was a long road back. That was a gnarly head injury, and we all were sort of on that journey with him coming back. He had to wear headgear, back onto the Challenger Series, and it's quite amazing just how quickly he did come back, because it was a significant injury that sort of upset his equilibrium and his balance.
Yeah, he's dropped a good number here, 6.5. And that gets him ahead of Jake Marshall, who's got priority out there and needs to bank a 6.21 to get back out in front. Meanwhile, Ethan Ewing only at 2.5 on his first wave. That 15th heat of this second round is really yet to take off. Alejo's got the priority out there at the moment.
It's time for Alejo to strike here. You don't often get the opportunity in a heat against Ethan Ewing with a rare fall at the start of his heat. So if Alejo Muniz can capitalise and put a good number on the board, it's going to just create a little pressure for Ethan Ewing, but one of the most cool, calm and collected competitors on the tour.
It sure is.
But just that little hiccup at Bells and not having that perfect start that he would have wanted, there must be a little bit of head noise going on. Let's see if he can break through that and throw down some of those clean lines that we're used to seeing from Ethan.
All right, well, we've got a bit of a break in the action out there on the outside, so we are going to have a look at the GWM heat recap here. And Jake Marshall, he held the lead for a long time, but it was a shaky position he found himself in, only a couple of mid-range scores. And Gial Chianca has chased him down and has gotten the lead back.
Yeah, Jake Marshall got to work. This was in the non-priority heat, and Joao Chianca, this is one of his best rides here, where he really started to wind up. Big grab rail cutback, a couple of big swoops through the inside. This was the 4.87. Oh, just getting those fins free, but unable to stick that last turn. This is the best ride of the heat so far, the 6.5, and you can see why. An aggressive first turn. Really committed, big swooping roundhouse cutback with the rebound off the foam. Hits on the brakes, starts to set up this inside line. Connects beautifully with that little section there, very smooth over the roof of that closeout.
Yeah, been hard to connect with those quality waves, but he's got the 6.5 Chianca and is in a really strong position now. And speaking of strong, looking really solid in a very close heat. And that last one, Jesse Starling, was the 2019 world champ.
Yeah, very close heat indeed. Ramsey posted up a big 7-point ride in the start of that, but as soon as the priority rotation went your way, you just went all in game mode and got the win.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice heat against Ramsey. His backside is really good. He's surfing so strong on the turns, and that was a special heat for sure. We had a good heat in Tahiti as well, and then that was a kind of nice one, and then I'm so glad to make it happen. I saw him take all those small ones, and I was like, oh, that was a nice ones, and then I tried to focus on one of those sets, and then yeah, so glad to make that one.
We were just talking, you've got a lot of reasons to surfboard back at home, your son, your wife, and we thought it's pretty fitting for you to give a shout out back home.
Eu acho que eu posso falar português também nessa, agradecer a Sofia. Meu filhinho Martins fez 4 meses ontem, né? Então é muito especial. Não pude estar presente, mas estava acompanhando tudo daqui, né? E sempre orando, né, por ele, para que Deus abençoe a nossa família, que a gente possa, né, se ver em breve, né? Claro que aqui vai ser bem rápido e é isso. Acho que é uma forma também de você se sentir um pouco mais com uma energia, né? Você sabendo que sua família está lá torcendo, né, vibrando a cada movimento, a cada onda, isso me fortalece a cada bateria. Então acho que agora é pensar nas próximas e seguir firme.
Awesome, thanks Italo, thanks guys.
Thank you, Italo. And yeah, it must be hard, a new barb, a new son, and a lot of time away from home. But Italo just looks so locked in and really is performing well. I think he's got some magic boards under his feet. Those Timmy Pattersons, those F1s, they look unbelievable.
Don't they? Look really, really good. Sit on the water just so well. Talking to boards. Joao Chianca just on the G-Rabbit, just had a message from Brett Power from Channel Islands. which is an old Geordie Smith model, in fact, and slightly modified tail, a little bit wider, or that they've been working on with Joao for some time now. But yeah, that relationship with Joao and Britt Merrick, very, very strong one.
Taking a trip here on the Western Australia flight cam. And yeah, it's just been amazing, the clarity in the water that we enjoy every time we come over here to the West. So it's awesome. And the sun setting over here, obviously, over the horizon. Maybe makes life a little difficult for the judges at times, Rich, but we don't mind it.
No, we're pretty cozy.
Especially when you've got a Stonewood post show to look forward to.
Oh, absolutely. But the sunset's quite remarkable here in the West. Of course, the sun sets over the ocean, and it is pretty special. Here we go, action.
Chianca is looking to extend his lead here and goes all out on that first section. Explosive again, now flowing down the line, just looking to add any extras he can and push the requirement higher, trying to better a 4.87. On the outside, Ethan Ewing glides through one of his smooth frontside carves, hammers the pocket, only managed the 2.5 on his first ride. This will be a bit better, and he should strengthen his position. But here goes Jake Marshall. This is the ride that really counts, and Jake's got to make it stick. And just a little bit of frustration there, or a whole lot of frustration. Don't think that wave gave him what he needed. He really wanted more. He wanted a big section on the outside, I think. He was quickly scrambling to get himself back to the takeoff zone to maybe swoop on another opportunity in the dying stages here.
Yeah, 6.21 is what he required, but that's prior to this last wave as Joao Chanka dropping in. Let's have a look at it. An aggressive stab to start things off. Bang, just fully hits the brakes, jams that tail into the wave. A little rock and roll floater on the second section, and again jams it tight in the pocket for the third. Great three-turn combination, and then this was the answer back from Jake Marshall. A big swooping turn to start off.
Wow.
Gets nice and high on the second turn. So Ronnie, what you thought was potentially some frustration.
It was a claim. I thought he had his middle finger up.
No, mate, he was actually throwing the gun.
But, you know, earlier on, we did see a competitor with time on the clock opt not to paddle back out. Now, you know, Jake, he doesn't know what Chianca did on his last ride, so he's kind of paddling back out there going, you know what, I'm not going to chance it. Maybe I needed more than what I just served up, but the first turn was very clean. Comparing the two rides, what did you make of the opening moves for Chianca and what we saw from Jake Marshall, who's up again and still swinging, thinking that he might need to do work? It's a beautiful floating hit on the lip to get started. Transitions nicely back out onto the open face, but that wave gives up on him. It doesn't have enough energy to surge over the shelf on the inside. So we are waiting on numbers to come through now.
Judges with some work to do here. We know that last wave of Jake Marshall will not count. The second to last wave, however, it was a good one. That opening turn, that big committed rail carve, I loved it. In contrast, Joao had that really aggressive layback stab where he just jammed it in the pocket. So it's the type of surfing. What are you going to appreciate? The more committed power approach of Jake, or that more kind of quick angled turns at Joao?
The numbers starting to come through. The requirement is going to grow significantly here for Jake Marshall, but that is probably the turn of the heat.
That was beautiful rail surfing, full power approach. And again, Jake stitched it together just so well. No loss of power in between the turns, great transitions. Joao dropped the 6.20. That means Jake Marshall needs a 7.3.
7.53.
7.53, excuse me.
So this is a big score. Comparisons will be made to the work that was done from Chianca on his two rides. 6.5, it was previously the benchmark rider of the heat.
So Joao's 6.5 was a two-turn combination with a very similar carve at the top.
Numbers starting to roll through for Jake Marshall. It was solid. It was the best number of the heat, but he needed more. He needed to go into the sevens. and he only managed a 6.83. So Gianca survives a close one there. And he is moving on through to the next round. Tip of the cap to Jake Marshall. There's the IC score update. He gave us a really well-served wave to really put it on the line in the final stages there. But he needed a bit more out of it, Rich.
Yeah, he did. A couple of judges thought it was close. From 6-0 up to 7-2 was the point spread. We drop those high and low numbers, and then we average out the middle three. But Zrowski, he is going to move through. And commiserations to Jake Marshall. Good surfing, great fight back.
Well, we're going to introduce the world number one right after the break. Miguel Pupo will be taking on Morgan Siblick. What a way to kick off the year for Miguel Pupo, adding his name to the most incredible honour roll in the sport. So many of the greats, the immortals of this game, 50 years of pro surfing, and Miguel, he just went mad on the backhand, Rich, pumping Winky to claim the victory.
Incredible stuff, and from his opening heat at the Bells Beach Pro, Miguel Pupo was just in scintillating form. On the backhand, he owned it, and a well-deserving champion down there. He gets to ring that bell and have his name etched in history against some of the greats.
Yeah, a really fired up and inspired performance from Miguel on finals day on his eldest daughter's 9th birthday. He wanted to get her that trophy. He's bringing it back home to Brazil, which is awesome. And now we're going to see how he deals with being in this yellow jersey for the first time in his career after his second CT win. He's won 2 of the biggest events on the CT schedule. Tahiti and now Bells. And he's up against Morgan Siblick, who coming into this year just has looked so on. Everyone's been talking about his form. We liked his chances down there, but he lost out in tricky conditions, like so many of the form surfers. So this is an opportunity, with a bit more opportunity in this lineup for Morgan to let everyone know what his intentions are this season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a new, invigorated, refreshed Morgan Siblick as a permanent fixture on the Championship Tour this year. The improvements there, the fitness is there, the hunger's back, but he's still got that big, likeable smile. But at the moment, I think that smile is in check because this is a big heat for him.
Huge heat. Yeah, he's just had a massive injection of energy and just competitive fire from the hog, Nathan Hedge, former CT surfer, who's working with a lot of the Australian surfers, and in particular Morgan. He's got him well and truly fired up and super focused. It's kind of interesting, working in that coaching role for Nathan Hedge, you know, while he still ignites that competitive animal in the surfers that he's working with. He's a lot more composed around the event site, just, you know, understanding that every surfer operates at a different frequency. Here goes Ethan Ewing, starting to build at a 5.33 on his last wave. Finds a nice bowl there, lets go of a good frontside carve, and then really commits to a strong and drawn out cutback and finds a solid finish. Pupo, that backhand, it's lost nothing on the trip over here to WA. Nice vertical approach there. And much like his rival in this heat, Morgan leaning into the competitive animal that is Nathan Hedge, Miguel Pupo this year, and for the past couple of seasons has been working with Adriano de Souza, and you know, the fruits of their hard work paying off big time.
Well, that was one of the better two-turn backhand combinations we've seen all day. Completely squared up. And Miguel Pupo is on some sort of heater at the moment because he has lost 0 form coming over from Bells Beach. And yeah, got up there on the stage, had a bit of a stint. That was a quick in and out for Morgan Siblick. Interesting wave choice.
A lot of power in Miguel surfing at the moment, Kipes.
Well, you know what? It's so cool to see Miguel Pupo in that yellow leaders jersey. I mean, the guy's just an inspiration. One of the longest surfers on tour. But more important than that, a family man, a man of faith, and someone who has a staunch belief. He's fallen on and off the tour before. He's having his moment right now. That surfing's always been rock solid, but I'd really like to see things go Miguel's way. He's a highlight human being beyond just being a great surfer. So I love having him have some shine right now. And that victory over at Bells, that was just an emotional, incredible victory for Miguel Pupo and the entire Pupo Ohana.
Yeah, I think everyone felt it. You know, it didn't matter where you're from. That was a victory everyone could get behind. And Miguel's going to start this heat off in fine form. Definitely.
Yeah, we're going to come in
ignited. Just, you know, a new energy, Miguel, this season. He mentioned how hard he's been training 3 times a day, only resting on Sundays, and he's going to start with a big number here, Rick.
Squares up and hits that lip as it's coming down, and then straight into the second one. Geez, that had a good angle on it. Just vertical, such a tight radius up high in the pocket, and then perfectly controlled. The wave sits down a little bit on the inside, but Miggy, all the damage was done on that outside section. And this was Ethan, caught a little bit behind here, but he tidies it up well. There's that beautiful cut that he just lays into the face of these things just so purely. And gets up late in that final turn. Stoked that he made that final hit on the inside to get that completion.
Yeah, 6.17 for Ethan, a 6.83 for Miguel in the other heat, the last heat of the round, winning through in yet another very close exchange, separated by less than a point. Joe Chianca is with Jesse Starling.
Joe, going into that matchup, as far as head-to-head ratios go, Jake actually had your number, but you've got one back, and it was a really good heat, actually, a really fun back and forth between you two.
Yeah, totally. That's the heat that we wanted, yeah? Just keep surfing, overlapping at marks. It allows us to do our best surfing and catch a lot of waves, which is good. And I was fired up going against Jake. Jake is such a smart, good competitor, such a good surfer. And I was happy with that one. I really won it.
We know there's a lot of fans back home that would have wanted to see you take that one and keep going deep in the drill, so feel free to say hi to them.
Obrigado, galera no Brasil. Primeira do ano, me sentindo muito bem, me sinto abençoado nesse lugar, esse lugar que já teve dos momentos mais difíceis da minha carreira, dos momentos bons também. Então, é isso. Absorver tudo isso, me sentir abençoado e agradecer, tamo junto.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, Chianca there. You know, he's had all the feels over here in the West before, having suffered the cut in the past. He doesn't have to worry about that this year, and he's survived a really difficult heat. Jake Marshall really coming on, but during the interview, Miggy got the backup score he was looking for, Rich.
Oh, big slash off the top. Comes around, just a bit of a 2-stage bottom turn, but just tears the top of the wave apart. Great 2-turn combination.
Obviously, amazing self-belief in the way he disposed of more favoured competitors on his road to victory down there at Bells, and just looks supremely confident. There isn't too many people that would ascend to the #1 position on the rankings and then, you know, sign up to be part of a live show that on the eve of, you know, an elimination round. And Miguel Pupo last night took part in a podcast with, you know, hundreds of people. It was a sold-out show, and him and Sammy were just chill. He's really enjoying this late stage of his career and campaigning beautifully.
There was actually a really good energy in the room last night, and I think the WA crowd, they turned out in force. It was a sold-out show, as you said, but they really appreciated just sitting there and listening to Miguel and Sammy, and then myself and Jake got up there a little bit later and things got a little bit looser. But yeah, no, they were very, very respectful. And it was just genuine conversation coming from Miggy, and you could tell just how stoked he is to be hitting this sort of patch late in his career. The turnaround's actually remarkable when you think about, you know, when and how he dropped off the tour, and the grit to get back in there and just to be doing it with his younger brother as well. Really cool. 10 years apart between those two brothers.
Yeah, well, he's just dropped a 6. And, you know, when he got that victory, the big bro, Vaughan, he mentioned another really stylish, you know, veteran of the game that took a long time to break through for his first TT win. He had magic moments, and Miguel, prior to winning in Tahiti, had magic moments where we were talking about his style, that amazing ride from Pipe years ago. But he was kind of missing the big results. Found the win in Tahiti, started to really believe in himself, but this year he has gone to another level. I mean, he's sharpened up the angles in his surfing.
Yep.
The style was always appreciated, but wasn't fetching the big scores when he was coming up against the absolute showstoppers, Italo, Iago. And on his run to victory, he overcame some of the biggest names in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, obviously coming up against Iago in the final, Medina, and he just took everyone down. George Petty had an incredible heat against GP down there at Bells. And you can see Sammy there just, you know, on hand supporting his bro.
How wild was that, watching Samuel watch Miguel in the dying stages of that final? Just the nerves he was experiencing, he could barely watch.
He was in tears, man. He was in tears. And only Sammy probably really appreciates the hard work and the commitment. I'll say sacrifices as well, man. This is a guy that has a big family at home, and he's doing it for them first and foremost. Here goes Morgs.
Yeah, not really flowing Morgan's way at the moment, but he's going to try and turn that around with that powerful, stocky approach, and he bashes through the lip, but he's going to get a little caught up. You can see how hard he's willing to push, having full trust in the performances that he's been bringing day in, day out in the lead up to this clash. But on that occasion, he ripped into a section that laid a little flat and didn't get the finish. But he does have time on his side, 25.5 minutes to go for Morgan. But Miguel already with a very reasonable, very respectable heat score total, a 6.83 in his first ride, backed it up with a 6. You know, with 5 minutes to go, Ethan Ewing hasn't been able to find a heat score total like that out there in, you know, almost 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? That heat with Ethan Ewing and Alejo Menezes just seemed to have cruised past, and there hasn't been a whole lot of action. And Ethan's done some great surfing on the waves that he's been offered, but no big standout moments as yet. Alejo just struggling to really even find that mid-range score to get back in the heat.
Pretty interesting too, you know, the surfer on the forehand of all the regular footers who wrestled the big result away from Bells Beach was Griffin Colapinto. A lot of the other perennial title threats fell out of the mix early, the regular footers I'm talking about, and it was the Goofies who dominated at Winky on the last couple of days of the competition. That just means that I think some of those stronger regular footers have missed an opportunity to bank a keeper result in that first event, and it makes this contest even more crucial.
Yeah, well, this event has traditionally been dominated by the natural footers, and you know, we have seen the Goofies win. Italo and Gabriel Medina have had their time.
But then you think about it, Geordie Smith, Felipe Toledo, they're both leaving stop number 2, and they're still yet to bank what you'd call a keeper result towards a title campaign.
Oh, absolutely. Felipe in particular, you know, these are two events where you would expect him to absolutely be in fine form. Geordie's clearly had the win here and at Bell, so he's a favourite at the event at these two stops as well. So it's kind of odd that these guys haven't banked a good result yet.
Pressure's going to be on when they get to the Gold Coast, as we see Alejo here. Well, he knows that first turn's got to be a lot stronger than that against Ethan here.
Yeah, especially Ethan sitting with priority now and just over 3 minutes to go. It is going to be very, very tough to wrestle that priority off Ethan. He's too cool, composed and experienced. I feel that he's not going to let this one slip through his fingers. He's also thinking, mate, that 5.33, given the opportunity, I'm going to convert that into an excellent number.
Ethan's had a couple of quarterfinal finishes here. Cracked the semis back in 2022. But it just feels that, you know, if he can click into some of the magic that he's shown us with that big, powerful forehand in the past, he could go all the way here. But it's sort of been a frustrating heat for him. Hasn't really been able to get to that big first section yet. He's sort of driving around chasing the first turn.
It's similar to the road that Yago had down at Bells too, where he never really, you know, banked some big scores. He just found his way winning. He did enough, did what he had to do to get through heats. And it wasn't really until that semi and final where he really did start to open up and you know, tap into the airs and up against the wall in that heat against Medina. That was incredible.
Yeah, he is the human highlight reel, though, isn't he, Yago? I mean, he probably owns the biggest moment of the season so far. So he's certainly one to watch. As we get down to 1 minute and 50 seconds to go here, it's going to get really difficult for Alejo. You've got to think that Ethan with priority and first pick of the approaching sets is likely going to improve on that 5.33. So this could be a really difficult heat for Alejo to turn around here.
Yeah, final minute and a half. Offensive play by Ethan Ewing. He will just shadow Alejo Muniz here. And this may be the last time that we see Alejo Muniz in competition at Margaret River.
Oh, Ethan's positioning there, Rich, just really onto it tactically, isn't he?
He certainly is. Just staying on the inside. And he'll turn here and just cover. I mean, these surfers, they are just eyeing off every swell that comes their way. They're reading these swells and basically assessing what sort of a score that they can produce on that wave. And of course, Ethan is actually just sizing these waves up, going, okay, well, I don't think it's a 7. I'm going to let him go that because I don't even feel like he's going to be able to get the score, but I'll block him.
Yeah, 35 seconds to go, and Ethan makes his move. He's going to try and drop that 5.33, sizing up this first section. Nice high carve to get started. And a whole lot in this wave, but he'll go to the rail, draw that turn right into the bowl once again. Always really commits to finishing off those moves and that big redirect, which gives you just a sign of the commitment on the outside. Alejo does find some space, draws off the bottom, bit of foam there, but he releases that tail with that trademark slash that's brought in some big numbers over the years. He needs a huge finish here on the inside, and he's steering away from the closeout. Probably aware that there wasn't enough points in the end of that ride to turn this heat.
No, he won't be happy with the result, but he will be happy with a couple of the manoeuvres that he laid down in this heat. And Ethan Ewing, he'll move on to the next round. It's a good victory.
Yeah, just pacing himself through this heat, but I think Ethan will be kind of frustrated that he hasn't had that heat that he can really hang his hat on just yet. He's sort of waiting to show us what he can do. But all you got to do is survive the round, Rich.
A win's a win.
A win's a win.
A win is a win. And we'll go through to tomorrow's competition, and perhaps we'll see him break into the excellent range.
Yeah, we've come to expect it. 5.47 for his last wave, Ethan, so he did just increase his heat score marginally, but he is going to survive here, and Alejo will look to the Gold Coast to bank another big result. He was strong there last season. So we've just got to get the second half of that last heat of the round complete. Miguel Pupo currently leading Morgan Siblick, who's after a 2-wave combination at 12.83. Welcome back to the show. Yeti on board once again. And remember, they are given a 110 for a 10, which is always fun. And hopefully we see some more drop at the event this year. That was Ash on screen from Yeti. Does a fantastic job. But yeah, every single surfer wants one of those 110s. They all want that 10-point ride. Still scratching my head that Gabriel Medina has 18 10-point rides.
It's bizarre. It's actually absurd. I went through my whole career and had one.
I'm glad you brought it up. Where was it?
G-Land.
I wonder if you could hit Yeti up and try and get one in retrospect.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go, Morgan Sibley. He's trying to fight his way back into this heat. The momentum has been with the world #1, Miguel Pupo, who's had a couple of 6-point rides. Morgan working hard for the finish. He stays on his feet.
Yeah, it's better. He's building. 16.5 minutes to go, and Morgs can't let Miguel get too far away here. He needs to stay with him, and that's the first step.
We're going to see a replay of that ride in just a moment, Rich, but, you know, I guess everyone's sort of wondering why, after the poor result down at Bells, why Morgan's been at the forefront of people's minds, those who've watched him get ready for this campaign.
Let's just watch the replay for a sec here, Ronnie. Just comes up, swoops off the top, and brings this one all the way through to the inside. Big roundhouse cutback. Gets to this final section, up and over, pounds the roof of that.
I would say that there's glimpses of what I was talking about in that ride on a wave that was ugly and disjointed. He kind of threaded it together. But if this guy gets a clean section of water to work with out here at the moment, I think it'll speak to that form that he's been carrying of late. He's had magic boards under his feet. He had a rough one down at Bells that obviously sort of chips away at your confidence a bit. And the momentum hasn't been with him here, but do you back him in turning this around?
Of course I do, absolutely. Anything's possible. Mate, he's a little Aussie battler, we know that for sure. He's one of the grittiest competitors on tour, and he will never give up. We've seen him do that time and time again, and mate, the hard work that he's put in to even getting back to this position is remarkable, and it speaks volumes to the character and the grit and determination. And the guy went back to working, you know. He got a taste of a real job and just went, nah, I'll have none of that. He put in the hard work. He put in, you know, had a good look in the mirror and said, well, what do I actually have to do? What do I want to be? And fought his way back here, and he did it with just amazing surfing. The improvement, because I think he'll agree. You know, the form did slip after that magic run around that COVID years. And he put in all the work to get back to where he is now with the help of Nathan Hedge and others around him. He's looking good now.
Yeah, well, he's just chipped away at the requirement. Broken combination, 4-point ride. That last one, he does need more. He would have loved to have gotten closer to one of Miguel's scores just to have a more reachable target going into the final 15 minutes here.
It was almost just a settler wave, though. He just needed to get a wave to the completion just to build on that confidence, and now he can start to settle in and try and steal some rhythm away from Miguel here, because at the moment Miguel's got the rhythm with the good sets, and it's a thing. Let me tell you, when you're a competitor, you come in and you go, I had the rhythm in that heat. I was getting all the good waves. So you've got to try and find a way to break that rhythm in that situation.
Tap into it yourself. Yeah, you can see Morgan just almost a little bit of frustration creeping in there. He's like, just give me something, you know, the board feels good. Physically, I'm ready for it. Did bump into him just yesterday, and, you know, like you said, he had that big smile on his face. He seemed primed and ready to go, but you know, this is a much more challenging lineup for these two than what we saw earlier on. And Miguel, his experience came to the fore, his form came to play on those first two rides. He made them both count. I don't know where Morgan was, but obviously, like you said, he kind of fell out of rhythm in those first exchanges. He got caught behind on one, and just that 4-point ride, he did well to even juice 4 out of it, because it was pretty flat and ugly.
This yellow jersey can do things to people as well. It can cripple people, and it can also act as a superhero outfit, and it can almost inject more confidence and you know, prowess into your performance. And it seems to be doing the latter for Miguel Pupo. He seems to have embraced a colour change in the jersey. He's making, hasn't put a foot wrong so far in this heat. Totally controlling it from the word go.
Well, 12 minutes to go. And these two both on some very refined equipment. Morgan Siblick on the Marcio Suvi, the Sharp Eyes. And Miguel Pupo, everyone wants to know what he's been riding.
Oh,
because
mate,
he's been on fire, and you can shop the world's best surfboards with the Surfboard Empire, who are sponsoring the Shaper rankings along with Vayup. And yeah, there's some great models that you can check out, a lot of replicas of what the Tour pros are riding. But you know exactly what Miguel's got under his feet.
I was in, to your point though, I was down in the store earlier checking out some of those boards. Get down there, they're amazing if you are around the comp area. But the Magic Bells model was the JS Monster, 5'10", 8.5, 2 7/16, 26.9 litres. So just to give you some context, Mickey's 5'9" and you know, roughly 71, 72 kilos. So that just gives you an idea of the volume versus weight distribution, mate. And his step-up board here is a Golden Child, a 6'1", 8.25, 2.5, 27.7 litres. So I think he's probably back down onto that shorter board and onto the winning Bells board. He's probably riding that right now.
Maybe if I tape two of those boards together, it'll work for me. But yeah, it's certainly working for Miguel Pupo. You know, this is a guy that matched it turn for turn with the world champion. And with Yago not finding any air sections in that final, I thought Yago had to find an air section to beat Miguel. That's how strong his form was in the final, and that's kind of how it played out. Obviously, Yago doesn't really need much to get one of those projection airs happening, but Miggy's surfing was just so on point. And it's been strong here again this afternoon in a tricky lineup. He smoothed all those lines out. Well, let's hear from Ethan Ewing. He's finally made it at the top of the stairs and tracked down Jesse Starling.
Thanks, Ron. Eth, obviously not the ideal start to the year, and it felt like even in that heat, just your energy, your approach, you're really chasing a little bit of redemption.
Yeah, definitely. Bells was just a tricky forecast and everything. I felt like I just didn't even click into gear really, so excited to be over here. And even that heat, I wanted to get going, and Joao and that were kind of scrapping around too, so there was not too much at the start for us, but it always feels good to get through those ones, kind of scrappy heats.
Do you kind of look into the draw ahead of time, obviously coming up against either Miggy or Morgs? Is that something that plays into your game plan going into the next one?
Not, I mean, yeah, now I look at it, Miggy's obviously crazy good start to the year and he's on fire, so, and then this heat too, he looks like he's really in form, so that'll be a hard heat if he makes it, but Morgs is, he's pretty clutch, so yeah, don't count him out.
Love it, Ethan. We'll let you wrap it up. The sun's going down pretty quick here, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, like Ethan said, you know, I think a lot of the competitors that carried magic free surfing form and did the hard work in the off season, you know, fell victim to a tricky forecast down there at Bells. I don't think they completely dismiss that result as being the result of slow conditions. I think they definitely identify where the game plan went wrong. But, you know, Morgan's in danger of kind of suffering from a couple of challenging heats here. But, you know, when your opponent's dropping sixes on you, you have to kind of have a look in the mirror, Rich, as you said before.
You absolutely do. There's one person in this heat who absolutely loved the forecast down at Bells. Relished in it. And when you go into this heat, it's the same conditions and you have to work it out. You have to figure out a way to be in rhythm with those sets. And at the moment, it's going the way of Miguel Pupo. 8 minutes to go. It's been a long time since we've seen a decent wave ridden in this heat. This one's been a little bit slow. This is the final heat of the day, and it has been a monster day of competition for us here at Margaret River. We've got things underway shortly after daybreak, and we will be going till dusk.
Yeah, we've got the Stunner Wood Post Show coming up next, and a lot of big stories to dive into. Still some real surprise results today. A few upsets in the mix. but also some spirited comebacks after surfers suffered early round losses down there at Bells. They've rallied in a short amount of time, gotten through their psychological demons, Rich.
Yeah,
buried that bad result, come out here swinging.
It's hard. It's a big wall to climb sometimes when you're coming off a loss, and all of a sudden that pressure builds, and the fear of another one can almost be a bit crippling at times. And some of the surfers, Liam O'Brien, one in particular that springs to mind, sort of did well to kind of put in some good performances today.
It's seen some like up and down moments for people today too. In the opening round, for example, how good did Jacob Wilcox look?
Yeah, Chippo looked great. Had an incredible opening heat and then went down against Yago Dora.
Yeah, that was a fiery clash. And then also Ramsey in the opening round. I think I loved Ramsey surfing the best. Just going beyond vertical, the way he drives on the backhand, it's a thing of beauty, Rich. An absolute thing of beauty. But he lost in a close one to Italo this afternoon. Jack Thomas, you know, with another call-up, with another win in the trials. He went out there and stitched up Matthias Hurdy, dropping an excellent score, and then just couldn't back it up, couldn't put it together in the second round.
No, but a good experience nonetheless, coming through as the trials went up, but a tough one for Matthias Hurdy. Pressure starting to build on him, but I think his surfing is going to be really well suited to the Gold Coast.
The pressure is really building on Morgan Siblick now because he doesn't have priority. It feels like he needs to chip away at this requirement. It seems like it's going to be a really difficult task to turn in pretty much a 9-point ride here and still hold off Miguel, who's got priority. And, you know, with the form Miggy's showing at the moment, he's every chance at dropping that 6 and upping the requirement again and potentially pushing Morgan back into combination.
Yeah, tough one for Waves. But let's hope these final 5 minutes produces a couple of decent sets and we see Morgs just construct some sort of a fight back here. Does look like there's some lines on the horizon which we can see on your screen. But definitely a change since what we've seen this morning. The energy of the swell, it has tapered down, and you can see very peaky now compared to the lined up swell that we had this morning.
The good news for Morgan is this is a very different setup to Bells or Winky, where you take a ride, you commit to a wave. You know, it can take you a couple of minutes to get back to that takeoff position. Here, it's a little quicker. You're almost drawn back out to the apex of the peak, back to that takeoff zone. So let's see if Morgan can't chip away at the requirement here. But it is a heat that has been constructed beautifully by Miguel, and he is holding priority, so he's likely going to pick off the best wave in this set. Sizing it up, and Miguel swings. It's a good sized wave. He draws off the bottom, clean line into the first section. Oh, comes down on his heel side rail, that inside rail, and he knows that he's unlikely to improve on a 6. And that's going to leave Morgan on the outside here with an opportunity.
That was a really late decision, a late swing from Miguel Pupo to take that wave. Morgs almost went over the falls there because he wanted to take off on that thing. But the first part of the assignment is done. He's wrestled priority back off Miguel Pupo, and Miguel hasn't increased his scoreline. Look here, you can see Morgs just ditched his board on the inside because he had to let Miguel go on this one. Miguel didn't convert, just had that little wobble on the inside and decides, that's it, I'm out of here.
He didn't convert, but he did block the opportunity for Morgan, and time's winding down here. It's kind of getting to the point now where Morgs is going to have to turn this heat with an excellent score.
He's still got the time to do it in 2, but he's going to need to potentially catch this wave or the next swell. Oh, it looks like he's going to be caught too far inside.
Yeah, frustrating. There's something else standing on the outside section, and Morgan scrambling, trying to get himself into position here. If he's going to do it in 2, he's going to have to make a move. This wave capping, it's a late takeoff. He gets to his feet, draws a line out onto the open face, and this thing is laying flat. Digs into a roundhouse, sizing up a hit on the inside, building, looking for an air potentially. And that wave is ugly on the end section, and Siblick can't get the completion. So that wave unlikely to factor in. Still got 2.5 minutes to go. Checks the clock. Wonders if he can get back out there. He's heading back out. He's going to try and give it another nudge. He's really got to put the head down and get the motor running. Miguel Pupo just has constructed this position of dominance on his opening 2 rides. Didn't miss a beat.
No, it was a polished performance up to this point, wasn't it? Got the quick start, backed it up with a sneaky little 6-point ride. This is the GWM Aussie Treble Leaderboard. And of course, at the top of that list is Miguel Pupo, Yago Dora in second, Griffin Colapinto, Medina.
Wow. All still alive in the mix.
Samuel, all still going.
Yeah, right down to only one surfer in that mix has fallen out of the draw. That's Barramia. Kanoa Igarashi, Leonardo still powering. So things are looking interesting at the top of the GWM Aussie Treble Leaderboard.
Yep, Tank 300 up for grabs. We'll give that away on the Gold Coast.
The full rankings at worldsurfleague.com/rankings. Just over a minute to go, and this feels like a near impossible task for Morgan now. Miguel already in that position of priority on the outside. Doesn't need to worry about this set. It's pushing wide. Not a lot of scoring opportunity on it for Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, these guys are way on the inside still. You can see Morgan just making his way out to the side of the right-hander. Not really in the takeoff zone yet. And with 45 seconds to go on the clock, and sets just now they start to pour through the lineup, just to rub a bit of salt in the wound. And still Miguel Pupo there to cover him and close this one out.
Yeah, this is going to take a lot for Morgan Siblick and his team to turn things around here. A shocker start to his return to the championship tour, but he also has to keep in mind that he's coming up against the world #1, Miguel Pupo, who showed great form again. Solid heat score total, constructed this win with his opening rides. Not a hiccup to be seen from the current #1.
And that's it. And Morgan Siblick, unfortunately, will drop out of the draw, and Sammy Pupo celebrates his brother as he moves on again.
Yeah, Morgan can look forward to surfing on the Gold Coast, where he's been living and where he's been working as a lifeguard as early as January this season. So he's had plenty of laps over there at Snapper, and we'd back him to turn things around. But credit where credit's due. Miguel strong. 6.83 and a 6 to finish off a huge day here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We've got the Stone and Wood post show coming up next with Joe, Flick and Vaughan. Don't go anywhere.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Stone and Wood Post Show. What a day. A massive day. A record-breaking day in surfing history. There was an event that ran 27 heats in the past. Well, that record was shattered. 28 heats accomplished on opening day of the waiting period at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And we got to watch a lot of pro surfing, our favorite thing to do in the world. How good was that? Overlapping format delivering. The new format going straight into one-on-one heats allowed us to max out the day. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Vaughn Blakey here for the Stone and Wood Post Show. It was hard to keep up with the drama of so many good waves and even so many giants even falling out of the mix, you know, like defending event champ Jordy going down to Liam O'Brien. There was just so many storylines, Flick. Now we get to kind of sit and digest it all.
Oh, today was a mammoth day. I mean, hats off to everyone in the broadcast truck, to all the crew, everyone involved in, you know, making the call, to the surfers, everyone, because it was a massive day. There was so much action, and looking forward to diving into it in this post show. I'm also looking forward to going to bed tonight, to be honest.
It's actually a good point. I mean, if we're watching that many waves, camera operators don't take a break, Vaughn.
They don't, no. Not like me, Joe. I always had heaps of breaks. I mean, no, look, seriously, that was an amazing day. Full props to the WAS. Like, if you're going to have the best conditions on day one and you want the best surfers in the world taking full advantage of it, you put them out in overlapping heaps. And it wasn't really that hard to call this morning. Like, we had the sickest conditions. The surf was fully pumping. Like, it was going off. Everyone had, like, you know, eyes about that wide. They were just so stoked. And not one person was complaining. They were like, get me out there. I want a piece of this. So, huge day, but also a magic day. And, yeah, you'll always see a few upsets, but there was also a few trains getting back on the rails as well after some early exits at Bells.
Very true. There's one man that hasn't lost a heat yet. As you reminded me before the post show, Vaughno, Miguel Pupo looking good in yellow, Jesse.
That is such a good point, Joe. Miggy, you haven't lost a heat this year. That is an incredible stat.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough heat. You know, Margs, he surfed so well, and the conditions were pretty hard too with the wind. But I've been carrying this momentum, you know. I wanted to keep going, keep the ball rolling, and I was lucky enough to find two waves under everyone's priority, and end up being my two best waves, and I'm in the next round. Yeah.
Miggy, I love you in yellow. I really do. You mentioned at Bells and obviously at Winky you had an incredible board. It helped you kind of skyrocket all the way to the win. Talk to me about your quiver here though at Margs. Though, is it that same kind of winning feeling?
I won't tell you much, but basically we got that board and we made the same board all the way to 6.2. So I have exact same board in 5.11, 6.0, 6.1, 6.2. So yeah, it's a perfect quiver and happy to be in the next one for sure.
That's all I need to know about the quiver. That's beautiful. And of course, every time I talk to you, it would be rude not to give a shout out to you girls back home.
Valeu, galera que tá dormindo. Eu não sei se tá todo mundo dormindo ou tá acordado, mas amo vocês. Até a próxima.
Thanks, Miggy. Thanks, guys.
The glow is real. Thank you, Jesse. Of that yellow jersey, he won Bells on his daughter's birthday, you know, and it's not like a celebratory, okay, I'm done. You could tell Adriano's keeping him focused. He's got the win, he's got the bell, but now he's got a world title to think about.
Oh, he looks good, and I think it's such, you're going to carry such confidence from the win at Bells. Obviously, working with Adriano, that those two are, you know, that relationship is flourishing. Here over in Margie's, Adriano's also won here, so you're going to be taking that confidence over to main break. And I mean, the first heat's, you know, it's already the cab's off the rank, and you know he's got a heat win under his belt, so. Let's see what tomorrow morning potentially brings.
Vaughn, you brought Miguel Pupo up on stage last night in front of a packed house here in Margaret River. What was the reception like for Miguel Pupo?
Mate, it spoke to just how much Australians love good surfing. You know, he came over from Bells. He gets up in front of a real core crowd. You know, West Oz, they are a gritty, you know, they'll paddle out in anything. They respect good surfing, and he lit up the room. He got the respect that was due. But if you want to know how serious Adriano de Souza is, when Miguel agreed to come on our podcast, Adriano was like, be home at 7:30, bro. He was like, a cranky dad. He was like, no, if you're going to go out and you're going to have that energy and be in a pub environment or the hotel we were at, he was like, you got to be home you know, before the clock strikes midnight, because we don't want this run to turn into a pumpkin.
Miguel gives his girls a bedtime. He
Yeah,
hasn't had a bedtime in a long time.
Exactly, man.
Hey, no, well, it's working. It's
It was
working.
cool. It was really cool. But yeah, beautiful signs of respect and absolute celebration for a Bells winner. Everyone knows that Australians get in behind that.
Yeah, oh, how special that was. We kicked off this morning at 7:05. That was the women's opening round. Seems like a lifetime ago. And we had some big names, kind of some usual suspects take over, like Sally Fitz-Gibbons, Carissa Moore, Aaron Brooks. All looked really spicy today for Fitz-Gibbons and Moore. You know, they're the legends of the sport already, past champs. For Aaron Brooks, he was able to upset Steph Gilmore today.
Yeah, I think these early heats for the women, they were tricky, right? And it lended itself to experience for sure with Sally and Carissa. And yeah, you looked at the conditions this morning. I mean, it was seriously big. There were some big sets coming through. We obviously saw that swell, you know, drop off a little bit throughout the day, but it wasn't easy. You know, we had Carissa in the booth here for a couple of heats to call, and you know, she was like, it's no joke. It humbles you so quickly, and yeah, just reminds you of who's boss. And yeah, she copped a big set on the head, and then little Aaron Brooks, you know, warms my heart seeing a goofy
That
go
made
left,
you really
eh?
happy, Flair.
Yeah. Yeah, it warms my heart. But yeah, it was cool. You know, obviously this used to be the way to get it done here at Margaret River, you know, all those years ago. But yeah, she matched up against Steph, and it came down to a really tight decision in the end on Steph's last wave. And yeah, she didn't quite get the score, but it was friendly fire for Jake. You know, we can see him there debriefing with, you know, with Steph, and he kind of was like, oh, I thought you got it. And then, you know, Aaron walks up the stairs and he's like, oh, well, good job. So, I mean, it's a bit of a funny situation, but yeah, look, you got to give it to Erin there. I think judges really appreciating, you know, just that speed she was holding through those big carving maneuvers.
Yeah, so it's kind of being a slow build-up on Steph's return, you know. I think the happy thing is she's going home to the Gold Coast coming up next. But the way she's been surfing, the way she's prepped for her comeback, you know, it's kind of left her scratching her head, especially when she felt she had the winning wave against Aaron Brooks today.
Yeah, it was such a tricky one. I guess with like legends like Steph, with this accumulative year that we've got, you know, she's not going to be hitting any panic buttons yet. And I just wonder, you know, of the crew who are losing in consecutive events early, she's probably going to be the least affected by it. Like, a lot of other people are going to start putting pressure on themselves. Like, this is not how I saw my year going. For Steph, you know, 8 world titles in the back pocket, heading to my home break. It's like, yeah, I'll get started here. That's fine. That's fine with me.
Definitely a lot of great waves ahead for Steph Gilmore, and props to Aaron Brooks for now going 2-0 against the all-time great 8-time world champ. More return talk with Gabriel Medina going into beast mode over at Winky Pop and getting a semifinal, and now he's got back-to-back wins over Al Cleland Jr. from Bells and today at main break.
Yeah, and look, Winky to main break, they're really contrasting waves. I mean, he looked deadly at Winky, and he's just brought that sting straight here to main break. He's just so powerful, right? I mean, you look at that wave there, that wasn't an easy wave to read, a little bit more ugly. By the time he surfed, you know, that onshore wind had puffed up, you know, creating a bit more texture on the face, but it's no match for the power of Gabe.
No disrespect to Al Cleland, because this guy rips, but Gabe never got out of second gear in that heat. He was just busy. He was just surfing a lot of waves, and any wave that comes his way, he can basically get a 7 on it with, you know, almost like a subpar effort. I spoke to him, he said, like, yeah, man, I'm just loving life. Like, it's so simple. But I also said to him, you know, are you back? Are you feeling that engine humming? And he's just like, sort of a wry smile and happy with his surfing and not giving too much away. But we saw it at Bells, mate. It's fully on, and he seems to me, Joe, like he's in a bit of a sanctuary here. Like, you used to hear Kelly talk about, like, this is where he can just sort of have his own space and not have too much attention, and he can just settle in and do what he does best.
You know what? That conversation you had with him, I want to hear it. This is that conversation Vaughn had with Medina today.
Well, Gabriel, it didn't take long for you to fall back into rhythm with competing, mate. You know, at Bells, the first heat was a little sleepy, and then all of a sudden you caught fire all the way through that vent. It actually took a miracle to stop you. And out here, it sort of feels like first heat, just keeping it in a low gear, and maybe best is yet to come.
Yeah, I mean, it was really hard to surf out there. The wind came up, and yeah, it's kind of hard to find the rhythm. But yeah, I'm happy with the win. Alan is always a hard competitor. We never know what he can do, you know, like sometimes he brings a surprise. So I'm happy with the win. And yeah, next round, hopefully we get cleaner conditions. This morning was amazing. I was watching the girls, and the first few heats was really good. And yeah, hopefully some better conditions.
Mate, how are you feeling about, you know, your return to pro surfing? Do you feel like kind of what I was talking about just a second ago, where it just clicked and you were like, okay, sweet, I know this feeling, I know what this is all about? Do you feel like you're back to your best?
Yeah, I feel like I'm back, you know. I mean, I've been doing this for the last, 15 years. And I love this feeling, you know, of competition. And of course, I have great people on my side, you know, like Adriano put me in the ground stage because he's been there, you know, like, and we talk a lot. And I came with, like, not expecting big things. I just wanted to get in the rhythm, you know. So I took, like, step by step. I feel like I'm on the way, you know, like, feel like I'm warming up. And these events are really hard for me going on my backhand. I feel like Bells, Margaret, and Gold Coast. But yeah, life surprised me, you know, with the third. I mean, I take it. And there's a few good events that I'm thinking of, and I'm really excited for this year. So yeah, it just feels good to be motivated, you know. I'm happy with my surfing, and I've been trying boards, so that's really fun. And yeah, I've been enjoying my life.
It sure looks like it. Let's not look ahead to the events that are coming. Let's look at the next heat that's coming. It's Jack Robinson. You guys are 3 apiece, head to head. We know that the best surfers bring out your best. You must be really excited for that one.
Yeah, always. Jack is amazing. He's so smart, and he surfs really well this wave. And yeah, another big heat. And I don't know how I will go step by step, you know. Hopefully we get good waves, and we can put a great show to you guys.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you. Let's go.
Let's go. What a great chat. I just had to hear the whole thing. You know, you're breaking it down for us, but that was the energy. He was very calm. Like you mentioned, he's like in this, he's back home on tour. This is where he feels comfortable. This is where he sets new goals. But what do you think about the matchup that you brought up? I mean, Jack Robinson taking on Gabriel Medina, starting with you, Flick. What's in that matchup?
Oh, I feel like it's going to live up to the expectations. I feel two absolute powerhouses, and Gabe touched on it. Jack's so smart, but on the other hand, so is Gabe, right? They're absolute competitors. They will never say die. They're going to cross every T, dot every I, leave no stone unturned. And I think, you know, if the swell forecast keeps delivering with size, I think we're going to see fireworks.
Yeah, looking forward to it. What about you, Vaughn?
Oh, man, light the fuse. I'm ready to watch fireworks. I love fireworks. That's going to be a proper New Year's Eve show. Let's go.
Game on. Well, as we know, Jack Robinson really took advantage of the off-season to have the surgery on his knee, and we got a behind-the-scenes look at what he went through.
And it's all over. Jack Robinson, the rookie from WA, has just won his first championship tour event.
Jack Robinson has the highest event winning percentage on the championship tour.
Jack Robinson has won the Margaret River Pro.
An impressive 9 victories in his first 5 years on the CT.
Robinson at the buzzer has gone back-to-back with his victories.
That's a higher win rate than Italo, Toledo, or Gabriel Medina.
Get ready to ring it. Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bounce Beach champion, Jack Robinson.
Jack's strength is his athletic fitness, mental focus, and raw talent.
Here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs onto it, transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Back into the pit one more time.
Oh my God.
His weakness has been a lingering knee injury he suffered back in 2023.
This is post-heat with Jack walking back up the beach. It looked like he's saying that he, tweaked his knee just a little bit. He really forced that last, layback hack to try to get that score that he needed.
This offseason, Jack went under the knife to make a full physical reset.
Things don't come easy, and that injury taught me a lot now. So there's just so many things that happen along the way. I've had a baby since then. I had everything. I found out my wife was pregnant that week, and I got injured. And then 2.5 years, I managed the injury, kept going, and now here we are.
You doing all right there?
Yeah, good. Just making little adjustments, and in one word, I just say like tunnel vision. So yeah, just like focused on the road ahead, and going over the bumps to get there.
Come on, up. Push. Come on, push. Come on. Last one, push. Come on, push. And pull. Nice.
It was a meniscal root repair, so it's kind of an odd injury. It's not like an ACL or anything, but it's just niggly.
Come on, up. Push. There. Good? Yeah, good.
I know I've got way more.
70 degrees on the...
I was just holding back a little bit. This time I was like, oh, imagine myself at 100%. But I didn't have to be 100% to win too, that's the thing. That's the one thing I got to remember as well. Maybe that's what the learning is too, I wasn't 100%, I was still winning events, so. And these things like titles and events, it's all kind of highlights and journeys along the way. I think it's just unblocking my mind and pushing past the limits,
I conquered. Look at this backcourt right for Jack Robinson. Go! Bravo! On the magic in the barrel, and Jack Robinson is
Let's hear it for the two-time champion, Australia's Jack Robinson. Jack averages 1 win every 5.55 events, and he maintained that surfing through 2 years of injury. This year, Jack is back to 100%, and combined with the highest win rate on tour, that makes Jack Robinson the odds favorite to win the cumulative world title in 2026. Jack Robinson working so hard in the offseason so he could be at 100% and going right into a heat with Gabriel Medina. Vaughn, like you told Gabe, it's 3 wins apiece. There's been some emotional ones. Jack getting him at G-Land, but the crucial one at Tahiti for a spot in the Final 5. There's so much in that one coming here to main break. Looking forward to that maybe as early as tomorrow. But one of the big moments we had today, the Boost Mobile heat of the day, was a wild one with the reigning world champ Iago Dora taking on the wild card local boy from WA, Jacob Wilcox. This was always going to be a big heat flick.
Oh, this was always going to be massive. Obviously, the reigning world champ, Iago, does not want to go down to a wild card here, Jacob Wilcox. But Jacob, on the other hand, he's been dealt some tough blows recently. I mean, he missed out on qualification, and that was really tough pill to swallow. He's had injuries, so he wants this just equally, probably as much. And, I think that's, why we saw fireworks in this moment.
That was the moment there. Iago was expecting an interference call. 2 judges called it interference. 3 said no call. So it was clean, but Iago still had his hands up. Jacob, transition, went back to business.
Mate, the problem with that exchange was play the whistle. They both thought it was an interference. That's why Jacob was getting so upset. He was like, oh my goodness, is that how you want to win? You sold me out. And Iago was going, what are you talking about? Like, you got in my way. So they both thought it was an interference. It didn't come through as an interference. And that's why it just kept on kept going. Like, it came up the stairs. They were still going like, what's going on? So Iago got halfway through that heat, found out that he was needing scores because Jacob had a score. And basically, at the end of the day, what happened was both guys were full of adrenaline, both really passionate, both wanted to win. And when you listen to Iago in the post-heat interview, it starts to simmer down a little bit. He's starting to go, okay, well, we're just in the heat of combat. This is what happens.
Yeah, and he broke it all down with you when you chatted with him on the glass. Let's listen in once again.
Mate, pretty impressive that you can use that much adrenaline and still keep your focus on what you need to do, especially in light of the fact that it was quite clear your body language was telling us up in the booth that it was a very hard thing to let go of.
Yeah, exactly. I was really confused. Like I said, I couldn't fathom the fact that wasn't an interference. And at that point, I had more than 10 points, and I kind of stopped surfing because I was, it's a shame. Like still like more than 20 minutes to go, and we're not really gonna have a heat to surf. But then they kept scoring and kept calling the heat the same, and I was really surprised. But I just, okay, I guess I'm gonna make some waves, and hopefully he didn't. I'm glad he didn't turn the heat on that last wave, because that would be maybe even bigger of a situation if he actually won the heat, and with that situation happening in the beginning. But yeah, it's good to win in anyways. You know.
Yago Dora adjusting and then moving on, taking the win into the next round. And we know we had a huge day today. Surfline hooked us up early, knowing we'd have to really maximize the day. Historic run. We accomplished 28 heats in one day for the first time. But how are we looking, Flick, the next couple of days?
Look, the next couple of days, we're going to have surf. The thing is, we had a massive day today, which was epic. Absolutely made the most of it. Carpe diem to the situation. However, tomorrow we might have a small window where the winds are potentially in our favour. But then we're going to be plagued by a bit of a storm, some thunder, some lightning. And look, it's worth it. You got to come down and have a look, because, you know, potentially, let's just have a look here. The next 4 days, right? Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Tomorrow morning, 5 to 7 foot, but look, onshore, but light onshore in the morning, so we might have a chance to potentially run some heats in the afternoon. You know, it all goes downhill. The big thunderstorm rolls through. Saturday, again, potential in the afternoon, and then Sunday does look like quite a good day. So if Friday and Saturday go our way, and we do end up getting a couple of heats done on a few heats done on both of those days, it could be setting up for, you know, potentially a good day on Sunday.
Wake up and check it. We'll see what we got in the morning. A lot of different colors on those maps. What brings up the Hydrolite heat to watch. Round 2, heat 5, rematch from what we saw at Winky Pop last event. Reigning world champ taking on the Aussie vet, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one for Aussies, because, you know, in this country, we love both these women so much. We've got Sally Fitzgibbons, her nickname's our Sal, because, you know, we all feel like we have a little bit of Sally Fitzgibbons with us whenever we go surfing. Molly Picklum, of course, gave us those cherished memories from last year as the world champ. But more importantly, both women have found form, so that's going to be a clash of the Titans.
And flipping it to the men's side, oh, what do we have here? Hydrolite heat to watch. Crosby Colapinto against his big bro, Griff.
This is so cool. We've seen this play out a couple of times. I think, you know, once at Winky, and it was kind of smaller waves, and, you know, they didn't get the opportunities maybe that they wanted. I mean, look, one thing I'll say is they are going to get opportunity. There's plenty of swell. But this is going to be a clash, right? Anytime brothers are going at each other, I mean, I feel like they're going to give it to each other. They're going to bring out the best of each other. And, you know, they actually had a heat where they were in some time today where they were in the water together, but in opposing heats, just with the overlapping, it worked out that way. And then was it Crosby that was saying, you know, or Griff said to Crosby, hey, look, you know, that was it alchemy word or the alchemist word? And then he brought him back to center, right? So that must be their little mantra. And I wonder how many of those words will be getting thrown around in the heat, you know.
It's a really good book, The Alchemist.
Yeah.
It's a good one to reread. The Colapinto brothers are reading a lot. That was when they had a heat together, and it was overlapping. But now they're going to be fighting for the same thing. It's going to be blow for blow. Really looking forward to that fun.
Yeah, well, I think maybe the Alchemist will be replaced by the Art of War. We'll see how we go.
100%. Well, let's kind of bring up the BioGland Daily Dose and relive that feeling. With number 5 on the list is that moment with Colapinto class. Cross 7-5 in his heat win. Griff in the water at the same time. In the other heat, got a 7-1-0. Both the bros look sharp on.
Yeah, Griff started the year beautifully. You know, he's sitting at 3rd in the world at the moment, but Crosby had an early round exit at Bells and really needed some counsel through that moment, and he got it done. But he's building beautifully, isn't he? Like, he looks like a guy who has surfed himself back into rhythm, and he's going to need it, because Big Bro is really finding some nice lines out here, continuing that form, throwing in a bit of flair. And, you know, this is the start that we expected from Griff last year. It didn't pan out that way, but this year he's, you know, firmly got that world title in his sights.
They share the same coach, they share the same parents. That's going to be a fun one. Number 4 on the BioGland Daily Dose was when George Pitar went excellent, flipped the heat on Felipe Toledo.
This was such a sick heat because it was such a battle. It was seesawing between Felipe had the win, George had the win, and they were both doing such good surfing. And, you know, it sucks for Felipe because he's going home and he was doing such good surfing. But on the other hand, George, you know, this is a big moment for him in his career.
100%. Number 3 on the BioGland Daily Dose. Liam O'Brien takes out the defending event champ Jordy Smith.
Liam surfed twice today. That's a lot of energy to deal with, but it did not stop him one bit. He just kept throwing himself into the lip here, and best of all, you know, he put the fire to Jordy with fire. Lots of power through the lip.
Number 2 comes in with Kanoa Igarashi. Excellence again, 8.5, turns in the highest wave of the day.
Yeah, this is cool. So obviously the 5th place at Bells, you're continuing on with that momentum. I mean, just crisp rail surfing, and anytime you go on excellent and it's all on the rail, it's just a really beautiful thing to watch. It's not in the air, it's not a tube, and it's real power surfing. So yeah, Kanoa did well there.
And winning the BioGland Daily Dose, young Sammy Pupo flaring up today. 15.5 combined total, best that we had on opening day.
Yeah, he dead set looked like he had lightning coming off his rails in this heat. It just, everything was done at high speed, everything was done at full ball, and the board reacted to whatever he dreamed up of doing, and it was just a really magic performance from a guy who, you know, has come back from the Challenge Series and has work to do, and he's definitely feeding off what his older brother is doing, Miguel. He said as much when we spoke to him, but what a solid performance there from Sammy.
So what a brilliant performance from Sammy Pupo. Matty Myers doing a great job as he's on the CT for the first time. Done a lot of great work with Samuka. But those top 2 on the BioGland Daily Dose, those guys are matched up now. Kanoa Igarashi versus Sammy Pupo. Potentially tomorrow morning. Flick, final thoughts? Just with your gut instincts being a local, we might run some heats tomorrow? Is it going to be worth checking?
It's the wakeupandcheckit.com at the moment because it's so hard to forecast it when there's this storm front that's potential lightning and thunder, and you don't know how quickly it's going to come in. You have to come down, you have to have a look, because the rest of the period of this contest, you know, there's a lot of storms stacked up one against another. So you got to come down and check it.
Yeah, well, let's just wake up. We're nice and early, Vaughn. Great job today, by the way.
Thank you, Joe. Likewise. Enjoyed the call. I have you guys in my ear, keeping me company all day long. Absolutely love it.
Great job to our whole crew here at Margaret River. Thanks for watching. We are going to close out a historic day for pro surfing. 28 heats accomplished for the first time ever. We're going to come back tomorrow morning at 6:50 a.m. local time for the next call. Have a good night.
An amazing.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.